Abandoned, abused, and betrayed, Zhang Fei met a tragic end in the 4th year of the apocalypse. To her astonishment, the heavens granted her a chance at rebirth, returning her to the 2 months preceding the cataclysm, where she bound herself to the golden consumption supermarket system. With sufficient gold, she could unlock the various regions of the supermarket, gaining access to an inexhaustible supply of resources. Typhoons, torrential rains, pestilence, extreme cold, sweltering heat, viruses, earthquakes, acid rain, and eternal night, apocalypse had descended. As Zhang Fei hoarded supplies and unlocked the supermarket's vast areas, she remained untroubled by the scarcity of resources. Consequently, her once-abandoning father feigned concern. "My dear daughter, you've worked hard. Hand over the food to me. I'll keep it safe for you." Relatives who had once mistreated her shamelessly declared, "Zhang Fei, we are family. We should share all resources." Even betrayers and scoundrels begged, "Zhang Fei, please, just give me a sip of water." In response, the comfortably living Zhang Fei coldly retorted, "You might as well decide who dies first." Years into the apocalypse, Zhang Fei witnessed the myriad facets of life. Yet, there was one who braved the storm, took her icy hand, and gazed at her with tender eyes. "A Fei, we have reached the light." Chapter 1. Rebirth. Zhang Fei, although Boss Sun is old enough to be your grandfather, he possesses wealth and is willing to offer you 2 million as a bride price. If you marry him and endure a few years, once he passes, the vast fortune will be yours. If you refuse to marry, how will I find a new home for your cousin? Hearing the familiar, sharp voice, Zhang Fei instinctively lifted her head, her blurred vision sharpening at that moment. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, clad in bright red lipstick, sat on the sofa, her ample figure occupying nearly half the space.
Li Yanping.
That ant who wished to consume her flesh. Beside Li Yanping sat her cousin Jiang Ziming, watching the spectacle, and her silent uncle Jiang Zhenkong, who was smoking. Hadn't she perished in the 4th year of the apocalypse? Why was she seeing her uncle's family now? Zhang Fei suddenly glanced at her delicate, unblemished hands, devoid of any wounds. Realizing something, she hurriedly pulled out her phone to check the date, 2 months before the apocalypse. She had been reborn. Zhang Fei's breath quickened as she absorbed this reality, only for Li Yanping's voice to pierce through again. "Your mother passed away early, and your father abandoned you. It was your uncle and I who raised you. You should change your name to take your mother's surname. We agreed to this, and now our family is in trouble. Shouldn't you help us? Besides, I'm offering you a life of comfort. You've graduated from university. It's time for you to marry and have children." Zhang Fei's eyes were laced with sarcasm. 5 years prior, Li Yanping had schemed to claim the inheritance left to her by her mother, persuading her uncle to become her guardian. Including real estate, the total value was 3 million. Over the years, Li Yanping had squandered it nearly to nothing. Not only had she purchased a small villa, but she also sent her cousin Jiang Zixuan abroad for studies. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei had not spent a single cent, wearing Jiang Zixuan's cast-off clothing, eating Li Yanping's leftover scraps, and residing in the smallest, most dilapidated storage room of the house. She had to work tirelessly, enduring the bullying and beatings from her cousins. Finally, after graduating, when she could move out, she was forced into marriage. Jiang Ziming had dropped out early to live off his family, and at 30, he still had no girlfriend. Li Yanping, anxious about this, pressured Zhang Fei to marry a wealthy old man to use her bride price to buy a house and car for Jiang Ziming in hopes of matchmaking. In her previous life, she had resorted to extreme measures, almost causing a scandal, to dissuade Li Yanping, but this time, she would not resist in the same way. She needed money to stockpile supplies for the impending apocalypse. If Boss Sun was not an easy character to deal with, then let Li Yanping bear the consequences of a sham marriage. Zhang Fei concealed the malice in her gaze. "I agree to marry Boss Sun, but I want the property rights to the old house left by my mother, along with half of the bride price." Upon hearing this, Li Yanping could no longer maintain her facade of kindness. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you negotiate with me? Let me be frank. I have already accepted Boss Sun's money. The wedding will be in 3 months. You have no choice but to marry." "Zhang Fei, don't be ungrateful. Your mother found you such a good match. It's a blessing." Jiang Ziming, accustomed to asserting his dominance, attempted to teach Zhang Fei a lesson but found his arm seized.
Bang! Ah!
Zhang Fei executed a shoulder throw, sending Jiang Ziming crashing to the ground, and swiftly grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table, pressing it against his groin. Having survived for over 3 years in the apocalypse, despite her current physical strength being somewhat lacking, her speed and reflexes were ingrained in her very being. Jiang Ziming lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear, terrified that Jiang Fei might tremble and neuter him. Li Yanping panicked, grasping Jiang Zhenkong's arm. "Quick, save our son. Fei, let's talk this over calmly. Put down the knife first." Ah. Jiang Ziming's piercing scream interrupted Jiang Zhenkong's words. The fruit knife pierced Jiang Ziming's thigh. "Uncle, take another step, and I cannot guarantee where my hand might slip next." Jiang Zhenkong halted immediately. Seeing the blood on Jiang Ziming's leg, Li Yanping's face trembled with rage. "You little wretch. I will call the police and have you arrested. Don't you want Boss Sun's bride price anymore?" Jiang Fei calmly countered, observing Li Yanping's silence, and smiled gently. "If I were to meet misfortune, who would marry Boss Sun? My cousin?"
Impossible. Li Yanping instinctively returta.
She could not bear to marry her precious daughter to the ugly, old Boss Sun. "As long as you transfer the money to me now and take me to change the property title, I will release my cousin. Otherwise, my cousin will lose his manhood and might struggle to find a wife, and the bride price you receive will likely be reclaimed by Boss Sun, and you may even face retaliation. Someone like Boss Sun, with his stature, wouldn't appreciate being played with." Jiang Fei's blatant threat left Li Yanping momentarily speechless. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei spoke the truth. Li Yanping could only pull out her phone, gritting her teeth. "Your account number." First, she would placate this little wretch. Once Jiang Fei married Boss Sun, she would find an opportunity to deal with her, ideally to swindle her out of a significant sum. Perceiving Li Yanping's intentions, Jiang Fei chose not to expose her and provided her bank account number. Shortly after, her phone buzzed with a notification of 1 million deposited. Content: Jiang Fei discarded the fruit knife and arranged her next steps. "Let's go get the paperwork for the property transfer." "Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you see your cousin is injured?" Li Yanping scolded, helping Jiang Ziming up while instructing Jiang Zhenkong to take their son to the hospital before retreating to fetch the documents. The house left by Jiang Fei's mother was an old bungalow in the suburbs, unsellable and undesirable for rent. After Li Yanping scavenged and sold off its valuable items, the house had remained vacant. Had Jiang Fei not mentioned it today, Li Yanping might have forgotten about the old house. Nevertheless, Li Yanping remained displeased, maintaining a sour expression toward Jiang Fei. They managed to complete the property transfer before noon at the real estate center. Along with the old house keys, she handed them over to Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei and Li Yanping exited the building, they happened upon Jiang Zhenkong, who had just arrived. "Yanping, I took Ziming home. The doctor said his injury is not serious. He'll recover in a few days." Confirming her son was fine, Li Yanping resumed her harassment of Jiang Fei. "Now that your uncle is here, let's clarify things. You have a house now. Starting today, you must move out and not linger in my home. If you wish to return, bring your shabby belongings and return half of the 1 million as Jiang Ziming's medical expenses." Li Yanping remained fixated on Jiang Fei's money. Jiang Zhenkong frowned. "Aren't you being a bit excessive? Your precious niece nearly incapacitated your son. What's wrong with me asking for some money?" Li Yanping stood with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Jiang Zhenkong. Jiang Zhenkong's lips quivered, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Witnessing his timid and submissive demeanor stirred a ripple of emotions within Jiang Fei. In her previous life, Jiang Zhenkong had treated her kindly, often secretly purchasing delicious treats for her and shielding her from the bullying of their cousins. Even in times of dire scarcity, when Li Yanping sought to consume her for survival, Jiang Zhenkong had let her escape. Had it not been for her own blindness and misplaced trust, she would not have met such a tragic end. Jiang Fei steadied her emotions and coldly stated, "I do not want anything from home. Auntie can dispose of it as she wishes." Ignoring Li Yanping's incessant chatter, she turned to Jiang Zhenkong and reiterated, "I read online that the UK has concealed nuclear leaks for many years, and there are concerns about the ecological environment being affected due to years of secretive disposal of nuclear waste. The weather may soon become abnormal, so Uncle should consider stocking up on food at home for emergencies." Jiang Zhenkong, timid and exceedingly fearful of his wife, dared not oppose Li Yanping, leaving Jiang Fei unable to trust this relative and merely advising him once more. Whether he heeded her words was entirely up to him. Wishing to escape Li Yanping's incessant prattle, Jiang Fei secured the property deed and promptly hailed a taxi to the suburbs. The city she resided in was known as Linqing, which had experienced rapid development in recent years. Many who once lived in the suburbs had relocated to the city, leaving it desolate. As she surveyed the landscape, each dilapidated house appeared abandoned and devoid of life. After paying the driver, Jiang Fei arrived at an old house, still relatively intact, at the end of the street. Upon unlocking the courtyard gate, a faint musty odor wafted toward her. Jiang Fei donned a mask and hurriedly searched the main house. In her previous life, she had been imprisoned in a cellar by cannibalistic villagers, where she encountered Jiang Zixuan. Initially believing Jiang Zixuan to be a fellow victim, she soon discovered that after only a few hours, Jiang Zixuan had left and joined the demons in tormenting her. It was only in her final moments that she learned Jiang Zixuan's family had retreated to this old house after their villa community fell into ruin. Jiang Zixuan had stumbled upon a treasure left by her mother, which could store food. She would never forget the smug expression on Jiang Zixuan's face as she stroked the bracelet, boasting, "Thanks to the treasure left by Andy, I wouldn't have been able to live so carefreely in the apocalypse otherwise. Too bad your tongue will soon be severed. You will never have the chance to tell anyone else." One day, she vowed to repay Jiang Zixuan's deeds 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Jiang Fei suppressed the rising hatred within her and continued rummaging through the wardrobe before unexpectedly encountering a box with an audible sound. Chapter 2. Finding the gold-consuming wholesale store, Jiang Fei opened the palm-sized box. Inside was a 2-inch photograph and a wooden bracelet with a notch. Upon seeing the smiling, gentle woman in the photograph, her eyes instantly welled with tears. Mother. After her mother fell gravely ill and passed away, her so-called father had immediately sold their high-rise apartment and abandoned her, taking the money to seek out his mistress. She had contemplated returning to the old house to live independently, but she needed a guardian to attend school. At that time, fearing she might run away and lose her mother's inheritance, Li Yanping had changed the locks after bringing her to her uncle's house. Jiang Fei let out a sardonic smile as she carefully placed the photograph into her clothing and began examining the wooden bracelet. Aside from the notch, the bracelet was covered in spiderweb-like cracks and would likely fetch no more than 5 yuan if left outside. It was no wonder Li Yanping had not taken it. But how was she to utilize it? Unconsciously, Jiang Fei rubbed the bracelet in her hand, and in a moment of carelessness, the splinter from the notch pricked her fingertip, drawing a bead of blood. The bracelet erupted in dazzling golden light, and Jiang Fei was suddenly besieged by a splitting headache. Ah! She collapsed to the ground in agony as a cold electronic voice echoed in her mind. Ding! The gold-consuming wholesale store system has been successfully bound to the host. Would you like to open the wholesale store? Feeling the throbbing pain in her head dissipate, the wooden bracelet transformed into a decorative piece on her wrist. Jiang Fei tentatively replied yes. In the next instant, the scene before her underwent a drastic transformation. She found herself standing on an endless expanse of land. Not far away was a building resembling a large supermarket. She could only see the glass doors on the first floor, while the upper levels were shrouded in a thick mist. The precise height and number of floors remained unclear, and her curiosity compelled her to approach and push open the glass doors. What greeted her was an impenetrable white fog. Where was the promised wholesale store? Was this it? Nothing at all? Jiang Fei attempted to push through the fog to investigate, but was met with an invisible barrier that thwarted her progress, prompting her to inquire of the system. What is the meaning of this white fog? The system's voice was cold and pragmatic. The host is currently too impoverished to unlock the areas sealed by the white fog within the wholesale store. Unlocking the first area requires 1,000 grams of gold. Please procure it as soon as possible. A helpful tip. The host can access the wholesale store using their thoughts whenever entering or exiting, including retrieving items. Jiang Fei calculated the current price of gold, 467 yuan per gram, equating to over 400,000 yuan for a kilogram. Goodness! No wonder it was called gold-consuming. It demanded half of her fortune right from the start. Fortunately, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, one could procure goods at no cost. Unable to resist, Jiang Fei asked, "Isn't there a way to pay by card?" "Apologies, the wholesale store only accepts gold." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei dismissed her lazy thoughts and, before departing, took a final stroll around the exterior of the wholesale store. It was then she discovered a vast empty warehouse behind the store, equally boundless and suitable for storing supplies. Exiting the warehouse, she felt the ground beneath her feet and gazed eagerly at the land. If this place could be cultivated, then she would truly have no worries in the apocalypse. However, why did her mother possess a system? Jiang Fei wished to inquire further, but the system fell silent, leaving her no choice but to use her thoughts to exit the wholesale store. Summoning a ride through her mobile, Jiang Fei made her way to the nearest gold store, where she generously swiped her card to purchase a gold ornament, causing the sales clerk to beam with delight. She then found a secluded alley and stored the ornament within the wholesale store. The system's voice soon echoed in her mind. Ding. Detected gold. 1,112 grams.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the first area. Snacks in the food category. To unlock the second area, 2,000 grams of gold is required. Current unlock progress. 10. Bonus reward. 1 lucky draw. Would the host like to use it? Eagerly, Jiang Fei selected yes. After a peculiar tune, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. Your luck is exceptional. You have received a thank you for your patronage." Jiang Fei was left speechless. What the heck? With a blank expression, she re-entered the wholesale store, her previous frustration dissipating as she beheld the first floor. The white fog had partially cleared. Chips, cookies, chocolates, candied fruits, spicy strips, and a myriad of snacks were neatly arranged on shelves marked as the East District. Jiang Fei's eyes gradually reddened. It had been over 2 years since she had tasted proper food. Instead, she had survived on rotting scraps, filthy rainwater, tree bark, insects, and mud. Cautiously, she picked up a bag of tomato-flavored chips to savor. The long-lost sweet and savory crunch made her wish she could swallow her tongue as well. After finishing a bag of chips, Jiang Fei counted the unlocked items in the East District, astonished to find 10 large shelves, all stocked with remarkably fresh goods. Not bad. Far more reliable than the lucky draw. System. What happens when these items are consumed? The system replied, the host needs to restock or upgrade the wholesale store. The current level of the wholesale store is level 1, with a default quantity of 10 for each unlocked item. If items on the shelves become depleted, the store will automatically replenish them with the default quantity. Once the store reaches level 2, the default quantity for each item will increase to 100 promotion conditions. All 4 zones on the first floor must be unlocked. Jiang Fei inhaled sharply, as if a small mountain of gold was beckoning her. Currently, she had 490,000 in her account, along with an additional 20,000 saved from her previous part-time job, totaling 510,000. She realized that unlocking the wholesale store would not suffice, especially with the impending apocalypse looming, typhoons, torrential rains, pestilence, extreme cold, and soaring temperatures, not to mention the unknown calamities yet to come. Jiang Fei was unwilling to take chances. The second zone contained the supplies she desperately needed. After considerable deliberation, she opted to abandon the wholesale store and sought refuge in a hotel. Having been granted a second chance at life, she intended to relish every moment. Above all, she aimed to amass wealth. Thus, Jiang Fei reclined on the bed of a presidential suite costing 11,000 per night, utilizing her phone to secure loans across various platforms, leaving no high-interest options overlooked. 2 months later, when the apocalypse struck, who would care about repayment? Jiang Fei fervently borrowed, ensuring to add Li Yanping as a contact, fully intending to annoy her with collection calls later on. She borrowed a staggering 1 million before ceasing, subsequently contacting a real estate agent to sell her old home. Due to its small size and remote location, it had no potential for appreciation and was purchased merely as a storage unit, yielding only 50,000 in proceeds. Even the legs of a fly are still meat. Jiang Fei consoled herself, finally succumbing to hunger and ordering dinner from the hotel. The server promptly wheeled in the meal, arranging it beautifully before exiting. Gazing at the steak, pasta, soup, and cake on the table, Jiang Fei felt a wave of emotion wash over her. In this lifetime, she had access to a wholesale store. She would never go hungry again. Jiang Fei savored her exquisite dinner, deliberately leaving a glass of iced coffee to store in the wholesale store's warehouse. She was curious to test the temperature of the warehouse and its preservation capabilities. Sated and content, she reclined on the plush bed, drifting off to sleep. The following day, upon waking, she retrieved the iced coffee from the warehouse. To her delight, the ice had not melted at all. Could she not order takeout or prepare meals to store in the wholesale store's warehouse? Suppressing her excitement, Jiang Fei called the real estate agent, Xiao Wu, whom she had contacted the previous night regarding the sale of her old home. Are you available now? I wish to rent an apartment, preferably on the top floor of a high-end community with 1 unit per elevator. The higher, the better. The torrential rains following the typhoon had caused flooding, rendering all apartments below the 10th floor essentially submerged. She needed to secure a higher place to reside. A high-end community would also help filter out undesirable neighbors like Li Yanping. To her surprise, Xiao Wu promptly responded, "I'm free now. I can take you to view the apartment." Half an hour later, after completing her checkout, Jiang Fei arrived at the Yulon Garden community as directed by Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu had been waiting at the entrance for a while and, upon seeing Jiang Fei disembark, greeted her with a broad smile, presenting a floor plan. "Miss Jiang, this is a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment on the 22nd floor, encompassing 120 square meters, suitable for a family of 3. However, it is not a single unit per elevator, but rather 3 units. On the 22nd floor, all 3 apartments are owned by the same landlord. I've already inquired, and currently, there's only one tenant on that floor, a solitary gentleman who rented it last month. He is introverted and seldom leaves, ensuring he won't disturb you." Jiang Fei furrowed her brow. After the apocalypse, having neighbors posed significant risks. No one desired to become a neighbor's granary. Noticing her hesitation, Xiao Wu earnestly explained, "Miss Jiang, to be frank, the housing market in Linqing is quite tight, and I have access to the most listings. Besides the 22nd floor of Yulon Garden, there is only 1 unit available on the 12th floor. If you're concerned about security, you can install a security door in the hallway. I've consulted the landlord, and they permit renovations." Jiang Fei felt a flicker of interest. She indeed wished to modify the apartment, as sometimes people could be more terrifying than ghosts, especially those struggling to survive in dire circumstances. "May I view the apartment first?" Xiao Wu readily agreed and led Jiang Fei to Unit 2202 in Building A. The adjacent unit, 2201, has a similar layout and comes with some basic furniture, fully equipped with utilities, ready for immediate occupancy. The tenant in 2203 is the one who rented 2201. The landlord mentioned that if you rent both units, you'll receive a 20% discount on the rent. Jiang Fei surveyed room 2202, noting its excellent north-south ventilation and abundant natural light. Situated between units 2201 and 2203, she could rent both 2202 and 2201, merging the 2 apartments. In the event of an insurmountable danger, she could retreat to the adjacent unit. Content with this thought, Jiang Fei retracted her gaze, declaring, "I will rent both of these apartments." "Wonderful. Please accompany me to the office to sign the contract." Having successfully closed the deal, Xiao Wu enthusiastically pressed the elevator button for Jiang Fei. Just as she stepped into the elevator and positioned herself, a flash of orange and yellow whizzed past the door. Was that? In the next moment, a distinctly bony hand appeared within Jiang Fei's line of sight, preventing the elevator doors from closing. Chapter 3. Hoarding Apologies. A man wearing a baseball cap stepped into the elevator. He was quite tall, probably over 185 centimeters, and with a mask covering his face and the brim of his cap pulled down low, no discernible facial features were visible. Noticing the man standing beside her, Jiang Fei instinctively took a step back, creating some distance. She was uncomfortable being too close to strangers. In the event of an unexpected attack, escape would be difficult. This was a habit Jiang Fei had developed during the apocalyptic times. The man seemed oblivious to Jiang Fei's subtle movement and initiated the conversation. "Hello. I'm a resident of Unit 2203. Are you new here?" Xiao Wu replied, "Sort of."
Jiang Fei interjected, "No."
Their simultaneous responses rendered the atmosphere rather delicate. The man, seemingly unfazed, spoke in a deep, pleasant voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "The landscaping at Yulon Garden is quite nice. There's a small park downstairs with a fountain where residents can have outdoor barbecues." Listening to the man's self-directed introduction about the community, Jiang Fei cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu. "This is what you referred to as the taciturn resident of 2203? Social anxiety?" Understanding Jiang Fei's unspoken thoughts, Xiao Wu awkwardly averted his gaze. Everything was for the sake of securing a deal. He couldn't disclose anything. The contract hadn't been signed yet.
Ding.
The elevator reached the ground floor. The man, seemingly reluctant to part ways, remarked lightly, "Perhaps we can chat again next time." With that, he exited the elevator. Jiang Fei and Xiao Wu followed closely behind, only to see the man's silhouette vanish outside the building's entrance. As they stepped outside, Jiang Fei addressed Xiao Wu. "The rental information you provided does not align with reality. Will there be any compensation?" As a savvy individual, Xiao Wu instantly grasped the implication behind Jiang Fei's words and flashed a conciliatory smile. "Miss Jiang, this time it was my oversight. I can offer you a discount as an employee. How does a 40 reduction sound?" Jiang Fei nodded calmly. She was in dire need of both money and housing, and options for high, suitable floors were scarce. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pressed Xiao Wu for clarification. The monthly rent for Yulon Garden was 15,000. Renting 2 units for a year would amount to 360,000. With the discount, she would save over 100,000. A profit. But she mustn't be overly proud. Jiang Fei maintained a composed demeanor as she followed Xiao Wu, unaware that the man who had just left had reappeared in the woods behind her. Watching Jiang Fei and Xiao Wu's figures fade away, the man withdrew a dagger hidden within his sleeve. He had initially thought that those pesky rats had found their way here. It turned out to be the new neighbors. At a real estate company, Jiang Fei and Xiao Wu finalized the rental agreement. After calculating the funds remaining after deducting the annual rent for both units and Xiao Wu's commission, she found herself with 1.33 million left. She hoped that after hoarding essential supplies, she might still have some left to unlock the supermarket. Just as Jiang Fei was preparing to leave, Xiao Wu hurried over. Miss Jiang, earlier at Yulon Garden, I noticed you changed your mind upon hearing that the house could be renovated. I wanted to ask if you need workers for the renovation? My brother runs a renovation business and has all the materials you might need. Jiang Fei was taken aback. A one-stop service? Xiao Wu scratched his head sheepishly. Good resources shouldn't go to waste. To be honest, my brother and I need the money urgently because our father is hospitalized. Otherwise, I wouldn't have concealed the information about that resident. But since you've been generous with the commission, I'd like to befriend you. Rest assured, the renovation prices will be reasonable. My brother is nearby. Would you like to meet and discuss? Jiang Fei agreed. If the terms were unsuitable or unattainable, she could always seek out someone else. Before long, Xiao Wu returned with a man nearing 30. His skin was weathered from years of sun and wind, making his bright eyes stand out, and his honest demeanor was a stark contrast to the fair and delicate Xiao Wu. Miss Jiang, this is my brother, Wu Daong. You can continue to call me Xiao Wu, he introduced. Jiang Fei nodded and handed Wu Daong the floor plans for both units. Outlining her requirements, I want to replace all the windows. They must be sturdy enough to withstand storms of level 12 or higher. The entry doors should be electric and of the same quality as the windows. I want solar panels installed in both units, a water purification system, and all electrical wiring to be independently connected, capable of utilizing a diesel generator during power outages. I also want to combine units 2201 and 2202 by creating a small door and installing an electric door. Additionally, I need 5 more electric doors of the same quality, which do not require installation and should be placed in the living room. Though Jiang Fei was unfamiliar with the residents of Yulon Garden, she understood human nature and how desperate individuals could become for a morsel of food. If Yulon Garden fell, she could install the electric doors at the stairwell to prevent lower-level residents from ascending, creating a safe haven. The walls of Yulon Garden were thick enough to withstand breaches. Even if she could no longer stay in Yulon Garden, she would have an added layer of security for her future residents. Perfect. Wu Xiao and Wu Daong were left astounded. Wu Xiao was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, Miss Jiang, your renovation plans are excessively secure. Jiang Fei answered earnestly. I live alone. I'm timid and fearful. Wu Xiao looked at Jiang Fei, whose delicate features and slender frame seemed as if a single punch could bring her to tears. She indeed required more assurances. Brother, can you meet Miss Jiang's demands? Wu Daong hesitated. I can, but the timeline will be extended. It will take about a month. Miss Jiang, you're asking for top-notch materials, which are costly. I can offer you a maximum of 20 off, and saving on labor will still total around 350,000. No, Jiang Fei rejected Wu Daong's proposal. I want to see results within a week at the latest. You may hire additional workers and I will cover the costs. Otherwise, I have no place to stay. Seeing Jiang Fei's determination, Wu Daong reluctantly acquiesced, ultimately agreeing on a price of 400,000. Fortunately, the large company he collaborated with was known for quick delivery and quality materials. Jiang Fei paid half the deposit via card. Let me be clear. If I discover any substandard work, not only will I demand a refund of my deposit. Her youthful gaze was cold and sharp, akin to piercing ice, causing Wu Daong to shiver involuntarily as he assured her, Rest assured, Miss Jiang, such issues will not arise. He was not the type to cut corners. After resolving the housing matters, with Wu Zhao's assistance, Jiang Fei rented a large warehouse for 2,000 and secured a nondescript delivery truck. Heading to the largest wholesale market in the city, the variety here was such that one could say there was nothing you couldn't find. Jiang Fei first visited a hardware and building materials store, approaching the owner directly. Boss, I need 10 home diesel generators, 10 high-capacity solar panels, 20 10-ton water tanks, 10 pumps, and 5 small chainsaws. It was more economical to buy pumps and tanks than to purchase water outright. She planned to store water from the lake. The owner, sitting at the counter smoking, was taken aback, initially believing that this young girl was trying to fool him. Just as he was about to dismiss her, she slapped down a bundle of cash amounting to 10,000 on the counter. Jiang Fei stated, I have plenty more where that came from. The owner, grinning widely, extinguished a cigarette and pulled out a calculator. I must be blind not to recognize a major client. Don't worry, young lady. I'll calculate the total for you right away. Minutes later, he placed the calculator down. The total comes to 116,800. Since this is your first visit, I'll round it down to 116,000, and I'll provide free delivery. Jiang Fei jotted down the address. Deliver it here promptly at 9 p.m. tonight. She had only rented the warehouse for 2 days and needed to buy other supplies, so she set a time for unified delivery, allowing her to directly stock the supermarket. The owner cheerfully agreed. According to market rules, you'll need to pay up front, cash or card. Card, Jiang Fei replied. As soon as she finished her transaction and stepped out, the owner limped out from behind the counter. Waving to a subordinate smoking outside, follow that young lady and see what she is doing in the market. Spending money so liberally. I suspect I am merely a fat sheep. Perhaps we could strike a profitable deal. With a keen sense of being followed, a flicker of coldness flashed in Jiang Fei's eyes. She was not skilled in combat. Her expertise lay in killing. With so many people around, it was inconvenient to act. But should her pursuers dare to ambush her, she was confident in delivering a fatal blow. Jiang Fei touched the dining knife she had taken from the hotel, feigning ignorance of her tale, and made her way to a grain and oil shop. She ordered 100 bags of 100 pounds of rice, 100 bags of flour, and 100 barrels of 10 liters of soybean oil, along with a variety of grains and coarse cereals, including red beans, green beans, yellow beans, potatoes, corn, and brown rice, each in 100-pound quantities. In addition, Jiang Fei procured over 100 different kinds of spices and dried goods, benefiting from a discount from the shopkeeper, totaling 130,000 yuan, all to be delivered to her rented warehouse that night. After leaving the grain and oil shop, she proceeded to the largest daily necessities store in the market, acquiring shampoo, body wash, toilet paper, tissues, wet wipes, wet toilet paper, hand soap, and toothpaste, ordering 100 boxes of each. Disposable bowls, plates, chopsticks, spoons, disposable underwear, lighters, and matches were also included, each in large quantities. She had no intention of living as she had in her previous life, neglecting her hygiene to the point of decay. As for sanitary pants and pads, Jiang Fei wholesale purchased 100 boxes of various sizes and lengths, leaving her with 650,000 yuan. Having resolved her basic living needs, Jiang Fei sought out an outdoor specialty store, claiming she was preparing for an expedition to a certain state and the Arctic, purchasing lightweight summer sportswear, waterproof and cold-resistant jackets and pants, warm shoes, gloves, undergarments, scarves, goggles, tents, sleeping bags, ice skates, sleds, inflatable boats, and each in quantities of 50. She spent 180,000 yuan, leaving the store content. Next, she visited a farm supply store, spending 80,000 yuan on various seeds and agricultural tools and 50,000 yuan at a fruit and vegetable shop for fresh produce and 70,000 yuan at a butcher for assorted fresh and frozen meats, all scheduled for evening delivery. If the land outside the supermarket could not be cultivated, she could plant in the real world or donate to the authorities, addressing part of the food issue. She was not a saint. She simply did not wish for this world to be devoid of life. Jiang Fei worked until sunset before returning to her rented truck to review her inventory list. The conditions for unlocking and upgrading the supermarket were exorbitantly expensive, and, with her current funds limited, she could only purchase a few essentials for herself. Fortunately, post-apocalypse, zero-cost acquisitions would simplify unlocking and upgrading. A buzzing from her phone interrupted her thoughts. It was a message from Jiang Zhenkong inquiring about her whereabouts, along with 2 missed calls from Li Yanping. After transferring her account, Jiang Fei deleted the WeChat contacts of Li Yanping's family, suspecting she was merely seeking a pretext to reclaim her money. Jiang Fei did not respond to Li Yanping or Jiang Zhenkong, checking her bank balance, which stood at 270,000 yuan, insufficient for her needs, particularly for medicine, weapons, and fuel. Bulk purchases required not only money, but connections as well. If all else failed, perhaps she could resort to zero-cost acquisitions after a torrential downpour? Rubbing her temples, Jiang Fei decided to find a place to eat. At that moment, in a hardware and building materials store in the wholesale market, the owner, Wang Qiaozi, sat shocked on his polished wooden chair, listening to a report from his subordinate. You say she spent nearly $1 million here? The subordinate nodded. The grain and oil shop owner mentioned she intends to open a large supermarket, hence her extensive purchases. Clearly, she was indeed a prime target. Wang Qiaozi excitedly stood up, instructing his men, notify the brothers. Tonight, we're heading to warehouse number 11 in Linbei district with our gear. In order to facilitate the receipt of her purchases, Jiang Fei drove to Linbei district and chose a barbecue restaurant for dinner. Since it was not peak dining hours, the server quickly brought out her meal. The lamb skewers were perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, and the grilled squid, coated in a secret spicy sauce, was irresistibly fragrant. Unable to resist, Jiang Fei called the server over. Please prepare another 100 of those same set meals for takeout. The server looked puzzled. Miss, you can't possibly eat that much alone. It's for a company gathering, Jiang Fei casually replied. The barbecue restaurant sprang to life, the large order attracting the owner's attention. As the preparations for her order were completed, the owner even brought over several ceramic jars. Here are some complimentary sweet garlic, pickled radish, dried cucumbers, and our special spicy sauce to help cut the richness. Thank you. Jiang Fei declined the server's assistance and loaded her packaged barbecue into the truck. Using the moment to close the truck door, Jiang Fei swiftly transferred the barbecue into the warehouse of the Golden Swallow supermarket. The system chimed. Ding. Detected 100 units of food stored by the host. Shelves have been automatically generated for organization. Intrigued, Jiang Fei focused her thoughts on the supermarket warehouse, which was no longer empty. A row of towering metal shelves appeared, neatly arranged with her 100 portions of barbecue. Labels marked the shelves, clearly indicating barbecue. 5 jars of pickles were placed next to the barbecue, tagged as pickled goods, while a solitary jar of special spicy sauce sat lonely on the condiment shelf. This arrangement not only facilitated access, but also saved her time on organization. Delighted with her findings, Jiang Fei heard the system's voice again. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new feature. You have been rewarded with a spin of the lucky wheel. Would you like to use it? Remembering the last time's thanks for patronage, Jiang Fei hesitated for a few seconds before affirmatively responding. As the eerie music akin to broken bones concluded, the system reassured her not to lose heart. And she received a facial distortion pill. Wait a moment. A facial distortion pill? Jiang Fei stared blankly at the small box that had appeared in her hands. Inside was a brown pill, the size of a pomegranate seed. The system added, tip, the facial distortion pill dissolves instantly. The consumer will experience abdominal cramps for 3 days. Please do not consume by mistake. Drawing the short straw results in congratulations, while receiving something good yields consolation. No wonder the system isn't human. Though she grumbled. Jiang Fei stored the facial distortion pill in the supermarket warehouse, planning to find an opportunity to use it on a misfortunate soul from Li Yanping's household. With the wholesale market's delivery time yet to arrive, Jiang Fei, citing another gathering, purchased 100 cups of milk tea, 100 cups of juice and 100 cups of coffee, half hot and half cold. She also ordered a variety of snacks, including spicy hot pot, grilled cold noodles, stir-fried rice noodles, stuffed pancakes, burger meals, fried chicken, rice-wrapped chicken, and coconut jelly, totaling 100 servings each, spending 30,000 yuan. At the end of the street, spotting a cake shop, Jiang Fei decided to buy out the entire stock, adding another 5,000 yuan to her expenditures. While waiting for her orders, Jiang Fei opened a shopping app and ordered sand, warm packs, alcohol, masks, protective suits, various pest control devices, and mosquito repellents, each in quantities of 100 boxes, including diving equipment and oxygen tanks. These items were more convenient and cost-effective to purchase online than at the wholesale market. After the torrential rain, mutated insects would crawl up through the pipes. And with water supplies cut off, toilets would become unusable. Sand was the best choice. Jiang Fei also ordered 2 bags of cement, planning to seal the drainage of the house later. Her bank balance now stood at a mere 203,689 yuan. How impoverished she felt. Sighing, Jiang Fei closed her phone. Just as the vendors finished packing her meals, utilizing the truck as cover, she transferred all the food into the supermarket warehouse before driving to the foot of a desolate mountain. The warehouse she rented had been abandoned for quite some time, but was spacious enough to accommodate all her purchased supplies, offering both affordability and concealment from prying eyes. Likewise, it served as an excellent location for clandestine dealings. Jiang Fei had not forgotten about the individual who had trailed her in the market during the day. The wholesale market was rife with unsavory characters. Her youth and the nearly $1,000,000 she spent would undoubtedly provoke the greed of some. She did not mind engaging in a bit of black market activity. After all, she was in dire need of funds. Is it unreasonable to seek compensation for mental distress? Jiang Fei securely tucked away the dagger she had purchased on the road and disembarked from the delivery truck. At precisely 9 p.m., workers from the wholesale market began arriving one after another. Jiang Fei instructed them to unload their goods into the warehouse while mentally tallying the quantities. As the last delivery was completed, she had an inkling of who might be plotting mischief. The owner of the hardware store, Wang the cripple, had not shown up. She had been followed earlier that day, an occurrence that had transpired after leaving the hardware store. Jiang Fei's eyes flickered as she surveyed the surroundings, deliberately raising her voice to address the workers. "Thank you all for your hard work tonight. Please drive safely on your way home. I need to stay behind to check the inventory, and I will contact you if there are any issues." Once the workers drove away, Jiang Fei entered the warehouse alone and shut the large door. The warehouse had several small windows, through which a faint light could be seen glowing inside. Under the cover of night, a man stealthily darted into the woods adjacent to the warehouse. He was one of the thugs who had followed Jiang Fei earlier. Meanwhile, Wang the cripple lay low with 10 men, armed with knives and clubs. The thug whispered, "Boss, the wholesale market workers have left, and no one else is driven over. The woman is all alone in warehouse 11. Wang's tense nerves relaxed. "I thought she might have some bodyguards. Clearly, I overestimated her. You few stay here as lookouts. The rest follow me quietly. I plan to kidnap her and demand money from her family. We can't afford any injuries or fatalities." The 5 men trailing behind Wang nodded quietly and approached the warehouse stealthily. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow descended quietly from a tree. The intermittent chirping of insects in the mountains masked the sound of something akin to a knife piercing flesh. Wang led his men around to the back door of the warehouse, raised his knife, and rushed inside, only to be taken aback. The warehouse, which he had envisioned being filled to the brim, was now entirely empty. The girl was gone. Where is she? Before Wang could process what was happening, the lights in the warehouse abruptly went out, and the back door slammed shut.
Ah! Ah!
Cries of horror echoed in the darkness. "This is bad. There's an ambush."
Run!
Wang scrambled towards the back door, only to be struck painfully in the knee by a heavy object, collapsing to the ground in agony. The lights flickered back on, and Wang's face turned pale. The 5 men he had brought lay in a pool of blood, eyes shut tight, their fates uncertain. A dark-haired girl stood before him, illuminated against the light, her baseball bat still dripping with blood. "I didn't expect to encounter someone so formidable.
I was wrong.
I underestimated you. Please don't kill me." Wang, disregarding the pain in his legs, knelt in supplication, but as he lifted his gaze, he drew a gun concealed within his clothing. "Die."
Bang!
Wang's finger had barely brushed the trigger when Jiang Fei struck him on the head with the bat, disarming him. In the next instant, as Wang opened his mouth to wail, he felt something cold slide down his throat. A sudden, intense cramp gripped his abdomen, causing him to writhe on the ground, his face contorting in agony. "What did you make me eat?" Jiang Fei calmly replied with a lie. "Poison. Without an antidote. You'll suffer for 3 days." Wang was thoroughly terrified, enduring the abdominal pain as he begged, "Sister."
No, boss.
"I was wrong. I truly was. Please give me the antidote. I can pay you whatever you want."
Bang!
A bullet embedded itself into the iron door of the warehouse, silencing Wang instantly. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, toying with the gun in her hand. "So, it's a real weapon. The state has strict gun control laws. Where did you acquire this?" Fearing that Jiang Fei might shoot him, Wang confessed, "I bought it. Before opening the hardware store, I was a middleman with extensive connections. So, I procured this gun thinking it would be useful, but I have never killed anyone. At most, I used it to intimidate disobedient clients." Jiang Fei inquired. "And the large quantities of pharmaceuticals, gasoline, and diesel, can you procure those as well?" Wang sensed a pitfall awaiting him, but dared not lie. The individuals outside had yet to enter, likely dealt with by Jiang Fei herself. With his life in her hands, he had no choice. Jiang Fei, finding Wang agreeable, began to place her order, I need 20 boxes of pharmaceuticals. I will send you the specific list via WeChat shortly. Additionally, I require 100 barrels of gasoline, 100 barrels of diesel, 10 machine guns, 10 standard handguns, and as many bullets and explosives as possible. Furthermore, I expect to be reimbursed double for the items I purchase from you. Wang protested internally. I am a dealer, not a wish-granting fountain. Why not ask for a fighter jet to ascend to the skies? Yet he dared not voice his thoughts and responded meekly, Boss, I can get you pharmaceuticals, gasoline, and diesel, but I genuinely cannot procure guns and explosives. The rules of the black market prohibit reselling firearms. Only the original purchaser can acquire them. Black market? Zhang Fei queried. It's akin to a trading market where illicit and unspeakable items are sold, open only once a year. However, their locations change constantly, necessitating prior inquiries for the contact person's location and the market opening time. Last year, it opened at the end of May, and it should be around the same time this year. I have a way to contact the black market people and can ask when I return. Wang divulged everything he knew without reservation. Zhang Fei instructed, You will handle this matter. It's best if you can procure guns. If not, I still have a gun and a chainsaw, as well as cold weapons. Wang nodded in agreement, forcing a smile despite the pain distorting his features.
Boss.
I am in excruciating pain now. Could you please provide some antidote to alleviate it? Endure it. Think of it as menstrual cramps, Zhang Fei replied. What does an old man know about menstrual cramps? Forget it. Consider it an experience. Wang consoled himself, glancing at his fallen subordinates, and cautiously asked, Do I need to handle these bodies? No need. They're not dead, Zhang Fei replied. The apocalypse has not yet arrived. We still live in a society governed by law, and I do not wish to bear the burden of a life taken. Zhang Fei added Wang on WeChat, editing her phone number and the list of pharmaceuticals she desired before sending it to him. At this time in 2 days, if you have not prepared the items and delivered them to this warehouse, be ready to face the consequences of the poison. Wang nodded repeatedly, respectfully watching Zhang Fei leave, then reached out to check the breath of his fallen subordinates. Hey, they're really not dead. Wang immediately called for assistance, never once contemplating the whereabouts of the missing items in the warehouse. He understood the rule. The more you know, the quicker you die. The boss must have a professional security team. It was just that his subordinates were too incompetent to notice. Chapter 5. Vast and tempting. Zhang Fei drove the cargo truck back to the city and arranged to rent Warehouse 11 for 2 more days before finding a modest hotel to stay in. She mentally reviewed the supplies in the supermarket warehouse and felt a profound sense of security. After the workers departed, she moved all the goods into the supermarket's warehouse and quietly slipped out through the back door to hide in the woods. Had Wang and his men been more vigilant, given her current physical condition, a direct confrontation would likely have been disadvantageous. Zhang Fei rose from her bed and began exercising, unconcerned that Wang would target the vanished goods from Warehouse 11. He was a clever man, aware of what should and should not be said. She would wait for another opportunity to exploit him. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Upon receiving news that Wang had prepared the supplies, Zhang Fei drove the decrepit cargo truck to Warehouse 11 in the Linbei district. A group of shabby-looking men loitered outside the warehouse. Wang the cripple, curled up in a wheelchair with his hands clutching his stomach, grimaced in pain. His already gaunt face had become even more haggard after 2 days of torment, resembling a human skeleton. Upon seeing Zhang Fei disembark, Wang Keizi's eyes welled with tears of excitement. Boss, you have finally arrived. Please go in and count everything. I assure you nothing is missing. Zhang Fei entered the nearly filled warehouse and casually opened a box of medicines for inspection. Cold medications, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, cough syrups, and even tetanus vaccines stored in ice boxes awaited her scrutiny. In this apocalyptic world, medicines were scarcer than food, and a mere fever could prove fatal. After closing the box, Zhang Fei turned and tossed Wang Keizi a small red pill. The antidote, swallow it whole. Despite the foul odor emanating from the pill, Wang Keizi swallowed it, yet the cramping pain in his abdomen persisted. Boss, why does my stomach still hurt? Zhang Fei glanced at her phone. The antidote takes time to take effect. You will see results in 4 hours. If there are any issues, you may take my life. Wang Keizi felt a wave of relief, only to be suddenly grasped by Zhang Fei, who forced a pill twice the size of the previous one into his mouth. Zhang Fei, calm and unyielding, declared, This is a new poison. Without an antidote for a month, your body will gradually decay until death.
Why is it always me?
Wang Kezi lamented, having consulted numerous doctors who could not identify the cause of his pain. It was evident how potent Jiang Fei's poison was. Despairing, Wang Kezi suddenly remarked, "Boss, why does your poison taste similar to the antidote? You wouldn't have fed me all poison, would you?" Jiang Fei coldly retorted, "Do you think I would make a mistake?" In truth, both the antidote and the poison were made from red bean paste and soil, the latter soaked in the juice of stinky tofu to mask the taste. A little dirt won't kill anyone. Unaware of the truth, Wang Kezi choked on Jiang Fei's questioning. Promptly slapping himself, "The boss would never confuse the antidote with poison. It must have been my foolish mouth that spoke wrongly. I have inquired with the black market, and the boss is truly a harbinger of good fortune. The contact mentioned that the black market will open this Sunday in Zhe County, about a 3-hour drive from Lin City, and I can drive you there. Today is Thursday, and with 2 days until Sunday. The house in Yulon Garden is also nearing inspection." Jiang Fei patted Wang Kezi's shoulder. "Well done. After purchasing the guns, I will provide you the antidote." Wang Kezi beamed, but quickly realized something was amiss. "Boss, who is paying for the guns?" "You," Jiang Fei replied. Wang Kezi lamented his unfortunate fate. Ignoring Wang Kezi's distress, Jiang Fei dismissed everyone, ensuring there were no spies left behind, and swiftly stored the supplies in the supermarket's warehouse. Suddenly, as she prepared to leave, her phone vibrated. It was a call from Jiang Zhenkong. Hesitating for a moment, she answered. "What is it?" Jiang Zhenkong inquired. Fei, how have you been lately? I heard from your aunt that you deleted us from WeChat, and your uncle is concerned and wishes to see you. Stop with the pleasantries. Just ask for that girl's address." Upon hearing Li Yanping's voice, Jiang Fei understood instantly. This call was orchestrated by Li Yanping. "I am doing well. Please do not disturb me. Otherwise, I shall not attend the wedding in 3 months." Jiang Fei hung up and added Li Yanping and the others to her blacklist. She contemplated ending Li Yanping, Jiang Ziming, and Jiang Zixuan, but such a demise seemed too simple. How could they not experience the terror of the apocalypse? A flicker of madness crossed Jiang Fei's eyes. Meanwhile, in a small villa's living room, discovering that Jiang Zhenkong could not reach Jiang Fei, Li Yanping struck him on the back of the head. "Useless. You are utterly unreliable. If you had asked as I instructed, we would already know that little vixen's address." Jiang Zhenkong remained silent, holding his phone. Jiang Ziming, recuperating on the sofa, had grown accustomed to his father's cowardice and rolled his eyes, addressing Li Yanping. "Mom, what does Jiang Fei mean by this? She wouldn't dare run away with the money, would she?" "She wouldn't." Though she said this, Li Yanping's heart was not at ease. Ordering Jiang Zhenkong, "Jiang Fei usually has the best relationship with you. Keep messaging her, and perhaps one day she will remove you from her blacklist. Ziming, go help your mother wash the vegetables. Your sister's flight arrives in Lin City tonight, and I want to prepare a feast of her favorite dishes. Spoil her a little." Jiang Ziming grumbled, but reluctantly complied. Jiang Zhenkong, glancing at his phone screen, was reluctant to compose a message, but did as Li Yanping instructed. Better to avoid trouble than to seek it. On the Sunday morning, Jiang Fei checked out of her hotel room and went to Yulon Garden for the inspection. To showcase the results, Wu Deong had powered the door to room 2201. "Miss Jiang, we are using a high-voltage pulse power source that will not cause significant harm. Merely a deterrent. However, if the door is damaged or someone attempts to pick the lock, it will automatically switch to a traditional power source that can incapacitate intruders." He handed Jiang Fei the master remote control for both doors. "You may also switch the power source at will." Wu Deong then presented her with 2 iron nets. "These are my extra gift for you, Miss Jiang. If the power goes out, you can install these nets outside the door. They are lined with sharp barbs that can scare off any ill-intentioned individuals, ensuring your safety while living alone." Jiang Fei was somewhat taken aback. She had to admit, Wu Deong was quite thoughtful. After signing the acceptance contract, she casually remarked, "I heard a typhoon is expected to make landfall soon, of an unprecedented level. You and your brother should consider taking a few days off to stock up on supplies at home." She was not a cold-hearted person. The Wu brothers were decent, and she did not mind offering a word of caution. "All right, I will inform Xiaowei. By the way, Miss Jiang, you have received many packages over the past couple of days. I have placed them all in room 2202, piled high. Please be careful when opening the door." "Thank you." After Wu Deong departed, Jiang Fei gazed at the fortified residences, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. This was her first true home. Upon checking her bank balance, she found only 2,000 yuan. Jiang Fei's heart sank. How impoverished she was. Locking the door to room 2201, she chose to reside in room 2202. She stored the electric door and iron nets, along with hundreds of boxes of supplies, in the supermarket's warehouse. Then drove her truck to the agreed meeting spot with Wang Keizi. It was a desolate area. A sleek black Hummer was parked by the roadside. Recognizing it as a luxury brand, the cheapest model costing over $1 million, Jiang Fei gazed at Wang Keizi, who sat grinning in the driver's seat, revealing a large gap-toothed smile. A hardware store? Is business that good?
Impossible.
I made my money from being a middleman and some shady dealings. Wang Keizi nervously shifted the topic. Boss, I must say, the antidote really works. My pain vanished after 4 hours. However, the road to Zhe County is treacherous. You can't drive this truck. It poses a danger. It's mostly falling apart. I'm genuinely worried it will fall apart after a few bumps. Jiang Fei touched her nose. She wanted to buy a car, but her funds were limited. She instructed Wang Keizi's subordinate to take the truck back to the city while she took a large backpack and settled into the passenger seat of the Hummer. The leather seats were exceptionally comfortable, and the car was stocked with snacks and drinks. Even on the rugged dirt roads, the ride was relatively smooth. Jiang Fei felt a pang of envy. Perhaps she could concoct a reason to claim the vehicle for herself? Approaching noon. With only a few dozen kilometers remaining to Zhe County, Wang Keizi slowed to make a turn when suddenly a dark figure emerged from the wooded roadside, colliding directly with the front of the car.
Bang!
What the hell? Wang Keizi slammed on the brakes, staring in terror at the empty space ahead. Boss. I think I hit someone. Jiang Fei corrected him matter-of-factly. That person hit you. So, are we leaving or not? Let us go, Jiang Fei replied. Just as a loud sound echoed, a bloodied hand reached through the open window of the passenger seat, extending towards her. Help me. The hand held a sizable gold bar, gleaming brilliantly. Jiang Fei felt a surge of temptation. Chapter 6. The Premature Apocalypse. Jiang Fei took the blood-stained gold bar and turned to Wang Keizi with a serious expression. Aren't you going to check on the injured person you hit? Wang Keizi replied. Huh? Boss, you're changing too quickly. Daring not to retort, he limped out of the car. Jiang Fei followed suit, finding a man weakly sprawled on the ground. His pale complexion softened his hardened features, accentuating his strikingly exquisite facial structure. He bore an almost aristocratic elegance, reminiscent of a distinguished young master from a noble family. As Jiang Fei's gaze fell on the man's blood-soaked chest, Wang Keizi knelt beside him and brutally tore open his shirt, gasping in horror. The man's chest was a gruesome sight, marred by deep, ragged wounds that resembled savage claw marks. Faint scars of varying depths were also visible on his skin. Boss, his injuries are quite severe. He may need to be taken to a hospital. But the man's raspy voice rejected Wang Keizi's suggestion. Just bandage me up and safely take me to Zhe County. Once the task is complete, I'll give you 10 gold bars. Lu Yu struggled to lift his hand and open the suitcase lying on the ground. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. The case contained 9 gold bars. Each bar weighed approximately 120 grams, and with the additional bars promised by the man, they could undoubtedly unlock the second area of the supermarket. However, at that moment, the roar of motorcycles mixed with shouts reached their ears. There's blood on the ground. He ran this way. Over there. Arm yourselves. He has accomplices.
Bang!
A bullet grazed the side of the car. Oh my god, there's a gun. Wang Keizi panicked instantly. Get him in the car. Jiang Fei commanded. She grabbed the suitcase with one hand and clutched the overhead bar with the other. Leaping into the driver's seat through the open window, Wang Keizi, flustered, pulled Lu Yu into the back seat. Before he could settle in, the vehicle suddenly lurched forward. With an unstable stance, Wang Keizi fell onto Lu Yu, inadvertently pressing against his wound. Lu Yu let out a muffled groan.
Sorry.
Wang Keizi stammered, clumsily trying to rise. Just then, Jiang Fei expertly swerved the steering wheel, executing a graceful drift that sent a pursuing motorcycle flying.
Crash.
Wang Keizi's had slammed against the back window, while Lu Yu's skull collided harshly with the door handle, worsening his injuries. Approximately half an hour later, after confirming they had shaken off their pursuers, Jiang Fei finally brought the car to a stop. Wang Keizi tumbled out, retching violently. Meanwhile, Lu Yu lay in the back seat, his pallor deepening as he felt his fragile body threatening to fall apart. Jiang Fei, however, appeared unfazed, her expression blank. What's wrong with you two? Lu Yu turned his head in silence, unwilling to share his discomfort. Wang Kezi, recovering from his bout of sickness, couldn't help but ask, "Boss, do you really have a driver's license? You are so steady driving the truck, but why do you drive this Hummer like it's a demolition derby? I can see your grandmother." Jiang Fei blinked innocently. "It's my first time driving a Hummer. I'm not used to it."
You understand, right?
Wang Kezi replied, "Not really.
Boss.
This is my only good car. You can't just wreck it." Noticing Wang Kezi on the verge of tears, Jiang Fei felt a rare pang of sympathy and abandoned her intention to take the car. Pretending to rummage through her backpack, she discreetly retrieved a small medical kit from the supermarket's warehouse. Wang Kezi helped him bandage his wounds. Without needing to be urged, Lu Yu sat up and took the medical kit, tending to his injuries himself. As the hydrogen peroxide washed away the blood, the extent of his wounds was fully revealed. 2 gashes about the length of ordinary chopsticks, though not deep, they were still unsettling to behold. Finding his tattered shirt bothersome, Lu Yu stripped it off, revealing a lean, muscular torso, showcasing a strikingly defined physique. Jiang Fei instinctively turned away, focusing on the front to afford him some privacy, while ensuring all the gold bars were secured in the supermarket. Detected gold, 1,260 grams. Current progress in unlocking the second area of the supermarket, 60. Today, we shall discover what lies within. Once Lu Yu finished bandaging his wounds and dressed again, Wang Kezi and Jiang Fei switched places in the vehicle. He was no longer keen on witnessing that flickering light show. Lu Yu remained seated in the back, consuming some food, appearing slightly more spirited than before. Wang Kezi inquired, "Brother, where exactly in Zayan County are we taking you?" "To the black market." Wang Kezi chuckled, probing, "What a coincidence. That's our destination as well. With all these gold bars, you must intend to buy something in the black market, right?" "Yes, but I encountered a robbery on the way." Lu Yu replied with a tone of resignation, his hand resting on the scissors within the medical kit. Coincidentally, this scene was observed by Jiang Fei in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror. She discreetly gripped the gun in her pocket. Wang Kezi, oblivious to the tension, continued, "We're planning to buy weapons and ammunition. What about you, brother?" Lu Yu's response seemed evasive. "I have acquaintances in the black market who can help you buy the best goods. The gold bars I promised you are also there." Wang Kezi glanced at Jiang Fei, seeking her guidance. She nodded in agreement, signaling him to remain quiet. This man was highly cautious and had already harbored murderous intent. Further questioning could lead to disastrous consequences. She wanted to avoid conflict until the gold bars were secured. Jiang Fei was unperturbed by the possibility of Lu Yu attempting any tricks. She possessed a firearm and could retreat into the supermarket to evade danger at a critical moment. No matter the peril, she could emerge unscathed. Noticing Wang Kezi fall silent, Lu Yu speculated that it was Jiang Fei's influence, sparking his curiosity. What was their relationship? To evade their pursuers, Wang Kezi took a detour along a secluded path, arriving at an abandoned factory in Zayan County just before sunset. The open area outside the factory was dotted with numerous parked vehicles. Wang Kezi chose a corner to stop. "Brother, can you walk on your own?"
Yes.
Lu Yu replied, exiting the vehicle and heading into the factory. Jiang Fei followed closely behind, accompanying Lu Yu and Wang Kezi towards the staircase leading underground. A damp, musty odor assaulted their senses. Jiang Fei instinctively covered her mouth and nose as the underground scene gradually came into view. Everywhere, vibrant neon lights flickered. Beneath each light stood a makeshift stall, simply a black cloth laid on the ground, displaying an array of items for sale, resembling a flea market. Yet, the goods on offer were antiques, weapons, and other contraband, including young men and women caged like animals. The throngs of people mingled about, some donning masks to conceal their identities, while others brazenly exposed themselves, seemingly unafraid of being recognized. Perhaps there were rules of confidentiality? Jiang Fei pondered as she moved forward. Wang Kezi leaned in to whisper, "Boss. This used to be an underground club. It was shut down by the authorities a few years ago, but it seems the black market has taken it over this year. You don't need to cover your face. The black market has excellent confidentiality services. If anyone dares to disclose the identities of buyers and sellers, they will face fatal repercussions. It isn't until death that the black market will relent, so there's no risk of betrayal here." Jiang Fei listened quietly, yet her hand remained at her side. She simply found the damp, moldy scent unpleasant, too familiar from her past life. Moments later, Lu Yu, leading the way, halted at the end of the club. A flamboyantly dressed man sat in a chair beside a handcart, his expression shifting to one of surprise upon seeing Lu Yu's disheveled state. "What happened to you?" Su Lu asked, visibly taken aback. Lu Yu replied, "I'll explain later. We need to buy weapons." As business beckoned, Su Luyuan promptly rose to his feet, warmly inquiring, "What can I assist you with today?" Jiang Fei, reminiscent of a menu being recited, replied, "A machine gun, a pistol, explosives, smoke grenades, tear gas, ammunition, daggers, and slingshots." While firearms were too conspicuous for use in the early days of the apocalypse, she could certainly rely on a slingshot for self-defense. Su Luyuan clicked his tongue. "Unfortunately for you, the black market has restricted the quantity of weapons this year. I only have 3 pistols and 10 boxes of 50 rounds. However, I possess an abundance of slingshots, steel balls, daggers, and short knives. If you doubt my word, feel free to peruse other stalls. I assure you, my selection is unparalleled in the black market." Jiang Fei trusted Su Luyuan's words, having surveyed the offerings upon her arrival. In the end, she purchased 3 pistols, 10 boxes of ammunition, 10 slingshots, 10 100-count boxes of steel balls, plus 10 daggers and 10 short knives. Su Luyuan grinned widely, his eyes sparkling. "That will total 3,600,000. How would you like to pay?" "By card," Wang Kezi replied decisively, producing his bank card. Jiang Fei's curiosity piqued. Just how profitable was he? After Su Luyuan packed the weapons into a large wooden box, Wang Kezi deftly took it into his arms. Lu Yu then retrieved a briefcase. Handing it to Jiang Fei, "Your promised remuneration." Jiang Fei opened it to inspect its contents, confirming everything was in order before stowing it in her backpack for later use. Having secured what she desired, Jiang Fei gestured for Wang Kezi to leave. Meanwhile, Su Luyuan observed their retreating figures and placed a hand on Lu Yu's shoulder. "I collaborated with that limping fellow once. He may not remember me, but I certainly recall him." Wang Kezi is a major player in the lynching wholesale market, frequently engaging in underhanded dealings. He is far too cunning to heed the words of a mere girl, resembling a sycophant instead. What is her background? Unclear. Lu Yu shrugged off Su Luyuan's hand. "On my way back today, I was spotted by some rats.
Make sure to deal with that promptly.
They have developed new weaponry capable of launching steel needles for remote attacks and mimicking the claws of beasts for close combat. Don't forget to retrieve a set for research." His injury was inflicted by this new weaponry. Su Luyuan clicked his tongue in disbelief. These individuals are truly persistent. If you can evade them this month, they will likely lose interest. Lu Yu remained silent, pulling a jacket from the cart to wear. Noticing the bruises on his arms from the vehicle, Lu Yu's gaze was filled with resignation. His new neighbor indeed lacked driving skills. As dusk fell, Wang Kezi drove Jiang Fei back to Warehouse No. 11 in the Linbei district. Outside the warehouse, an old, battered truck, driven by his underlings, was parked. Stepping out, Jiang Fei felt a chilling gust of wind. The branches of the trees swayed violently. "Why has the wind become so fierce?" she murmured. Wang Kezi responded, "The weather forecast indicates a typhoon will make landfall in the next few days. That's probably the cause." Jiang Fei froze. The typhoon was supposed to hit at the end of next month. Why was it arriving early? Could her rebirth have triggered a butterfly effect? Suddenly, her mind felt muddled as she moved the wooden box into her vehicle. Subsequently, she handed Wang Kezi a small red pill and 5 gold bars. "You may leave now. Our transaction is complete. This is the antidote. Swallow it directly, along with your gold bars. While I owe you a debt, it's wise to offer some benefits to prevent any escalation of hostilities." Surprised by the gold bars, Wang Kezi eagerly clutched the briefcase. "Finally, I see a return on my investment. It's not easy. Typhoons are no trivial matter. If you can avoid going out, do so, and remember to stock up on supplies. Such easy prey cannot be allowed to perish too soon." After advising Wang Kezi, Jiang Fei drove away. Finding a secluded spot, she stowed the weapons and gold bars in the supermarket. System. Ding. Detected gold. 630 grams. Current supermarket zone 2 unlocking progress. 100.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Zone 2, the beverage section. Required for unlocking Zone 3, 4,000 grams of gold. Current progress. 1. Bonus reward. 1 spin of the lucky wheel. Would the host like to use it? Jiang Fei. The beverage section. Chapter 7. The approach of the typhoon. Jiang Fei did not immediately use the lucky wheel. Instead, she entered the supermarket. The white mist in the west section of the first floor had dissipated, revealing shelves stocked with bottled water, carbonated drinks, soda, tea, coffee, juice, milk and soy milk. 10 large shelves in total, including even the world's most expensive mineral water, rumored to cost over 600,000 a bottle, adorned with hundreds of real diamonds. Unable to resist, Jiang Fei opened a bottle to taste. It was smooth and sweet, with a subtle fruity flavor. She briefly experienced the sensation of wealth. However, while Zone 2 represented crucial water resources, what could Zone 3 possibly hold? Jiang Fei's gaze was fervent as she contained her excitement and chose to spin the lucky wheel.
System ding.
Today is a fortuitous day. Congratulations, host. You have received a fuel pack. Can it be used for gasoline or diesel? Jiang Fei curiously examined the badge that had appeared in her hand, emblazoned with a smiling duck with a raised fist and the words fuel duck. A small note read, "The fuel pack can be worn as an accessory for decorative purposes." Jiang Fei, thank you, duck. Exiting the supermarket, Jiang Fei's phone buzzed in her pocket. It was a series of calls from a local unknown number. Answering, she heard Li Yanping's sharp voice on the other end. Jiang Fei, have you borrowed money online? Do you know how many harassing calls I've received today? All urging me to remind you about timely repayments. You need to come home right now. Mom, please don't be angry. Drink some water and calm down. Upon hearing a gentle voice, Jiang Fei's grip on the phone tightened.
Jiang Zishuan.
She had returned early. Jiang Fei could never forget the traumatic memories of her tongue being severed in that damp, moldy cellar, her fingers bloodied and mangled. The repeated tortures made her feel like a lamb awaiting slaughter, tragically resigned to her fate of being devoured. Had she not fought desperately to escape, jumping into the flames to end her life, she would have likely become a tool for those demons' vile cravings. And all of it stemmed from Jiang Zishuan's instigation. Suppressing the surge of hatred within her, Jiang Fei glanced at the increasingly violent winds outside, her voice exceedingly gentle. I'm currently staying in an old house in the suburbs. And please wait for me there. I'll return in an hour. I'll bring you that 1 million. Please help me open a savings account. It's unsafe for me, a young girl, to carry that much money. The old house has not yet changed its locks. So she could easily deceive Li Yanping into going there. On the other end of the line, Li Yanping immediately cheered. All right. I understand. Once the call ended, Jiang Fei stared at her phone's dark screen, her eyes icy. With 1 million serving as bait, Li Yanping would undoubtedly rush to the old house to find her. Jiang Zishuan would surely accompany her as well, for her cousin relished playing the role of the understanding, supportive figure while fanning the flames of Li Yanping's wrath. Jiang Fei hoped that tonight's typhoon would only wreak havoc upon those wretched individuals. She turned off her phone, not hurrying back to the city, and drove to a nearby reservoir. Ensuring there were no surveillance cameras or people around, Jiang Fei retrieved 20 water pumps and 40 empty 10-ton water barrels from the supermarket warehouse and began pumping water. Although the supermarket had beverages and she had stored milk tea, water resources were vital in the apocalypse. An old saying goes, better to go 3 days without food than 1 day without water. People can perish much quicker from a lack of water than from a lack of food. 400 tons of water, if conserved, would suffice for her needs for many years. After filling all the barrels, it was already midnight when she returned to Yulon Garden, where the wind howled fiercely, nearly pushing her forward. A drop of rain fell onto her hand, prompting Jiang Fei to instinctively look up. The night sky, which should have been shrouded in darkness, began to reveal a soft pink hue. How could a torrential downpour occur simultaneously with a typhoon? Without further delay, Jiang Fei parked her truck outside the community parking lot and hurriedly swiped her card to enter the building. Upon reaching the corridor of the 22nd floor,
she heard a meow.
A pitiful little orange kitten, approximately 5 months old, was curled up next to a floor vase. Not sensing any fear, the kitten approached Jiang Fei, affectionately nudging her leg with its head. How adorable! Jiang Fei resisted the urge to pet it and glanced at the tightly shut door of apartment 2203. The elevator on the 22nd floor was exclusive to the residents of this level, and the stairwell door had long been locked by property management. Perhaps it belonged to a neighbor? She pressed the doorbell for 2203, but there was no response. After waiting for a while with no one answering, Jiang Fei turned on her phone. Discovering that she couldn't reach Li Yanping, she began sending a flurry of angry text messages, which she promptly ignored, opting instead to call property management. She intended to inquire about the contact information for 2203, but they had none. Jiang Fei reluctantly opened the homeowners group chat, which she had joined on the day of the property inspection. Unable to find any mention of 2203, she snapped a photo of the little orange kitten and posted it in the group. Everyone was engrossed in discussions about the wind that night, paying her no mind. She switched off her phone, muttering to herself, "If no one claims it, then it's mine. Little one, do you want to come with me?"
Meow?
Well then.
I shall call you Mimi from now on.
Satisfied, Jiang Fei scooped up the kitten and entered 2202. Furry and warm, it felt delightful to hold. The little orange kitten was bewildered.
No.
My home is over there. Where is this bipedal creature taking me? Stay here quietly, have some goat milk, and I'll prepare some chicken breast for you. Jiang Fei placed the kitten on the sofa, poured some store-bought goat milk into a bowl, and fetched a plastic basin for sand before heading to the kitchen. The enticing aroma of goat milk made the kitten abandon thoughts of returning home. What owner? It had none. Concerned that the kitten might struggle with the cooked chicken breast, Jiang Fei blended it into a paste before feeding it to her. While she retrieved a serving of wontons from the supermarket for her own meal, the wonton wrappers were thin and the filling generous. With each bite, the sweetness of corn and the tenderness of pork burst on her palate, paired with spicy pickled radishes gifted by the barbecue shop owner and fizzy orange juice. Jiang Fei contentedly squinted her eyes. This was living. After dinner, Jiang Fei drew back the living room's sunshade curtains. The torrential rain pounded against the window. The outside world had transformed drastically. The sky, a bizarrely vibrant pink, showcased clouds swirling at a rapid pace. The howling wind resembled a frenzied beast, ruthlessly tearing through the city. Trees were uprooted, cars were tossed into the air only to crash back down, crushing flickering streetlights. An advertisement billboard perched atop a high-rise tumbled down, shattering a massive LED display. Once captivating slogans that beckoned the world to hear their cries had now been reduced to merely the words the world's cry. Was this disaster not the world's lament towards humanity? Jiang Fei could bear to look no longer and drew the curtain shut. The Yulon Garden was well constructed. She recalled it being one of the communities that had withstood the Typhoons' wrath in her previous life. Thus, she felt assured she would remain safe. She turned off all the lights in the house, cradled the kitten in her arms, and went to bed, feeling the softness in her embrace. Jiang Fei couldn't help but marvel at how such an adorable creature could exist. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Jiang Fei awake, causing her to instinctively pull out the dagger hidden beneath her pillow. Upon getting out of bed, she discovered that the little orange kitten had somehow made its way to the living room and shattered the floor mirror. Realizing it had made a mistake, the kitten curled up, gazing at Jiang Fei with wide eyes. Meow. Trying to charm her would not work. Today, she would be deducting half of its chicken paste. The kitten blinked. This delightful bipedal creature was better than its owner. In the past, when it misbehaved, its owner would simply reduce its food. Jiang Fei turned on the light to head to the kitchen, only to discover that the power was out. She turned to pull back the curtains to check the situation outside. The scene that greeted her was one of devastation. The typhoon had subsided, but venturing outside remained impossible. The sky was still overcast, and the torrential rain persisted. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted it was 1:32 p.m. Had she really slept that long? Jiang Fei closed the curtains again, retrieved the diesel generator, and connected it to the house's independent wiring. With heavy sunshades drawn, no one would see that her home had power. Mimi, don't play near the window, or you won't get any meat. After admonishing the kitten, Jiang Fei went to the kitchen to prepare chicken paste for it, then took out a serving of stir-fried rice noodles for her own brunch. After satisfying her hunger, Jiang Fei flopped onto the sofa with a sleepy kitten in her arms and turned on her phone, only to be greeted by a barrage of messages. They were all from Li Yanping, sent from that new number. Starting with inquiries about her whereabouts, they quickly escalated to insults. Clearly, they were trapped in the suburbs. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Seeing that the caller was Li Yanping, Jiang Fei smirked and answered the call. It's connected. It's connected. Chapter 8. I want to slap you dead, Fei Fei. Where are you? Are you safe? Came Jiang Zhenkong's worried inquiry from the other end, quickly overshadowed by Li Yanping's sharp voice. Jiang Fei, you jinx. I don't care what means you use. Get to the old house to pick us up right now. Jiang Fei feigned ignorance. What's wrong?
How dare you ask?
Li Yanping shouted, her voice rising in pitch. The typhoon blew off the roof of the old house. The water is nearly knee-deep. We can only huddle on a small bed for the night. If it weren't for you bringing us here, Would we be trapped? You must take responsibility.
Oh.
How unfortunate. Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly before hanging up and blocking Li Yanping's number. Knowing that her aunt's family was in distress brought her some comfort. The apocalypse had only just begun, but they shouldn't perish too soon. Zhang Fei glanced at the homeowners group chat, where exchanges of goods were already taking place. Most were bartering food and essential supplies. With the torrential rain and howling wind outside, no one dared to risk venturing out to buy anything. Zhang Fei had no intention of trading, nor did she consider offering the supermarket supplies to the residents of Building A. Not to mention the difficulty of explaining where the goods came from. In this early stage of the apocalypse, people still retained a semblance of humanity. Soon enough, as resources dwindled and humanity faced hunger and cold, she, as one who possessed supplies, would become a target. Wealth should not be flaunted. She had no desire to be the first martyr. Zhang Fei turned off her phone, cradled the drowsy kitten in her arms, and took it to bed, then headed to the kitchen. Taking advantage of her inability to go outside, she could prepare more dishes to store in the supermarket's warehouse. When the craving struck, she could indulge her taste buds without needing to cook. Zhang Fei gathered her ingredients and got to work. Before long, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. Apartment 2202 was warm and bright, a stark contrast to the old house in the suburbs, which was cold and damp, with doors and windows missing. The roof had been largely torn away by the typhoon, and the water inside had already risen to knee level. Li Yanping's family could only huddle on a small bed in the corner to escape the rain. However, Li Yanping's considerable weight, a hefty 200 pounds, pushed Jiang Ziming and Jiang Zixuan into a tight ball. Jiang Zhenkong sat alone at the nearby table, half of his body soaked from the rain. Jiang Ziming shivered from the cold, asking Mom, "When can we leave this dreadful place? I haven't eaten anything since last night. I'm starving." Jiang Zixuan rubbed her hands together. "Feeling cold. Mom, my head hurts a bit. Am I getting a cold?" "Just hang in there," Li Yanping reassured her children, then turned impatiently to urge Jiang Zhenkong. "Has that wretched girl not gotten through on the phone yet?" Jiang Zhenkong replied, "She blocked our number and my phone is dead." "You can't even handle such trivial matters. What good are you? None of you Jiang family members are worth anything. Jiang Fei, you worthless coward."
Li Yanping barata Jiang Zhengkan harshly.
Jiang Zhenkong's expression remained numb, accustomed to her scornful words. Jiang Ziming, feeling anxious, interjected, "Mom, stop scolding Dad for now. We can't get a taxi and the phone is dead. How are we supposed to get home? You ask me, and I ask who?" Li Yanping retorted with irritation. Amidst the surrounding commotion, Jiang Zixuan grew increasingly agitated. If she had known there would be a typhoon, she would never have come. What terrible luck! 3 days later, as dawn broke, the typhoon had subsided and the torrential rain transformed into a light drizzle. People trapped indoors began to venture out to procure supplies. To avoid revealing her abundant stockpile of supplies, Zhang Fei decided to blend in and buy a few items. If she didn't spend the 2,000 yuan in her account soon, it would merely turn into a cold number. After changing into a sleek black leisure outfit and donning a hat and mask, she tucked a short knife into her backpack for self-defense against any ill-intentioned individuals. Subsequently, Jiang Fei retrieved a portion of prepared beef puree from the supermarket warehouse and poured it into Little Ju's bowl. Over the past 3 days, she had not only made pastries and braised meats at home, but also prepared 20 servings each of unsalted beef puree, chicken puree, and fish puree for Mimi. Hoping to fatten her up quickly, gently patting Little Ju's head, Zhang Fei slung her bag over her shoulder and stepped outside. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a missing person poster affixed to the door of Unit 2203 and took a closer look. A family member went missing 5 days ago and has yet to return. If anyone has seen them, please contact me. A generous reward will be offered. Upon spotting a photo of a cat below, Jiang Fei froze, recognizing that it looked just like Little Ju. Mimi has an owner. She can no longer act as a caretaker. A wave of sadness washed over her. Despite her disappointment, Jiang Fei dialed the contact number provided, but no one answered. She knocked on the door, yet received no response. Jiang Fei sent a text message. "Hello, I am a resident of 2202, your neighbor. I found your cat a few days ago, and it is currently with me. Please contact me if you see this message. If I do not answer, you may visit my home in 2 hours." To ensure her neighbor wouldn't miss the message due to a dead phone, Jiang Fei returned home to grab a pen and left a note on the poster before heading downstairs. The chain lock on the entrance door had been broken, likely by the neighbor when they exited. With the power out in the community and the elevator's generator making it unsafe to use, Jiang Fei took the stairs. The lights in the stairwell and hallway were still functioning, powered by the elevator's generator, so she didn't need her phone to illuminate her way. Just as she reached the 20th floor, a short-haired girl stopped her. Perhaps due to nervousness, the girl's chubby round face was slightly flushed. Are you going out? Can we go together? I want to go to the supermarket to buy some food. It's not safe alone. As payment, I can give you money, she added. If your phone is dead, I have jewelry. The girl pulled a necklace and some rings from her backpack, showcasing diamonds and pearls, with only one gold pendant necklace, which seemed to be worth around 10. All right, Jiang Fei accepted the gold pendant necklace, pretending to tuck it away in her coat pocket, but secretly storing it in her inventory. The system chimed. Detected gold, 13 grams. Current unlocking progress, 11. Jiang Fei reassured herself. It's still something. She comforted herself as she led the girl downstairs. The girl, now less anxious, eagerly introduced herself. I live in 2103. My name is Xiao Chuxia, a freshly graduated medical student. What's your name? Jiang Fei, came the curt reply. Unfazed by Jiang Fei's indifference, Xiao Chuxia continued chatting. I've been waiting here for a long time. The water outside is too deep, and it's unsafe to go alone. But my family isn't around, so I had to find someone to accompany me. I climbed down from upstairs and back up again, but all I encountered were men, and I was too scared to talk to them. Luckily, I met you, or I would have starved. After this, I must develop a habit of stockpiling snacks. By the way, without taxis in this weather, do you have a car? If not, we can walk. I brought 2 sets of raincoats and boots, especially for my companion. What size shoe do you wear? Can you be quiet for a moment? You're too noisy. Jiang Fei snapped, feeling as though a swarm of flies was buzzing in her ear, wishing to swat them away. Xiao Chuxia obediently fell silent. Not because she could resist the urge to chat, but because descending the stairs was exhausting, especially since Jiang Fei moved at a brisk pace without pause, leaving Xiao Chuxia breathless. By the time they reached the ground floor, Xiao Chuxia felt as if her legs were no longer her own. Jiang Fei, however, appeared unfazed as she rummaged through her bag for her rain boots and raincoat. Are you an athlete or a sports student? You have such great stamina, Xiao Chuxia asked, her curiosity piqued. Aren't you going to buy anything? Jiang Fei replied, dismissing the small talk, not wanting to miss out on the opportunity. Xiao Chuxia hurriedly changed into her rain boots and coat to keep up. Outside, the floodwaters nearly reached waist height, completely submerging the underground parking lot of Yulon Garden, resulting in a cacophony of frustrated shouts from drivers lamenting their submerged vehicles. Jiang Fei maneuvered around the back of the parking lot, locating the truck she had hidden before the storm. The windows were shattered, and the cargo area was significantly dented, likely from being struck by a heavy object. Jiang Fei retrieved the keys, started the engine, and let Xiao Chuxia sit in the passenger seat. Driving in this weather is unsafe. The engine might stall. We can't go far, just to the nearest CG Fresh supermarket. Xiao Chuxia nodded. I'll follow your lead. Just as Jiang Fei was about to start the vehicle, a loud banging on the door interrupted them.
Hey,
I need to get to the department store.
take me there.
I'll give you 30 yuan. That's 3 times the normal fare. A man shouted from outside, his voice booming with authority as though he were offering a fortune. Jiang Fei ignored him completely, pressing the gas pedal to drive away, but caught a glimpse of the man in the rearview mirror. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with a buzz cut and a conspicuous, ugly scar stretching from his brow to his jaw.
Zhulang.
Jiang Fei had a vivid impression of this man. In her previous life, she had fled from Li Yanping's home to a private base, believing she would find safety, only to realize it was all a deception. They lured survivors into the base with promises of food and shelter, targeting young, attractive women and children.
Then,
they forced them to serve every visitor to the base in exchange for supplies, essentially turning it into a den of exploitation. If she hadn't escaped in time, she would have lost her dignity over a bag of expired bread. And Zhou Lang was the second in command at that base, viewing human lives as expendable and shamelessly abusing women, a crime unforgivable. This scoundrel could be dealt with at the right moment. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Fei's eyes. Due to the severe flooding on the roads and hidden obstacles lurking beneath the water, Jiang Fei drove cautiously. Despite the truck's high chassis, she couldn't afford to take any risks. This was her only means of transportation. The struggles of being poor. As the slow-moving truck drew attention, several people began calling out, "Driver, could you please stop and give me a ride? I can pay you." Why is it a female driver? Forget it. Just pull over quickly. Let me get in. Jiang Fei ignored the pleas and continued driving forward. However, Xiao Chuxia, sitting in the passenger seat, felt a twinge of compassion. "Miss, if the fare is reasonable, why don't we just let him in? Are you going to get down?" Xiao Chuxia immediately fell silent. As the truck showed no signs of stopping, the surrounding crowd revealed their true colors. "If you want to let us in, we want to ride. What is the point of driving a broken truck? I have several luxury cars parked in my garage. I told you, female drivers are unreliable. No conscience at all. Be careful, your tire might burst and you could end up in an accident." The shouts and curses echoed around them, leaving Xiao Chuxia within the truck puzzled. Helping is a kindness, not helping is a duty. Why do they speak of us like this? Jiang Fei calmly replied, "Some people think that if the world doesn't revolve around them, it's unreasonable. Even if we let them ride for free, they wouldn't be grateful. Instead, they would complain about the environment and might even rob us. It is in adverse conditions that one's true nature is revealed." Xiao Chuxia fell into contemplation. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Fei skillfully maneuvered the truck into an alley and helped Xiao Chuxia out. The Four Seasons Fresh Supermarket, being well located and with staff managing the water accumulation, was in much better condition than outside, with the water level only reaching their ankles. Most nearby residents had come here to shop, and the supermarket was packed, resembling a can of sardines. The cashier, holding a loudspeaker, stood atop the counter maintaining order. "Prices are marked on each item. Please line up to check out in an orderly fashion."
No pushing.
Standing at the entrance, Xiao Chuxia was dumbfounded by the scene. Is it really necessary? It's just a few days of heavy rain. Why is everyone acting like this? Jiang Fei did not respond, quickly snatching 2 shopping baskets and handing one to Xiao Chuxia as they squeezed into the supermarket.
Goodness.
A bag of bok choy costs 100 yuan. It used to be 3 yuan, and nobody wanted it. Is this price insane? You don't want it? Hand it over. What do you mean a bottle of mineral water costs 50 yuan? Damn the owner. Mom, where are you?
I'm scared.
The complaints of the crowd mingled with the cries of children, creating a particularly jarring atmosphere. Jiang Fei, quick on her feet, grabbed a basket of instant noodles and swiftly retreated. Turning around, she saw Xiao Chuxia tugging at an elderly lady's arm. "I took this noodle first. Give it back. Let go. Do you understand the value of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young?" "Oh, my heart aches." The elderly lady pretended to clutch her chest, acting stubbornly. Xiao Chuxia's face flushed with anger. How can you be so disrespectful?" Jiang Fei, protecting the noodles in her basket, approached. "If you don't want to go hungry, then take it back." With that, Jiang Fei moved on to the next aisle. Her role was merely to bring Xiao Chuxia here. It did not imply that she had to assist her. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuxia, eyeing the obstinate elderly woman, gritted her teeth and snatched the shopping basket back, reclaiming her noodles. The elderly lady fumed. "Give it back. That's mine. Whoever grabs it first owns it." After saying this, Xiao Chuxia hurried to catch up with Jiang Fei, not forgetting to snatch a bag of vermicelli from the elderly lady's basket. When Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia finally emerged from the checkout, each carrying 2 large bags filled with goods, they felt a sense of accomplishment. As they walked, Xiao Chuxia complained, "The Four Seasons Fresh Supermarket is simply robbing people blind. They're making a fortune. Normally, these items cost just a few hundred yuan, but now the prices have multiplied." Jiang Fei calculated her remaining balance, about 500 yuan, and hesitated whether to spend it all when she suddenly noticed several men approaching them, wielding iron rods, one of whom brandished a knife. Jiang Fei's expression turned icy as she stuffed both bags into Xiao Chuxia's hands and gripped the short knife hidden in her backpack. "Why did you give everything to me?" Xiao Chuxia was confused as the men closed in around them. The leader, a tattooed man, brandished his knife. "Hand over everything you bought, along with anything valuable on you. If you don't want to die, hurry up." Xiao Chuxia's face paled, especially since they were in a desolate area with no one to help. Suppressing her fear, she positioned herself in front of Jiang Fei, whispering, "I've learned Taekwondo. You run and find help. I'll hold them off." She hoped she still remembered those moves. Just as Xiao Chuxia was about to surrender the items to Jiang Fei, a shadow darted past. Jiang Fei lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the tattooed man's cheekbone. Seizing the moment as he stumbled, Zhang Fei drew her knife and slashed at his shoulder, blood spraying.
Ah!
Big brother. The surrounding thugs rushed in, swinging their iron rods at Zhang Fei. She swiftly evaded, executing a beautiful roundhouse kick that sent one thug flying. In a matter of moments, Zhang Fei had dispatched all of them, pressing the knife against the tattooed man's throat with a straightforward demand. You've taken quite a haul. Haven to you? Hand it all over. The tattooed man stammered. Who are you, a bandit? I chose to target girls because they're easier to handle, not to be robbed. Yet, with his life hanging in the balance, he had no choice but to comply. I'll get it now. Just then, a voice broke through the tension.
Boss.
Wang Xiaozi is coming with a group. The tattooed man, filled with relief and joy, completely overlooked the significance of Wang Xiaozi's title. The boss is here to save me. He straightened up, no longer afraid of the knife. You're finished, little lady. My boss has arrived. I suggest you apologize now. Or you might end up in a worse situation. Zhang Fei's expression was enigmatic. She had quite a history with Wang Xiaozi, having encountered him twice in black market dealings. Believing Zhang Fei was retreating out of fear, the tattooed man grew even more arrogant. Boss. This little lady wants to smack. Wang Xiaozi slapped the tattooed man across the face. Who are you calling a little lady? This is my boss. The tattooed man suddenly recalled a rumor his brother had shared. Did you know the boss took in a young girl named Zhang Fei? If you hear that name, don't be curious. Just act like a lapdog. Oh no. Now it was his turn to face the consequences. The tattooed man, desperate to survive, began slapping himself. I'm sorry, Miss Zhang. I didn't recognize the mountain. I've caused a misunderstanding. Please forgive me. Don't hold it against me. Wang Xiaozi sensed something was off. What did you do? The tattooed man replied. Robbery. Zhang Fei added. I reclaimed what he stole, and everything he took is now mine. Wang Xiaozi exclaimed. Boss, let us just take from him. He turned to his men. You lot, move everything he has stolen to the boss's car. Also, take what's in my car as an apology to the boss. Wang Xiaozi directed the tattooed man and his accomplices to get to work. As they busied themselves, Wang Xiaozi turned to Zhang Fei, ingratiating himself. Please don't mind my men, boss. I owe you my life this time. And I made quite a profit because of you. Zhang Fei was taken aback, but maintained her composure. Wang Xiaozi explained. After we parted ways that day, I returned home and didn't go back to the shop. That night, a typhoon destroyed the wholesale market and many people perished. I narrowly escaped. Coincidentally, I had some medicine left over from helping you, and due to the heavy rain, I sold it all at a high price. So, you are my savior. I can fulfill any request you have. Zhang Fei understood. It was time to make a profit. Do you have any gold? Preferably starting from a ton. Wang Xiaozi replied. Boss, you're quite the negotiator. I don't usually stockpile gold, but I can find someone who does. It's challenging to procure right now, but I can manage to get you about 10 kilograms in a week. After all, I have to make a living. If it weren't for the current low prices, I wouldn't dare offer it. It was all in gratitude for saving his life. Zhang Fei felt a deep sense of contentment. You have my WeChat. Please send me a message after you acquire it. If you cannot reach me, we shall meet here next Friday at noon. Today marks a week until then. Wang Xiaozi, with tears in his eyes, reluctantly agreed. Indeed, each encounter with the big boss required a sacrifice. The tattooed man remarked, Boss, Miss Zhang, everything is packed and ready. Before leaving, Zhang Fei reminded him, it's wise to stock up on some insect repellent. The environment is humid and pests can easily thrive. This is 10 kilograms of gold. It must not perish. Wang Xiaozi paused, contemplating Zhang Fei's words. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei escorted Xiao Chuxia back to the car. Heading towards Yulon Garden, Xiao Chuxia was still in a state of shock. She had prepared herself for a beating, yet the situation had resolved without conflict. Miss, that person referred to you as the boss. Are you involved in the underworld? Sensing that Xiao Chuxia was about to become chatty again, Zhang Fei coldly interjected. Speak another word, and I will have you exit the vehicle. Xiao Chuxia promptly sealed her lips, her eyes sparkling. Despite her fierce demeanor, Zhang Fei was undeniably striking. Upon arriving at Yulon Garden, Zhang Fei sought a new location to conceal the cargo vehicle. You go ahead, I need to organize some items. The incident at the Golden Swallow supermarket must not be exposed to others. Suddenly, a large shopping bag caught Zhang Fei's eye. You saved me today, this is for you. I'm leaving now, miss. Without waiting for Zhang Fei's response, Xiao Chuxia hurriedly exited the car, clutching a bag of items, fearful of rejection. Jiang Fei gazed at the supplies left on the seat, momentarily lost in thought. 2 lives had made it difficult for her to forge trusting relationships. She was unaccustomed to Xiao Chuxia's warmth, and likewise, she harbored doubts about the existence of genuine innocence. Xiao Chuxia remained oblivious to the significance of these items. Regaining her focus, Jiang Fei stored the 3 bags of supplies in the supermarket warehouse before descending to inspect the cargo. She found 10 boxes of mineral water, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 7 boxes of pickled vegetables, 5 boxes of premium cigarettes, and 3 boxes of Mao Tai and beer. Not bad. Today had not been in vain. Jiang Fei stored everything in the supermarket warehouse and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, she noticed someone standing at her door. Instinctively, Jiang Fei grasped the short knife in her backpack, and the individual turned to face her. The warm corridor lights cast an ethereal glow on his refined features. Hello. I am Lu Yu, a resident of 2203. Chapter 10. Don't be silent.
I'm scared.
Jiang Fei quietly sheathed her knife and introduced herself. I reside in 2202, Jiang Fei. Lu Yu mentally repeated the young woman's name, smiling. My phone died, and upon returning, I saw the message on the notice board. I knocked, but no one responded. So I waited for you. We met once before. Do you remember me? Jiang Fei acknowledged with a slight sound, uninterested in small talk. You wait here. I need to tend to Mimi. Lu Yu nodded and stepped aside. Jiang Fei entered 2202, swiftly closing the door behind her to prevent Lu Yu from seeing the light within. On the sofa, the little orange cat sprawled lazily, revealing its delicate pink pads. Its round belly rose and fell, evoking an urge to pet it. Regrettably, it was not hers. Reluctantly, Jiang Fei picked up the little orange cat, retrieved 2 bags of pre-prepared meat puree from the supermarket warehouse, and returned to the corridor. This is homemade beef and chicken puree, with no seasoning, which can be kept at room temperature for 2 to 3 days. Please feed it. Lu Yu extended his hand to receive the little orange cat. Coincidentally, the cat stirred, opening its eyes to meet the man's broad smile.
Meow.
Why is the owner here? The little orange cat instinctively wriggled free from Lu Yu's embrace, attempting to escape. Jiang Fei swiftly intervened, catching the leaping cat with ease. It was likely still dazed from sleep. Mimi, your owner has come to take you home. Be good and follow him. Jiang Fei gently placed the little orange cat back into Lu Yu's arms. The cat's eyes glistened with tears. You just want to see me get beaten. After finishing her task, Jiang Fei returned home. Lu Yu was still pondering the earlier encounter. Her speed had been astonishing. Jiang Fei's composure during their previous meeting in Ziyuan County was anything but ordinary. A soft meow drew Lu Yu back to the present. The little orange cat affectionately rubbed its head against Lu Yu's palm. Please speak. I'm scared. It was utterly worrisome. Lu Yu flicked the little orange cat's forehead lightly, admonishing, if you dare to sneak out again, I shall not keep you. The cat blinked innocently, tilting its head to rest on Lu Yu's hand. It was merely a little kitty, utterly innocent. In 2202, having lost the little orange cat, Jiang Fei sulked on the sofa, opening the resident group chat. The presence of Zhou Lang in the parking lot indicated he was a resident of Yulon Garden. If he was nearby, she could handle him the next time she went out. Unexpectedly, upon entering the group, Jiang Fei spotted Zhou Lang's WeChat message. His profile picture was his own, and his group note read a building 1101, indicating he lived in the same building as her. 2 hours prior, Zhou Lang had sent the first message, a building 1101. I have a suggestion. With the external flooding so severe, it's impossible to catch a ride. Those with transportation should offer free assistance to take everyone to purchase supplies. Some criticized Zhou Lang for his shamelessness, while others supported his proposal. Jiang Fei scrolled through the chat history. Zhou Lang had not only taken a covert photo of her cargo vehicle, but also spread rumors within the group. A building 1101. Whose vehicle is that? I politely asked them for a ride and even offered to pay, yet they refused to assist and berated me instead. It's utterly insane. Latest update. I saw that vehicle return with a lot of supplies. I inquired with the property management, and it belongs to 2202. A building 1101. A building 2202. Yulon Garden is facing difficulties. As part of a building, we should support one another. You have a cargo vehicle. Could you lend it for everyone's use? If you are unwilling, perhaps you could sell us the items you brought back at original price. After all, A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. You can't just watch us starve to death. A building 2103, a building 1101. How old are you? How can you shamelessly spread lies? Whether or not the person lends their vehicle or sells supplies is none of your business. Moreover, a bag of cabbage now costs $100. Who do you think you are to demand original prices? Not even a mosquito could penetrate your thick skin. While people still consider you human, perhaps you should act like one. A building 2103 fiercely rebuked Zhou Lang, effectively silencing him. Jiang Fei admired the skill of Xiao Chuxia's sharp tongue. However, Zhou Lang was vengeful. He might trace her address for retribution. After some contemplation, Jiang Fei decided to respond to Zhou Lang's message, expressing her disdain for his actions and suggesting he retrieve it himself, thereby saving her the trouble of confronting him. Jiang Fei turned off her phone and retrieved her lunch from the supermarket warehouse. The scallion oil noodles were delectably rich, the noodles chewy and smooth, enveloped in sweet and spicy sauce with fried chicken that was crispy on the outside and tender within. A sip of icy peach fruit tea left her thoroughly satisfied. Nothing could be more comforting than good food. With ample time on her hands, she resolved to prepare some accompanying dishes. Having stocked up on chicken, she could make spicy chicken, kung pao chicken, 3-cup chicken, pepper chicken frames, and mouth-watering chicken. Jiang Fei set to work, taking out the necessary ingredients and returning to the Golden Swallow supermarket to retrieve a hoe and a bag of cabbage seeds, hoping to experiment with the Earth's capacity for cultivation. Lacking planting experience, she could only rely on luck. Jiang Fei clumsily began digging holes, pouring in seeds, covering them with soil, watering, and fertilizing. Hopefully they would sprout. After a busy day, Jiang Fei exited the Golden Swallow supermarket and began preparing dinner. She was engrossed in her cooking until 10 o'clock that evening when, while tidying up the kitchen, a sharp beeping sound suddenly emanated from the front door. An individual attempted to forcefully enter, triggering the alarm of the electric gate. Jiang Fei promptly seized a kitchen knife, extinguished all the lights, and approached the door. Outside, intermittent thuds echoed, reminiscent of a heavy object hitting the ground. Soon, silence enveloped the area. Jiang Fei cautiously turned the doorknob, gripping the knife tightly. Suddenly, she yanked the door open, only to find it deserted. A glance revealed the staircase door ajar. Lu Yu was dragging someone positioned by the corridor window, seemingly poised to throw the individual out, akin to disposing of a body. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence filled the air. Chapter 11. I am mentally disturbed. Lu Yu naturally pulled the person away from the window, explaining, I went out to dispose of the garbage and spotted this individual attempting to pry open your door. Before I could intervene, he was incapacitated by an electric shock. I suspect he is a thief and intended to notify the property management. Jiang Fei, understanding the situation, yet choosing to remain silent, set down the knife and approached. The individual Lu Yu had apprehended was none other than Zhou Lang, who had been making a scene earlier that day. It's too late for the property management to come now. They must be off duty. You should leave him here for the moment. My phone still has battery. I can call the authorities shortly. All right. Lu Yu released Zhou Lang, casting a glance at the nearby door, and remarked, Your electric gate is quite impressive. Jiang Fei felt a pang of anxiety. With the power outage in Yulon Garden, her home was the only one lit, which could easily draw unwanted attention. She could install an electric gate in the corridor to deter intruders from downstairs, yet Lu Yu lived right next door, making it difficult to remain vigilant. Jiang Fei found herself calculating the likelihood of disposing of Lu Yu if necessary. Had she known that a diesel generator could power the gate, she would have installed one to alleviate concerns about intruders during outages. As she spoke, Lu Yu intentionally opened the door to 2203. Revealing the cold, white light of his living room, his expression resigned. See, my door is so thin it feels like it could be cleaved with an axe. Lu Yu's casual mention of having a generator slightly eased Jiang Fei's tension. She courteously replied, Once the rain stops, I will recommend that renovation company to you. Then it's settled. My little one adores the meat paste you make. The nearby pet store is closed, and I can't buy any food. Would you accept a barrel of diesel in exchange for some? Jiang Fei, recognizing that diesel is a non-renewable resource, agreed with pleasure and retrieved all her remaining meat paste. Lu Yu also brought 2 barrels of diesel, stating, This extra barrel is a token of my gratitude for your help with my pet. Jiang Fei accepted it, without hesitation. Meow. The little orange cat, Xiao Ju, dashed out from the ajar door, affectionately circling Jiang Fei's feet. Its tail stood erect like an antenna, Jiang Fei maintained a stoic expression, though her fingers subtly fidgeted. With an outsider present, she could not lose composure, unless the cat meowed again. Then she would embrace it. However, with a mere glance from Lu Yu, Xiao Ju obediently returned home. Jiang Fei felt her heart shatter. Why wasn't he this adorable, obedient, and clever cat hers? Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Fei inquired of Lu Yu, "What is its name?" "It has no name." Jiang Fei replied, "How do you call it then?" Lu Yu paused for a moment. "I make a sound like zu, 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 akin to calling a dog." Jiang Fei responded, "Quite unique." Once Lu Yu departed, Jiang Fei returned to the corridor and swiftly slashed Zhou Lang's throat, disposing of him out the window. Knowing Zhou Lang had discovered her home had power, she could not allow him to remain. The rain would wash away Zhou Lang's body, alleviating any concerns about discovery by the building's residents. After cleaning the residual blood from the floor, Jiang Fei nonchalantly returned home, unaware that a seemingly inconspicuous floor vase in the corridor emitted a faint red glow. In 2203, seated before his computer, Lu Yu watched the surveillance footage with keen interest. He had concealed a pinhole camera in the vase by the door, initially intending to monitor for mice to protect himself, never anticipating he would witness a murder. Lu Yu's curiosity about Jiang Fei's identity deepened. Her ruthless and skilled actions bore no resemblance to a novice. Excessively vigilant, she had stockpiled an array of weapons. Could it be that she was a fugitive murderer? He resolved to have Su Luyan investigate when time permitted. Catching a glimpse of Xiao Ju indulging in meat paste, Lu Yu was transported back in time. He had rescued the kitten during his last mission. It was intelligent and quiet, refusing to leave despite multiple attempts to shoo it away. And thus he had decided to keep it. Should he give it a name? The rain, which had previously diminished, suddenly intensified. Torrential downpours fell from the darkened sky as if it had been torn asunder, an endless cascade of water. In just 2 days, the water level had risen threefold, already forming a deluge. Water had also ceased to flow in Yulon Garden, leaving those without stored water to rely on rain or collected puddles. Jiang Fei had not received any updates from Li Yanping or the homeowner group. Power had been out for nearly a week. Those with power banks had exhausted their batteries. Wang Kezi, who possessed a generator, messaged her to reschedule the delivery of gold to 3 days later, to which Jiang Fei replied affirmatively. Even if Wang Kezi reneged, she would incur no losses. Why not wait a while? To avoid missing any subsequent messages from Wang Kezi, Jiang Fei charged her phone and retrieved her stockpiled cement. In her previous life, the pestilence had manifested during the 3rd week of rain. However, this time, the rain had come early. Unsure of when the infestation would arise, she needed to prepare in advance. After sealing all the drainage openings in 2202 and 2201, Jiang Fei was about to begin her training when a knock sounded at the door. "Miss, I am Xiao Chuxia from 2103. I urgently need to speak with you." Jiang Fei turned off the lights and opened the door. "What's the matter?" Xiao Chuxia spoke rapidly. "I just went downstairs to check the flooding and encountered the property management staff. The residences from the 1st to the 3rd floor are submerged, and they are guiding the affected residents upstairs, seeking refuge with those on higher floors. They even rescued a few refugees who floated here. My phone is dead, so I had to come upstairs to inform you. Please do not agree to this. The 8th floor has already taken in residents from the 1st floor, and within an hour, it turned chaotic. Everyone has been scrimping and saving, living on empty stomachs. Those individuals have no decency, directly raiding others' food supplies and causing a ruckus." As she spoke, Xiao Chuxia expressed her indignation. That property management guy is such a pushover, believing those people are pitiable because they have no home, urging the 8th floor residents to be magnanimous and not hold a grudge. Isn't that just foolishness? Jiang Fei recalled the property management staff, who often posted uplifting messages in the homeowner group. When the rain had first intensified and the management office was flooded, the staff had volunteered to take responsibility and moved into an empty unit on the 10th floor. Previously, when someone criticized him in the group, he had remained unfazed, apologizing and comforting the person, attributing it to the pressure people faced. He had a hint of a savior complex. Jiang Fei retrieved a short knife and handed it to Xiao Chuxia, saying, "Take this for self-defense. Return home and secure your door. Do not open it for anyone. If the management can't control those people, they may force their way in." "Understood." Xiao Chuxia hurriedly ran downstairs. "What you said makes sense. If those ruffians break in, I will be in danger." Jiang Fei relayed this information to her neighbor Lu Yu, ensuring he had no intention of harboring anyone before she felt at ease returning home. She was unafraid of those intruders. There were several firearms in the supermarket's warehouse. At worst, she could handle each one with a clean shot. Before long, another knock echoed at the door. Suspecting it was the property management, Jiang Fei feigned ignorance. Outside, the voice of the management staff called, "Miss Jiang, I am the property management staff. May I ask if you are available to open the door?" Jiang Fei remained silent, and the persistent calls continued, echoing hauntingly. It was unbearable. Finally, she picked up the kitchen knife and opened the door. She was met with the cold glint of a blade. The management staff was startled. "Miss Jiang, please remain calm. I mean no harm. I have checked the registration information of the residence, and you are renting 2 apartments. Currently, 2201 is vacant. Could you possibly vacate the property to accommodate them? The typhoon and torrential rain have devastated their homes, and if you do not offer them shelter, they will have nowhere to go." Behind Xiaoguan stand several residents from the first floor, along with 4 or 5 unfamiliar faces, presumably refugees seeking refuge. Jiang Fei coldly and resolutely declined, "No, absolutely not. Please do not disturb me again." "Wait, Miss Jiang." Xiaoguan persisted in his plea. "Leaving one apartment empty serves no purpose. Why not assist those in need?" The crowd attempted to morally compel Jiang Fei, asserting, "We are all Chinese. We should help each other in times of difficulty. How can you be so heartless? Must we kneel and beg for your agreement?" A burly man even pushed past the frail Xiaoguan, threatening Jiang Fei, "Don't test my patience. Let us in and hand over the keys to 2201, or else." Jiang Fei swiftly brandished a kitchen knife, striking the burly man. The chattering crowd fell silent, stunned by the sudden display of violence. Jiang Fei withdrew the knife and kicked the wailing man aside, declaring, "I have a mental illness. Do not provoke me." Chapter 12. My greed. 2201 is not a dwelling for ghosts, nor will it be a refuge for you. If you dare disturb me again, be cautious. My condition may compel me to harm. Jiang Fei brandished the bloodstained knife, causing Xiaoguan and the others to retreat in fear. For the moment, no one dared approach. As the tension escalated, one man considered the neighboring apartment, pondering, "Shall we inquire about 2203? Suddenly, a dart zipped through the crowd, embedding itself in the man's earlobe.
Ah!
Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yu had emerged, leaning against the wall, casually twirling a dart in his hand. "Miss Jiang and I are patients from the same hospital. Keep quiet. Do not provoke my condition." The man clamped his mouth shut, terrified to utter another sound. The crowd, thoroughly frightened, scrambled down the stairs.
Damn!
The 22nd floor must be a den of lunatics. Xiaoguan wished to say more, but seeing Jiang Fei approach with the knife, he hastily fled. The corridor fell silent once more. Lu Yu called out to the departing Jiang Fei, "Shall we collaborate? This deluge has escalated into a flood. We require ample supplies to endure this period. I possess a rubber boat, and can venture out for resources, but the world is perilous right now. And I need a comrade as my support. The resources we find will belong to the one who locates them. No need for division." Jiang Fei agreed. "Let us set out tonight. The chaos outside may yield a wealth of treasures." Suddenly, Lu Yu raised his hand. With a swift motion, the dart struck the glass of the stairwell door. Standing behind the door was Xiao Chuxia, who immediately crumpled to the ground in fear. I'm not with those people," she exclaimed. "Miss, you can testify for me." Jiang Fei approached to help Xiao Chuxia up, explaining to Lu Yu, "She is a resident of the 21st floor, Xiao Chuxia. I apologize for startling you earlier. I am Lu Yu, from 2203. Lu Yu smiled, yet his dark gaze was colder than the midnight sky. Xiao Chuxia, somewhat intimidated by Lu Yu, nestled close to Jiang Fei. "It's all right. I was in the wrong for eavesdropping on your conversation." Jiang Fei inquired, "How did you come up here?" "I heard screams from my apartment and thought you were in danger, so I rushed to help, but I was blocked by those individuals. After they fled, I was able to squeeze past." Gathering her courage, Xiao Chuxia added, "If you're going out for supplies, can I join you? I'm a medical student and can perform simple bandaging. I also have a gold bracelet." She recalled that Jiang Fei had a fondness for gold. Unquestionably, Xiao Chuxia had made the right bet. Jiang Fei turned to Lu Yu, "I will protect her and will not be a burden to you. Even the tiniest fly leg counts as meat." Lu Yu did not object. "Let us meet at 11 p.m. on the 21st floor. I'll go retrieve the bracelet now." Xiao Chuxia quickly returned with a box, containing not only the bracelet but also some small gold trinkets, totaling approximately 300 grams. Sister, all of this is for you. Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled as she regarded Xiao Chuxia, feeling as though she radiated light. Thank you. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled that Jiang Fei had once saved him with gold bars in Ziyang County and curiously asked, "Do you have a particular fondness for gold? Wasn't it said that you only liked diamonds and beautiful jewelry?" Jiang Fei replied earnestly, "I am indeed fond of wealth." Lu Yu expressed disbelief, while Xiao Chuxia, feeling slightly embarrassed, offered, "Lu Ge, I no longer have gold. Can I give you a diamond necklace instead?" "No need. Simply do not impede our progress." He had plenty of those worthless stones. At 11 p.m., Jiang Fei, Lu Yu, and Xiao Chuxia gathered and descended the stairs. They encountered none of the individuals from earlier, likely dispatched to some unfortunate soul by Xiaoguan. The water level had risen to halfway up the 4th floor. Fortunately, the rain had lessened. The residents on the 4th floor had fled, their doors wide open. The trio paused on the staircase, using their backpacks for cover. Jiang Fei retrieved 3 thick hooded raincoats from the supermarket storage and distributed them to Lu Yu and Xiao Chuxia. "It's difficult to find medicine for a cold right now. Do your best to stay dry." "Understood." Lu Yu donned his raincoat first and began inflating the rubber boat on the staircase. After Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia had suited up, Lu Yu glided out through a shattered floor-to-ceiling window of an apartment. Due to the power outage, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and only Lu Yu's waterproof flashlight, hanging from the boat, provided a feeble light. Light rain pattered on the water surface, creating ripples that pushed along floating debris and the lifeless carcasses of unfortunate creatures. Xiao Chuxia bit her lip tightly, suppressing her rising fear, until a corpse, with its neck nearly severed, slowly drifted near them, causing her to stifle a scream. Struggling to maintain her composure, she grasped Jiang Fei's arm and whispered, "Sister, I think I see that person who was spreading rumors in the group. How did he die?" Jiang Fei turned her head to look. Zhou Lang's body floated on the water, his head bobbing precariously. She hadn't severed that wretched creature's neck at the time. "It's dark. You must have mistaken him," Jiang Fei reassured her. Xiao Chuxia, naive and trusting, believed Jiang Fei's words and did not release her grip on her arm. Lu Yu, sitting at the front, glanced at the body, a faint smirk gracing his lips, choosing not to expose Jiang Fei's deception. An hour later, Lu Yu docked the rubber boat at the largest department store in Linqing. Once brightly lit every night, the store now lay shrouded in darkness. The lower 5 floors had been submerged. Most windows were shattered, and large sections of the exterior plaster had peeled away, revealing debris such as overturned cars and trees that had been swept in by the typhoon. Lu Yu selected a secluded spot, secured the boat, and entered the store through a window, with Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia following closely behind. Few people had emerged to seek supplies, and the eerie silence within the store was unsettling. "We will split up to search. We must regroup here before dawn." With that, Lu Yu handed flashlights to Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia before setting off. Xiao Chuxia looked at Jiang Fei eagerly. "Sister, let us stay together."
"No," Jiang Fei replied firmly.
"If you are afraid, search this floor. If you find something crucial, I can bring it back for you." She was on the hunt for gold, and Xiao Chuxia would not be suitable company. Seeing Jiang Fei's refusal, Xiao Chuxia did not press further, stating, "I need sanitary pads. My supply is running low. I'm worried that if the rain continues, I won't have anywhere to buy more. If there's brown sugar, that would be even better. I love sweet rice balls made with brown sugar." Having suppressed her thoughts throughout the journey, Xiao Chuxia was about to enter her chatterbox mode when Jiang Fei slipped away, leaving her behind, flashlight in one hand and a short knife in the other, anxiously waiting. "Sister, please return quickly." She was afraid. Jiang Fei did not depart from the 5th floor. Instead, she retrieved some supplies from the supermarket's warehouse. With each step, she cast aside an item, ensuring that Xiao Chuxia could collect them. She disliked being indebted to others, considering it a repayment for the bag of seasonal fresh produce she had borrowed from Xiao Chuxia. Once she had sufficiently scattered the items, Jiang Fei donned her diving gear and plunged into the water, making her way towards the various jewelry stores on the 1st floor. The water was filled with numerous obstacles, compelling her to swim cautiously. If only she could gather items solely with her mind. Unfortunately, she had to physically touch the objects to store them in the supermarket's warehouse. Upon discovering a jewelry store, Jiang Fei skillfully maneuvered around the obstructions and slipped inside, quickly collecting items from the counter. Regardless of their nature, she was determined to acquire them. The system chimed repeatedly, detecting gold, 1,658 grams. Gold, 1,111 grams. Gold, 265 grams. With each notification, Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. This venture was indeed worthwhile. As her oxygen tank neared depletion, she reluctantly surfaced.
Ding.
Current unlock progress for Area 398. Almost there. After returning her diving gear to the supermarket warehouse, Jiang Fei checked the remaining oxygen tanks. Only 2 were left. As she hadn't purchased many online, she had no intention of diving again. Instead, she retrieved an inflatable boat and headed to Wanfilu, a nearby mall specializing in gold. If she sought treasures beneath the water, she certainly would not overlook those above ground. She was resolute that she would unlock Area 1 tonight. Wanfilu had 8 stories, but only 2 were visible above the water surface, as the lower levels lay submerged. From a 7th-floor window, a faint glow of fire flickered. Were there people inside? Jiang Fei circled to the back of Wanfilu and anchored her inflatable boat, stealthily drawing out her dagger as she crept inside. Upon entering, she found that all the counters had been smashed, clearly plundered by previous intruders. Hearing intermittent voices from the staff lounge, Jiang Fei cautiously approached. The conversation became clearer. When will this flood end? I dream of escaping this wretched place. Once the flood subsides and order is restored, the police will begin to apprehend us. Do you wish to return to prison and resume your former life as a murderer? Let us first figure out how to divide the spoils. Jiang Fei understood immediately. These were 3 fugitives. With the lounge door removed, Jiang Fei had a clear view of the scene inside. 3 men sat around a fire, 1 tall, 1 short, and 1 lean, with several black duffel bags piled beside them, likely filled with gold. Engaging in a little black market maneuvering was her forte. She picked up a small stone and deliberately tossed it toward the tall man's back, creating a sharp clink that startled all 3 men.
Who?
Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Fei dashed in and plunged her dagger into the tall man's neck. Before the others could react, she swiftly withdrew her weapon and dealt with the nearest short man. The remaining lean man, terrified, fell to his knees, pleading, "Please don't kill me. You can take anything here." He scrambled to push the duffel bags toward her. Jiang Fei opened one to find it stuffed with instant noodles, ham, and bread. Where was the gold? The lean man stammered. That worthless stuff won't burn or feed us. We tossed out today. It's probably sunk to the bottom by now. With those final words, Jiang Fei severed his head, which thudded against the ground. She felt a wave of frustration. After all this effort, she still had to dive again. What was her purpose? To rid the world of evil? Suddenly, a loud thud came from a nearby wardrobe, causing Jiang Fei to grip her dagger tightly. The door burst open, revealing a man bound with ropes, who weakly spat out a gagged object, his voice feeble. "Hero, save me. I know where there's more gold. If you let me go, I'll take you to it." Ling Xiaorui looked apprehensively at the cold demeanor of Jiang Fei. He had overheard everything from inside the cabinet. This girl was more ruthless than the 3 fugitives. He had to gamble on the gold. Noticing his work uniform and the name tag identifying him as the manager of Wanfilu, Jiang Fei cut his ropes, unperturbed by the potential for treachery. His cracked lips and pallid complexion indicated he had been deprived of food and water for days, making him no match for her. Jiang Fei tossed a duffel bag to Ling Xiaorui. "Eat something." He wasted no time in tearing open a bag of bread and stuffing it into his mouth. Had Jiang Fei not intervened, he might have swallowed the desiccant as well. After consuming 3 bags of bread and 2 sausages, and finishing a bottle of water, he finally regained his composure. "I'm sorry, I was just so hungry." Those men were utterly deranged. They didn't give me a drop of water or a morsel of food, just tied me up and tossed me into the cabinet. Recalling the ordeal brought tears to Ling Xiaorui's eyes. "I had such bad luck. I was off duty when the typhoon hit, but I forgot to grab my charging cable and ended up trapped here. My phone died and I couldn't find anyone to rescue me. Then I encountered the intruding fugitives. At first, they were thrilled, taking all the gold jewelry from the counter, planning to flee once the storm passed. But then they realized the torrential rains made escape impossible, so they tossed the gold in frustration and looted the snacks left by the staff. Not sharing a single bite with me, they even stuffed my mouth with dirty socks." Having bottled up his grievances for days, he finally had someone to confide in, and he vented tirelessly. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Jiang Fei interrupted him. Where's the gold? The girl's impatience was evident in her expression, her grip on the dagger tightening, as if to say that one more word from Ling Xiaorui would seal his fate. It's upstairs, he exclaimed, scrambling to his feet to lead Jiang Fei. The top floor of Wanfilu housed the owner's office, with Jiang Fei's flashlight illuminating the path. Ling Xiaorui navigated through the door broken by the fugitives and rummaged through a drawer to find the keys. He then pushed aside a tall bookshelf, revealing a nearly 2-meter-high safe. Using the keys, Ling Xiaorui unlocked it. Countless velvet boxes lined the shelves within, housing the store's most precious jewelry, reserved exclusively for high-profile clients. Only the owner, and he knew where the keys were hidden. As he spoke, he casually retrieved one of the boxes to display. Inside was a finely carved figurine of a phoenix, at least 1,000 grams in weight. Area 3 of the supermarket was secured. In light of the gold, Jiang Fei softened her demeanor towards Ling Xiaorui. There's an inflatable boat on the east side of the 7th floor. You can use it to leave. All the food downstairs is yours. In a good mood, she didn't mind offering him some equipment. Fully aware of the value of the inflatable boat, Ling Xiaorui hesitated. But how will you leave? I have my own way. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaorui bowed to Jiang Fei. Thank you. My name is Ling Xiaorui. When we meet again, I will certainly return the inflatable boat to you. After saying this, Ling Xiaorui descended the stairs, unafraid of any repercussions from his employer. The flood had ravaged the city. People were struggling to survive, who still cared about where the gold had gone. Once Jiang Fei confirmed Ling Xiaorui had left in the inflatable boat, she collected all the gold into the supermarket.
Ding.
Gold detected, 19,300 grams.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the convenience food area of Area 3. Successfully unlocked the liquor area of Area 4.
Ding.
The items in the 4 quadrants of the supermarket on the first floor have all been unlocked, upgrading to level 2. With a default quantity of 100 for each type of goods, automatically replenishing any missing items. Tip: every upgrade of the supermarket will replenish consumed items for free. Bonus reward: 3 spins on the lucky wheel. Would the host like to use them? Jiang Fei ignored the system and eagerly entered the supermarket. Recently, the cabbages she had planted were sprouting. Wonderful. The soil in the supermarket could indeed grow vegetables. While still reveling in this first surprise, Jiang Fei walked into the supermarket and spotted a massive pile of convenience food in the southern area of Zone 3. Conveniently packaged noodles, including instant noodles, mixed noodles, pulled noodles, rice noodles, spicy sour noodles, snail noodles, potato noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, sweet potato skin, instant porridge, instant soup, and more, are available in an array of flavors. In the northern region, the 4th area is adorned with a splendid selection of red wine, beer, white spirits, yellow wine, fruit wine, sparkling wine, whiskey, brandy, tequila, and Remy Martin, showcasing both domestic and international beverages, ranging from low to high alcohol content, even featuring a shelf dedicated to mitai. In the frigid weather, a modest amount of alcohol can warm the body and ignite the spirit. She has hit the jackpot this time. Noticing the dissipating white mist from the staircase, Jiang Fei ascended to take a glance. However, an invisible barrier barred her from accessing the 2nd floor's entrance. The white mist obscured everything. Yet, Jiang Fei could hardly contain her excitement. If the Golden Swallow supermarket resembles a large supermarket in the real world, she need not worry about her supplies for the rest of her life. System: how much gold is required to unlock the first area on the 2nd floor? She was filled with zeal. System: 16,000 grams of gold. Current unlocking progress for the first area on the 2nd floor: 25. Current gold possession: 4,000 grams. Jiang Fei, excuse me. Each time an area in the supermarket is unlocked, the required amount of gold doubles. It is beyond imagination how much gold would be needed to reach the top floor. She hopes to witness it in her lifetime. Jiang Fei sighed and decided to use the lucky wheel. System: ding. Congratulations, host. Your luck is exceptional. You have received a thank you for your patronage.
Ding.
The host is overflowing with luck. You have received another thank you for your patronage.
Ding.
Host, do not be disheartened. You have received a couple. Jiang Fei, what on earth is a couple? Is the system trying to turn her into a living being? The eerie music of the lucky wheel concluded, and Jiang Fei found herself holding a familiar badge. It featured a duck wearing a red ribbon with a serious expression inscribed with the words "Effort Duck." A small hint: Cheer Duck is for male babies, while Effort Duck is for female babies. They form a blissful and sweet pair of ducks. Jiang Fei, get lost.
You duck.
One day, I will chop you up. Jiang Fei exited the Golden Swallow supermarket and took a stroll around the office. Vases, carpets, sofas, ornaments, books, pens, tables, and chairs, anything usable, were all stored in the supermarket warehouse. She aimed to strip it bare, reluctant to leave behind the gold that the fugitives had discarded. Jiang Fei returned to the 7th floor, donned her diving gear, and plunged back into the water. After exhausting a bottle of oxygen, she managed to salvage 2 kilograms of gold. The consecutive dives had severely drained her stamina. Jiang Fei had no choice but to crawl ashore. She longed to confront those 3 fugitives once more. Why discard the innocent and lovely gold? Jiang Fei grimly retrieved the speedboat and returned to the department store. Jumping onto the platform on the 5th floor, she stored the speedboat and gathered a few supplies for appearances before heading back. Xiao Chuxia was sitting alone on the inflatable boat. Lu Yu had yet to return. Sister. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, Xiao Chuxia excitedly rushed ashore. Clutching a bulging backpack, I found plenty of food on the 5th floor: instant noodles, compressed biscuits, bread, canned fruit, all clean. As Jiang Fei had anticipated, the chatterbox had successfully scavenged the supplies she had left behind. Xiao Chuxia suddenly became mysteriously secretive. Sister, extend your hand, I have a good thing for you. Jiang Fei, puzzled, complied. 2 packets of sanitary napkins were placed in her hand. I found a total of 4 packs, all of which are night use and unharmed by water. ISNT it like winning the lottery. Jiang Fei, you keep them. I have enough at home. Xiao Chuxia did not refuse and placed the sanitary napkins back in her backpack. I also found a bag of white rabbit milk candy. Would you like some? Just then, a beam of light shone down. Big brother, someone's here. Chapter 14. Neighbors look good when they smile. Jiang Fei drew out her short knife, cautiously observing the approaching wooden plank. 2 men were seated atop it. The stout one wielded a more than a meter-long iron fork, while the shorter one held a flashlight in one hand and a gun in the other. Unsure if the gun was real, Jiang Fei refrained from making any rash moves. What a splendid inflatable boat. Much better than our wooden plank, the stout man exclaimed, eagerly touching the inflatable boat, intending to claim it for himself. Xiao Chuxia panicked. That's our property. Stop right there. Don't move. The shorter man raised his gun, prompting Xiao Chuxia to halt immediately. The stout man took the flashlight and shone it on Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia, leering. Didn't he expect to find 2 pretty girls out so late? Are you feeling lonely and cold, wanting an older brother's affection? The shorter man added, Big brother, that girl's bag looks bulging. It must contain plenty of good stuff. Hand over the bag, and we can have some fun together. If you serve us well, we'll ensure you live a life of luxury. As he spoke, the stout man and the shorter one approached the shore. Xiao Chuxia anxiously drew the knife from her backpack. Don't come any closer. The 2 men showed no fear. The shorter man threatened with a gun. Drop the knife, or I'll shoot you right now.
Ah!
A steel ball shattered the stout man's right eye. He fell to the ground, howling in agony, and the iron fork clattered to the ground. The shorter man quickly went to retrieve the fork. However, his instinctive action revealed that his gun was fake. Jiang Fei dashed forward, swinging her knife with precision, striking the shorter man's neck.
Ah!
Blood gushed forth as Jiang Fei swiftly withdrew her knife, kicking him into the water. Xiao Chuxia stood by, knife in hand, unsure whether to strike the struggling stout man. If you want to survive, act. Jiang Fei urged. She could not protect Xiao Chuxia every time. One must rely on oneself to go further. I can't kill. Xiao Chuxia's trembling voice faltered, just as the stout man struggled to rise, charging angrily at her. You little brat, I'll make you pay. Don't come any closer. Xiao Chuxia screamed, wildly slashing the knife, unable to bear to open her eyes. After what felt like an eternity of silence, she cautiously opened her eyes, her face paling instantly. The stout man lay on the ground, his face and arms a grotesque mess of flesh. The gaping wounds revealed clear textures, mingled with yellowish, greasy fat.
Ugh.
Xiao Chuxia could no longer suppress her nausea, running aside to vomit. Though terrified, she understood that Jiang Fei acted for her benefit. In a chaotic world, if she did not fight back, others would kill her. At that moment, Lu Yu returned, carrying several large black bags. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, Lu Yu surmised what had transpired. Someone tried to steal the inflatable boat? Zhang Fei responded, yes. 2 men. Xiao Chuxia killed one. Lu Yu nodded approvingly. Well done. Xiao Chuxia, realizing the gravity of the situation, noticed that both Zhang Fei and Lu Yu remained eerily calm. Had they killed before? Her curiosity piqued, but she dared not ask, sitting quietly in the inflatable boat. Knowing too much could lead to a swift demise, maintaining the status quo seemed prudent. Sensing the metallic scent of blood on Lu Yu, Zhang Fei refrained from probing further. They were merely temporary allies, and there was no need to delve too deeply. However, as they prepared to board the inflatable boat, Lu Yu handed her a plastic bag. It was layered several times, obscuring the contents. In the future, if you make meat paste, reserve some for my little one. Consider it a reward. Zhang Fei accepted the bag, feeling its weight. Upon opening it, she discovered a gleaming gold ingot, weighing about a kilogram. Zhang Fei was tempted. All right, I'll make it tonight. Trading meat paste for a gold ingot, what a profitable exchange. She only needed 10,000 grams more to unlock the first area on the second floor of the supermarket. She was already looking forward to her next zero-cost shopping spree. Noticing the corners of Zhang Fei's mouth lifting, dispelling her usual cold detachment, like the melting of spring snow, Lu Yu thought, neighbors look quite lovely when they smile. If it weren't for the meddlesome rats, he could have scouted for more gold. Reflecting on the earlier events, Lu Yu gazed at the distant marketplace. His eyes clouded with uncertainty. Today marked the final day. The mice should no longer seek him out. Before dawn, Zhang Fei and her companions returned to Yulon Garden. The stairway on the 4th floor of Building A was occupied by several unfamiliar faces, both male and female. They sat on the steps, blocking the way. Upon noticing the backpacks, bags, and inflatable boat Zhang Fei and her group were carrying, one of them rose excitedly. Did you find food outside? Could you spare some for me? I'm starving and freezing. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Others chimed in. I haven't eaten much. Just give me half. What did you find? Show us. Zhang Fei unsheathed her knife with a simple, brusque gesture. Step aside. The crowd, initially eager to seize the goods, halted abruptly. You've brought back so many items. Why not share a little with us? Who are you trying to intimidate with that knife? If you don't hand over the supplies, you won't get past. Xiao Chuxia retorted without hesitation. We are residents here. It is our right to return home. Why should we heed your demands? Just because you lack shame and audacity? The crowd murmured in confusion at the young girl's boldness. If it weren't for this storm, who would care about your meager possessions? You think you've discovered treasures? Since you're residents, you ought to hand over your supplies. Your property manager promised us that as long as we're here, we wouldn't have to worry about starving. Xiao Chuxia couldn't help but curse. That idiot manager, taking in refugees. Whoever made you that promise, go ask them. Don't block the way. As Zhang Fei's cold demeanor suggested, she would carve a path through them. A familiar voice pierced the tension. Zhang Fei. Someone squeezed through the crowd, rushing towards her. It was Li Yanping, whom she hadn't seen in days. Once plump, she had lost considerable weight. Following her were Jiang Zhenkong and Jiang Ziming. You wretched little girl. You've caused us so much trouble. Li Yanping lunged at Zhang Fei, only to be kicked aside and land in a puddle, splashing water everywhere.
Mom.
Jiang Ziming rushed to help Li Yanping, glaring at Zhang Fei. You've made us homeless. If you don't apologize to us, how can you hurt my mother? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Though Jiang Ziming berated Zhang Fei, he dared not approach her. He still recalled the pain from the knife wound in his thigh. Zhang Fei sneered. Your inability to return home has nothing to do with me. Li Yanping, now standing, seethed with rage. It's all because of you. We were trapped in the suburbs, nearly dying. The recent heavy rains completely flooded our old house. We had to cling to dismantled planks, drifting along the current, with nowhere to go, drinking dirty water and scavenging for scraps. Coincidentally, the property manager had come out to rescue those who had fallen into the water. Upon learning that Yulon Garden could shelter disaster victims, they shamelessly stayed. Little did they expect to encounter this wretched girl, still a resident of Yulon Garden, who had the audacity to buy a house behind their backs. Li Yanping feigned helplessness. Auntie is angry with you because she cares. We couldn't reach you these past few days, and I've been worried sick, afraid you might be in danger. Now we're all reunited. Stop standing there foolishly. Let us go home. Chapter 15. After a year apart, Doesn't he cousin miss me? Jiang Fei evaded Li Yanping's attempt to grasp her hand, her gaze mocking. Whose home are we returning to? Li Yanping asserted confidently. To our home in Yulon Garden, of course. Jiang Fei, don't forget. You grew up in our house. Without me, you would have frozen to death on the streets. Jiang Fei gripped the strap of her backpack and hurled a bag forcefully at Li Yanping's head. The contents, stones collected from the water, were heavy and thudded against Li Yanping, causing her to emit a cry akin to a slaughtered pig. Jiang Fei, however, remained unfazed, swinging the bag faster. What do you have to mention my mother? Without the money she left behind, would you be able to eat like a pig now? Don't you want my things? The bag is right in front of you. Why not take it? What are you afraid of? With a crash, Li Yanping fell to the ground, wailing. Beside her, Jiang Ziming, veins bulging in frustration yet too afraid to intervene, began rallying those around. They're just 3 people with a knife. Let's all go at them together. Are you afraid you won't be able to grab the supplies? Do you want to continue starving? His words spurred the onlookers to charge forward. Xiao Chuxia raised her knife, wildly swinging at anyone nearby. Jiang Ziming picked up a brick and circled behind Jiang Fei, intending to attack. However, Jiang Fei suddenly turned, her sharp blade slicing through Jiang Ziming's right arm as if it were tofu.
Ah!
The brick and his arm fell to the ground, the latter twitching involuntarily, spewing a mist of blood. The crowd, once eager to see supplies, froze in shock. A few were even injured by Xiao Chuxia's frenzied attacks. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yu, standing at the back, quietly concealed his gun. The neighbors did not require his assistance. Witnessing her precious son's arm severed, Li Yanping disregarded her own injury and scrambled towards Jiang Fei, snarling, "Wretched girl, I'll fight you." With a swift kick, Jiang Fei sent Li Yanping flying into the water pooling outside the building. Li Yanping, in a panic, grasped the window frame, crying out, "Help! I can't swim!" Jiang Zhenkong stood frozen, unsure whom to save first. Jiang Fei, unconcerned for anyone's fate, walked towards the stairway. To avoid becoming the third unfortunate victim, the crowd quickly parted, revealing Jiang Zixuan, who had been hiding on the stairs. A surge of hatred washed over Jiang Fei as she approached Jiang Zixuan, knife in hand. Each step deliberate. "Cousin, why are you hiding here? After a year apart, don't you miss me?" As Jiang Fei drew closer, though her smile remained, a chilling glint flickered in her dark eyes, particularly with the blood from her knife dripping onto Jiang Zixuan's clothing. Terrified, Jiang Zixuan attempted to sidestep Jiang Fei, trying to escape down the stairs. Suddenly, Jiang Fei raised her knife. Jiang Zixuan instinctively tried to evade, forgetting she stood on the stairs. She stepped into empty space and tumbled down.
Ah!
Jiang Fei watched Jiang Zixuan roll down the stairs, having no intention of killing her just yet. There was no rush. The debts of the past life would be settled one by one. Jiang Fei turned her gaze away and ascended the stairs, followed closely by Xiao Chuxia and Lu Yu. This time, no one dared to stop them. After all, no one wished to provoke a knife-wielding madwoman. On the 21st floor, sensing Jiang Fei's displeasure, Xiao Chuxia handed her a few white rabbit milk candies. "Sister, I don't know what grievances you have with those people, but I hope you feel happy and are not affected by them. The sweet candies can heal many wounds." Jiang Fei awkwardly clutched the candies. "Thank you. I should be grateful to you. If you hadn't taught me to pick up the knife, I wouldn't have had the courage to face those refugees earlier." Saying this, Xiao Chuxia divided a bag of supplies, offering it to Jiang Fei. "Let's share it equally. You've already paid your dues." Jiang Fei returned the bag to Xiao Chuxia, her demeanor indifferent. Feeling dejected, Xiao Chuxia lowered her head, sensing Jiang Fei's continued distance, but then noticed an extra bag of brown sugar in the bag. "Oh, what's this?" "The brown sugar you mentioned." Xiao Chuxia suddenly recalled their conversation in the mall. The sister had remembered all along. That meant she didn't dislike her. By the time Xiao Chuxia looked up, Jiang Fei had already reached the 22nd floor. Xiao Chuxia couldn't help but chuckle. The seemingly cold-hearted sister was truly adorable. In an effort to prevent Li Yanping from discovering her address, Jiang Fei called out to Lu Yu, "I have several spare electric doors at home, which are the same size as the door at the staircase. We could install them there to prevent anyone from coming up. Would you be able to handle the wiring?" Lu Yu nodded, stating, "I happen to have a complete set of tools. Let's connect it to my generator. It's fair that I provide electricity while the neighbors are out." Jiang Fei agreed and took one of the electric doors to place in the living room of apartment 2203. As Lu Yu gathered his tools and prepared to leave, he noticed the small orange cat, Xiaoju, perched on the climbing frame, momentarily pausing in his steps. It seemed that every time the neighbors saw it, they were filled with joy. "Shall we go out to play?" he wondered.
Meow.
Xiaoju leaped down from the frame and dashed out of the room. Just as Jiang Fei exited apartment 2202, the cat nimbly climbed up Jiang Fei's leg, meowing meow. "Biped, aren't you happy to see me?" Xiaoju nestled in Jiang Fei's arms, displaying its soft belly. Resisting the urge to bury her face in its fur, Jiang Fei reminded herself that there were others present. Xiaoju tilted its head, seemingly asking, "Why aren't you petting me?" Jiang Fei felt her heart melt at the sight of the usually stoic Jiang Fei revealing a youthful exuberance. Lu Yu returned to his room to fetch a teasing stick, saying, "My little one is quite clingy. Would you mind playing with it for a while? I'll go install the electric door. By the way, it now has a name. It's called De Huang." Jiang Fei replied, "Lu Yu, it seems you have a soft spot for dogs." Since Lu Yu did not require assistance, Jiang Fei entertained De Huang in the hallway. Before long, Lu Yu had removed the door leading to the stairs and installed the electric door. After conducting a thorough inspection and ensuring everything was in order, he stored his tools and informed Jiang Fei, "I've modified the electric door. If anyone attempts to forcibly break in, they will receive a severe shock. I've also installed a doorbell outside, connected to both your and my doors. This way, we will be aware of any visitors." Jiang Fei looked at him with admiration. "Impressive. De Huang seems a bit tired from playing. Why don't you carry him back?"
Jiang Fei reluctantly handed Da Huang over to Lu Yu.
However, Lu Yu did not take the cat, saying, "This electric door alleviates many troubles. Consider it my way of taking advantage of you. How about I treat you to breakfast instead?" Eager for more time with De Huang, Jiang Fei agreed and remembered to bring a small gift from home. She retrieved some soda crackers she had purchased from the Four Seasons Fresh supermarket, along with the meat puree she had promised Lu Yu. Unlike apartments 01 and 02, the decor of 2203 was exceedingly simple. The living room contained only a set of table and chairs, a sofa, and a few items for De Huang, giving it an unexpectedly shabby appearance. Jiang Fei placed De Huang on the sofa and looked toward Lu Yu, who was in the open kitchen, preparing cleaned potatoes with a spare water bucket. His leisurely pace made Jiang Fei suspicious. "Can you cook?" she inquired. Lu Yu pressed his lips together and replied, "I can give it a try." Jiang Fei remarked, "So you can't cook?" "Let me handle it," she insisted, unwilling to waste food. Taking the knife from him, Lu Yu stepped aside. As Jiang Fei swiftly sliced the potatoes into strips and began to stir-fry, Lu Yu curiously asked, "Do you cook often?" Jiang Fei replied affirmatively. Ever since she moved to Li Yanping's home, she had become the housekeeper, learning to cook and handle various chores for the family. If she did not perform well, Li Yanping would scold her and even withhold her meals for the day. She planned to gradually reclaim her dues. Jiang Fei lowered her gaze to hide the shadows in her eyes. Finding Lu Yu's presence bothersome, she urged him away. "Go play with De Huang."
"All right."
Lu Yu complied obediently. Before long, the aroma of the food wafted through the air. Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "A cook who can kill? Where can I find such a valuable ally?" In no time, Jiang Fei had prepared breakfast, a plate of stir-fried potatoes, 2 steaming bowls of tomato and egg noodles, and a small dish of stir-fried meat. De Huang leaped onto the table, drawn by the delightful scent. "My owner didn't eat instant noodles today."
Jiang Fei varned Da Huang.
"You can't have this. It could be harmful." De Huang seemed to understand, retracting its paw that was reaching for the stir-fried meat and lying still in its place. Lu Yu tasted the stir-fried meat and found it delicious, spicy and tender, making his appetite surge. He couldn't resist taking another bite. Now this is what a proper meal should taste like. After they had eaten their fill, Lu Yu saw Jiang Fei off, picking up the toolbox from the floor and heading to the closed door of the secondary bedroom. As he turned the key, the door swung open to reveal an array of weapons meticulously arranged within, their sizes ranging from submachine guns and assault rifles to daggers and steel needles. There were also numerous barrels of gasoline and diesel. Among them, several boxes of instant noodles stood out prominently. Having tasted Jiang Fei's cooking, Lu Yu was no longer inclined to eat instant noodles. Sadly, he thought, he could not impose on her hospitality. Jiang Fei stepped out of apartment 2203 but did not head home. Instead, she made her way to the 21st floor. Her fingers brushed against the large white rabbit milk candy that Xiao Chuxia had given her. In both her past and present lives, She had never been adept at responding to others' warmth. Rather than verbal expressions, she preferred to demonstrate her feelings through actions. She wanted to test whether Xiao Chuxia was worth continuing to engage with. Jiang Fei knocked on the door of apartment 2103. Xiao Chuxia, who was still awake, asked who it was before opening the door. Miss, what brings you here? Chapter 16. Thank you, but I don't want to duck. Jiang Fei lowered her voice, saying, I have an empty apartment upstairs. Would you like to move up here? The staircase door has been fitted with an electric door, ensuring both safety and electricity at home. Jiang Fei observed Xiao Chuxia's reaction intently. Initially surprised, Xiao Chuxia's expression soon turned serious as she whispered, Miss, you must not tell anyone about this. Currently, Yulon Garden is experiencing a power outage and has taken in many refugees. If they find out, they might think you have a wealth of supplies and act recklessly. I won't move up. If my parents return and see that I'm not home, they will worry. She did not wish to burden Jiang Fei. Throughout the conversation, Xiao Chuxia showed no signs of greed. Jiang Fei relaxed, saying, Then I'll replace your door. The electric door was more robust than a regular door. Even if it were not powered, it would still provide additional security. Jiang Fei had no intention of giving Xiao Chuxia the generator. It was prudent to keep valuable resources discreet, especially since the identities of the other residents on the 21st floor were uncertain. Jiang Fei believed in reciprocity. If someone treated her well, she would do the same in return. This time, Xiao Chuxia did not refuse, and together with Jiang Fei, they took the electric door downstairs to replace it. Just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, Xiao Chuxia called her to wait a moment and returned from her room with an extravagant shopping bag. This is a new dress I purchased before the heavy rain. I believe it would suit you perfectly. With your looks, you shouldn't be wearing black sportswear every day. Once this flood passes, you can wear it. We can go shopping together. You can pick out the clothes and I'll handle the payment. Xiao Chuxia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Jiang Fei chose not to shatter her fantasy and nodded in agreement. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the price tag on the dress and thought she must have misread it. Upon closer inspection, she realized 99,999? Is that not a bargain? Xiao Chuxia beamed with pride. I bought it on a promotional day, so I saved several hundred. If I hadn't exhausted all the money on my card, I could have purchased this dress in all 6 other colors. Jiang Fei understood. Xiao Chuxia was a little wealthy girl. I can provide a place to charge your phone. Would you like to contact your parents?
Yes.
Xiao Chuxia exclaimed excitedly as she followed Jiang Fei upstairs. The phone charged quickly, and soon it was operational. Xiao Chuxia attempted to call her parents, but no one answered. After several unsuccessful attempts, she resorted to sending a text message. My parents are abroad. They should be safe. Right? Jiang Fei hesitated momentarily before gently suggesting, perhaps this disaster is global in nature. Even if she did not speak it now, Xiao Chuxia would soon come to understand this reality. Xiao Chuxia's face was slightly pale as she forced a smile and diverted the conversation. I'll head back to rest now. May I leave my phone here to charge? If I receive any calls or messages, I will come down to inform you. After she departed, Jiang Fei placed her phone beside the pillow to ensure she wouldn't miss any notifications while asleep. After a restless night, she finally had the opportunity to rest. For 2 days, a soft rain had been falling. Jiang Fei had already returned the fully charged phone to Xiao Chuxia, yet there was still no news from her parents, which left her feeling dejected. Unsure of how to comfort her, Jiang Fei discreetly left a few bags of fruit candies from the supermarket for her before departing. Wang Keizi had sent a message, arranging to meet at noon today. Dressed in a raincoat, Jiang Fei took the inflatable boat downstairs. The refugees crowded the stairwell, waiting in the corridors of different floors. There was no sign of Li Yanping and others. They had either left or hidden away. Some refugees spotted Jiang Fei and contemplated following her out, but the grim fate of Jiang Ziming extinguished their thoughts. Surviving was paramount. There was no need to court danger. Jiang Fei inflated the boat and navigated through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window on the 4th floor. After about 10 minutes, she found Wang Keizi sitting in a speedboat in a nearby park. He looked worse for wear, with heavy dark circles under his eyes and a gaunt frame. Dressed in a black raincoat that made him resemble a specter. Several speedboats were moored nearby, occupied by his armed subordinates, ready to ward off any potential thieves. Jiang Fei maneuvered her inflatable boat closer. Boss, here is the 10 kilograms of gold I promised you. Wang Keizi gestured to his subordinates to place the box onto Jiang Fei's boat, grinning with narrowed eyes. I have a deal. I wonder if you would be interested. I have a factory over in the East District filled with various supplies, solar panels, diesel, blankets, food, and other assorted goods. All acquired from the wholesale market, but now occupied by others. They plan to move the goods today, but I can't ascertain their numbers. So I need someone who can quietly infiltrate the factory to gather information. Would you join me? Once the task is accomplished, you can select 10 large boxes of supplies. And I will ensure your safe return home. Wang Kezi had witnessed Jiang Fei incapacitate many of his subordinates without being detected, which was a testament to her strength. Jiang Fei agreed, who would refuse an abundance of supplies. You lead the way and I will follow. All right, Wang Kezi replied, starting the speedboat as they moved further away. Jiang Fei paddled behind, storing the box of gold in the supermarket. System notification, ding. Gold detected, 10,000 grams. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the fresh meat section in Area 1 on the second floor of the supermarket. Area 2 requires 32,000 grams of gold to unlock. Current gold held, 1,000 grams. Bonus reward, 1 spin of the lucky wheel. Would the host like to use it? No, thank you, Jiang Fei replied. It was not a convenient time to enter the supermarket, so she could only view it mentally. The white mist on the second floor had dissipated by 1/5. Revealing 10 long refrigerated meat cabinets filled with fresh meats, pork, beef, lamb, chicken, goose, rabbit, donkey, and venison, each type further categorized. The beef cabinet included various kinds like yellow cattle, yak, tall cattle, Angus beef, and wagyu, with every cut represented. She would never have to worry about meat again. Suppressing her excitement, Jiang Fei decided to utilize the lucky wheel. Even if she received another duck, it wouldn't dampen her spirits. After an unusual melody concluded, the system chimed. Every individual has their fate. Please do not be disheartened. You have received 88 slaps. Jiang Fei was bewildered. Staring at the 88 slaps the system had awarded her, a circular sticker imprinted with a hand. System notification. Usage instructions. The host can place the 88 slaps on another person's body, controlling them to slap a designated individual until they have delivered 88 slaps. Tip. Do not place it on yourself. Your hand will become sore. Jiang Fei already had a target in mind. After stowing the 88 slaps, she filled the box with stones from the supermarket warehouse to disguise the weight difference from the missing gold. Nearly 2 hours later, they arrived at the East District. The landscape was dominated by rolling mountains. The city initially intended to designate this area as an industrial zone, but a landslide midway through construction halted the project, leaving the factories abandoned. To avoid losing their investment, the upper management sold off the properties, primarily repurposed as warehouses by buyers. Wang Kezi anchored the speedboat at the foot of a mountain, where several individuals were waiting. Including Wang Kezi's subordinates, there were a total of 20. The leader, a burly scar-faced man, scoffed upon seeing Jiang Fei behind Wang Kezi. Old Wang, you truly cannot change your nature. You come back with a pretty girl. Wang Kezi frowned. What are you saying? This is my boss, Jiang Fei, Miss Jiang. Is she the helper you mentioned? The scar-faced man scrutinized Jiang Fei with disdain. She looks as thin as a stick. I can't believe she can take on 10 men. Jiang Fei initially ignored the scar-faced man, but as she secured the inflatable boat, he approached with crude remarks. Aside from her looks, I can't see what makes her special. Women should stay at home. Why not come with me? I have skills in bed.
Bang!
Jiang Fei's fist connected with the scar-faced man's jaw, catching him off guard. He staggered back, his eyes narrowing in fury. This little lady has some strength. I'll show you how formidable I can be. The scar-faced man, a trained fighter, lunged at Jiang Fei, seizing her shoulders and attempting to throw her. Jiang Fei quickly regained her balance and landed firmly on her feet. As the scar-faced man charged again, Jiang Fei grasped his arm, but he suddenly broke free and elbowed her. She deftly sidestepped, maneuvering behind him and delivering a swift kick.
Ah!
The scar-faced man bent over in pain, and Jiang Fei swiftly pressed a knife against his throat. If you wish to live, keep your mouth clean. Unyielding, the scar-faced man retorted, using such despicable means to win is not honorable. Who kicks below the belt in a fight? Suddenly, he felt a cold sensation at his neck. Jiang Fei withdrew the knife, its sharp blade cutting into his flesh, drawing a thin line of blood. Killing him would be easy. Choking back a gasp, the scar-faced man begrudgingly acknowledged Jiang Fei's capability to have easily severed his throat. I concede. Wang Kezi, who had been watching nervously, breathed a sigh of relief. Over the years, he had only considered the scar-faced man his good brother. He feared that Jiang Fei might take offense and kill him. Wang Kezi tossed a piece of paper to the scar-faced man. Wipe the blood. Your mouth got you in trouble. The scar-faced man remained silent, turning his head away in disdain. Wang Kezi unfurled a factory map and spread it on the ground. Boss, this factory has 4 exits. My men scouted it previously. Each exit is guarded by members of the Jinhu gang, all armed. The exit to the west has the fewest guards, only about 2 or 3. You can sneak in quietly. If you find their numbers manageable, signal us with gunfire, and I'll charge in with the scar-faced man. If they are numerous, retreat without alarming them, and I'll seek additional help. Saying this, Wang Kezi handed Jiang Fei a handgun and cautioned her, the Jinhu gang is ruthless and merciless. You must be cautious, boss. These guys have robbed me of business before. Now that I am no longer a middleman, they won't let me off easily. Wang the Lame could not help but utter a few curses. Jiang Fei holstered his weapon and commenced his operation. Once Wang the Lame and Scar faced their ambush. Jiang Fei approached the western gate of the abandoned factory, concealing himself among the trees to observe the surroundings. The factory's main entrance stood wide open, with 5 trucks parked outside. The open cargo holds revealed large boxes stacked within. Armed individuals were busily unloading the boxes, preparing to fill the last truck, totaling 4 men. Wang the Lame's intel was erroneous. Seizing the opportunity while they were occupied, Jiang Fei swiftly descended from the tree and slipped into the last truck's cargo hold, casually selecting several boxes to stash in the supermarket's warehouse. With such a multitude of boxes, a slight decrease would go unnoticed. He would examine their contents later. Utilizing this method, Jiang Fei pilfered a portion from 3 cargo holds and then stealthily climbed into the back seat of the last truck through the open window. The rhythmic patter of rain masked the muffled sounds of his actions. Noticing that the other trucks had not yet started, the driver of the first truck furrowed his brow and called out, "What are you all doing? Back it up." The driver's voice was abruptly silenced as a knife plunged into his back. Unbeknownst to him, a girl had stealthily boarded the truck, calmly delivering a second fatal blow, causing the driver to breathe his last. With 4 adversaries who would willingly relinquish their tongue, Jiang Fei, brandishing a knife, turned and departed, leaving behind a group of terrified onlookers. This woman must be mad. After Wang the Lame and others left, Jiang Fei maneuvered 5 large boxes of supplies into her home, having just received them from the supermarket's warehouse. Among the items were 10 barrels of gasoline, 10 barrels of diesel, 50 sets of cotton clothing in various sizes, 100 pounds of coal, and 100 cans of staple food. The boxes collected from the abandoned factory had already been neatly arranged on the appropriate shelves in the supermarket warehouse. There were also 20 solar panels, 20 heating rods, 20 of the latest fruit smartphones, 20 pedal generators, 20 boxes of water purification tablets, 20 barrels of cooking oil, and 20 exquisite porcelain sets. Additionally, there were 50 sets each of windbreakers, polar jackets, and non-slip shoes, all top-tier brands, far superior to the cheap goods she had hoarded. Other items included flint, tea leaves, nylon ropes, climbing sticks, and power banks. Profits were soaring. Jiang Fei selected some canned goods, intending to deliver them to her neighbor, De Huang, when the doorbell rang, signaling the connection to the electric door. She set the cans down and stepped outside to investigate. Lu Yu emerged from room 2203, possibly just waking up, still in his pajamas, gripping a gun in his drooping hand. "I'll check it out," Jiang Fei said. "You should go home. I can handle this myself." It was likely that those attracted by the supplies were trouble she needed to resolve. Lu Yu did not leave, but stood in the corridor. Jiang Fei opened the electric door. At the forefront were Xiao Guan and Li Yanping, followed by a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the knife in Jiang Fei's hand, Xiao Guan timidly stepped back, abandoning his intention to enter. "Miss Jiang, I would like to borrow a rubber boat. Jiang Ziming's wound has become infected and requires immediate medical attention. Our food supplies are dwindling. We can only last another 2 days." "Hian Fei replied, "No. You can easily use wooden boards as a boat. People used to float on wooden boards before, so why not now? If you want my things, just say it." Xiao Guan attempted to argue. The wooden boards are unsafe, and they are not as convenient or comfortable as a rubber boat. Before he could finish, Li Yanping shoved him aside. "Ziming's injury is your fault. It is your obligation to provide a rubber boat to take him to the hospital. Besides, we are family. Whatever supplies you have should be shared with us." She had heard others say that this ungrateful wench had returned with 5 large boxes of supplies. Observing Li Yanping's shameless demeanor, Zhang Fei feigned reaching into her coat, but instead retrieved the cheapest sausage from the supermarket warehouse, maliciously stating, "I will give a sausage to whoever can beat her to my satisfaction. But remember, do not kill her. She must remain to endure further torment." In recent days, Xiaoguan had been feeding the refugees expired bread and noodles boiled in dirty water. The sausage was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation for them. Those close to Li Yanping seized her and began to pummel her.
Ah!
"You lunatics! Let go of me! My face!" Despite Li Yanping's cries, the crowd did not relent, only growing more intense in their assault. Before long, Li Yanping was on the brink of unconsciousness. Zhang Fei tossed several sausages down the staircase. The crowd immediately abandoned Li Yanping and rushed to snatch the sausages, their expressions ravenous, akin to famished wild dogs. Xiaoguan, flushed with anger, chastised Zhang Fei. "How can you incite them to attack Aunt Li? She is your own aunt. Just because you have supplies, does that give you the right to act as you please? You lack any kindness or compassion. You are unworthy of being human." Zhang Fei seized Xiaoguan and swung her fist. "I have tolerated you for long enough."
Fool!
After finishing with Xiaoguan, Zhang Fei kicked her down the stairs and discreetly placed an 88-palm sticker on Li Yanping's arm. The sticker vanished in an instant, absorbed into Li Yanping's body. System. Please select a designated individual. Jiang Zixuan. Selection successful. When Li Yanping sees Jiang Zixuan, she will immediately activate the 88-palm. Task accomplished. Zhang Fei contentedly closed the iron door. Those who had not managed to seize a sausage were undeterred and attempted to break in again for food, only to be electrocuted into convulsions, dying on the spot. The rest looked on in fear and envy. The 22nd floor had electricity. They could hardly fathom how much supplies Zhang Fei possessed. But none dared to advance any further. What good were supplies if one lacked the ability to obtain them? Perhaps the flood would recede in a few days, and the authorities would come to rescue them. They consoled themselves with such thoughts. Meanwhile, in the corridor on the 22nd floor, once assured of Zhang Fei's safety, Lu Yu returned to his room. Zhang Fei dragged the box filled with canned goods to room 2203 and knocked on the door. As Lu Yu opened it, De Huang rushed out, nuzzling Zhang Fei's leg, drawn by a faint aroma, circling around the box.
Meow.
"Master, two-legged creature. I smell meat. Hurry up and give it to me." De Huang eagerly pawed at the cardboard box. Zhang Fei laughed at the sight of De Huang prostrating on the ground, acting adorably. She said to Lu Yu, "I found a box of canned goods today. They are not expired and can be given to De Huang." Lu Yu had seen Zhang Fei moving boxes through the surveillance camera, but had not realized one of them was for De Huang. "What supplies do you need?" he asked, wanting to exchange. Understanding Lu Yu's intention, Zhang Fei thought for a moment. "Medicines. Any kind will do. I have the least amount of medicine. I will bring you some supplies next time."
Good.
After spending a little more time with De Huang, Zhang Fei reluctantly departed. Lu Yu moved the box into the living room and opened a can of venison for De Huang, who devoured it with delight. Lu Yu gently rubbed De Huang's head. "You seem to be more popular with the neighbors than I am." "Meow." "Of course. Who told you I'm capable of being affectionate while you aren't?" Chapter 19. The emergence of the red-eyed mutant rats. Xiaoguan limped as she helped Li Yanping back to the 10th floor, panting heavily from exhaustion. Throughout the journey, no one came to assist, all claiming hunger and lack of strength. Understanding everyone's plight, Xiaoguan bore no resentment, diligently supporting Li Yanping's hefty body toward room 1002. The front door had been removed, leaving only the bedroom door intact. The other 2 households were similarly affected, since the Yulong Garden experienced a power and water outage. Xiaoguan had been gathering any usable wood and planks to start fires for cooking noodles or to serve as makeshift mattresses for those sleeping in the corridors. As some residents refused to shelter the refugees, Xiaoguan could not force the issue, merely arranging for people to stay in the corridors on various floors. Colleagues from the property management and residents from the lower floors affected by the disaster huddled together in the spacious living room of room 1001. After several days without bathing and with inadequate sanitation for waste disposal, the air was thick with a pungent odor. Upon seeing Xiaoguan return with bruises and empty-handed, the crowd turned their gazes away in disappointment, tacitly ignoring each other's injuries. It was not they who had struck her, so why should they care? Xiaoguan, oblivious to their indifference, knocked on the tightly shut door of the secondary bedroom. The door was opened by Jiang Zixuan, with Jiang Zhenkong and the severely injured Jiang Ziming lying in bed behind her. Not wanting to be cramped together with the filthy refugees, Jiang Zixuan knew Xiaoguan's soft heart would make her easy to manipulate, so she feigned pity to garner sympathy and secured her family's separate room. Seeing Li Yanping weakly leaning on Xiaoguan, her exposed skin marred with bruises, Jiang Zixuan immediately stepped forward to assist. Jiang Zhenkong also moved to support Li Yanping. "Xiaoguan, how did my mother get injured?" Just as Xiaoguan was about to explain, Li Yanping suddenly shoved Jiang Zhenkong's arm away and pinned Jiang Zixuan to the ground.
Slap. Slap.
Without a word, Li Yanping unleashed a flurry of slaps against Jiang Zixuan's face.
Ah!
"Mom, what are you doing? Yanping, you've gone mad." Jiang Zhenkong and Xiaoguan attempted to pull Li Yanping away, but her nearly 200-pound weight pressed down on Jiang Zixuan, rendering them unable to budge her. Jiang Zhenkong tried to yank Jiang Zixuan free. Li Yanping appeared to fixate on Jiang Zixuan like a famished wolf eyeing its prey. At the slightest movement from Jiang Zixuan, she reacted, her hand flailing incessantly, each slap resonating sharply. It was not until over 10 minutes later that the vacant gaze in Li Yanping's eyes began to regain focus. Realizing the gravity of her actions, she shrieked and hurriedly descended from Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Zixuan's cheeks were swollen and bruised, her eyes squinting painfully. Blood oozed from her skin in varying shades, her head throbbed incessantly, and her ears burned with a piercing pain. "I'm so sorry, Zixuan. I don't know what came over me. It felt as if I were possessed, wanting to strike you. My poor daughter," Li Yanping sobbed, unsteadily lifting Jiang Zixuan into her arms, alongside Jiang Zhenkong, placing her next to Jiang Ziming. Turning back, she shouted, "Xiaoguan, why are you still standing there? Hurry and fetch us some medicine." Xiaoguan snapped back to reality and rushed out to find the medicine. Ignoring her own injuries, Li Yanping remained by the bedside, gripping Jiang Zixuan's hand as she repeatedly apologized. "I truly don't know what happened. It must be that wretched Jiang Fei who played some trick. Otherwise, how could I have returned from the 22nd floor as if bewitched? I've never been able to bring myself to harm my precious daughter." The more she thought about it, the more convinced Li Yanping became that Jiang Fei was the culprit, and she began to curse vehemently. Jiang Zhenkong, unable to tolerate it any longer, interjected, "Can you not blame everything on Fei Fei? You are the one who suddenly lost your mind and struck Zixuan. What does that have to do with Fei Fei? You even went upstairs with Xiaoguan to ask Fei Fei for supplies. How can you face her? If you had treated her better in the past, would she have denied us anything? How dare you accuse me, Jiang Zhenkong? Haven't I treated that ingrate well enough? I see you don't want to live anymore," Li Yanping yelled, clawing at Jiang Zhenkong's face. Having grown accustomed to Li Yanping's unruly behavior, Jiang Zhenkong crouched down, protecting his head, unwilling to engage in further argument. Amidst the clamor, Jiang Zixuan wished for silence, but her swollen face hindered her from speaking. The stench of decaying flesh from Jiang Ziming nearby only intensified her discomfort. She was utterly exasperated. She had reached her limit with this life. Yet, she had nowhere to go and lacked sufficient food to endure the flood. Suddenly, she recalled a man she had seen on the 4th floor, a resident from the 22nd floor. Not only was he handsome, but he also owned a rubber boat and had brought back plenty of supplies last time. How wonderful it would be if she could connect with him. The rain intensified once more, threatening to engulf the city entirely. In just 3 days, the water level had risen to the 7th floor of Yulon Garden. Since she couldn't leave, Jiang Fei entered the supermarket, intending to plant more vegetables, only to find the seedlings of bok choy rotting on the ground. "My vegetables!" Jiang Fei lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the young plants, feeling helpless due to her lack of gardening knowledge. Unfortunately, the internet was down, preventing her from searching for solutions. Perhaps she could consult her neighbors, or the talkative one. Exiting the supermarket, Jiang Fei approached her neighbors but found that both Lu Yu and Xiao Chuxiao were equally uninformed. She had no choice but to temporarily abandon her gardening plans and instead stockpile food. With so much meat unlocked on the 2nd floor of the supermarket, it would be a shame not to preserve some. Fortunately, she had purchased a considerable amount of marinating ingredients at the wholesale market, perfect for curing a batch to enjoy later. A week passed in the blink of an eye. In the supermarket warehouse, Jiang Fei tallied her labor's results. Tomato beef brisket, spicy rabbit pieces, honey-glazed char siu, corn ribs, cumin lamb, salt-baked chicken, marinated duck, sweet and sour fish, and braised pork hocks, each prepared in large pots. Additionally, She had steamed 3 big pots of mixed grain buns, exhausting all her cookware. Now, even if she wished to cook noodles, she had nothing to serve them in. A third of her stored spices had also been depleted. She needed to find a time to venture out for a zero-cost shopping trip. Leaving the supermarket warehouse, Jiang Fei took out a portion of yellow braised chicken for dinner. The tender chicken, stewed to perfection in a rich broth, was deliciously succulent, paired with perfectly cooked rice, making it impossible to resist, each bite beckoning another. After dinner, she savored a cup of hot milk tea before contentedly heading to wash up, turning off the lights and retiring to bed. Suddenly, a series of sharp, high-pitched sounds drew closer. Jiang Fei groggily opened her eyes, only to be met by a pair of blood-red eyes. A rat the size of a brick stood by her bed, mouth agape. Reacting faster than her mind could process, she sprang up, swiftly retrieving her gun and pulling the trigger.
Bang!
The rat's head exploded, its body collapsing onto the floor. Confirming that no more rats lurked in her bedroom, Jiang Fei flicked on the lights. Sparks flew, and she quickly recoiled. The rat had chewed through the wires. Grabbing a flashlight, she armed herself and stepped out of the room. In the living room, 2 large rats had overturned the trash bin, greedily munching on leftover chicken bones, producing a grotesque crunching sound. Jiang Fei dispatched each rat with a shot, ensuring no more signs of them remained. Connecting the floor lamp to the generator, she inspected the house and finally discovered the vent pipe of the kitchen hood had been tampered with by the rats. Having cooked frequently, she hadn't sealed the pipe. In her previous life, these mutated red-eyed rats emerged after a pestilence. How could they have appeared prematurely? Jiang Fei had no time to ponder. Sealing the pipe with cement before scattering rat poison and insect repellent in every corner of the room. She also replaced her bedding with a new set, disinfecting everything inside and out. After completing these tasks, Jiang Fei packed the rat traps and other extermination tools into a box and stepped outside, intending to tidy the hallway. Instead, she found piles of charred, unrecognizable objects on the ground outside, with a strange meaty aroma mingling with a burnt smell in the air. Jiang Fei maneuvered her flashlight, her face paling as she spotted Lu Yu, looking weak and leaning against the door of room 2203, holding a dark-colored sprayer. "Help! I'm injured. Could you assist me with a bandage?"
He coughed.
"As a reward, I'll share half of the supplies I found with you. Let us discuss inside," Jiang Fei interrupted, supporting him into room 2203 and strategically placing the flashlight at the entrance to illuminate the space. There were 2 large backpacks at the door. Scattered across the living room floor were several rat corpses, all shot through the head, Lu Yu's handiwork upon entering. The frightened cat, Big Yellow, stood atop the refrigerator, fur bristled. Jiang Fei helped Lu Yu to the sofa before gently carrying Big Yellow down. "Don't be afraid. He won't shoot anymore, and all the rats are dead."
Meow.
Big Yellow clung to Jiang Fei's neck with his small paws, feeling wronged. It wasn't the gunfire that frightened him, but the rats, some nearly as large as he was. Terrified, he had nearly fainted. To prevent Big Yellow from encountering the dead rats, Jiang Fei confined him to the villa and opened a can of food to soothe him. Next, she took her gun to check the room for any remaining rats. Approaching the last guest room, Lu Yu suddenly stepped forward, blocking the unlocked door. "I've already checked here. There are no rats. Now let me help you with that bandage." Understanding, Jiang Fei returned to the sofa, suppressing her curiosity about the guest room. Everyone has their secrets. One must respect others' privacy. Lu Yu handed her the first aid kit from his home and pulled out a separate bag of medications from his backpack. "This is what I promised you last time. It's not much, as all the nearby pharmacies have been emptied. I'll replenish it for you when I get the chance." Inside the bag were 3 boxes of fever reducers, 3 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, and 5 boxes of plasters. "This is more than sufficient. Medications are far more precious than canned goods," Jiang Fei said, setting the bag aside. Lu Yu removed his wet clothing, revealing a long, ghastly wound on his back, approximately 20 centimeters long and swollen. It seemed the prolonged exposure to water had caused the surrounding flesh to turn pale. Fortunately, the wound was not deep enough to require stitches. "There's a blue bottle in the first aid kit. Just pour the powder inside onto the wound," she instructed. If it weren't for the injury on his back, he wouldn't have needed to trouble his neighbor. Jiang Fei meticulously cleansed the wound with hydrogen peroxide before cautiously pouring the medicinal powder. "Mice are highly sensitive to the scent of blood. Have you been bitten?" Lu Yu shook his head, replying, "I encountered a rat after returning to Yulon Garden. Had I not been armed, I doubt I would have made it back safely." The chaos outside had reached a fever pitch, with water levels surging up to the 10th floor. The authorities remained silent, as the rural counties below had been completely submerged. The devastation there was far worse than in Lin City. Floodwaters had engulfed all buildings, leaving no place for survival, and the number of refugees was staggering, leading the officials to focus their efforts on rescue operations. Liu shared the news he had gleaned from the outside world, his brow furrowed in concern. He had intended to seek Su Luyuan in Jun County, but encountered the rats on his way. A group was looting supplies amid the chaos. He had thought that after a month, they would be strangers, yet they had suddenly attacked him. Outnumbered, and with limited weaponry. He had sustained a wound and was forced to retreat. Perhaps those individuals had not received word of his return, which was why they continued to pursue him, he mused. At that moment, Zhang Fei finished bandaging the wound and handed him a box. Inside are glue traps, mouse traps, rodenticide, and some insect repellent. Place a few in the room and the rest in the corridor. Be sure to block all the pipes, otherwise, the mice will find a way up. There's no need to reconnect the wires near the switch. We don't want them chewed through again. Room 2203 is compromised, which is not in my favor. I certainly do not wish to be surrounded by rodents and insects the moment I open the door. Liu concurred with Zhang Fei's plan, picking up the sprayer that lay on the ground. If you venture outside, take this with you. It is a flamethrower, fueled by gasoline. I have another at home. This one is for you, to facilitate the extermination of the mice. No wonder there is the scent of meat in the corridor. This device not only eliminates mice, but will also serve against any future pests. Suppressing her surprise, Zhang Fei accepted the sprayer. I shall barter this for supplies. I prefer the flamethrower over mere goods. Seeing Zhang Fei eschew the supplies, Liu did not press the matter. He was in dire need of food. Next time he ventured out, he would seek some gold to repay the neighbor who helped him with his injuries. Entrusting the corridor's defenses to Liu, Zhang Fei descended the stairs, intending to check on Xiao Chuxia's situation. Upon opening the switch, chaotic sounds erupted from below. I'll fight you, you bastards. Xiao, quick. Chop him. He can't open his eyes.
Arad bitme.
Get away. Let me in. Zhang Fei swiftly grasped the railing, vaulting over and leaping down the stairwell to the 21st floor. Xiao Chuxia was barricading the stairs, brandishing a knife at 3 men. Beside her stood an elderly woman, holding a half basin of crimson liquid, searching for an opportunity to pour it down. Another man on the staircase was being bitten by several rats that had rushed up, screaming and jumping in a frenzy, creating utter chaos.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Zhang Fei fired at the 3 men threatening Xiao Chuxia, then raised the flamethrower, aiming downwards. Flames roared forth like a ferocious beast, instantly engulfing both the rats and the man. Only when the sprayer began to overheat did Zhang Fei cease its operation. The rats and the man were reduced to charred heaps. The swarm of rats that had intended to ascend, sensing the terrifying heat, wisely turned and fled. With the crisis averted, Xiao Chuxia felt drained of all strength, sliding down to the floor. The elderly woman also gasped for breath, discarding the basin in her hands, which spilled the pepper-infused liquid everywhere.
Miss.
Xiao Chuxia, still shaken, looked up at Zhang Fei with reddened eyes. Before she could speak again, Zhang Fei interjected. First, we must clear the rats. Then I shall assist Grandma Su, Xiao Chuxia replied, fighting her fear as she stood up. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao Chuxia dashed out, embracing Zhang Fei, who had just reached room 2103. Sister, help. The rats in Grandma Su's house are as big as basketballs.
I'm terrified.
Zhang Fei handed the sprayer to Xiao Chuxia, instructing her on its use. Guard the stairwell. Do not allow the rats to ascend. I will take care of the rest. Xiao Chuxia nodded obediently as Zhang Fei made her way to room 2102. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of a plump, red-eyed rat in the living room. Zhang Fei shot it without expression, along with several others that scurried about. The 21st floor had not been sealed properly, and a multitude of rats had climbed up. It took her over 10 minutes to eliminate them all. Xiao Chuxia, having disposed of 3 bodies downstairs, vented her frustration to Zhang Fei. These people are utterly deranged. I discovered the rats at home and was so frightened that I ran out, only to encounter them trying to take advantage of the chaos to loot the apartments. Thankfully, Grandma Su came out to help me, using pepper water against them. Otherwise, I might not have seen you today. At that moment, Grandma Su gratefully clasped Zhang Fei's hand. Thank you, dear, for helping me clear the rats. Jiang Fei awkwardly withdrew her hand. It's nothing. Do you have any cement or foam adhesive? If we don't seal the pipes, the rats will return. I have foam adhesive. Grandma Sue hurried back home and retrieved a bottle from the cupboard. However, it was insufficient. Once the bathroom was sealed, there would be none left. Jiang Fei returned upstairs to fetch the last remaining bag of cement, sealing the pipes of both rooms 2102 and 2103. She also shared some rodent-exterminating tools with Grandma Sue. Grateful for the assistance, Grandma Sue felt a pang of embarrassment as she produced a bag of hazelnuts, weighing roughly 10 pounds. Do not refuse this, dear. It is a small token of my appreciation. Grandma Sue, being astute, added with a smile, my grandson is a veteran. Recently, with the floods everywhere, he went to assist with disaster relief and brought me many supplies before he left. I am old and cannot eat much, so as long as you don't mind, it's all yours. The implication was clear. She wanted Jiang Fei to feel at ease. Having heard the commotion when the refugees had come upstairs, Grandma Sue was not one to take advantage of others. She simply wished to express her gratitude for Jiang Fei's help that day. With plenty of supplies on the 22nd floor, she had no need to covet what little Grandma Sue possessed. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment, taking a small handful from the bag. This will suffice. I can come by for the rest later, Grandma Sue. Please keep it for me. Supplies would dwindle, and she did not wish to take food necessary for Grandma Sue's survival. However, Grandma Sue felt that if the child consumed it, it was an acceptance of her goodwill. As the room still required cleaning of rat carcasses, Grandma Sue returned home. Jiang Fei turned to Xiao Chuxia. The rats may still come up. Would you like to stay in room 2201? It cannot use electricity now, but it would be safer than the 21st floor. With the rodent infestation already apparent, a pest crisis was likely imminent, and she could not descend daily to check on Xiao Chuxia. This time, Xiao Chuxia did not refuse. The sight of the red-eyed rats was too terrifying. She dared not face them alone. She quickly packed her belongings, locked her door, and bid farewell to Grandma Sue before heading upstairs. Jiang Fei handed Xiao Chuxia the key to room 2201. Rooms 2201 and 2202 are connected, but there's an electric door that is usually locked. If you need anything, you can knock on that door. I will hear you. Xiao Chuxia gratefully clutched the key. Thank you, sister. Without you, I might not have made it this far. Not accustomed to socializing, Jiang Fei habitually responded with a non-committal remaining distant. Yet her body moved to room 2202, bringing over a box of supplies for Xiao Chuxia, which included a flashlight, insect repellent, water purification tablets, batteries, sand, and some basic necessities. Rest well. When using the flashlight, remember to pull the curtains. Room 01 is unoccupied, and the curtains have always been open. Xiao Chuxia obediently drew the curtains, feeling a warmth in her heart. Sister is truly kind to me. I must find a way to repay her. In the next moment, Xiao Chuxia stood frozen by the window, her complexion pale. Sister, come quickly. Chapter 21. Can we sleep together? Jiang Fei approached the window and looked down. A man lay on a wooden plank, desperately trying to escape towards the community gate, but was instantly engulfed by a horde of rats. Soon, the swarm dispersed, leaving only a few bloody bones on the plank. Xiao Chuxia trembled as she spoke. How can these rats eat human flesh? They have mutated, Jiang Fei replied calmly, drawing the curtains. Just as she was about to leave, Xiao Chuxia tugged at her sleeve. Sister, can I sleep with you tonight?
I'm scared. Jiang Fei replied, no.
I am not accustomed to sleeping with others. What if I accidentally mistake you for an enemy in my sleep? Good night. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Chuxia watched Jiang Fei depart, too frightened to close her eyes, fearing that the rats would emerge and devour her while she slept. Consequently, when Jiang Fei returned to room 2201 the following day, she found Xiao Chuxia slumped on the sofa, holding a knife tightly in her hands, her head nodding in exhaustion. Did you not sleep at all last night? Xiao Chuxia, looking pitiful and helpless, replied, I'm scared. Jiang Fei sighed and moved a chair into the bedroom. You should sleep. I will stay here with you. Thank you, sister, Xiao Chuxia exclaimed, rushing into the room and lying down on the bed. However, the haunting shadow of the rats from the previous day lingered, causing her to occasionally open her eyes to survey the surroundings. Jiang Fei held her hand, allowing Xiao Chuxia to finally relax. The roles had reversed. Jiang Fei remained in her poised position until 1 p.m. When Xiao Chuxia awoke, Jiang Fei's arm had grown stiff. I'm sorry, sister. I troubled you today. Why don't you join me for lunch? Saying this, Xiao Chuxia opened her suitcase and took out 2 bags of strawberry biscuits to share with Jiang Fei. Aside from a change of clothes, the suitcase contained several packets of instant noodle seasoning, 3 crumpled bags of noodles, 2 bottles of mineral water, and half a bag of brown sugar. The strawberry biscuits were the best food among them. Xiao Chuxia scratched her head shyly. I've stocked a bit too little. I've eaten most of what I had at home these days. But don't worry, sister, I won't ask you for more. I've saved plenty of seasoning packets. Just add water, and it becomes soup. Xiao Chuxia proudly lifted her chin, believing her idea to be brilliant. Jiang Fei could not bear to look directly at her. Finish up and tidy the place. We need to go out to gather supplies. Today, we must desensitize the chatterbox, lest she stays up all night with her wide-open eyes. But there are rats outside. Xiao Chuxia protested. You'll get used to it if you look long enough, Jiang Fei replied. Xiao Chuxia felt like crying. But she understood that overcoming her fear of the rats was essential for survival. After a quick wash, Xiao Chuxia took the knife and stepped outside with Jiang Fei. Just then, Lu Yu emerged from room 2203, a backpack slung over his shoulders and a rubber boat in hand, clearly preparing to leave. Care to join us? He asked. Jiang Fei nodded. The neighbors had plenty of weapons, and bringing them along was advantageous. Noticing Lu Yu's revitalized spirit, entirely unlike his weakness from the previous day, Jiang Fei couldn't help but think of that bottle of powder. What kind of medicine could restore someone so swiftly? Jiang Fei felt a twinge of envy. She wanted to seize it, but she couldn't. The situation downstairs was already chaotic. Although the rain had ceased, the rats swarmed, still capable of biting and consuming human flesh. Residents and those crowded in the hallway dared not sleep, using various weapons to fend off the rats. Almost every floor bore the remnants of skeletal remains consumed by the rat horde. The water level had risen to the 11th floor. Jiang Fei did not see Li Yanping and the others, unsure if they had been swept away or perished at the hands of the rats. The staircase and hallway were infested with rats. Jiang Fei used a flamethrower to clear a path, occasionally turning back to inform Xiao Chuxia. There's a lone rat over there, kill it. Aim for its head. It'll die quickly. Summoning her courage, Xiao Chuxia rushed forward and swung the knife, frantically chopping the rat into a mushy pulp, nearly retching. Jiang Fei offered rare comfort. Actually, red-eyed rats are edible. As long as you clean out the innards and cook them thoroughly, there's no issue. They are also afraid of fire. In the past, many survived by consuming rat meat. Xiao Chuxia glanced at the crimson rat paste and resolutely shook her head. I would rather die than eat that. Nearby, others heeded Jiang Fei's words, picking up a rat that had been scorched by the flamethrower and gnawing on a leg. It's a bit like chicken. Let me have a taste. There are so many on the ground. Go get your own. The once terrifying red-eyed rats transformed into food, and the crowd no longer feared them, grabbing weapons and rushing towards the scurrying rats in the hallway. After so many days of hunger, who wouldn't crave a morsel of meat? Some recalled Jiang Fei's words and even grabbed sticks to poke at the flames emitted by the flamethrower to drive away the rats. Jiang Fei did not intervene. As long as they did not go too far and did not provoke her, there was no need to exterminate them entirely and cut off their means of survival. After clearing a space, Jiang Fei and Lu Yu inflated the rubber boat and set sail from the residential building. Xiao Chuxia sat in Jiang Fei's boat, unaware that just as they left, Xiao Guan received news about the refugees and descended. Oh no, Jiang Fei and the others have left. We missed the chance to board the rubber boat. Xiao Guan looked frustrated, suddenly catching a whiff of meat in the air. In the hallway, several individuals were roasting the skinned rats. Rats harbor numerous bacteria and infectious diseases. How can you eat rat meat? Xiao Guan rushed forward to intervene, but was shoved aside by a man. Jiang Fei said it's fine to eat, as long as it's cleaned properly. There's no problem. What bacteria could survive high heat? Another person chimed in. People are starving to death. Who cares if there are diseases? At least I can die with a full stomach. You're all insane. Jiang Fei intends to poison you with rat meat, and you can't even see it. No matter what Xiao Guan said, the crowd ignored her, focused on roasting the rat meat, some even taking bites. Xiao Guan's face flushed with anger. These fools. Can't they distinguish between good and evil? How can they trust Jiang Fei's words? Accompanying Xiao Guan, Jiang Zixuan's eyes gleamed with calculation as she quietly pulled Xiao Guan aside. Now that Jiang Fei and her group are gone, we can gather a few people to break open the door and take the supplies. Her complexion had improved, Initially, she intended to feign pity to approach the man on the 22nd floor, but had missed the opportunity. Now, she would not hesitate to find other means to procure supplies. Xiaoguan was tempted by Jiang Zixuan's suggestion but hesitated. Isn't that a bit unethical? Why should the 22nd floor hoard so much while the rest of us starve? Jiang Zixuan urged, what you're doing is for the greater good. It's to ensure more people can survive. Do you want to watch everyone starve to death? Gritting her teeth, Xiaoguan replied, let us go. The nearby shopping malls and buildings had been thoroughly ransacked by other survivors, while Jiang Fei and her group fought off the rats attempting to board the rubber boat. They searched for new locations. After approximately 3 hours, a media company came into view. Xiao Chuxia exclaimed excitedly, I know this place. It's our city's famous online company. Many people used to live stream and sell goods there. We could try our luck.
All right.
Jiang Fei steered the rubber boat towards it, with Lu Yu following closely behind. The media company had been flooded, leaving only 5 floors above water. After securing the rubber boat, Jiang Fei jumped inside to eliminate the rats with a flamethrower. Lu Yu and Xiao Chuxia followed, using their makeshift torches to deal with the rats as well. In no time, the rats on that floor were cleared. Let us split up to search for supplies. But don't wander too far. Shout if anything happens. With that, Lu Yu pulled out 2 small flamethrowers from his backpack and handed them to Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia. The flamethrower isn't as powerful as the flamethrower, but it's convenient to carry and sufficient to drive away the rats.
Thank you.
Jiang Fei took the flamethrower and couldn't help but glance at Lu Yu's backpack, feeling as though her neighbor was a veritable arsenal, stocked with an array of supplies. After parting ways with the two, Jiang Fei ventured into a room alone. Inside, a few mice scurried away at the sight of the torch, fleeing through the shattered window. The floor was littered with supplementary lights, a phone stand, background wallpaper, and several large cardboard boxes. One box was already open, containing daily necessities, likely intended for live streaming sales. Jiang Fei opened a few more boxes, discovering exquisite tableware, snacks, and cotton socks. She only took the tableware and socks to the supermarket storage, leaving the remaining snacks in the cabinet to prevent them from being spoiled by mice. She had no need for food. Those would be left for other survivors. After surveying the room and finding nothing else useful, Jiang Fei was startled by a sudden scream from Xiao Chuxia. Chapter 22. The reality of Jiang Fei in a room deep within the corridor. Xiao Chuxia trembled, brandishing a knife as a filthy man lay on the floor, clutching her ankle. His tattered pants revealed a gruesome wound on his shin. Upon seeing Jiang Fei rush in, Xiao Chuxia indignantly exclaimed, Sister, he's trying to scam me. The moment I opened the door, he just collapsed on the floor and wouldn't let me leave. Don't take my things. The man weakly lifted his head, his murky eyes gradually brightening, his voice rising in pitch. Benefactor. Jiang Fei scrutinized his features, tentatively calling out a name. Ling Xiaorui?
It's me.
Xiao Chuxia was taken aback. Sister, do you know him? Yes, I encountered him while searching for supplies. Before Jiang Fei could finish, Ling Xiaorui struggled to rise, retrieving a deflated rubber boat hidden beneath some rags and staggered back down. I can finally return this to you. Jiang Fei was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Ling Xiaorui to remember that promise from that day. First, we need to tend to your wounds. Jiang Fei took out the medical kit from her backpack, but Ling Xiaorui refused, saying, Don't waste the medicine on me. He pulled aside his torn pants, revealing the injury more clearly. A chunk of flesh the size of a bowl was missing, and bone was faintly visible. The surrounding flesh was infected and decaying. After I left Wanfilu, I returned home only to find strangers had taken over the house and killed my parents. I sought revenge, but I was outmatched and beaten, then thrown into the water. Fortunately, the rubber boat hidden downstairs saved my life, but I drifted to this company and ended up facing a rat disaster. I was unfortunate enough to lose a large piece of flesh, and the boat was damaged by the rats. Ling Xiaorui managed a weak smile. I'm sorry, benefactor. I didn't take care of your things. I'm too exhausted to return you a new one. Seemingly recalling something, Ling Xiaorui unfolded a piece of cloth and carefully revealed its contents, a square flower pot with vibrant green lettuce. I discovered some vegetable seeds at the company and planted a few, originally intending to eat them later, but it seems I won't have the chance.
Consider it my apology to you.
Jiang Fei was pleasantly surprised. You can grow vegetables? I am an agricultural student. I can cultivate. This man must be saved. Jiang Fei, using her backpack as cover, handed Ling Xiaorui a bottle of water and some anti-inflammatory medication. Take this. Chuxia, can you treat his wound? Understanding Jiang Fei's intentions to save him, Xiao Chuxia shook her head. His wound requires debridement and disinfection, and the supplies in the medical kit are insufficient. Moreover, he was bitten by a rat. He needs both tetanus and hemorrhagic fever vaccines. Lu Yu, having come over to check the situation due to Xiao Chuxia's earlier scream, spoke up. There's a hospital nearby. We can see if they have any vaccines. You and Xiao Chuxia go. She knows what to look for. I'll stay here to take care of him. Consider it a favor to our neighbor. Jiang Fei expressed her gratitude to Lu Yu, leaving behind a box of fever-reducing medicine before departing with Xiao Chuxia. Ling Xiaorui, left behind, felt weak and bewildered. He had prepared himself for death, yet here he was, unexpectedly saved. The pharmacy at the hospital was already flooded, so Jiang Fei could only take a chance at the outpatient department above. If they had any stored vaccines, Ling Xiaorui would be safe. Jiang Fei secured the rubber boat outside a window and entered the outpatient department with Xiao Chuxia. Surprisingly, there were few rats here. Noticing some rat corpses on the ground, crushed, Jiang Fei cautioned, "There may be survivors, be careful." Xiao Chuxia nodded, gripping her knife as she followed Jiang Fei closely. The two quickly located the vaccination department. Miss, the infection and contagious disease departments are on the lower floors. We'll be faster if we search separately. Then I'll head downstairs. With that, Jiang Fei descended, casually collecting some medical equipment requiring electricity from the departments for the supermarket storage. Medical instruments were scarcer than food and medicine. She could save them for emergencies. Not finding any medicines, Jiang Fei speculated that other survivors must have taken them. The first two departments yielded no vaccines. Fortunately, she had a tetanus vaccine. Jiang Fei retrieved a vial of tetanus vaccine stored in an insulated box, feigning that she had found it, and exited. Xiao Chuxia also came down from upstairs, joyfully holding a small storage box. Sister, I found 2 intact hemorrhagic fever vaccines and 5 sets of disposable surgical tools. Jiang Fei replied, I found a tetanus vaccine. This is wonderful. Ling Xiaorui will be saved now. Should we search for more supplies? Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps interrupted Xiao Chuxia's words. A dozen men and women dressed in hospital gowns ascended from below, wielding metal frames and sticks. The bald elder at the front snorted. I told you the noise upstairs wasn't just rats. You didn't believe me. Who would have thought there were people coming to the hospital with so many rats outside? These scoundrels are determined to rob us of our last bit of supplies. I don't think these 2 girls are bad. Pa, have you forgotten the last group that came? Old Zhao was beheaded by a woman for refusing to hand over food. Clearly, this group regarded Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia as threats. Xiao Chuxia quickly clarified, please don't misunderstand. We came to find vaccines to save someone, not to rob you. If you don't believe us, we only took the vaccines and surgical tools. Jiang Fei sheathed her knife. We mean no harm. Trust is a fragile thing. Who knows what you truly intend? The bald elder raised his stick menacingly, but at that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Old Sheng. They're not bad people. I can vouch for them. Chapter 23. A familiar encounter. A dark-skinned man stepped forward from the crowd. It was Wu Xiaowei's brother, Wu Deong. Jiang Fei felt a mix of emotions. Today was indeed a reunion of sorts. Old Zheng scrutinized Wu Deong. How do you know they're good? I've worked with Miss Jiang before. She's a genuinely good person. Trusting Wu Deong's character. Old Zheng gestured for everyone to lower their weapons and addressed Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia. I apologize, young ladies. The world is unsafe now. And some have become utterly deranged, willing to kill for a meal. We must remain vigilant. Jiang Fei reassured Xiao Chuxia that it was all right. Surprised to see a familiar face, Wu Deong expressed his delight. Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Someone was bitten by a rat, and we've come to find vaccines. Remembering Wu Xiaowei, Jiang Fei inquired, where's your father? He's resting in a room downstairs. Wu Deong's smile turned bittersweet as he continued, not long ago, Xiaowei and I finally gathered enough money for his kidney transplant, and just days later, the floods came. My father is currently residing in the second hospital of Lincheng, an aged institution with low floors. Concerned for his safety, we contemplated transferring him to another facility. However, during our journey, Xiaowei and I became separated. Fortunately, I located my father and proceeded to the nearest hospital. The inpatient department here has been overrun by a horde of rats, compelling us to shift to the outpatient building alongside others. Yet, Xiaowei remains unaccounted for. Each time a survivor arrives at the first hospital, there is a glimmer of hope that it could be Xiaowei. I encountered Wu Xiaowei through a mutual friend, but I am unable to reach them at the moment. I trust they are safe. Jiang Fei informed Wu Deong about the encounter with Wu Xiaowei, but omitted the part where he narrowly escaped being bullied. Wu Xiaowei has been tirelessly seeking you. There are only a few hospitals in Lincheng, and he will undoubtedly find his way here. Wu Deong, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed deeply. Thank you, Miss Jiang. My father will surely be delighted to hear this. Until we meet again. Just as Jiang Fei was about to depart, Grandpa Zheng approached with several companions. Young lady, do you possess a means to escape? Might you take us along? I long to return home. It has been too long since my last visit. I wonder if the statue in Central Square has been submerged. I wish to see it once more. The scent of disinfectant has grown tiresome. I yearn for fresh air. Everyone shared their thoughts. Jiang Fei interjected, I have only a rubber dinghy. I cannot take you with me. The water level has surpassed the 10th floor. And we are plagued by a rat infestation. Even if I were to produce the dinghy or an inflatable boat, there is no secure location to shelter you. Grandpa Zheng paused, then grinned. No matter. We merely inquired. Anywhere we go is perilous. The hospital is far safer than outside. Assuming Grandpa Zheng was concerned about supplies. Xiao Chuxia proposed a method to deal with the rats. With rat meat, we shan't starve. The truth, however, was far grimmer. Wu Deong quietly explained to Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia, most of Grandpa Zheng's group are cancer patients or diabetics. Without their medication, they are left to await their demise. We have scavenged all the medicines from the first hospital, enough to last them merely 2 weeks. They have already resolved to end their lives once the medication runs out. Xiao Chuxia's lips trembled, wanting to speak but finding her voice lost, overwhelmed by helplessness. Jiang Fei departed in silence, realizing she could not save so many. Perhaps the best she could do was ensure they had better nourishment in their final days. Wu Deong stood by the window, watching Jiang Fei's dinghy drift away when suddenly he heard Grandpa Zheng's exclamation, Young Wu, come quickly. There are many items downstairs. Perplexed, Wu Deong descended the stairs. On a platform by a shattered floor-to-ceiling window lay 10 large boxes and a rubber dinghy. The boxes contained bread, biscuits, milk, instant eggs, chicken breast, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, and a plethora of convenient foods. One box bore a note, for the cost of vaccines. Wu Daiyong's eyes glistened with tears. Grandpa Zheng, we have hope now. To strive to survive is to harbor hope. Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia returned to the media company. Lu Yu had already cleared a live streaming room, moving Ling Xiaowei to a table inside to rest, while he built campfires both indoors and outdoors to ward off the rats. However, due to a high fever, Ling Xiaowei remained in a state of unconsciousness. Xiao Chuxia, her mind preoccupied with hospital matters, entered with a storage box to tend to Ling Xiaowei's wounds and administer the vaccine.
Outside.
Jiang Fei glanced at the pile of rat carcasses on the ground and turned to Lu Yu. Thank you for your assistance today. Allow me to treat you to dinner. Lu Yu felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The next moment, he witnessed Jiang Fei select 3 plump rats, eviscerating them with precision. Is the dinner you mentioned?
Rat meat?
Jiang Fei replied, Indeed, I have a bag of barbecue seasoning. It will taste delightful. I believe. Crack. Jiang Fei severed the rat's head and looked up. What is it? The girl's gaze was icy. A seemingly innocuous inquiry took on an eerie tone, tinged with a threat, as if to say, you had best reconsider. Lu Yu swallowed the words he initially intended to refuse and smiled. The water outside is contaminated. You may use the water I brought from home. Thank you. Jiang Fei accepted the bottle Lu Yu offered with surprise, rinsing the rat meat. Water is a precious resource. And Lu Yu was rather generous. Jiang Fei used only a small amount of water to clean the rat meat, skinned it, and employed the grilling tools found within the company to roast it over the fire. She pretended to rummage through her backpack, secretly retrieving a bag of barbecue seasoning from the supermarket's warehouse, sprinkling it generously over the rat meat. Soon, the aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Jiang Fei offered the first grilled rat to Lu Yu before continuing to cook the remaining 2. Lu Yu hesitated briefly but ultimately tore off a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. In times of scarcity, consuming rat meat is an inevitable reality. Surprisingly, the exterior was crisp and the meat tender and succulent, with the fragrant barbecue seasoning perfectly masking any earthy taste. The neighbor's culinary skills were indeed commendable. When Xiao Chuxia emerged after finishing her tasks, she was greeted by the mouth-watering scent of barbecue. It smells amazing. Jiang Fei handed the specially saved grilled rat meat to Xiao Chuxia. Eat it while it's hot. I love you, sister. I haven't had meat in ages. The ravenous Xiao Chuxia, not paying attention to the meat's form, took a large bite, her eyes sparkling. It's delicious. Does the media company still have fresh meat? Xiao Chuxia's voice trailed off as she noticed the innards, rat heads, and skin strewn in the corner. This can't be rat meat, right? Lu Yu nodded. Jiang Fei responded with a quiet Xiao Chuxia instinctively wanted to spit out the meat in her mouth, but found herself reluctant to do so. With her eyes closed, she swallowed it down. It really is delicious. As long as she couldn't see it, she could convince herself it was a rat. Xiao Chuxia self-hypnotized, finishing her meal. Sister. Brother Lu, we will be staying here for the night. Ling Xiaorui's fever has subsided, but he remains unconscious and requires observation for the night. Jiang Fei replied, All right. We can search for supplies in the company again. We didn't find much during the day. Lu Yu and Xiao Chuxia did not oppose. With a campfire to fend off the rats, the three felt at ease and separated to look for resources. The typhoon had just passed after the 520 and 521 Valentine's Day, and each live streaming room still contained numerous leftover samples. Red wine, cookies, chocolate, candy gift boxes, snack packs, and many nut assortments were among the items found. Jiang Fei did not take much food, only gathering bags, utensils, cookware, vases, toys, and daily necessities, as well as women's lingerie. Upon checking the supermarket warehouse, which had half a shelf filled with utensils and cookware, Jiang Fei felt reassured. Finally, there was a pot for cooking. She returned to the 5th floor, remembering to fill her backpack with food for appearances. Lu Yu and Xiao Chuxia also returned, each carrying 2 large bags, ample enough to last a long while. The live streaming rooms were all adjacent. After clearing out 2 rooms, Jiang Fei and Lu Yu went to rest, while Xiao Chuxia stayed in Ling Xiaorui's room to monitor his condition, planning to switch shifts with Jiang Fei and Lu Yu at midnight. Closing the door, Jiang Fei opened the window and took out the rubber dinghy. On her way back today, she noticed a small shopping mall nearby and thought she might find some gold. Jiang Fei quickly arrived at the shopping mall and lit a torch before entering. The small shopping mall appeared to have been ransacked, with few useful items remaining. After browsing for over an hour, Jiang Fei finally found a shop selling gold. System. Ding. Detected gold. 967 grams. Quite scarce. If it weren't for the numerous rats in the water below, she could have dived down to the jewelry store to retrieve some. Disheartened, Jiang Fei descended the stairs, suddenly spotting a distant white light and swiftly extinguishing her torch. The rats, lurking nearby, excitedly rushed toward her as soon as the light vanished, only to be met with her blade. The intelligence of the rats equates to that of an 8-year-old child. Sensing Jiang Fei was not to be trifled with, they retreated. Utilizing the wall for cover, Jiang Fei observed stealthily. 3 speedboats were anchored at the shore. 6 or 7 individuals disembarked, armed with firearms, and unloaded 3 cardboard boxes. Today's haul was rather meager. After a day of searching, they had only managed to find some instant noodles, bottled water, and compressed biscuits. Nonetheless, it was better than returning empty-handed. They would make do for the night and seek out the elusive black snake the following day. Where could he be hiding? The city was not that large, yet they had found no clues thus far. Surely he hadn't left? It seemed implausible. With floods ravaging the area and a plague of rats, departing from the city would spell certain doom for him. Among the group, with their scant supplies and weapons, Jiang Fei, who lurked in the shadows, sought to avoid trouble. She quietly retrieved her inflatable boat, preparing to slip away. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a man collapsed to the ground. The remaining individuals scrambled for cover. To the north,
Fire.
a cacophony of gunfire ensued. Jiang Fei paused, realizing she had an opportunity for gain. After waiting patiently to ensure all outside were dead, she stealthily circled around a pillar and collected weapons from the corpse, only to catch sight of a tattoo on the neck, a bizarre and horrifying depiction of a skull with flower cores sprouting from its eyes and mouth. Before she could claim a second weapon, the beam of a flashlight pierced the darkness. Jiang Fei crouched down, motionless. The sound of splashing water followed, likely the result of the corpse being disposed of. It pained her to think of the lost weapon. Aware that no good fortune awaited her now, she rose quietly, intending to slip away by the window, but her peripheral vision caught a figure reflected in the glass door. Clad in a silver-gray tactical jacket, the figure was moving boxes to the inflatable boat.
Lu Yu?
Had he come to engage in a scheme of betrayal, or was he, perhaps, seeking the black snake that had been mentioned in the conversation she overheard? Understanding the dangers of curiosity, Jiang Fei chose to remain uninvolved and quietly departed the small mall. In a room of a media company, Jiang Fei stowed away the inflatable boat, closed the windows, and assessed her haul for the night. Besides gold, she had also acquired a collection of pots and pans, several decorative items, a set of tables and chairs, a submachine gun, and 300 rounds of ammunition. It could be considered a worthwhile endeavor. As she exited the room to switch shifts with Xiao Chuxia, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Yu returning from outside. He placed 3 boxes of supplies on the ground and casually remarked, "I just searched the company again and found some food we had overlooked. I've left it here. Feel free to take what you need." He had not anticipated the rats would be nearby, so he had resolved the issue while unable to sleep. Jiang Fei replied with a simple thank you, choosing not to expose Lu Yu's deception. As long as he posed no trouble, she preferred to remain oblivious. The following day, Ling Xiaorui awoke, feeling quite well. Xiao Chuxia tended to his leg, advising him to keep it dry and continue taking anti-inflammatory medication. The injection site may harden, but there's no need to worry. It will resolve in a month or 2. Ling Xiaorui, with tears in his eyes, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my benefactor. You have saved me once again. May I know your name?" "Jiang Fei," she replied straightforwardly. "My assistance comes with conditions. Return with me to Yulon Garden and teach me how to cultivate plants." Ling Xiaorui was taken aback. Is it truly that simple? Otherwise, what value do you possess? Jiang Wuqing scrutinized him from head to toe, stating plainly, "You cannot carry burdens, your hands are incapable, your legs are injured. Given your condition, you are merely a liability." "You certainly know how to hit the nail on the head," Ling Xiaorui retorted. To facilitate Ling Xiaorui's mobility, Jiang Fei pretended to find a hiking stick at the company to serve as a crutch for him. As noon approached, the group arrived at Yulon Garden. The aroma of meat wafted from the 11th floor, where residents in the corridor were savoring roasted rats. Some noticed Jiang Fei's return, not only bringing a significant amount of supplies but also a man whispering, "Who is the man beside Jiang Fei? He looks quite young and handsome. Could he be her boyfriend? I envy them for finding such provisions." Jiang Fei glanced over, causing the group to instantly hush, covering their mouths. They almost forgot that the last person who spoke carelessly had their tongue cut out by Jiang Fei, due to the inconvenience of Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia residing together. Jiang Fei moved the chatterbox's belongings to room 2201 and handed the key to Ling Xiaorui, along with the supplies he had found at the media company. "You will stay here. Once you feel better, teach me how to cultivate." This box contains a flashlight, water purification tablets, and some basic necessities. If you need water, take a bucket and fetch it from downstairs. She had no intention of acting as a caregiver for Ling Xiaorui, especially since he could walk with the aid of the hiking stick. With a thud, Ling Xiaorui knelt down, thanking her. "You saved my life, Jiang Fei. From now on, I am yours. Direct me east, and I shall not turn west." "Get up," Jiang Fei replied, skeptical of his words. Everything in the world changes with time. She did not trust spoken oaths. The door to room 2102 clicked open. Confirming that the coast was clear, old lady Su stepped out. "Jiang girl, you have finally returned. Yesterday, Xiao Guan brought some people from the property management to smash the door you secured at the stairwell. They lacked the proper tools and could not break through, so they left cursing, saying they would find someone skilled at picking locks. Be cautious. Xiao Guan and the property management have robbed the 3 households on the 14th floor, not only taking over their homes but also killing the residents." Old lady Su sighed. "I had dealings with those 3 families on the 14th floor. Sometimes when I bought too much, they would help me carry it. It's quite tragic." Xiao Chuxia's anger flared. "Those bastards, scheming behind our backs. I'm going to confront them now." "Do not act impulsively." Jiang Fei restrained Xiao Chuxia, offering old lady Su a bag of bread. "Thank you, Grandma Su." Old lady Su declined. "I'm merely warning you for your safety, not seeking anything in return. Now, quickly head upstairs to check the door." Realizing old lady Su's refusal, Jiang Fei resolved to remember this kindness. After advising Ling Xiaorui to lock the door, Jiang Fei ascended the stairs. The electric door bore uneven scratches, and the adjacent wall had several shallow dents. Xiao Chuxia laughed in disbelief, since they couldn't break the electric door. They thought they could tunnel through the wall? Do they think the walls of Yulong Garden are made of paper? They're acting like rodents, stealing and digging. Jiang Fei handed her backpack to Xiao Qu. You all head back. I'll go downstairs for a moment. Instantly understanding her intent, Lu Yu inquired, do you need help? No, I can handle the cleanup alone. Room 1401 on the 14th floor was lit by a fire pit, with Xiao Guan and several property management members gathered around, gnawing on pieces of rat meat. Have you noticed? Since last night, the rats have decreased in number. Perhaps they were frightened away. This rat hardly has any meat left. Xiao Guan, give me yours. A man reached over and snatched the meat from Xiao Guan's hands. Accustomed to such behavior, Xiao Guan merely licked the grease from his fingers. They were all very hungry. A little was sufficient for him. Suddenly, the tightly shut door of room 1401 cracked open, revealing a sharp axe blade. Another chilling sound echoed as the door was kicked open. Jiang Fei entered slowly, axe in hand. Who went to the 22nd floor yesterday? Chapter 25 with a single statement. Jiang Fei silenced Jiang Zhenkong. Xiao Guan, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. None of us have ventured to the 22nd floor. It was you who, without reason, smashed our door and should compensate us for the damages. The other property management staff echoed her sentiment. Xiao Guan is right. We rely on the main door to keep out the rats, and by destroying it, you are effectively sealing our fate. You must compensate us. At the very least, you should share half of the belongings you brought back today with us. We must adhere to reason in our dealings. You cannot unleash your madness upon us simply because you are ill. Jiang Fei, a woman of few words, yet fierce demeanor, struck the man on the leg with an axe. With a swift motion, she swung the axe dangerously close to another's head, inducing a moment of sheer terror that left him incapacitated with fear. Now, who still desires compensation? In that instant, no one dared to speak. Xiao Guan, frightened, attempted to retreat behind her colleagues but was seized by Jiang Fei, who yanked her by the hair. Ah! What are you doing? Let me go. Jiang Fei ignored her pleas and dragged Xiao Guan into the corridor, subsequently using the axe to compel the remaining individuals to emerge. You enjoy smashing walls and doors.
Do you not?
If you cannot breach this wall today, you shall feed the rats in the water. Realizing their transgressions were now exposed, Xiao Guan ceased her denial and, in anger, retorted, we were driven to this. You feast on resources on the 22nd floor, surrounded by abundance, yet refuse to share. Your selfishness has led to countless starving to death. I merely seek to ensure the survival of more people. What fault lies in that?
Bang!
A bullet struck Xiao Guan's knee, and she collapsed in agony. Jiang Fei's possession of a firearm had taken the would-be assailants by surprise, extinguishing their intentions to ambush her. With a cold smirk, Jiang Fei addressed the writhing Xiao Guan. I risked my life to gather these resources. Why should I share with you? You, with your self-righteousness, took it upon yourself to harbor refugees, seizing control of the 14th floor and eliminating the previous residents. I could never stoop to such despicable acts. Enduring the pain, Xiao Guan defiantly argued, sacrificing a few can protect many. I act in consideration of the greater good. Had they not fought back fiercely, we would have never resorted to violence. You intrude upon their territory and still claim the moral high ground? Jiang Fei, infuriated, kicked her wounded knee and raised her gun. On the count of 3, anyone who does not commence smashing the wall will face my wrath. As she uttered the number 3, the property management staff hurriedly began to strike the wall of room 1402. Xiao Guan, desperate to survive, limped to the wall and begrudgingly followed suit. Jiang Fei holstered her weapon, fetched a chair, and sat behind them to oversee the proceedings. One hand wielded the axe, while the other rummaged through her coat pocket, retrieving a bag of spiced melon seeds to snack on. Xiao Guan and the others felt a mix of frustration and envy. Knowing they were starving, Jiang Fei brazenly munched on seeds in their presence. Was this the behavior of a humane individual? Yet, they dared not voice their resentment as they toiled away at the wall. When someone attempted to slack off, Jiang Fei's chilling voice resonated. Only the dead may rest. The workers immediately fell into line, refraining from any further laziness. The sounds of gunfire and commotion drew the attention of residents from other floors. Some were mere spectators, while others coveted Jiang Fei's seeds. At that moment, someone pushed through the crowd, rushing towards Jiang Fei. Had she not brandished the axe, Li Yanping would have lunged at her. Ziming is in dire straits. You must give me the inflatable boat to take him to the hospital. I beg you. Even as she gasped for breath, Li Yanping maintained an air of entitlement. Jiang Fei's eyes glinted maliciously. When seeking assistance, one should adopt a humble demeanor. If my aunt kneels, I may consider your request. Don't push your luck, you little wretch. Have you given up on saving your cousin? Li Yanping yearned to tear Jiang Fei's mocking smile apart, but the thought of her cousin, Jiang Ziming, lying bettered and spurred her resolve. Gritting her teeth, she knelt before Jiang Fei. All right then. I cannot provide you with an inflatable boat, but I can think of a way to help with a coffin. You dare to toy with me? Li Yanping cursed as she rose. Yet before she could charge at Jiang Fei, several individuals intercepted her. If I assist you in dealing with her, can I have some ham sausage? They had not had enough of it last time. Jiang Fei replied, only seeds are available. Exchanging glances, they proceeded to strike Li Yanping with their fists. Seeds will suffice. It will satisfy our cravings. As they punished her, Jiang Fei leisurely continued to enjoy her seeds, even producing 2 additional bags to place on the windowsill as rewards for her assailants. Cease at once. Suddenly, Jiang Zhenkong emerged, attempting to intervene in the violent assault on Li Yanping. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears, forcing him to turn to Jiang Fei for mercy. Fei,
Could you spare Yanping?
after all, she is your aunt. Jiang Fei fixed her gaze on Jiang Zhenkong. Uncle, do you remember how Aunt Yanping treated me in the past? With a single sentence, Jiang Zhenkong fell silent. The memories of Li Yanping's past cruelty towards Jiang Fei were far too severe to be merely described as abuse. He would never forget the day he first returned home, when Li Yanping, deeming him dirty, intentionally doused him with a bucket of water in the freezing courtyard. That night, Jiang Fei suffered a high fever, nearly losing her life. At the dining table, there was no place for Jiang Fei. Li Yanping only permitted her to sit on a small stool in the kitchen, consuming the leftover food of the family, served in the same bowls used to feed stray dogs. Such incidents were innumerable, though he had argued with Li Yanping in the past. Her domineering nature left him too intimidated to retaliate. Overcome with guilt, Jiang Zhenkong lacked the courage to plead further with Jiang Fei and left in defeat. As he passed by the battered Li Yanping, a dreadful thought crossed his mind. All his suffering stemmed from her. If Li Yanping were to die, he could finally lift his head after a lifetime of bowing it down. Realizing the darkness of his thoughts, Jiang Zhenkong fled in a panic. Li Yanping had borne him 2 children. How could he entertain such notions? Meanwhile, Jiang Fei, having observed enough, commanded her assailants to cease their assault. They happily dispersed to claim their seeds, leaving Li Yanping battered and unconscious on the ground. Regrettably, Jiang Zixuan had not arrived. Jiang Fei felt a twinge of disappointment but disregarded Li Yanping lying on the floor, casting a glance at the halted property management staff. Raising her axe, she declared, "Do you wish to rest forever?" The staff immediately redoubled their efforts to smash the wall, while Xiao Guan inwardly cursed Jiang Fei, wishing the heavens would rid the world of such a villain. On the 22nd floor, upon learning that Jiang Fei had gone to confront Xiao Guan and the others, Jiang Zixuan feared retaliation and hastily ascended, ringing the doorbell at the stairway. Seizing the opportunity while the troublesome girl was absent, she aimed to secure the favor of the man on the 22nd floor. Only he could ensure her safety. The door opened swiftly to reveal Xiao Chuxia. Lu Yu, having also heard the doorbell, stood in the hallway without approaching. Recognizing the presence of an insufferable girl, Xiao Chuxia snapped, "What do you want?" I mean no harm. I am here to find my cousin Jiang Fei." Jiang Zixuan feigned vulnerability, speaking softly. "It seems Fei has some misunderstandings about me. I wish to discuss things with her. Could you let me in? Or at least allow Fei to come out? After all, we are family, and I do not wish for her to grow increasingly distant from me." As she spoke, Jiang Zixuan pretended to shed tears. Then, feigning embarrassment, she lowered her head to wipe her eyes, subtly adjusting her loosely fastened clothing to reveal her alluring curves. The bruises on her face had yet to heal, leaving her reliant on her physique. Jiang Zixuan was confident in her figure, especially since she had donned a dress from the previous residence of the 14th floor, accentuating her slender waist and long legs. She was certain the resident on the 22nd floor would not remain indifferent. "Please ask Fei for me. If she is unwilling to meet, I will come again another time." Although directed at Xiao Chuxia, Jiang Zixuan's teary gaze drifted towards Lu Yu, standing nearby. Yet, in an instant, Xiao Chuxia blocked Jiang Zixuan's view and cheerfully remarked, "Cousin Jiang, your breasts are sagging. Perhaps it would be best not to expose them. If one were to feel disgusted, it would be detrimental to both you and everyone else." Do not presume that she is oblivious to the schemes of this individual. Still hoping to seduce Brother Liu? How repulsive. Chapter 26. Feel free to visit the 22nd floor at any time. Jiang Zixuan forcefully suppressed the flames of anger within her, feigning surprise at the state of her open collar, clumsily fastening it. I did not realize my button was undone. Do you dislike me so much? Is it because Fei Fei said something to you? Seeing Jiang Zixuan continuing her act, Xiao Chuxia could no longer endure it. She seized a basin of blood from the hallway and splashed it over Jiang Zixuan. What are you doing? Jiang Zixuan shrieked, jumping around. Fresh rat's blood will help cleanse you of evil. Knock again, and I'll chop off your hand. Xiao Chuxia declared fiercely before slamming the electric door shut. Jiang Zixuan's face contorted with fury. Is the 22nd floor filled with lunatics? The stench of blood wafting from her body made her recoil in disgust as she descended the stairs, completely devoid of any desire to linger. Meanwhile, on the 14th floor, the staff and property personnel sat exhausted on the ground, their hands too sore to lift. We truly cannot continue. Please spare us. I promise we will never go to the 22nd floor again. Just let us go this once. It was Xiaoguan's idea to raid your supplies. It has nothing to do with us. The property personnel pleaded, while Xiaoguan stubbornly remained silent, still believing he was in the right. Jiang Fei retrieved a few small loaves of bread from his pocket and beckoned to the henchman. Throw them all in the water, and the bread is yours. The henchman's eyes brightened, and they immediately complied. Xiaoguan was the first to be lifted and cried out in panic. Jiang Fei, you're trying to kill me. The water is filled with rats. Can he survive down there? With a crash, the henchman tossed Xiaoguan out the open window. The swarm of rats surged toward him as he shrieked and swam toward the window. However, as the henchman threw others out, Xiaoguan was knocked back into the water. Feeling the sharp teeth of the rats tearing at his flesh, he used the bodies of those who fell after him as stepping stones, desperately climbing toward the window. Noticing Xiaoguan was nearly back up, the largest of the henchmen asked Jiang Fei, "Shall I push him back down?" "Do not," Jiang Fei replied deliberately. "Let him climb up himself and live well." Covered in rat bites and incurring the wrath of the property staff, even if Xiaoguan managed to escape starvation, he would face a vengeance that rendered life unbearable. The onlookers could easily discern this, and their gazes toward Jiang Fei grew tinged with fear. Such ruthless tactics. Jiang Fei surveyed the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes remained as cold as frost. If anyone wishes to end their life, you are welcome to visit the 22nd floor at any time. Today's spectacle had thoroughly extinguished the ambitions of certain individuals. Death itself is not terrifying. What is truly dreadful is the slow approach of death. Jiang Fei, armed and adept at inflicting torment, who would dare covet the supplies on the 22nd floor? They were not to be trifled with. The crowd instinctively parted to allow Jiang Fei passage. He ascended the stairs with an axe in hand. Upon reaching the 17th floor, he caught sight of a flash of red that darted into the corridor as storage room. Surely it was Jiang Zixuan. Each corridor housed a small storage area for cleaning supplies, just large enough to accommodate a single person. Jiang Zixuan, what are you hiding from? Observing a red-eyed rat that lingered on the windowsill, frightened by the flames in the corridor, Jiang Fei smirked mischievously. He sheathed his axe, donned protective gloves from the supermarket storage, and swiftly captured the rat, making his way toward the storage room. The residents along the corridor had all gone downstairs to witness the commotion, leaving no one to witness Jiang Fei's sudden acquisition of the creature. The storage room had an iron door, which was not locked. Jiang Fei yanked it open and tossed the rat inside. Jiang Zixuan, hidden within, instinctively attempted to flee, but found her fingers trapped by the closing door.
Ah!
Jiang Fei, let me out. Open the door. Jiang Fei withdrew a small knife and deftly severed her fingers.
Ah!
A scream echoed as the iron door slammed shut. Jiang Fei then retrieved a wooden stick and wedged it against the doorknob to prevent her escape. Having completed his task, Jiang Fei kicked the severed fingers into the burning fire. This accounted for half the debt from the previous life, where Jiang Zixuan had severed her fingers. Cousin, do not die too quickly. Returning to the 22nd floor, Jiang Fei switched on the electric power and spotted Xiao Chuxia and Lu Yu roasting rat meat in the corridor. Nearby lay several basins filled with freshly prepared rat meat. Xiao Chuxia offered Jiang Fei a piece of the freshly roasted meat. "Sister, come taste my cooking. I didn't use any seasoning, so it may not be very delicious." Jiang Fei took a bite. The rat meat was pungent, yet tender, sufficient to satiate hunger. The flavor was secondary, filling one's stomach was the priority. Xiao Chuxia agreed. Given the current conditions, having any meat to eat is commendable. Brother Liu and I collected the dead rats from the stairs and cleaned them up. Yesterday, I found 2 bags of salt at the media company. We could dry the rat meat into jerky, which would last a long time. Jiang Fei was taken aback. You can cook? I learned online, but I've never actually tried it. Jiang Fei replied, all right, I'll come to teach you in 2201. Xiao Chuxia nodded obediently, recalling the events that had transpired earlier, and recounted them to Jiang Fei. Cousin Jiang tried to feign pity to seduce Brother Liu, but I splashed her with a basin of rat blood. Liu Yu, who was tidying up the refuse, stated his position. I will take care of it today. The relationship between the neighbors and that individual was evidently strained. He did not wish to incite any misunderstandings due to the other party. Her life is mine. Do not harm her. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Liu Yu's eyes, yet he refrained from probing further, diverting the conversation. After the typhoon and heavy rain, we've been plagued by a rat infestation. Who knows what other calamities may follow? Should we formally organize a team? With disasters rampant everywhere and official personnel overwhelmed, forming a team would provide some assurance. Xiao Chuxia responded, I'll follow whatever sister says. Jiang Fei was intrigued by Liu Yu's weaponry and his large yellow dog. However, the events from the previous day compelled her to remain vigilant. Jiang Fei cryptically stated, forming a team is acceptable, but do not bring trouble upon us. Detecting the hidden meaning in Jiang Fei's words, Liu Yu replied with a smile, if trouble arises, I will resolve it beforehand. Did the neighbors know something?
Meow.
At that moment, the large yellow dog darted out through the slightly ajar door, frightened by the sight of the rat corpses, and quickly climbed onto Liu Yu. Master, so many rat heads are staring at me. It's terrifying. Do not fear. They are all food. As he spoke, Liu Yu tore off a piece of roasted rat meat to offer the large yellow dog. Jiang Fei immediately interjected. I have several cans at home. Do not feed the dog unsanitary food. Liu Yu and Xiao Chuxia were taken aback. But you didn't say that yesterday, when you let us eat rat meat. Liu Yu also wanted to learn how to make rat jerky, so Jiang Fei included him as well. After teaching Liu Yu and Xiao Chuxia, she returned to 2202 to rest and took out her stockpiled rice noodles for a late-night snack. The soup was spicy and appetizing, and the rice noodles were tender and springy. Jiang Fei devoured 2 bowls before heading to wash up, while Xiao Chuxia was engrossed in making jerky. Jiang Fei comfortably lazed around the house for 2 days. On the 3rd morning, strange faint sounds emanated from behind the curtains, akin to something scraping against the glass. Jiang Fei retrieved her knife and approached, swiftly drawing back the curtains, her pupils narrowing in alarm. Chapter 27 Centipedes and cockroaches make their entrance outside the window of 2202. Countless centipedes crawled across the glass. Their long, slender legs moved rapidly, searching for an entrance. Through the writhing mass of centipedes, one could also see cockroaches flying in the air, each the size of a baby's fist, swarming so densely that they nearly obscured the sky. Several cockroaches had settled on the window, only to be swiftly devoured by a slithering centipede. Despite having witnessed swarms of both centipedes and cockroaches in her previous life, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a chill run down her spine, prompting her to inspect the room immediately. Fortunately, she had previously scattered insect repellent powder in every corner and sealed all the pipes, preventing any intruders from entering. Jiang Fei retrieved several packets of insect repellent powder and made her way to the adjacent room 2201. The pest control measures in 2201 were not as effective as in 2202. She was concerned that her chatty companion might be frightened. However, upon entering the living room, she found Xiao Chuxia crouched on the floor, using a flashlight to search for the pests, wielding a pair of long chopsticks. 2 large glass jars, once containing fruit, now held a writhing centipede in one and a scuttling cockroach in the other. Jiang Fei inquired, Aren't you afraid of them? This was not the reaction she had anticipated. Xiao Chuxia proudly lifted her head, declaring, I have eaten rats before. How could I possibly fear these tiny creatures? Besides, they are quite valuable. Centipedes have medicinal properties, serving as antibacterial agents, reducing inflammation, and treating snake bites. Cockroaches, when ground into powder, can be used to treat bed sores and burns externally, and enhance immunity and alleviate gastric bleeding and ulcers when taken internally. I study traditional Chinese medicine and intend to experiment with them. As she spoke, Xiao Chuxia flattened a large cockroach with her slipper. In its dying moments, the cockroach quickly expelled its egg case. Xiao Chuxia promptly took a flamethrower and incinerated the egg case, exclaiming, "You shall not leave behind your offspring." Observing the singed patch on the floor, Jiang Fei silently returned to 2202 to fetch a backpack containing 4 sets of protective clothing, 4 pairs of gloves, and 4 face shields she had acquired earlier while gathering supplies. "Here, put this on. I'll take you downstairs to catch some," she instructed, hoping to prevent her chatty friend from accidentally setting the house ablaze. Xiao Chuxia obediently donned the protective gear, and before leaving, she cleaned up the pests in 2202 and sprinkled additional insect repellent powder. Clad in her own protective suit, Jiang Fei opened the door. The corridor was not overly infested with centipedes and cockroaches. Jiang Fei used the flamethrower to eliminate them, reapplying fresh repellent powder, and took the opportunity to deliver a set of protective gear to Lu Yu. Lu Yu had already dealt with the pests in his home and was comforting the trembling large yellow dog in his arms. Jiang Fei seized the moment to gently pat the dog's head. "Was it scared by the insects?"
she asked.
Lu Yu replied with a hint of exasperation, "Yes. The large yellow dog is male. Just now it went to the litter box and almost got bitten by a centipede that crawled inside." The large yellow dog let out a disgruntled meow, as if to say, "Enough of this. Master, do I have no dignity?" Jiang Fei could not help but chuckle, realizing the dog's fear stemmed from a near castration incident. The large yellow dog turned its head in anger and buried itself in Lu Yu's embrace, resolutely ignoring the situation. Amused, Lu Yu patted the dog's back and then produced a small box containing 6 or 7 bottles of flamethrower fuel. With the current infestation of cockroaches and centipedes, using the flamethrower will be more efficient. "I have a few more bottles at home. If you need more, just come and get them." Grateful for the protective gear, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Jiang Fei accepted without hesitation, stating, "Even with the protective gear, it's best to avoid going out of the unit for now. The suits cannot withstand too many insect bites." Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuxia listened in confusion, "But there aren't that many insects. I found only 5 in my place." Realizing that Xiao Chuxia's room had been kept dark with curtains drawn, Jiang Fei gestured towards the distant window. "You should check the window in the corridor," she suggested. Xiao Chuxia hesitantly approached, and her face paled at the sight of the densely packed centipedes on the glass. "Sister, perhaps we should avoid going downstairs," she stammered, terrified of being consumed by the centipedes. "It's too late." Jiang Fei resolutely pulled Xiao Chuxia down the stairs. The 21st floor had been treated with insect repellent, and the number of cockroaches and centipedes was still manageable for Xiao Chuxia. However, as they descended, the infestation grew worse. Centipedes crawled along the ground and walls, while cockroaches flew through the air, leaving no refuge for the residents. Fortunately, those who had experience dealing with rats had built more fires in the corridors to fend off the pests, yet only a portion of the insects could be deterred. Residents still had to manually swat them down. Some had been bitten by centipedes the previous night, their exposed skin covered in swollen welts as they cried, "Am I going to die? Curse these wretched insects. When will we be rid of them for good?" A man burst from his room in a panic, screaming that a centipede had crawled into his ear, only to inadvertently swallow a flying cockroach in his fright. The commotion escalated into chaos within the building. The clever ones had already grabbed curtains or sheets to wrap themselves tightly, some even using mesh garbage bins or plastic buckets with holes cut out for their heads. Xiao Chuxia fought to overcome her fear, wielding a torch to drive away the cockroaches in the air, while Jiang Fei focused on capturing centipedes in the glass jars. After filling one jar and sealing it, she began to catch cockroaches. Noticing her actions, someone approached, equipped with a garbage bin. "Can we eat these insects?" He was the first to obediently consume rat meat. "Absolutely not," Jiang Fei replied. But an idea suddenly struck her. You can catch cockroaches or centipedes and trade them for food. With free labor at hand, why exert oneself unnecessarily? Upon hearing this, the man quickly fetched an empty bottle to start catching insects. Spreading the word, Jiang Fei said, "We can trade these bugs for food." Within moments, the entire floor was aware of the opportunity. Those who had previously fled now pounced on the cockroaches and centipedes as if they were prey, exclaiming, "This is food. Just be careful not to get bitten." With the emergence of willing participants, Jiang Fei paused her efforts and returned upstairs to retrieve a box of bread as trade goods, only to find Xiao Chuxia waiting for her, staring intently at an open room. Approaching, Jiang Fei saw the room was piled with corpses. belonging to Xiaoguan and the property staff. Aside from bite wounds, Xiaoguan was missing both hands and one eye, occupied by a centipede. Xiao Chuxiao recounted what she had just heard. They said Xiaoguan came up yesterday and was beaten senseless by other survivors from the property management, left here to die. Last night, he developed a high fever and was unable to move, and many centipedes crawled into his body. After struggling for a while, he perished. The other property staff were also bitten by rats and did not escape the insects, dying in the middle of the night. Xiao Chuxia found it oddly ironic. Xiaoguan indeed saved many refugees, but when he needed help last night, no one came to his aid. Jiang Fei remained unperturbed, stating, "Selfishness is human nature." She had understood this truth in her previous life. Xiao Chuxia sighed for a moment before beginning to examine the centipedes and cockroaches brought in by others. Most were either crushed into mush or cut into pieces, their bodies incomplete. Some had even placed cockroaches and centipedes in the same jar, resulting in the cockroaches being consumed by the centipedes. In the end, Xiao Chuxia only managed to collect 3 500 milliliters bottles. Without her needing to voice it, Jiang Fei recognized it was insufficient. Medicines are a scarce resource. Naturally, the more, the better. Those who had failed to trade for bread asked Jiang Fei, "Can we continue to exchange?" "I will notify you tomorrow," Jiang Fei replied, and with that, she and Xiao Chuxia ascended the stairs. "I plan to set up a supply point at the stairwell on the 21st floor. You head home first while I consult Grandma Su and the other residents' opinion." Ling Xiaorui resided on the 21st floor, and establishing a supply point here would not only protect both floors but also prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos. After all, she was unfamiliar with the residents on the 20th floor, and a betrayal would be troublesome. If the 21st floor disagreed to set up a supply point, she would simply bring Ling Xiaorui up to the 22nd floor. After Xiao Chuxia departed, Jiang Fei retrieved a bag of 8 treasure porridge and several packets of insect-repellent powder, then knocked on the door of room 2102. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's voice, the elderly Su matriarch opened the door. Jiang Fei briefly stated her purpose. There would be a commotion at the staircase later, and these supplies were intended as compensation for Grandma Su. The matriarch smiled warmly, saying, "Why are you being so polite, my dear? I shall accept the insect repellent, but you can take the porridge back. We have enough food at home." At this point, Grandma Su furrowed her brow and asked, "Jiang girl, could you do me a favor?" The occupants of 2101 had not emerged for quite some time, and after several knocks with no response, she worried that something might have happened and requested Jiang Fei to help force the door open. The matriarch assured her, "Whatever the issue, it will be my responsibility." The resident was a young girl named Shou Lily, who was sensible and polite, always greeting her with a smile and calling her grandma. The matriarch expressed her concern, "I don't want anything to happen to her." Without hesitation, Jiang Fei accepted the task, returning upstairs to fetch an axe and swiftly breaking the door lock. A foul odor assaulted her senses as she entered. Several red-eyed rats scurried in the living room, surrounded by centipedes and cockroaches. Jiang Fei employed a flamethrower to eliminate the pests, and in the bedroom, they discovered the resident of 2101. On a pink bedsheet lay a decayed corpse, parts of which had been consumed by the rats and insects, leaving only bones behind. Grandma Su gasped in horror, nearly collapsing. "How could Lily end up like this? My condolences." Lacking the ability to comfort anyone, Jiang Fei proceeded to exterminate the insects in the room, unexpectedly discovering 3 bottles of foam agent that had sealed all the pipes. Throughout the entire space, there were no food packaging remnants, only 2 empty jars that once contained oil and salt. Jiang Fei surmised the girl's cause of death. She had starved. The rats and insects had crawled through the pipes to consume her body. Grandma Su swayed, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Why didn't this foolish child come to me for food? That couple, Zhou, is truly heartless. They work far away, neglecting Lily completely. Not only do they provide insufficient funds, but they also fail to stock any food at home. What a pity for this good child." After regaining her composure, Grandma Su gently grasped Jiang Fei's hand. "Thank you, my dear Jiang, for today. If the Zhou couple returns, I will discuss the door incident with them." "All right," Jiang Fei replied, closing the door behind her and assisting Grandma Su in dealing with the insects in 2102 before heading upstairs to seek Lu Yu's assistance. Together, they moved a large table to the staircase on the 21st floor. Understanding Jiang Fei's intentions, Lu Yu brought a round battery-operated clock, stating, "We cannot stand guard here all day. We should set a time for transactions, allowing those individuals to come promptly. Jiang Fei shared this sentiment but was pleasantly surprised by Lu Yu's foresight. Thank you. I will bring you 2 packets of insect repellent later. Sometimes, you need not be so courteous. We are teammates and friends, Lu Yu replied. He had received considerable help from neighbors, and performing this minor task was insignificant. Moreover, they were currently relying on each other as support as comrades, rendering the small favors unworthy of meticulous accounting. Jiang Fei contemplated this and decided, then I shall accept it directly. Lu Yu nodded with a smile, his features softened beneath the transparent mask, resembling a gentle spring water that enchanted the beholder. Jiang Fei could not help but acknowledge Lu Yu's striking appearance. It was truly captivating. After parting ways with Lu Yu, Jiang Fei descended to find a man beneath a garbage bin. With a packet of instant noodles, she persuaded him to spread the word. Starting at noon tomorrow, anyone who captures centipedes or cockroaches can exchange them for food at the staircase of the 21st floor for only 3 hours each day. Gold could also serve as currency. If the insects were dead, their bodies must be intact. If alive, they should be stored separately to prevent centipedes from consuming cockroaches. A 500 milliliters bottle could be traded for a bag of bread or a packet of compressed biscuits. A clock would be present on the 21st floor. Should anyone fail to adhere to the rules or arrive late, they could expect to be fed to the insects. The man beneath the garbage bin took note of everything. What about the gold? 100 grams is sufficient for trade. The exchange rate for goods is the same as for insects. Over 1,000 grams can be traded for any 2 types of food, plus a bottle of drinking water. She was in dire need of gold. A slight excess of supplies would not matter. Unlocking the supermarket would yield greater rewards. Once the trading arrangements were finalized, Jiang Fei proceeded to room 2201. Xiao Chuxia was already inside, dealing with the corpses of centipedes and cockroaches, preparing medicine. Jiang Fei refrained from interrupting her, instead moving the nearly empty water bucket to room 02, filling it with water before returning it. Previously, Xiao Chuxia had collected rainwater from outside, filtering it with purification tablets for drinking. Now, with the insect infestation, the water contained larvae, making it unsafe to drink. Having hoarded such a large quantity of water, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Lu Yu's water bucket remained full and in greater quantity than Xiao Chuxia's. So Jiang Fei did not refill it but filled 200-liter buckets and went to visit Ling Xiaorui. Compared to a few days prior, Ling Xiaorui's complexion had improved significantly. Although he still limped from his leg injury, Jiang Fei placed the water buckets at his doorstep, saying, "The rainwater contains larvae. Do not venture downstairs for water anymore. I will bring you water during this period." Ling Xiaorui, feeling ashamed, gripped his walking stick. "I can't consume that much water alone. Take 1 bucket back. You saved me, provided me with shelter and sustenance, yet I have done nothing in return. It feels as though I am a parasite living off your generosity," he lamented. Jiang Fei interrupted. "Once the trading situation stabilizes, you will teach me how to cultivate. When your leg heals and you can go outside, these supplies must be returned."
All right.
Ling Xiaorui finally smiled. Owing Jiang Fei something was preferable to accepting her generosity without reciprocation. At least his conscience would be lighter. The man beneath the garbage bin was remarkably efficient. The next day, Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia descended with boxes filled with supplies, only to find the staircase of the 21st floor crowded with people. Some held containers filled with insects, while others carried gold. Everyone had unearthed usable items, taking simple precautions to avoid insect bites. Perhaps too many had been exterminated, for no cockroaches were seen flying about that day. Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia set down the boxes and opened them in front of the eager crowd. In addition to bread, compressed biscuits, and drinking water, there were also packets of instant noodles, ham sausages, and meat floss cakes. The crowd could hardly contain their excitement, clamoring to seize the provisions. They were well aware that there were treasures on the 22nd floor. Noticing that someone had skewed the table, Xiao Chuxia raised the loudspeaker provided by Jiang Fei and called out, "Please form 2 lines, those with insects on this side and those with gold on that side. No cutting in line or shoving, otherwise no one will receive anything." At this opportune moment, Jiang Fei brandished a gun to instill a sense of order. The crowd quickly divided into 2 lines. Xiao Chuxia managed the insect transactions while Jiang Fei oversaw the collection of gold. Each time she received gold, Jiang Fei pretended to place it into her backpack, but in reality, she stored it in the supermarket, confirming its weight before proceeding with the exchange. While some rejoiced at the opportunity to trade for food, others voiced their discontent. A man who had just exchanged gold for supplies spoke up. Gold is worth $400 to $500 per gram. My ring weighs 10 grams, which amounts to over $4,000. And you're only giving me 2 packets of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water? That's not even worth $10. This is blatant exploitation. Others in Xiao Chuxia's line echoed his grievances. Both cockroaches and centipedes bite, leaving painful and itchy wounds, potentially harboring bacteria and viruses. We risk our lives to capture them. How can you only offer us one type of food in return? Xiao Chuxia retorted, the decision lies with you. You can choose not to trade. Gold was valuable before. But is it still worth anything now?
Can you survive on it?
Do you truly grasp the importance of food? With this series of probing questions, she rendered the crowd speechless. Yet, some remained unconvinced. Shouldn't we help one another? You few cannot consume all these supplies.
Bang!
The corridor ceiling light was shattered by a gunshot fired by Jiang Fei. The last person who forced me to surrender resources has already met his demise. Do you wish to seek him out? The crowd instinctively recalled the tragic fate of Xiao Guan and fell silent. Change it or leave. No one is forcing you. Jiang Fei leaned back in her chair, her demeanor unyielding, reminiscent of a bandit. Yet no one dared to cause trouble again, and they resumed the exchange of resources obediently. Among Xiao Chuxia's group, a burly man draped in a bright red curtain approached Jiang Fei after trading insects, ingratiatingly saying, Sister Jiang, I'm the one who tossed Xiao Guan into the water last time, with the sunflower seeds. Do you still need muscle? I'll take care of anyone who stirs trouble.
No need for you to waste bullets.
Just give me some food. Jiang Fei assessed Juzi, whose imposing stature made him the largest in the crowd. 3 hours of work for a bag of bread and a bag of compressed biscuits.
Deal.
Juzi replied eagerly. Observing this, others followed suit. Jiang Fei then selected 2 more members from the previous crew of muscle, and the trading resumed. When it was the 7th woman's turn to exchange gold, the system chimed, detected 176 grams of counterfeit gold, automatically removed from the supermarket. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. Fake goods? Chapter 29. She would never forgive. Jiang Fei pulled out a large gold chain from her backpack and returned it to the woman. This is fake. If you want food, bring real gold. The woman averted her gaze and stubbornly retorted, if you don't want to trade, just say so. This gold chain was purchased at Wanfilu. It weighs 200 grams. If you don't believe me, I still have the receipt. With a snap, Jiang Fei's magnet latched onto the gold chain on the table. Realizing her deceit had been uncovered, the woman nervously lied, I didn't know the chain was fake. Its surface is gold-colored. It should count for something, right? Can't I just trade it for a bag of bread? Before Jiang Fei could respond, Juzi swiftly seized the woman and tossed her to the back of the line. If you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. Juzi's fierce appearance and muscular build intimidated her into silence as she left begrudgingly. Jiang Fei raised her eyelids and surveyed the line for gold exchanges. If you wish to obtain resources, you must adhere to my rules. If anyone else attempts to deceive us with counterfeit gold, trading on the 22nd floor will be halted. Failing to obtain resources is not terrifying. What is frightening is inciting collective hatred. Because of one person, everyone else may go hungry. One can only imagine the retribution that awaits such a person. Some, harboring a sense of luck, voluntarily withdrew from the gold line. They would do well to capture insects instead. With the counterfeit goods eliminated, Jiang Fei's group swiftly completed their transactions, amassing a total of 650 grams of gold. Today, only a third of the people from Building A came to trade. After all, the infamous reputation of the 22nd floor deterred some, who were still observing to see if these early arrivals could safely obtain resources. Perhaps more would come tomorrow. Jiang Fei mused. The insect gathering on Xiao Chuxia's side was nearly wrapped up, leaving only a handful of people in the corridor. At that moment, Zhang Zhenkong approached, holding a dirty bottle containing 2 centipedes. He lowered his head, slightly embarrassed. Fei, I know I didn't catch much. Can you help me exchange for some food? Half a loaf of bread would suffice. Catching sight of Li Yanping lurking below the stairs, Jiang Fei understood. Li Yanping knew she couldn't provide food. So she sent Zhang Zhenkong to trade. Jiang Fei chose not to expose the situation. Instead, she filled 3 large bags with food for Zhang Zhenkong. I stayed at my uncle's house for 5 years. During that time, the snacks you bought for me, I'll exchange them for food now, tripling what you provided. From now on, bridges would be crossed and paths separated. She had no right to meddle in Zhang Zhenkong's marriage, but she could sever this connection. Li Yanping could not use Jiang Zhenkong to take advantage of her. Jiang Zhenkong looked at Jiang Fei with a complex expression. Must we make it this tense? I'll have a good talk with your aunt. One day, when she realizes her mistakes, she will apologize and make amends for the years of neglect towards you. I do not need that, Jiang Fei replied, meeting Jiang Zhenkong's gaze earnestly. If I were to sever Li Yanping's hands and feet now and wait a few years to apologize, would she forgive me? The best form of compensation would be for her to endure everything that Jiang Fei had experienced. Living a life worse than that of a dog for 5 years was colder than the harshest winter of the apocalypse. She would never forgive. Jiang Zhenkong fell silent, ultimately accepting the bags and departing in silence. Jiang Fei lowered her gaze to conceal a flicker of helplessness, unable to comprehend. How could her mother, such a wise and brave woman, have a timid, cowardly brother? Li Yanping would eventually bring harm to him. Regardless, this was Jiang Zhenkong's choice, and she respected it. Once the debt from the previous life was settled, she and Jiang Zhenkong would be completely free of ties. Suddenly, a piece of fruit candy was thrust into Jiang Fei's hand. Xiao Chuxiao winked at her without asking anything further, continuing to collect insects. A warmth spread through Jiang Fei's heart as she tucked away the candy. Not long after, 3 hours elapsed. Jiang Fei halted the trading, compensated Juzi and the others accordingly, and made her way alone to room 2103. There, she discovered Ling Xiaorui had been sleeping on the living room sofa. Why aren't you sleeping in the bedroom? Ling Xiaorui scratched his head. As a man, it feels inappropriate to sleep in a girl's bed. The sofa is large and soft. I can sleep here just as well. As if recalling something, Ling Xiaorui handed Jiang Fei a notebook he had found on the coffee table. I've been a bit bored these past few days, so I wrote down some knowledge about planting. You might find it useful. Jiang Fei accepted it with surprise and shared her previous failure in growing bok choy with Ling Xiaorui. After listening, Ling Xiaorui identified the problem. You watered too much. If the soil is overly moist, it will cause the roots to rot. You need to water based on the soil's moisture and the climate's humidity. Regular observation is essential. If the leaves of the bok choy turn yellow, it indicates that the roots are too wet and you should reduce the water. For each piece of advice Ling Xiaorui provided, Jiang Fei diligently noted it down. A sharp memory cannot compare to a well-worn pen. Once she had absorbed sufficient knowledge, Jiang Fei eagerly returned to room 2202 to implement it. To avoid wasting seeds, she planted only one bok choy as an experiment this time. She hoped for success. Meanwhile, in room 1403 on the 14th floor, several fires burned in the living room to ward off insects. Li Yanping and Jiang Zixuan sat on the old sofa, voraciously consuming the food Jiang Zhenkong had brought back. Both women bore wounds from insect bites on their faces and bodies, treated only with the medical supplies left by Xiaoguan to prevent infection. Jiang Zixuan's right hand, with a severed finger, was bandaged, revealing faint traces of blood. Li Yanping spat out the wrapper of a devoured sausage and rummaged through the bags. That stingy Jiang Fei only gives us this meager amount of food, treating us like beggars. Jiang Zhenkong, you go back to Jiang Fei and tell her that without 100 boxes of supplies, I will never sever ties with her. Jiang Zhenkong remained silent, merely taking a bottle of water and a bag of bread to the guest bedroom. Initially, Xiaoguan had led a group to seize 3 apartments on the 14th floor, leaving one for them. He and Jiang Ziming occupied the guest bedroom, while Li Yanping and Jiang Zixuan occupied the master bedroom. Ziming, eat something, Jiang Zhenkong said, sitting at the edge of the bed as he opened the packaging. But he heard no response from Jiang Ziming.
Ziming? Ziming.
Panic rising, Jiang Zhenkong shook Jiang Ziming, but the latter remained unresponsive. A sense of dread crept into Jiang Zhenkong's heart as he trembled, reaching to check for Jiang Ziming's breath. There was none.
Ah!
Jiang Zhenkong cried out in despair, unable to accept this reality. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Yanping entered, exasperated. What are you making a fuss about in here? Ziming is dead.
Li Yanping froze.
Stumbling over to discover Jiang Ziming lacked breath and a heartbeat, collapsing to the ground.
My son.
Jiang Fei. It's all because of Jiang Fei that Ziming died. I will have my revenge. Enough. Jiang Zhenkong suddenly stood up, blocking Li Yanping's path. Ziming is the result of your actions. Had it not been for your indulgence of him and Zixuan throughout their upbringing, leading them to behave recklessly, would they have ended up like this? Everything that has transpired today is of their own making, and you are the instigator.
How could you?
Ziming is not your son. Jiang Zhenkong, you feel no sorrow.
Do you?
What have I done wrong? It was clearly that ungrateful Jiang Fei who brought ruin upon our family. Li Yanping, filled with rage, scratched Jiang Zhenkong's face. Instinctively, Jiang Zhenkong pushed her away, only to be met with her more frenzied attacks. Wishing to avoid further argument with Li Yanping, Jiang Zhenkong numbly endured the onslaught. In the living room, upon learning of Jiang Ziming's death, Jiang Zixuan not only refrained from going to see him but also seized the opportunity during the quarrel between Li Yanping and Jiang Zhenkong to stuff her mouth with food, secretly hoarding several items. She had grown weary of these burdens. They possessed no skills, only the ability to quarrel. Sooner or later, she would rid herself of them. Chapter 30. Faster than a knife, Jiang Fei had not returned to the supply point on the 21st floor but instead focused intently on learning to cultivate plants from Ling Xiaorui. With the pillars present and the gun she had left for Xiao Chuxia in hand, no one dared to cause trouble. The previously planted bok choy had flourished, proving that the supermarket's soil was sufficiently fertile. Jiang Fei decided to remain indoors, diligently delineating planting areas. The space outside the supermarket was vast, without clear divisions. It would be impossible to know where to plant what in the future. Jiang Fei retrieved agricultural tools stored in the supermarket warehouse, marking off a patch of land and opting for easy-to-grow crops: pumpkins, potatoes, peppers, spinach, and carrots. She also found some wooden boards to label each section with the respective crop names. After completing this task, Jiang Fei felt a dull ache in her back. Her finances were limited. She had purchased manual tools, which were time-consuming and labor-intensive. It seemed she would need to find time to acquire a batch of agricultural machinery, seeders, harvesters, sprayers, irrigators, to significantly enhance efficiency. Ideally, she would have someone to assist her. With this thought, Jiang Fei exited the supermarket to fetch a jar containing live centipedes from next door. However, upon entering the supermarket, she found her hands empty. Exiting the supermarket, she saw the jar had fallen and shattered, with several centipedes crawling out. Jiang Fei swiftly dealt with them, unable to conceal her disappointment. No living creature, apart from herself, could enter the supermarket. It was a pity, as she had hoped to recruit a few helpers. After a simple dinner, Jiang Fei returned to her room to catch up on sleep. Having labored tirelessly for 2 days in the supermarket, she felt as if her body no longer belonged to her. She slept soundly until the following afternoon, retrieving a serving of braised chicken with rice for brunch. After satisfying her hunger, she descended downstairs. At the stairwell of the 21st floor, Xiao Chuxia had just finished gathering insects and was packing them into boxes for transport upstairs. Ling Xiaorui sat on a chair, assisting in organizing the gold jewelry they had received. The pillars and others had seemingly vanished, likely having taken their supplies and left. Upon seeing Jiang Fei descend, Xiao Chuxia feigned reproach. "Sister, you've finally chosen to come out. I haven't seen you in nearly a week." "I've been resting," Jiang Fei explained, glancing at the clock on the table. "Why did you take it down?" "The centipedes and cockroaches are sufficient, and we have no more gold. So, I thought it best to cancel the supply point." Jiang Fei agreed with Xiao Chuxia's decision. The supply point had been established for nearly half a month, and the openly displayed supplies were likely exhausted. Otherwise, the residents of Building A might suspect that there was an endless supply of resources on the 22nd floor. Xiao Chuxia suddenly adopted a mysterious tone. "Sister, I've learned something about cousin Jiang. During your absence, she has been waiting downstairs every day, seeking someone to sleep with her in exchange for supplies, supporting Li Yanping and Jiang Zhenkong. I overheard them talking. It was originally Li Yanping's idea, but due to her age, no one wanted her, so cousin Jiang had to sell her body. However, Jiang Zhenkong is unaware of this. Li Yanping and cousin Jiang have deceived him, claiming they traded insects for supplies." Jiang Fei's gaze turned mocking. Li Yanping had once cherished Jiang Zixuan above all else. Yet now, for a morsel of food, she was willing to let her sleep with men. How ironic. "Sister, this is the gold we've recently received, exactly 2,000 grams. Ling Xiaorui, echoing the pillar's way of addressing Jiang Fei, handed her the gold. Concealing it within her backpack, Jiang Fei swiftly stored the gold in the supermarket. System notification ding. Detected gold, 2,000 grams. Current progress for unlocking area 2 on the second floor, 15. Still a long way to 32,000 grams of gold." Jiang Fei fondly remembered Wang Qiaozi, the golden spitting sheep. Who could resist such a creature? Lost in thought, Jiang Fei assisted Xiao Chuxia in transporting the boxes of insects upstairs. Ling Xiaorui, limping while leaning on a walking stick, returned to his room to rest. As Xiao Chuxia needed to close the door to prepare medicine, Jiang Fei left a few bags of food for her and departed. Upon returning to room 2202, Jiang Fei pulled aside the curtains that had remained closed, wishing to observe the current situation, only to find that the number of cockroaches and centipedes outside had significantly decreased. The stagnant water had receded from the 11th floor to the 8th. In her previous life, a storm had first brought torrential rain, followed by an influx of cockroaches, centipedes, rats, venomous mosquitoes, water snakes, and extreme cold. In this life, the sequence of disasters had shifted, as had their durations. She pondered what the next calamity might be. The next day, Jiang Fei, enjoying a leisurely morning, was roused by the doorbell ringing outside. After the red-eyed rats disappeared, Lu Yu reconnected the doorbell, without concern over exposing the generator, for the primary concern among people was food. However, for safety's sake, electricity in the 3 households had to remain off temporarily to prevent any cockroaches or centipedes captured by Xiao Chuxia from inadvertently escaping and damaging the wiring. Jiang Fei habitually took her knife before stepping outside. The 2201 unit was devoid of a doorbell, so Xiao Chuxia remained undisturbed. Meanwhile, in Unit 2203, Lu Yu had taken out a gun, accompanied by the little tail, De Huang. It had been a while since they had seen each other, and the little orange cat had grown a bit, its chubby face rounder than before. How adorable! Jiang Fei often fantasized, opening the door. It was Ling Xiaorui. Sister? The people downstairs are aware that you have cancelled the supply point, and they're causing a disturbance at the stairwell on the 21st floor. Currently, the pillars and a few of his brothers are blocking them, but they likely won't hold out for long. I came up to ask how you wish to handle this. Jiang Fei's eyes turned icy. I will handle it. Wait for me. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he returned to Unit 2203 with the running De Huang. Soon, he reappeared with a submachine gun. Here, take this. It's faster than a knife. Jiang Fei accepted the submachine gun, her mood mixed. Indeed, neighbors were like a weapons cache. At the stairwell of the 21st floor, a throng of people had gathered. Let Jiang Fei come out. Why was it possible to exchange supplies a few days ago, but not now? She must give us an explanation. Without food, we will starve. We are not asking for charity. Why cancel the supply point? Do you know how much effort it took me to find these centipedes? You can't just decide not to trade. Voices clamored as the crowd attempted to surge past the wall formed by the pillars. The sound of bullets ricocheted off the wall, creating a shower of sparks. People screamed and crouched down, shielding their heads. Moments later, the 21st floor fell silent. Jiang Fei descended the stairs. Wielding the submachine gun, I established the supply point to collect insects and gold, not as a charity. Now that we have enough, and our supplies are limited, should I continue trading garbage with you? Would you be willing to do so? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Without food, who would be willing to trade with the 22nd floor? If you continue to cause trouble, the next bullets won't be hitting the wall. As soon as Jiang Fei's words fell, a muffled announcement echoed from outside. Attention residents of Lin City. In 10 minutes, a batch of wooden crates will be released onto the water surface, containing supplies. Please salvage them safely, without fighting or wasting. The announcement repeated, and the crowd eagerly gazed out the corridor windows. Several helicopters hovered above. It was the authorities. They had finally come to rescue us. No more hunger. Hurry. Let's go gather supplies. The people joyfully rushed down the stairs, completely shedding their earlier ferocity. Lu Yu asked Jiang Fei, "Are you going to salvage?" Jiang Fei shook her head. She had sufficient supplies and saw no need to snatch from ordinary folks. Lu Yu had no intention of going either. He turned and went upstairs. His food could last for a while longer, so there was no need to fight for resources outside. Jiang Fei looked at Ling Xiaorui. If you wish to gather, I can assist you. Ling Xiaorui had mentioned he couldn't swim. With his mobility issues, if he got pushed into the water, it would be a futile rescue. As for the chatterbox, she could afford to support him. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiaorui declined. Actually, I still have not finished the supplies I brought back from the media company. He only ate 1 meal a day, and with the additional supplies Jiang Fei provided, he still had 2 boxes left. Jiang Fei replied, "Then you should head back. I will return home to drop off the gun, and then find you at 2103. I have some planting questions I'd like to consult you about."
All right.
After Ling Xiaorui returned home, Jiang Fei ascended the stairs, stored the machine gun in the supermarket warehouse, and waited a moment before heading down. Just then, A strange voice called out, "Are you going down to salvage supplies?" Chapter 31. The water snake emerges. There are snakes in the water. Without protection, you could be bitten. A man in a raincoat, around 27 or 28, with a dignified appearance and an aura of righteousness, was missing a shoe, lost in the crowd while ascending. "There are too many people downstairs. I won't be salvaging supplies," Jiang Fei replied, heading towards 2103, indifferent to the man's identity. Suddenly, the door to 2102 swung open. Jiang girl, why are you still here?" "I just heard the official announcement. There are supplies downstairs. If we don't go now, we won't get any."
Grandma Su pauset.
Her gaze shifting to the man behind Jiang Fei, Qianyao. Ignoring Jiang Fei, Grandma Su rushed forward to embrace Su Qianyao. "My dear grandson, you finally decided to return. I was worried sick when I couldn't get in touch with you."
Su Qianyao apolit. I'm sorry, Grandma.
"The villages and towns below were flooded, and I couldn't call you. However, the disaster situation is stabilizing, and the authorities have started organizing rescue efforts in Lin City. I've even become the rescue team leader. Director Ning is taking good care of me, so you can rest easy." Grandma Su feigned anger. "I've been friends with old Ning for decades. If he doesn't take good care of you, I'll make sure to have a word with him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei withdrew her hand from the door of 2103. Director Ning was the head of the Lin City Police Department, known for his integrity and foresight. The first safe haven established in the province where Lin City is located was proposed by Director Ning. Unfortunately, the extreme cold had destroyed that haven. Jiang Fei hadn't expected that Grandma Su and Director Ning were old friends. Jiang Fei turned to Su Qianyao, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Having lived 2 lives and often faced with ill-intentioned individuals, she was adept at playing her role. "Is it truly safe outside now?" Su Qianyao nodded. "The authorities predict that the flood will recede shortly." "That's wonderful, but with this flood, many unusual rats and insects have appeared." The girl bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper as if speaking to herself. "I once read that such signs indicate the end of the world." Besides the giant insects, there are also extreme cold, high temperatures, viruses, and earthquakes. Could it truly be happening? As an ordinary person, she had no means to meet Director Ning, and could only subtly hint at her concerns. Su Qianyao could openly speak about his relationship with Director Ning in her presence, proving he had nothing to hide. If they encountered Director Ning in the future, Su Qianyao would undoubtedly mention what he had heard today. He reassured Jiang Fei, "Don't worry, these are merely fabricated stories." Jiang Fei acknowledged with a sound, bid farewell to Grandma Su, and knocked on the door of 2103 before entering. Su Qianyao curiously asked Grandma Su, "Grandma, do you know this girl?" "She is a resident of the 22nd floor named Jiang Fei. Thanks to her, I've managed to survive until now. Come, let us go inside and talk." The authorities' arrival had instilled hope in many. Everyone awaited the day the flood would recede. Yet, the cockroaches and centipedes had not vanished. Now, water snakes emerged. The water was teeming with intertwined snakes, writhing and even climbing onto the shore to attack humans. A single bite from their sharp fangs would pierce flesh, leaving gaping wounds. People had no choice but to find long sticks to salvage the supplies from the water. Each wooden crate contained enough supplies for one person to eat for 2 days. But greed drove some to disregard the authorities' warnings and snatch from others. In the chaos, some unfortunate souls were pushed into the water, becoming ensnared by the snakes. Those luckier only suffered a few bites. That night, the doorbell of the 22nd floor rang urgently, accompanied by loud knocking that startled Jiang Fei and her companions from their dreams. Irritated, Jiang Fei loaded her gun, but upon opening the door, she froze. Zhuzi knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Beside him, a frail man sat, pale and weak, with several bloodied bite marks on his arm. "Sister Jiang, I know you collect cockroaches and centipedes for medicine. I beg you, lend me some to save Monkey. I swear, I will repay you." Xiao Chuxia quietly pulled Jiang Fei's sleeve and whispered, "Zhuzi is quite honest. He returned half of the supplies I gave him when I acted as his bodyguard, saying it would be wrong to take more than he contributed. Besides, this is my first attempt at making medicine. I'm unsure of its effects. Perhaps we should let them try it? If it poses no danger, we can keep it for ourselves." Jiang Fei pondered and said to Zhuzi, "I can give you the medicine without expecting repayment, but I must make it clear. We will treat you as a test subject. We are uncertain of any side effects or dangers involved." Zhuzi glanced at the man called Monkey. Monkey gritted his teeth. I am willing to try. If I die, it is my own fate. It has nothing to do with you, Sister Jiang. Seeing Monkey readily agree, Xiao Chuxia quickly fetched 2 small boxes of powdered medicine and instructed them on how to use it. With the medicine in hand, Zhuzi helped Monkey to leave. Xiao Chuxia, anxious, grasped Jiang Fei's hand. Sister, do you think my medicine will be successful? This is my first attempt. Jiang Fei replied candidly, I don't know. Xiao Chuxia had grown accustomed to her straightforwardness. If Jiang Fei were capable of comforting others, that would indeed be surprising.
Fortunately,
Xiao Chuxia's anxious heart was set at ease on the 3rd day when Zhuzi returned with a lively monkey at the stairwell of the 22nd floor, carrying 2 portions of self-heating rice. Zhuzi generously praised, Sister Chuxia, your medicine is incredible. Monkey's wounds not only haven't become infected, but they are starting to heal. This is a small token of our appreciation. To safeguard these supplies from being taken, Monkey had willingly allowed the snakes to bite him. Jiang Fei declined the offering. You have already paid the price for the medicine. Zhuzi, upon hearing this, did not insist. Then I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Monkey thumped his chest, declaring, though I may not be as strong as Zhuzi, I can take a beating. I will stand in front of you when it matters. Xiao Chuxia was amused by the monkey's words when suddenly several individuals emerged from the staircase below. Miss Jiang, may we exchange some medicine with you? Chapter 32. Not dead, yet worse than death. 2 men and a woman presented their offerings, shamelessly stating, although this piece of wood is a bit damp, it can still be used. This colorful curtain fabric is lovely. You can keep it to make clothes. My thermos is a high-end brand collaboration, which I purchased for several thousand. You can trade me a box of medicine for it. The monkey's snake bite was no secret. They were aware that Zhuzi had procured medicine made on the 22nd floor and, after observing for 2 days to confirm the monkey was unharmed, they conceived the idea of a trade. However, lacking valuable items, they scavenged some discarded trash from the hallway. After all, the medicine was of dubious origin. Could the 22nd floor still demand exorbitant exchanges? Jiang Fei responded bluntly, no trade, leave. The trio was displeased. Why can Zhuzi and the monkey trade, but we cannot? This is discrimination. I'm begging you. There are too many snakes downstairs, and without medicine, if we get bitten, we can only await death. You cannot be so cruel. Xiao Chuxia laughed in anger. Are we the cruel ones, or are you shameless? Who do you think you're fooling with this trash? No trade means no trade. Keep whining, and I'll cut you down. In a fit of rage, Xiao Chuxia drew her short knife. Zhuzi interjected, Sister Chuxia, you needn't get involved. I and the monkey will handle them. After all, it was he who had summoned them. He regretted his haste a few days prior, not bringing others along when administering medicine to the monkey. Zhuzi, skilled in martial arts, easily subdued the 2 men, 1 in each hand, and tossed them down the stairs. The monkey, though not as strong, dragged the lone woman down with him. Peace returned to the 22nd floor. Lu Yu was also drawn out by the earlier commotion, gleaning from their fragmented dialogue that these individuals would not relent. They can't break the electric door. Soon, I'll disable the doorbell. If anyone knocks, we'll pretend not to hear. Jiang Fei agreed. Old Lady Sue's grandson downstairs is affiliated with the authorities. We should refrain from using firearms for now to avoid trouble. Lu Yu concurred, understood. Brother Lu, don't leave just yet. I have something for you. Xiao Chuxia returned to her room and retrieved a storage box, from which she produced 6 small boxes for Lu Yu. These are the medicines I made. The round boxes are for external use. They are antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and effective for swelling and detoxification, particularly for snake bites. The square boxes are for internal use. They can relieve pain and discomfort in the stomach. She had collected quite a few centipedes and cockroaches, but after many failures, only managed to create 40 boxes of medicine. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Yu departed, and Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia headed to the 21st floor to deliver 6 boxes each to Ling Xiaorui and Old Lady Su, 3 of each type. With the 2 boxes previously given to Zhuzi, Xiao Chuxia was left with only 22 boxes. Miss, it's unsafe for you to go out often. Take these 20 boxes. I'll keep 2 for myself, Jiang Fei insisted. She did not refuse and accepted the 20 boxes of medicine, which she could store in the supermarket warehouse for the talkative one. As predicted by Lu Yu, more individuals ascended the stairs seeking to exchange medicine. Even with Zhuzi and the monkey guarding the 21st floor, ready to confront anyone, there were persistent individuals shouting from below. When they couldn't see Jiang Fei, they began to hurl insults. Zhuzi felt compelled to silence them, but these individuals, showing a lack of courage, turned to flee. Once Zhuzi grew weary and returned to his post, they returned to resume their insults, determined to provoke Jiang Fei. For 3 consecutive days, a dozen people clamored, disrupting the peace for those on both floors. Zhuzi and his companions were utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuxia could no longer endure the ruckus. Grabbing a kitchen knife, she exclaimed, "These shameless bastards! I'll send them to feed the snakes." "I'll join you," Jiang Fei said, producing a long-unused flamethrower, and together they descended the stairs. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, the crowd buzzed incessantly. "We're not asking for much. We just want a box of snake bite medicine each. Just give us 1 box per person, and we'll leave immediately. You've caught so many centipedes and cockroaches. Don't you know how much medicine you can make? What is the harm in sharing a bit with us? Greedy as you are, you don't fear taking the medicine to your graves." "What the hell did you just say?" Zhuzi rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, but was interrupted by a voice commanding them to stand aside. Zhuzi instinctively complied. A roar erupted, akin to a beast's growl, as scorching flames erupted from the flamethrower, instantly engulfing the 2 individuals at the forefront. Those nearby were also scorched.
Ah!
"My arm. It hurts so much. Jiang Fei, how dare you kill? The authorities are coming to rescue us. I will report your crimes." Jiang Fei remained unfazed. "Is anyone dead?" The individuals looked down, realizing that Jiang Fei had controlled the flames effectively. The 2 were not dead but severely burned, lying on the ground. Not dead. Yet worse than dead. "The medicine on the 22nd floor can also treat burns. Would you like to give it a try?" Jiang Fei calmly raised the flamethrower. The crowd fled in panic, having forgotten that Jiang Fei was a lunatic. Zhuzi, perceptive as ever, took the opportunity to leave with his companions, not forgetting to toss the 2 severely burned individuals downstairs. Xiao Chuxia, still fuming, scoffed, "They want to behave until they suffer a bit. What is the difference between them and pests? Once the chaos settles, let us find a new place to stay." Jiang Fei remained silent, withholding the truth from Xiao Chuxia. Firstly, the matter of her rebirth was not to be disclosed, and secondly, she was uncertain when the apocalypse would conclude. It was better not to instill hope, lest it lead to anxiety about the future, which could result in psychological issues. Most importantly, the talkative one would never cease her chatter. It was too noisy. Observing Xiao Chuxia still berating the crowd, Jiang Fei resolved to placate her with food. "Shall we have hot pot? Consider it a belated celebration of our newly formed team." Xiao Chuxia immediately shifted her focus. "Great. I nearly forgot the taste of hot pot. Go invite Ling Xiaorui and Lu Yu to come to room 2202 in half an hour." With that, Jiang Fei returned home to prepare. When she had previously gathered kitchenware, she found several gas stoves along with many gas canisters, perfect for cooking hot pot. To avoid drawing attention with strong odors, Jiang Fei opted for a mild broth base, alongside fresh bok choy, udon noodles, wide rice noodles, packaged dipping sauces, and luncheon meat. Each packaging was crumpled to give the appearance of age. She omitted frozen meats to avoid complications, and instead opened a few self-heating hot pot packages to use the vegetables and meat inside. Half an hour later, Lu Yu and the others arrived together.
Wow.
"Miss, can you perform magic? You even have packaged hot pot dipping sauces." Xiao Chuxia exclaimed, delighting in the 3 bottles of fruit wine and a large bag of rat jerky she had brought to the table. Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui also contributed. Lu Yu brought 3 cans of luncheon meat, while Ling Xiaorui presented homegrown lettuce, a package of noodles, and 2 bags of potato chips. Jiang Fei calmly explained, these were all collected during previous scavenging. As the water boiled, they took their seats to eat. The 3 settled down in succession. Xiao Chuxia fetched cups and poured fruit wine for everyone, except for Ling Xiaorui. "Your injury isn't healed. You can't drink alcohol. Just have some water." Ling Xiaorui obediently fetched half a cup of water from the barrel. Xiao Chuxia raised her cup to celebrate the formation of our team. Cheers. Rarely having the opportunity to enjoy hot pot, with both vegetables and meat, they were too engrossed in eating to converse, except for Ling Xiaorui, who slowly consumed his noodles, taking his time with every bite. Noticing his behavior, Jiang Fei placed a few slices of luncheon meat in his bowl, directly saying, "Eat." In contrast to the aloof Jiang Fei, Xiao Chuxia was far more enthusiastic, adding a plethora of vegetables to Ling Xiaorui's bowl. "Eat and drink," Don't overthink it. Since the lady invited you, it means you're part of our team. Lu Yu lifted his cup and clinked it with Ling Xiaorui's, saying, once you're healed,
Come find me.
I will train you, and then you will be able to protect the team. Understanding that everyone was encouraging him to relax, Ling Xiaorui felt a pang in his nose, nodded, and devoured his food heartily. He wondered what merit he had to deserve such friends. Once he was well again, he must treat everyone to a hot pot feast. After their meal, Xiao Chuxia leaned back in her chair and expressed her thoughts. Sister, are you free tomorrow? I want to go downstairs to catch some water snakes. They can be used in medicine to clear heat, detoxify, dispel wind and dampness, and invigorate blood circulation. With my previous experience, I am certain I will do better this time. Her confidence was overflowing. Jiang Fei responded, you tidy up the table, and I will go catch the snakes. The chatty girl was no longer afraid of insects or snakes. There was no need for desensitization. Water snakes were easy to catch. She could manage it alone and return quickly. With remarkable determination, Jiang Fei finished her last sip of wine and took an empty bucket downstairs. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuxia cleaned up the remnants on the table. Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui also rose to assist. After their meal, a more cheerful Ling Xiaorui quietly chatted with Lu Yu. Don't you think Jiang Jia is rather fond of Chuxia? Lu Yu agreed. The last person to receive such favor was their big dog, Huang. Upon reaching the 21st floor, Jiang Fei noticed the door to room 2102 ajar, with faint sounds of a man threatening, don't force me to kill you. Chapter 33. Official Meat Pie. If you keep shouting, I will stab you. Jiang Fei carefully stowed the water bucket in the supermarket storage and retrieved a short knife, stealthily approaching room 2102 to observe the situation through the half-open door. Old Lady Sue was sitting helplessly on the floor. A man in a floral shirt held a shard of glass against her neck, while a man in black was stuffing her supplies into a bag. These were the same two individuals who had attempted to exchange garbage for medicine a few days earlier. Zhuzi had mentioned that the frenzy below for medicine was incited by someone behind the scenes. Jiang Fei switched her short knife for a slingshot, aimed at the man in black, and shot a steel ball that struck him squarely in the mouth. Ah! Keep your voice down. What if you attract others? The man in the floral shirt whispered, realizing that the black-clad man was covering his mouth in distress. Hey, what's wrong? Something hit my mouth, it hurts. Seizing the opportunity as their attention wavered, Jiang Fei rushed in and swiftly cut the throat of the man in the floral shirt. Before the man in black could react, she plunged the knife into his back. Her movements were precise and clean, catching even Old Lady Sue off guard. Jiang Fei supported Old Lady Sue, asking, are you injured? Old Lady Sue, still in shock, shook her head, unable to utter a word. Noticing that she trembled uncontrollably, Jiang Fei helped her to the sofa to rest. Afterward, she opened the window and disposed of the two bodies downstairs. The snakes swirling in the water immediately coiled around the corpses, dragging them underwater to feast. After closing the window, Old Lady Sue's emotions gradually calmed. Thank you, Jiang girl, for saving me once again. It's my fault for being too careless. I thought it was Qian Yao returning and opened the door without asking. Jiang Fei's eyes flickered slightly. Was Captain Su out on a rescue mission? She wondered if he had encountered Director Ning.
He should have.
Qian Yao only stayed a few hours before leaving, and he has only returned home once since then. Old Lady Sue handed Jiang Fei an empty bag, saying, girl, I don't know what you need, but take a look and see if there's anything here you can use. Qian Yao brought me a lot of food and drinking water, so feel free to take it. Don't be polite with your old grandma. Jiang Fei graciously declined. I have enough supplies. I am not lacking anything. The door at the stairwell was already broken, but I have an extra electric door at home that can be installed. Although there is currently no electricity, it will be safe enough to prevent some petty thieves from entering. She had this idea after the incident with the medicine exchange. Rather than relying on Zhuzi and the others for 24-hour defense, it was better to secure the electric door. Moreover, Ling Xiaorui also lived on the 21st floor. Given his condition, an encounter with intruders could lead to dire consequences. Old Lady Sue, filled with gratitude, was at a loss for words, and directly filled 2 bags with food for Jiang Fei, saying, if you refuse, it's as if you look down on this old lady. Hearing this, Jiang Fei had no choice but to accept. She called Lu Yu down to help install the electric door and shared half of the supplies with him as payment. After giving spare keys to Old Lady Sue and Ling Xiaorui, Jiang Fei sought a secluded spot, took her empty water bucket, and went downstairs to catch water snakes. The roaches and centipedes in Building A had diminished significantly. Jiang Fei did not waste her protective gear and only wore gloves. Residents in the corridor noticed Jiang Fei and approached, hoping to inquire further about the medicine exchange. However, they witnessed the girl expressionlessly grab a water snake, violently smash it against the wall to kill it, and toss it into the bucket. The followers quietly retreated. They decided against asking further questions, fearing their own heads might end up smashed too. Half a month swiftly passed. The water level receded to the 3rd floor. The authorities dispatched helicopters every 3 days to drop supply boxes, ensuring the survivors' safety. Yulon Garden Building A welcomed a long-awaited tranquility. As for the 22nd floor, Xiao Chuxia focused on making medicine from snakes, Ling Xiaorui diligently recuperated, and Lu Yu stayed home with the dog, Huang. With some free time, Jiang Fei utilized this period to prepare a variety of cold dishes. Spicy cold lotus root slices, black fungus, potato slices, enoki mushrooms, and sweet and sour boneless chicken feet made for a delightful spread. The doorbell rang. After completing the installation of the electric door on the 21st floor, Lu Yu reattached the doorbell on the 22nd floor. Jiang Fei stepped out to investigate. Su Qianyao stood there, holding 2 brown paper packages, still wearing his protective gear. Miss Jiang, I heard from Grandma about what happened a few days ago. Thank you for saving her. I brought some meat pies for you. Noticing Lu Yu emerging from room 2203, Su Qianyao lowered his voice. Actually, this is a new official food product. It's filling, has a long shelf life, and is highly nutritious. Supplies are hard to come by now, so keep these for emergencies. Jiang Fei opened the brown paper to glance inside. They were palm-sized round patties without any packaging, resembling beef patties in a burger, but made from insects and rats. In her previous life, she had been fortunate enough to receive a few. They were dry and tasteless, sometimes containing insect legs or rat tails. Initially, no one knew, but eventually, the authorities could no longer keep it a secret and revealed the truth to everyone. It seemed that supplies outside were indeed scarce, and the official meat pie had made its early debut. Miss Jiang, is that book you mentioned last time still with you? Su Qianyao asked anxiously. He had recently spoken with Director Ning about the apocalypse, initially as a joke, but that day, experts predicted meteorological anomalies. In the coming days, temperatures were expected to drop significantly. Director Ning had even reported to higher authorities about establishing a safe house. Jiang Fei maintained an impassive facade, lying, I can't find it. That was a book I read in school. Su Qianyao's expression fell, and he changed the subject. The authorities have been active outside lately. If there are any loud noises, they will likely hear it. I heard that someone in the neighboring community was caught by the authorities for secretly possessing a shotgun and using it in the open. The implication was clear. Jiang Fei should hide her gun and not use it again. Because Jiang Fei was Grandma's savior, he could turn a blind eye. Understanding Su Qianyao's intent, Jiang Fei replied affirmatively and closed the electric door. In the corridor, Lu Yu, seeing that there was no danger, was about to head home when Jiang Fei called him over. Try the meat pies that Captain Su sent. Get accustomed to them in advance. Jiang Fei presented Lu Yu with the largest meat pie, causing Lu Yu to accept it with a hint of confusion. He sensed that his neighbor harbored ulterior motives. Taking a bite of the pie, he found it dry and pungent, his brow furrowing as he suddenly discovered an unusual object protruding from the bitten section. Upon extraction, it resembled a small animal's leg, identical to the mouse leg he had encountered at the media company. Jiang Fei was taken aback, surprised that Lu Yu had struck such a fortune on his first attempt. Lu Yu's feelings were mixed. The words mouse pie lingered on the tip of his tongue when Xiao Chuxia emerged from her room, opening the door with a click. Swiftly, Lu Yu concealed the mouse leg in his palm, pretending nothing had occurred. No wonder the young lady had ignored his earlier knock at the door. She had been outside. I've finished preparing the medicine, she announced, 10 bottles in total, which means 2 for each of us, including Grandma Su. As she spoke, Xiao Chuxia divided the medicine bottles between Lu Yu and Jiang Fei. Oh, what do you have there? Meat pie delivered from downstairs. You should give it a try. Jiang Fei encouraged, coaxing Xiao Chuxia into taking a bite. She grimaced in distaste. This is revolting. The meat lacks any delicacy and has a gritty texture. Was it sent by Grandma Su? Noticing the expressions of Jiang Fei and Lu Yu, reminiscent of the last time she had seen them eat a mouse, Xiao Chuxia hesitated, swallowing the dry meat pie with difficulty. This can't possibly be made from snake meat, can it? Jiang Fei shook his head. It's made from insects. Lu Yu opened his palm. And there's also mouse. Xiao Chuxia exclaimed. There are villains among the crowd. Ultimately, she forced herself to finish the meat pie, reasoning that it was food and should not go to waste. Lu Yu also consumed his pie, seeking solace at home afterward. Xiao Chuxia descended to deliver medicine to Ling Xiaorui and Grandma Su. Jiang Fei asked her to bring down a piece of meat pie for Ling Xiaorui to taste. Just as she was about to return to room 2202, a faint buzzing sound caught her attention. Chapter 34. The arrival of the poison mosquitoes. A mosquito, the size of a charging plug, landed on the corridor wall, its striking black and white patterns distinctly visible. Jiang Fei's heart sank. She quickly retrieved a flamethrower to incinerate the mosquito. Afterward, she donned protective gear and inspected rooms 2202 and 2201 for any signs of mosquitoes. Compared to mice, cockroaches, centipedes, and water snakes, the poisonous mosquitoes were the true tormentors. The spots they bite would first swell into clusters of tiny pus-filled blisters and then gradually become ulcerated, emitting a foul odor. Though they wouldn't be deadly, the skin would become pockmarked, resembling that of a toad. When the temperature rose, the wounds would itch unbearably, and even scratching them would provide no relief. In her previous life, she had accidentally been bitten on the arm by a poisonous mosquito. The resulting scars were a painful reminder, and on several occasions, she nearly succumbed to the maddening itch, contemplating the severing of her arm. Fortunately, in this life, she had stocked up on mosquito repellent containing DEET, as well as essential oils and mosquito coils. Though the supplies were limited, they were sufficient for her needs. After confirming that neither room harbored poisonous mosquitoes, Jiang Fei sprayed the repellent on the windows. With the floodwaters still not receded and the air damp, water remained pooled on the outdoor air conditioning units. Adult mosquitoes could not enter, but they would lay eggs in water sources. Juvenile mosquitoes could slip through the window gaps, necessitating vigilance. After applying the repellent, she removed all the curtains to serve as windbreaks, sealing the windows completely. It was imperative to prepare for any eventuality. When Xiao Chuxia returned from downstairs, she found Jiang Fei sealing the windows of room 2201. "Why have you boarded up the windows?" she inquired. Jiang Fei quickly approached and shut the door, spraying a circle of repellent before explaining, "Poisonous mosquitoes have appeared. Did you feel any pain on your way back? As if pricked by a needle? They can cause skin ulcers." Jiang Fei succinctly outlined the dangers of poisonous mosquitoes, prompting Xiao Chuxia to nearly strip in a panic to check for bites. Fortunately, she had not been bitten. "This is mosquito repellent. Apply it 3 times a day on the windows and doors, and when going outside, wear protective clothing from head to toe." After leaving Xiao Chuxia with 3 bottles of repellent, Jiang Fei checked the corridor and discovered 2 poisonous mosquitoes. She dispatched them with her flamethrower, lighting mosquito coils in various corners of the corridor before knocking on room 2203. Lu Yu had already suited up in protective gear. The villa of De Huang was also draped with cloth for mosquito protection. "I've brought you mosquito repellent supplies," Jiang Fei said, handing over Lu Yu's portion and reiterating the dangers posed by the poisonous mosquitoes. "I need to head downstairs. Please find 2 pieces of cloth to seal the corridor windows and electrical switches. Be careful not to get bitten." Lu Yu nodded in agreement, beginning to seal the corridor windows. After delivering the mosquito repellent to Ling Xiaorui and explaining how to protect himself, Jiang Fei decided to visit room 2103 to present Grandma Su with a bottle of repellent and a box of mosquito coils. Grandma Su was kind-hearted, always willing to lend a helping hand. As expected, she insisted on giving Jiang Fei a large bag of supplies in return. Once she had ensured the safety of her circle, Jiang Fei returned home, removed her protective gear, and ventured to the supermarket. With nowhere else to go, she resolved to plant some vegetables. The produce in the supermarket grew at an accelerated pace compared to reality. The crops from her previous planting had already matured. Jiang Fei used her mental focus to collect the harvest into the supermarket storage and retrieved farming tools, diligently tilling the soil like a hard-working ox. Once the pestilence subsided, she was determined to seek out agricultural machinery. Jiang Fei spent a full 4 days in the supermarket, replanting a new batch of crops. After finding a wooden barrel and heating rod, she indulged in a relaxing bath before leaving the supermarket, intending to check on Xiao Chuxia next door. She had chosen unscented bathing products, not worried about anyone discovering her presence. Once she arrived, she found Xiao Chuxia, who had previously appeared pale at the sight of insects, now standing by the window, peering through a gap in the curtains. "Sister, I've been watching for a while. That large mosquito is definitely interested in the one next to it. It keeps touching it with its antennae and stays close to that girl, never leaving her side. Jiang Fei curiously leaned over to take a look. Although the gap was small, she could see nearly 100 poisonous mosquitoes clustered on the window, almost obscuring her view. Which one are you referring to? Is there a distinction among these mosquitoes? Xiao Chuxia earnestly explained. It's the one with the most black patterns. It seems to favor the one with more white patterns. And how do you differentiate between male and female mosquitoes? Jiang Fei inquired. Xiao Chuxia smacked her lips. Imagination.
Indeed.
One cannot afford to be idle, Jiang Fei mused. By the way, sister, an official helicopter just appeared, notifying all survivors to secure their doors and windows, as they will be spraying medication tomorrow to exterminate the poisonous mosquitoes. Jiang Fei froze momentarily. Having spent these days in the supermarket, she had missed the official announcement. She recalled that in her previous life, the city had only devised a strategy a week after the appearance of the poisonous mosquitoes. Why was there such a swift response this time? Was it foresight on the part of the authorities, or had someone else, like her, experienced rebirth? Unable to fathom the answer, Jiang Fei temporarily set aside her lingering doubts and returned home, finding Xiao Chuxia's chatter far more disruptive than the buzzing of 1,000 mosquitoes. The following day, Jiang Fei awoke and slightly parted the curtains to gaze outside. The number of mosquitoes clinging to the glass had significantly diminished. The authorities had begun spraying pesticides, blanketing everything in a veil of white, with helicopters faintly visible in the sky. Unable to venture outdoors, Jiang Fei remained nestled at home, reviewing the notebooks Ling Xiaorui had provided her. Several notebooks filled with knowledge about planting lay beside her. With nothing to do while recuperating at home, Ling Xiaorui had recorded his insights on cultivation, waiting for Jiang Fei to arrive so he could present them all at once. Finding traditional farming too laborious, Jiang Fei resolved to experiment with a simpler method of hydroponically growing bean sprouts. Yellow bean sprouts were firmer, ideal for soups, while green bean sprouts were tender and quick to cook, perfect for stir-frying. Jiang Fei procured 2 containers, one for sprouting green beans and the other for yellow beans, and commenced her operations as per the instructions in her notebook. By the 5th day, both varieties had germinated. Jiang Fei trimmed the sprouts and washed them thoroughly, just as an official announcement echoed from outside, proclaiming an important notification. In 1 hour, the authorities would distribute rubber boats or wooden ships. Property management and community leaders were advised to implement a rotation system to ensure residents could utilize the resources without conflict. Starting today, the authorities would cease airdrops of supplies. Residents could retrieve provisions at the central square with their identification cards. Although the menace of venomous mosquitoes and pests had been largely mitigated, there remained some lurking threats. Residents were urged to take precautions when venturing outside, covering their bodies and faces to avoid exposing skin, and to be wary of underwater obstacles. In light of these developments, Jiang Fei decided to remove the long-sealed curtains. The medicinal vapors had dissipated, and the floodwaters receded to halfway up the 2nd floor, approximately 4 to 5 meters deep. Buildings that had previously been submerged re-emerged, with a few abandoned vehicles floating on the surface. Jiang Fei pondered whether it was now feasible to salvage any hidden treasures. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Chapter 35. Who are you sneering at? Jiang Fei opened the door to find Xiao Chuxia standing there. Miss, did you hear the official announcement? All residents can retrieve supplies at the central square with their ID. Shall we go? Jiang Fei replied, yes, but first, go home and change into your protective gear and rain boots. Remember to secure all cuffs and collars tightly. There may still be toxic mosquitoes and pests outside. While the protective suit is conspicuous, safety is paramount. If any ill-intentioned individuals approach, we will handle it decisively. As Xiao Chuxia went to change, Jiang Fei called for Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui. Ling Xiaorui's leg injury had nearly healed, and he no longer required a hiking stick, having begun training with Lu Yu a few days prior. After ensuring both were properly attired in their protective gear, Jiang Fei returned home to change her clothes. Her protective suit was a full-body, hooded design, snug against her scalp, complemented by an all-encompassing transparent face shield and gloves, offering complete coverage. She made sure not to soil herself as she retrieved the rubber boat and descended the stairs. Xiao Chuxia and the others were already on the 21st floor, each carrying a backpack. Lu Yu also had a rubber boat in hand, clearly aligned with Jiang Fei's intentions. Just to be safe, they sprayed their clothes with insect repellent and kept some insecticide on hand as a backup. After applying the repellent, Jiang Fei and her companions made their way downstairs. The residents in the corridor noticed the entire 22nd floor mobilizing and cast curious glances their way.
Yang Ye.
Do you really need to go to the central square for supplies when you have so much? Spoke a man donning a trash can on his head, now covered with an additional layer of plastic. Jiang Fei shot him a sidelong glance, deliberately inquiring, "Have you forgotten my earlier endeavor of collecting pests? Had I not swapped those few boxes of supplies, I could have comfortably remained at home. With official aid now, we need not worry about food anymore." The man offered a token comfort, his words failing to raise suspicions, as did those of the surrounding residents who had witnessed Jiang Fei distributing supplies box by box. The 22nd floor had several mouths to feed, and even those with supermarkets could not sustain themselves for such an extended period. Those who had once envied the residents of the 22nd floor now reveled in their misfortune. "I heard the door on the 22nd floor has a doorbell connected to a generator. What good is power without food? They used to distribute supplies from on high. And I thought they were affluent, but it turns out they only have that little stock left. Who would have imagined the 22nd floor would also suffer from hunger? Why haven't they starved yet?" Jiang Fei shot a glance towards them, and the chattering individuals instinctively fell silent. Xiao Chuxia mockingly remarked, "Coward." The others dared not retort. Well aware of Jiang Fei's notorious reputation, they preferred starvation over provoking her wrath. Zhubo, however, remained undeterred and approached. "Jiang Jie, need any assistance?"
No, Jiang Fei replied.
Glancing up, Zhubo had a plastic bag wrapped around his head, tightly secured at the neck with a string, leaving only a small hole for breathing. His right cheek bore the marks of mosquito bites, his skin a patchwork of pockmarks. "What about Hosey?" Zhubo's gaze fell. "He didn't make it, he died. Just days before the official spraying, he sacrificed his protective gear for me and succumbed to the swarm of mosquitoes. Many have met similar fates. I consider myself fortunate to have only suffered a few bites. Thanks to Chuxia Jia's medicine, I avoided infection." Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, Zhubo forced a smile. "But enough of that. Jiang Jie, I just saw those people Li Yanping and her group. They were among the first to descend, and have already boarded a boat to the central square. Once they return, I'll seize the supplies and deliver them to you." Zhubo displayed boldness and cunning. Jiang Fei was pleased. "You need not bring me supplies. Keep them for yourself. There are officials outside, so be cautious." Zhubo made a no gesture with his hand. Engaging in dubious activities certainly required discretion. After inflating the rubber boat and applying insect repellent, Jiang Fei and her group maneuvered through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows. She shared a boat with Xiao Chuxia, while Lu Yu and Ling Zhaorui took the other. Despite the extensive spraying by the authorities, some threats remained. Upon closer inspection, several garbage bags floating on the water surface were infested with numerous conical black mosquito eggs, some of which had even hatched into wriggling larvae. Additionally, cockroaches and centipedes had survived. With every 10 strokes of the paddle, they could often retrieve a water snake from the depths. Jiang Fei, her expression impassive, flung the snake back into the water, striking its head with the paddle.
"Who are you sneering at?"
Xiao Chuxia, seated in the front, retrieved an empty bottle and a homemade net from her bag, intending to catch some insects for medicinal purposes. But instead, she inadvertently scooped up a human head.
"Ah!"
Xiao Chuxia shrieked and discarded it. The head floated on the water, bobbing with the waves, its features grotesquely decayed. Swarming with countless maggots, a centipede swiftly scurried across, scraping away the last remnants of flesh from the face, while fragments of meat fell into the water, quickly consumed by the circling water snakes. It seemed insatiable. The water snake coiled around the human head, its tail emerging from the hollow eye sockets. Xiao Chuxia's complexion turned pale as she instinctively glanced around. Others were also present on the water's surface, lacking access to the official rubber boats and wooden vessels. They resorted to wooden planks and large plastic basins to reach the central square. Each person bore scars from bites or festering wounds caused by venomous mosquitoes. They numbly pushed aside the corpses, severed limbs, and bones that obstructed their path. Some, inadequately protected, cried out in agony as they were bitten by insects and fell into the water. Others seemed accustomed to their plight, allowing centipedes to crawl over their bodies. The once impressive skyscrapers and bustling streets were now in ruins. The sky was overcast, oppressive clouds shrouding the city, as if attempting to smother all vibrant colors. Xiao Chuxia unconsciously clenched her fists, finally realizing how well she had been shielded. Sister, how could this world have turned into such a state? Will this calamity ever come to an end? Initially, she expected Jiang Fei to remain silent as usual. To her surprise, Jiang Fei's voice was soft yet resolute. It will. In her past life, she had not witnessed the day the apocalypse concluded. Yet she always believed that light would pierce through the darkness and once again bring forth the beauty of the seasons. Chapter 36. Ant. Have you lost your mind from hunger? The underwater obstacles were numerous. To prevent the rubber boat from being punctured, they had to be wary of the venomous mosquitoes and water snakes. What once took half an hour now took Jiang Fei and her companions over an hour to reach the central square. To prevent potential looting or chaos, the authorities had stationed armed guards here. Military green rubber boats and speedboats were lined up from the square's entrance to the nearest auspicious hotel, guiding the arriving residents. The first batch of survivors had already entered the hotel to collect supplies. Jiang Fei and her group were among the fastest in the second batch. The soldier stationed at the entrance informed them the supply distribution point is on the 4th floor of the auspicious hotel. Dock your rubber boat at the entrance, and someone will guide you upstairs to queue. Thank you. Jiang Fei and her companions replied as they paddled towards the auspicious hotel. Passing the statue in the square, both Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia instinctively looked up. It was a massive white dove, symbolizing peace and freedom. Now, however, its body was submerged in water, leaving only its head, yearning for the sky, seemingly struggling to break free from the constraints weighing down its wings.
Xiao Chuxia sighed.
I wonder how Grandpa Zheng and the others are faring? Everyone has their fate, Jiang Fei remarked, choosing to ignore the matters of the courtyard. She selected a corner against the wall, secured the rubber boat with Lu Yu, and entered through the official entrance prepared on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Several armed soldiers stood by a long table where a registration book lay. Hello, please present your identification for registration, they requested. One by one, Jiang Fei and her companions produced their IDs, completed the registration process, and were then escorted upstairs. The hotel had been disinfected, free from any venomous mosquitoes. On the 4th floor, survivors queued against the wall, with a soldier stationed every 5 windows to maintain order. It's safe here. We can take off our masks for some fresh air, Jiang Fei said to Xiao Chuxia and the others behind her. Suddenly, a venomous voice pierced through the air. Little wench. Li Yanping stood 2 people ahead, looking significantly thinner. A large red scarf around her neck accentuated her face, marred by festering sores and scratch marks, rendering her appearance quite unsightly. The individual in front of her was Jiang Zhenkong, clutching a filthy plastic bag, his exposed skin riddled with festering wounds and scars from insect bites. In contrast to their disheveled state, Jiang Zixuan was adequately protected with a makeshift shield, her face bearing only 2 or 3 small sores, well guarded by Li Yanping and Jiang Zhenkong. Jiang Fei felt a twinge of surprise. Aunt, your family seems to be surviving quite well. Li Yanping glared at Jiang Fei, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. Ziming died because of you. Are you satisfied now? Aunt hasn't even reunited with cousin yet. How could I be satisfied? Jiang Fei replied flatly, showing no trace of guilt, inciting Li Yanping's fury to the point where she wished to tear apart the young girl's fair face. However, recalling the beatings she had once endured, Li Yanping hesitated to approach. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she shouted toward the soldiers a few steps away, "Comrades, I report. There is a murder here." The soldier approached, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Li Yanping exclaimed, "She killed my son. Quickly arrest her and execute her." Jiang Fei and the others attempted to explain, but Jiang Fei stopped them. She feigned confusion. How could I possibly have killed my own cousin? Aunt, have you lost your mind from hunger? One must present evidence when making accusations. You cannot slander me simply because you dislike me. The young girl's eyes began to glisten with tears. In contrast, Li Yanping appeared fierce and menacing. Seeing Jiang Fei feign tears, Li Yanping seized the man standing behind her. You are a resident of Building A in Yulon Garden. Tell them, has Jiang Fei ever killed anyone? The man shook off Li Yanping's grip in disdain. I don't know. Don't ask me. Undeterred, Li Yanping sought out other residents. The responses were either silence or outright denial. They were merely focused on receiving supplies to fill their stomachs, lacking the energy to get involved in disputes. Moreover, none had witnessed Jiang Fei commit murder. Most had only seen her engage in fights or inflict torment. Realizing no one would speak on her behalf, Li Yanping nearly went mad. What are you all afraid of? The authorities are here. Would Jiang Fei dare to harm you? Madam, If you cannot provide evidence proving this young lady is a murderer, please remain silent and do not disrupt the order, the soldier declared before returning to his position. Li Yanping, seething with rage, tried to return to the queue, but was blocked by the man. You left. This spot is now mine. Go to the back and queue again. Fearing the soldier's attention, Li Yanping shot the man a fierce glare and squeezed in front of Jiang Zhenkong. The few newly arrived survivors at the end of the line expressed their discontent at this blatant act of cutting in. Hey, how can you jump the queue? Li Yanping retorted defiantly, my husband is standing here. What's wrong with me going in front of him?
Now.
Both those in front and behind her could no longer tolerate it. If everyone acted like you and disregarded the rules, what is the point of queuing? Everyone might as well rush to the front for supplies. Who here isn't hungry? Are you the only one in a hurry?
What?
Are you racing to be reborn after eating? Having a husband makes you special? Such a lack of manners.
Comrades.
Someone is cutting in line, disrupting the order. Upon hearing the report, Li Yanping panicked. Fine, I'll get back in line. Why is everyone shouting? You are the loudest, Xiao Chuxia remarked. Ugly and unreasonable. Ling Xiaorui added. You all.
Li Yanping fumat.
Enough, Mom. Jiang Zixuan could no longer hold back and pulled Li Yanping to the back of the line. Jiang Zhenkong quietly followed, feeling exhausted by the entire scenario. Mom, be quiet. If the authorities kick us out, we won't get anything.
Reluctantly, Li Yanping silenced herself,
muttering curses against Jiang Fei in her heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Zixuan, filled with disdain, released Li Yanping's hand and caught sight of Jiang Fei's fair, unblemished face. A flicker of hatred crossing her eyes. Why is it that Jiang Fei has never been bitten by a venomous mosquito? 2 hours later, it was Jiang Fei's turn to collect supplies. After verifying her identity, the staff in charge handed her a small cardboard box. Inside were a protective mask set, a box of anti-inflammatory medicine, a box of insect repellent, 2 bottles of mineral water, 3 packets of compressed biscuits, and 3 packs of sanitary napkins. With instructions to return in 2 days for more. Jiang Fei expressed her gratitude and accepted the box. The authorities had already prepared meat patties. Yet they refrained from distributing them at this moment, likely intending to reserve them for a critical time. After all, most people found it difficult to accept food made from the corpses of insects and rats. Noticing the sign beside him, Jiang Fei glanced at the fountain area in the central square, which would be open to the public tomorrow at noon, providing a place for residents in need to engage in free trade, possibly yielding gold. Jiang Fei decided to come and take a look the next day. Before leaving, he caught the resentful glares of Li Yanping and Jiang Zixuan, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. Chapter 37. Does Lu Yu no longer want the big yellow? Taking advantage of the cover of his backpack, Jiang Fei discreetly retrieved several sausages from the supermarket and shared them with Lu Yu and the others. Subsequently, in front of Li Yanping and Jiang Zixuan, he unwrapped a sausage and took a bite. Delicious. Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui instantly understood Jiang Fei's intention and mimicked her, exaggerating their expressions as they ate. Wow, the corn in the sausage is so sweet. It feels wonderful to eat sausages right now. Unlike some people who crave them, but can't have any. Lu Yu could not manage such a display of enjoyment and simply ate in silence. His handsome features and graceful demeanor made it seem as though he was savoring a 5-star meal with a knife and fork, which only served to heighten the envy of Li Yanping, who was accustomed to gnawing on compressed biscuits. The enticing aroma of the corn sausage was particularly torturous for her. Li Yanping swallowed hard, her teeth grinding together. You all get lost. What is so great about it? Once the disaster is over, I'll feast on roasted chicken and steak. Sausages are nothing. Jiang Zixuan's expression mirrored her displeasure, feigning ignorance to Li Yanping's outburst. Jiang Fei continued to leisurely eat his sausage, relishing the fact that she could not stand him yet could not bring him down. After finishing, Jiang Fei and the others departed leisurely. As Xiao Chuxia passed by Li Yanping, she deliberately shook the sausage wrapper. Isn't it fragrant? You can't have any. Making a face, she hurried after Jiang Fei. Left behind, Li Yanping was so enraged that her blood pressure soared, staggering as she clutched Jiang Zixuan. I feel dizzy. These little brats are infuriating. Having vented her frustrations, Xiao Chuxia felt elated. Did you see Li Yanping's expression just now? Her eyes were practically spitting fire. Let her keep berating you and causing trouble for you. It'll drive her mad. Curious, Ling Xiaorui, who was nearby on a rubber boat, asked, Sister Jiang, Is Li Yanping really your aunt? I feel like she is treating you more like an enemy than family. Ling Xiaorui rarely ventured out, unaware of the conflicts between Jiang Fei and Li Yanping's family. Sensing the sensitive topic, Xiao Chuxia shot Ling Xiaorui a warning glance, urging him to refrain from further inquiries. Realizing he had misspoken, Ling Xiaorui quickly pondered how to shift the conversation when Jiang Fei spoke up. My mother used to be a businesswoman. Li Yanping wanted her to take Jiang Zhenkong along to make money, but my mother refused. Jiang Zhenkong is timid and lacks business acumen. Taking him along would only hinder him. Li Yanping has held a grudge against my family ever since, which explains her disdain for me. After my mother passed away and my father ran off with his mistress, Li Yanping sought to claim my mother's inheritance. So she brought me back home to become my guardian. Jiang Fei explained succinctly, maintaining a calm tone. Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui were filled with sympathy, while Lu Yu turned to look at Jiang Fei. Even without her words, they could imagine how Li Yanping's domineering personality would torment her. Xiao Chuxia pulled out a piece of fruit candy from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Fei. Ling Xiaorui silently resolved to confront Li Yanping should he encounter her again, to defend Jiang Fei's honor. Meanwhile, Lu Yu contemplated how to find a reason to let the big yellow dog out to play with the neighbors. As darkness approached, Jiang Fei and the others returned to Yulon Garden. The large floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor was still crowded with survivors. As Jiang Fei and Lu Yu stowed away the rubber boat and were about to ascend the stairs, they were intercepted by a man in an orange life jacket. I am Lin Bo, a community grid worker. There are too many people heading to the central square right now, and the first batch hasn't returned yet. Could I borrow your rubber boat? He asked, his hand already reaching out to take it. Jiang Fei evaded his grasp. No. We want to lend it out. Watercraft are scarce resources. Once we start lending them out, it's not just about potential damage. Others will come seeking it incessantly, disrupting the peace on the 22nd floor. Seeing Jiang Fei's refusal, Lin Bo's outstretched hand became awkward. He resorted to moral coercion. You four are wasting 2 rubber boats. Why not lend them to those in need? Everyone here is waiting to collect supplies and have a decent meal. Can you bear to see them starving in the water? Jiang Fei retorted sharply. What does that have to do with us? This is our personal property. Whether we lend it or not is our prerogative. If you seek to morally bind me, then I'm afraid I possess everything but morals. Lin Bo's face turned ashen, and just then, another woman in a life jacket approached. Lin Bo, why are you slacking off here again? I'm not.
Lin Bo countered defensively.
Then continued, I noticed they had rubber boats, so I came over, but they refused to lend them and coldly watched the residents suffer, completely lacking in conscience. Foam Chenlu sighed. It's their property. If they don't want to lend it, that's their choice. It has nothing to do with conscience. My radio just went off. The first batch out damaged the rubber boats. You need to hurry back with me to prepare for the new ones.
Reluctantly, Lin Bo departed.
Vowing to remember these individuals who had caused him embarrassment and to find an opportunity for revenge. With no one blocking their way, Jiang Fei and the others ascended the stairs smoothly. Check your clothes for bugs or mosquito eggs before removing your protective suits and entering the house, Jiang Fei instructed. Xiao Chuxia and the others complied. After confirming there were no bugs or eggs, they disinfected their protective suits, and Jiang Fei returned to room 2202. The first thing he did was fill a knee-high wooden bucket with water, insert a heating rod, and was about to soak his feet when he suddenly heard a faint mewing. Following the sound, he opened the door. The big yellow dog nimbly climbed up Jiang Fei's leg. Meow. Master has expelled me from home. He no longer wants me. How did you escape? Jiang Fei, clueless, cradled the big yellow dog in his arms, intending to return it, but paused. Let us play a bit first. Jiang Fei indulged in rubbing the big yellow dog's plump cheeks until it was so comfortable it nearly fell asleep. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand and headed to room 2203. Knock, 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 the door swung open. Lu Yu feigned surprise. When did the big yellow dog run out? I don't know. It was meowing at my door just now, and that's when I discovered it. Jiang Fei returned the dog to Lu Yu. Thank you for today. Otherwise, it could have been dangerous if the big yellow dog ran downstairs. As if recalling something, Lu Yu went back to his room and returned to the plate. On it were 2 instant eggs and packaged ham, arranged to resemble a smiley face. I found these at the media company last time. I made too many tonight, so I'm giving you a portion. Jiang Fei instinctively wanted to decline. But remembering Lu Yu's earlier words, he reached out to accept it. I'll return the plate tomorrow.
Take your time.
After watching Jiang Fei head home, Lu Yu closed the door, stroking the big yellow dog in his arms, muttering to himself, I feel like the neighbor didn't he notice that it was a smiley face. The neighbor had helped him a lot, and now they were teammates. It was only right to show appreciation when the neighbor was feeling down. However, he wasn't particularly adept at such gestures. The big yellow dog, oblivious to Lu Yu's thoughts, looked up at him with wide, confused eyes. Hadn't the master abandoned him? Why was he being held again? It turned out Lu Yu's artistic arrangement was too poor. Jiang Fei not only failed to notice it but also washed the plate clean after finishing the meal. Chapter 38. Jiang Fei's stall is robbed with thoughts of exchanging gold for unlocking the supermarket lingering in her mind. Jiang Fei rose early the next morning. She first returned the plate at 22:03, then donned her protective suit and descended alone. The second floor was notably less crowded, with half the residents absent. Those remaining were those who had not received supplies, waiting for the return of the inflatable boats and wooden vessels. Lin Bo from the community was absent, replaced by a newcomer, Feng Chenlu, who was working with her. Noticing Jiang Fei's descent, Feng Chenlu approached her with a notebook, smiling. Just as you came down. I was about to climb to the 22nd floor to find you. We need to account for the survivors in Building A. Which unit do you and your friends reside in? What are their names? I am Jiang Fei, a resident of 2202. Lu Yu is in 2203, Xiao Qixia in 2201, and Ling Xiaorui in 2103. Feng Chenlu diligently noted each name, then gently stated, from today onward, Lin Bo and I will manage Building A. If anything arises, you can come to me. Having worked with Lin Bo for a year, Feng Chenlu was acutely aware of his resentful nature. After a slight comment yesterday, he had feigned illness today, leaving all the responsibilities to her. Being young and living alone in 2202, Jiang Fei might become a target for Lin Bo's bullying. Therefore, it was only right for a girl to support another. Unaware of the notorious reputation of the 22nd floor, Feng Chenlu viewed Jiang Fei as a younger sister. Jiang Fei responded affirmatively and set off in her fully inflated rubber boat from Yulon Garden. The fountain area in the central square lay at the easternmost point. Much of the surrounding foliage was submerged, with only branches visible above the water, suitable for securing her inflatable boat. The authorities sprayed medication daily in the central square to clear out water snakes, making it almost devoid of snakes, insects, and venomous mosquitoes. Today, few traders were present, and Jiang Fei chose a conspicuous location to anchor her boat. She retrieved a sign she had hastily crafted the previous night and placed it beside her. The cardboard bore inscriptions in red ink: Gold wanted, underwater metal detector, diving suit, barter. For her first transaction, Jiang Fei did not bring many items, merely setting out 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 2 700 milliliters bottles of shampoo, 10 energy bars, and 1 foot-powered generator, all supplies that were currently scarce. However, after waiting all morning, not a single customer approached. Just as fatigue began to take hold, a man wearing a protective mask paddled over in a large plastic basin. Little girl, I have a gold ring. Can I exchange it for all your food? He produced a gold ring, crudely crafted and pale in hue. Jiang Fei, without needing to consult the supermarket, knew it was a counterfeit. I only accept genuine gold. Surprised by her keen perception, the man awkwardly chuckled. How about this? I'll give you a tip in exchange for an energy bar. You needn't worry about me deceiving you. I'll tell you first. In the commercial street of Lin City, there's a store called Un. It's 3 stories tall, selling diving gear and underwater metal detectors. Lowering his voice, he continued, the owner of Un went on vacation before the typhoon, and the store has been closed. You can sneak in at night, without spending a penny. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei tossed the man an energy bar. Regardless of the truth of the information, he had pointed her towards a lead. Previously, when the water levels were too high, the commercial street, typically consisting of 2 to 3-story shops, had been submerged, and she had forgotten about this zero-cost opportunity. She resolved to check it out that night. However, the man did not leave after receiving the energy bar. He paddled closer to her inflatable boat. Jiang Fei subtly tightened her grip on the paddle. I'm having second thoughts about this. Can I trade it for some biscuits?
What?
You don't have any here? Forget it, there are centipedes. The man suddenly shouted, intending to swiftly snatch the self-heating hot pots from her boat. Before his hand could reach them, Jiang Fei swiftly swung her paddle. With a splash, the man fell into the water, genuinely calling out now. Something's biting me. Let me back up. He clutched the energy bar, attempting to climb onto her inflatable boat. Jiang Fei coldly pushed him away with her paddle. Back to your basin. Unable to board the boat, the man had no choice but to retrieve his basin. After a struggle, he finally managed to climb in, but a military-green inflatable boat approached as well. Disorder is prohibited in the free trading zone.
Who started this?
A soldier questioned. The man, attempting to turn the tables, replied, "It was her, of course. I came over to see what was written on the cardboard, and before I knew it, she just pushed me into the water. You must stand up for me, comrade. A centipede bit my foot." Jiang Fei interjected. "He was trying to steal my things. The energy bar in his hand is mine." The man froze, defensively stammering, "This is my own. How can you claim it's yours? Do you have proof?" "Yes," Jiang Fei calmly replied, retrieving other energy bars. "I feared someone might try to steal my items, so before coming, I marked each package with a red circle." The soldier inspected the energy bar and confirmed Jiang Fei's assertion. The authorities have regulations. Those who attempt to seize supplies lose their right to enter the free trading zone. Panicking, the man protested, "I didn't steal the energy bar. She traded it with me. I provided her with a tip." Jiang Fei mimicked his earlier tone. "Do you have proof?" The man fell silent, realizing he had no recording device or camera to validate his claim. At that moment, a speedboat approached, and seated upon it was Su Qianyao. "What's going on?" The soldier summarized the situation. Su Qianyao understood. "Take him away." The man, with a mournful expression, was escorted by the soldier. Su Qianyao turned to Jiang Fei. "Though you were in the right, physical altercations are not allowed in the free trading zone. In the future, should you encounter any issues, you may seek assistance from the authorities." "Miss Jiang," he continued, "you mentioned reading a book at school. Which institution was that?" "Lin City University of Architecture." Jiang Fei bluntly revealed Su Qianyao's intentions. "You are referring to that book, aren't you?" "I read it years ago. It should be long gone now. I merely recalled it during our last conversation, but it bears no relevance to reality, as you've indicated. It's all fictitious. To extract information from someone like Su Qianyao, one must proceed in reverse." "If only it were fiction," Su Qianyao sighed, quietly adding, "Last time I spoke with Director Ning, I mentioned this matter to him. That same day, we received news that experts predicted a cold wave was approaching, prompting immediate measures from above. Director Ning became vigilant and dispatched personnel to test the water quality, discovering mosquito eggs, which allowed us to control the toxic mosquitoes in time."
Su Qianyao spoke candidly.
Jiang Fei's anxiety subsided. It was merely a coincidence. No one else had experienced a rebirth like her. "Captain Su, Director Ning is looking for you." Upon hearing her name called, Su Qianyao acknowledged, turning to Jiang Fei. "Stay indoors more often. None of us knows when the weather may turn cold. This girl is a lifesaver. Do take care of her." After Su Qianyao departed, Jiang Fei contemplated whether to close her stall when suddenly a fork made of iron reached out from the side. The sharp fork threatened to puncture her inflatable boat. "Don't shout, don't turn around. Hand over all the supplies on your boat." Chapter 39. Encounter with the Wu brothers if you dare to alert the authorities. "I'll send you into the water to feed the fish." The voice was all too familiar. Jiang Fei turned her head. "Are you sure? Weren't you just saying I shouldn't look back?" The figure on the inflatable boat, Wang Keizi, was taken aback. He had heard from his subordinates that a young girl had brought a wealth of supplies to the free trading zone and had waited for the authorities to leave before stealthily approaching to rob her. Little did he expect it would be the boss, concealed so thoroughly, who could recognize her. Jiang Fei's gaze was unfaltering. "You wish to rob me? Dare not. Dare not." "It's all a misunderstanding," Wang Keizi flattered, his tone sincere. "I've followed your advice and stockpiled insect repellent, which helped me and my brothers survive this time. I am grateful to you. How could I possibly rob you? Would you care to visit my place? I have left over 10 kilograms of gold for you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei swiftly untied the rope securing the rubber boat. "Lead the way." Fenglin Road is a street in Lincheng filled with restaurants, primarily catering to various banquets. The proprietors here, to varying degrees, possess some influence and are not lacking in resources, resulting in a clean environment devoid of pests and vermin. Wang Keizi, accompanied by his underlings, docked the rubber boat on the second-floor platform of the Mengsing Grand Hotel. Jiang Fei followed closely behind. "This is my stronghold. It used to be a place for hosting banquets, but now it serves as a residence for me and my brothers. It's a bit chaotic, so I hope you don't mind, boss. Wang Kezi explained while instructing his subordinates to tidy up the litter on the floor. The hotel boasts 8 stories, taller than a typical residential building, equivalent to the 16th floor of Yulon Garden. The 2nd to 4th floors accommodate Wang Kezi's subordinates and their families, while the upper floors are primarily stocked with supplies, guarded by a few individuals. Jiang Fei noticed photographs adorning the walls of each corridor. Her expression shifted subtly upon recognizing the face in one of them, herself, standing on the hillside of Dongshan. The angle was candid, yet her features were discernible. Why is my photograph here? Last time, Ameng nearly attempted to rob you at the Four Seasons Fresh supermarket. So, I seized the opportunity to snap a picture and developed dozens of copies, posting them in the corridor to help my brothers recognize their own and avoid misfires. Ironically, he was the first not to recognize you, Wang Kezi admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Ameng was the tattooed man Jiang Fei had injured. Remove those photos, Jiang Fei insisted. The black and white images are quite unsettling. I will inform my brothers to take them down shortly, Miss Jiang. Suddenly, an exuberant voice interrupted Wang Kezi. Wu Xiaowei rushed over, followed closely by Wu Deong. Noticing the absence of Wu Xiaowei's right sleeve, Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback. The perceptive Wang Kezi whispered an explanation. My brother joined us the day after he encountered an ambush from the Jinhu gang. He took a blade for me and lost an arm. Out of gratitude, I took him as my brother. By chance, when I brought my men to the hospital to find a doctor for him, I ran into his father and brother. Jiang Fei nodded in understanding. Perhaps for Wu Xiaowei, this was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Plopping down, Wu Xiaowei and Wu Deong knelt before Jiang Fei. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Without you, I would never have met Brother Wang, nor would I have been reunited with my father and brother. Had it not been for the supplies you left at the hospital, I wouldn't have made it here to find us. Wu Daiyong's voice dimmed as he continued. Elder Zheng and the others entrusted me to convey their gratitude to you when I eventually met you. They sacrificed their chances of survival to save ordinary people without illness and chose to end their own lives. Jiang Fei fell silent. Everyone has their own fate. She had done what she needed to do. Seeing the redness in Wu Daiyong's eyes, Wang Kezi helped him up. All right, second brother. You and the others should return to take care of our father. I need to discuss some matters with the boss. Wu Deong, he is also your brother? Jiang Fei inquired. Wang Kezi chuckled. They do not hold my past against me, so I embrace them all as family. I am an orphan and have never experienced the warmth of having a family. But now, things are different. I have 2 good brothers and a father. I consider myself fortunate. Jiang Fei gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, a true businessman. Family ties are never a loss. Miss Jiang, once my father recovers, I will bring him to meet you. He insists on expressing his gratitude in person. You are welcome to visit us anytime. We reside in the Huakai Fugui Hall on the 4th floor. After saying this, Wu Xiaowei reluctantly departed with Wu Deong. Jiang Fei followed Wang Kezi to the office on the top floor. Wang Kezi brought out a box and placed it on the table. Boss, I managed to find this gold. Currently, there are officials moving about outside, so we cannot venture out frequently. We'll have to wait a few days before continuing our search. The more we find, the better. Jiang Fei took her time, sitting on the sofa. Do you have any agricultural machinery? A friend of mine is in need. Agricultural machinery is generally quite large, making it inconvenient for her to transport to Yulon Garden. She could only create a connection out of nothing. If Wang Kezi had it, she would choose a location to store it and secretly retrieve it later. Wang Kezi shook his head. I do not possess agricultural machinery, but I know where to find it. This is also what I wanted to discuss with you. Ever since the typhoon and heavy rain began, the Jinhu gang has frequently taken advantage of the chaos to rob and plunder, seizing a considerable amount of supplies and occupying the farm on Beishan. I suspect they have hidden their goods there and plan to seize them at the opportune moment. My men have already scouted the area. They visit every week, rotating groups to stay at the farm. The next rotation is scheduled for this Saturday, 3 days from now. I intend to act then. Would you like to join, boss? If successful, the supplies will be divided as per the previous agreement, with 10 boxes allocated to you for your choosing. Wang Kezi was apprehensive, knowing he had many brothers under his command and could not act recklessly. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment before asking, Can I bring people along? Lu Yu and the others were running low on supplies and needed to be replenished. You may, but I cannot guarantee 10 boxes. At most, 3 boxes per person. He truly feared that the boss would bring an army of hundreds. All right. Inform me of the departure time. At 1 p.m., 3 days from now, we will meet at Mengsing Grand Hotel. Wang Kezi suddenly grinned and sat beside Jiang Fei.
Boss.
I have a question to ask you. What do you think I should stockpile next? He had survived twice and earned substantial wealth, all thanks to the boss's insights. And he always speculated whether there was someone on the inside who could provide first-hand information. Today, it seemed he had stumbled upon the truth. Captain Su from the rescue team was conversing with the boss in a familiar manner. They were undoubtedly old acquaintances. Good friends. Jiang Fei retorted, "It is July, and summer has already arrived, yet we find ourselves donning jackets daily to keep warm. What do you think would be useful?" Wang Kezi contemplated Jiang Fei's words and suddenly grasped the underlying meaning. It's warmth. Being with the boss is indeed advantageous. You are the first to know of any danger. Wang Kezi gratefully poured Jiang Fei a cup of tea. Rest assured, boss. My brothers and I are tight-lipped and will ensure that your acquaintance with Captain Su remains confidential. His identity is sensitive and he detests rumors. He understood. Jiang Fei belatedly realized that Wang Kezi had misinterpreted her relationship with Su Qianyao, hence his inquiry about what to prepare. After all, Su Qianyao was the captain of the rescue team and a favorite associate of Director Ning, naturally privy to some inside information. Jiang Fei chose not to clarify, as it would only require future reminders to Wang Kezi to speak indirectly. She subtly signaled Wang Kezi with her eyes. You understand then. I will escort the boss down. Wang Kezi offered, eagerly opening the door and summoning his underlings to transport the gold and supplies intended as thanks for the information Jiang Fei had provided. Upon learning that Jiang Fei was leaving, Wu Daong and Wu Xiaowei promptly offered their share of supplies to her. Jiang Fei declined, using the excuse of returning for another visit, subtly rejecting their generous offer. Most of Wang Kezi's supplies were obtained through dubious means and did not lack food. She could accept those. The Wu brothers, however, had acquired their supplies at the cost of lives, and with their father to care for, she could not accept them. Jiang Wuqing mused, unexpectedly spotting a familiar face. Scarface sat in the corridor on a chair, smoking, enviously watching the jovial Wu brothers, tears glistening in his eyes. Just then, a busy Wang Kezi returned. Boss, your rubber boat cannot accommodate both the gold and the supplies. I have prepared an additional rubber boat for you, which you can take back, or I can have my underlings deliver it for you. Noticing Jiang Fei's gaze, Wang Kezi sighed. Daoba is thinking about his sister again. In truth, Daoba was quite pitiable. His parents had passed away early, and he had raised his sister by himself. On the day of the typhoon, Daoba's sister went missing, and they had yet to find her. Why are you telling her this? Daoba approached, interrupting Wang Kezi, wiping his eyes. What a lousy cigarette. It made my tears come out. Seeing Jiang Fei watching him, Daoba growled. What are you staring at? Do you want to fight? Jiang Fei retorted. You, a defeated foe, lack the qualifications to challenge me. Daoba remarked, this woman knows how to provoke. Concerned that Daoba might get beaten again, Wang Kezi hurriedly took him away, while Jiang Fei chose to walk on her own. At the rear of the rubber boat, a coarse hemp rope was tied, slowly pulling the vessel laden with supplies and gold across the water, attracting the attention of survivors in the nearby taverns, though none dared to intervene. Everyone on Maple Forest Road knew Wang Kezi's background and would not seek trouble. Jiang Fei left without incident, finding a secluded spot to stow the gold in the supermarket. The system chimed. Detected gold. 18,324 grams. Current unlocking progress. 80. She needed to visit the commercial street tonight. Without professional diving gear and a metal detector, she would waste too much time underwater and risk snake bites. Jiang Fei stored the supplies and the rubber boat in the supermarket warehouse. Using her mind to check, 1 box of mineral water, 1 box of insect repellent, 1 box of disinfectant, 1 box of protective gear, 1 box of pre-prepared meals, and 1 box of heat packs. The pre-prepared meals Wang Kezi provided could be eaten simply by heating them in water, including curry beef, black pepper beef strips, and cola chicken, with 10 bags of each. Jiang Fei took an empty box, filled it with several types of supplies, and returned to Yulon Garden. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, she spotted Xiao Chuxia sitting on the steps. Why are you sitting out here? The community's phone Chenlu told me you went out. I was afraid I would miss your return, so I waited here for you. Xiao Chuxia, unusually serious, said, Sister, while I was out catching snakes today, I saw Li Yanping's family being taken away by an old man. He had a mouth full of gold teeth, a receding hairline, a bulbous nose, and slanted eyes. Old and ugly. He seemed quite formidable. Before leaving, Li Yanping smugly told me that I was doomed. Upon hearing Xiao Chuxia's description, Jiang Fei's mind conjured a familiar face, Sun Deqiang, the very person Li Yanping referred to as Boss Sunday. He had once lived in the same village as Li Yanping, having become wealthy through coal mining, though what he did afterward was unclear to her. If Li Yanping had contacted Sun Deqiang, it was either to force her into marriage or to have him teach her a lesson. Jiang Fei felt no concern. She possessed a gun and a supermarket. And no matter the situation, she could handle it. At worst, she could deal with him decisively. Don't worry about this matter, Jiang Fei said, handing Xiao Chuxiao a portion of the supplies. Keep these, I have enough supplies at home. Please summon Ling Xiaorui and Lu Yu to 2202. I need to speak with you both. Xiao Chuxia nodded in agreement, her anxious heart finally settling. The sister said not to worry, which meant she had a plan. Jiang Fei returned to her room to change out of the disinfected protective suit. Before long, Lu Yu and the others arrived. After distributing the food, Jiang Fei candidly told them about the trip to Beishan Farm. The Jinhu gang has firearms and an unknown number of members. This mission will undoubtedly be perilous. However, the reward is up to 3 boxes of supplies per person. Consider whether you wish to participate. Lu Yu spoke first. I will go. Xiao Chuxia quickly followed. I will go too. I'm much more adept with a knife now, and won't hold you back. Count me in, Ling Xiaorui exclaimed, eager not to be left out. My injury is healed. I can run and jump without issue, and Lu Ge has been training me, so I won't be a burden. On Saturday at 10 a.m., we will depart for the full-star hotel. Afterward, Jiang Fei sent the 3 off and returned to her bedroom for a nap, preparing for the night's mission. Meanwhile, in a certain residential building, Li Yanping was frantically stuffing her mouth with steaming hot food, clutching 2 greasy chicken legs, her eyes glued to the dishes on the table. Jiang Zhengkong and Jiang Zixuan sat beside her, one on each side. In contrast to the ravenous Li Yanping and Jiang Zhengkong, Jiang Zixuan absent-mindedly ate, lost in thought. It wasn't until Li Yanping nearly choked that she reluctantly paused, beaming at Boss Sun, who sat at the head of the table, flattering him. Boss Sun, you truly are the big boss of Ling City. In these tight times, you managed to prepare such a sumptuous meal, showcasing your remarkable abilities. Not to boast, but I haven't eaten anything like this in ages. Today, I am truly blessed by your generosity. Sun Deqiang took a puff of his cigar, revealing his golden teeth, and replied, I am not a big boss, merely engaged in small business. Yanping, we've known each other for several years, so let me be straightforward. Where is my fiancé? Jiang Fei? Chapter 41. There really are ghosts. Initially, I gave you 2 million as a bride price for Jiang Fei. Now, due to the pest plague, the wedding cannot proceed, but I must see her. Sun Deqiang exhaled a plume of smoke towards Li Yanping. The acrid smell of the low-quality cigar stung her nostrils, causing her to cough, yet she dared not express anger, forcing a smile. That girl is just. Before she could finish, Jiang Zixuan suddenly pressed down on Li Yanping's hand, signaling her to be quiet. Jiang Fei is crude and unreasonable, unlike me, who just returned from studying abroad and has received etiquette training. Why would Boss Sun seek someone of her caliber? Sun Deqiang appraised the smiling Jiang Zixuan. Before arriving, Li Yanping's family had simply washed their faces with stagnant water. Unlike their previously filthy appearances, Jiang Zixuan had a few small pimples on her cheeks, but they did not detract from her beauty. He intended to find a young and beautiful girl to bear children. It mattered not who his fiancée was. You will live on this floor. Shortly, I will have my men deliver daily necessities and medicine for treating mosquito bites. Sun Deqiang's gaze lingered on Jiang Zixuan with a hint of flirtation. Make sure you clean up tonight, and come find me in the room on the top floor. Jiang Zixuan suppressed her revulsion and nodded obediently. As soon as Sun Deqiang left with his entourage, Li Yanping could not restrain herself, asking, Zixuan, why do you want to replace Jiang Fei and marry Boss Sun? He could be your grandfather. So what? Jiang Zixuan replied nonchalantly, Boss Sun can ensure I am well-fed and clothed, possesses wealth and influence, and can help me deal with Jiang Fei. I don't care if he is old or ugly. Upon hearing this, Li Yanping found it reasonable. Behind Boss Sun was the Jinhu gang. Dealing with a Jiang Fei would be a piece of cake. It seems our rubber boat was damaged on purpose by fate, intending for us to encounter Boss Sun at Central Square and resolve our family's predicament. However, Zixuan, you must find a way to conceal that this is not your first time. Boss Sun will definitely be wary of this.
Jiang Zixuan impatiently interrupted Li Yanping. Fine.
I have a plan. She had dressed up twice in Yulong Garden and was quite experienced in this regard. Finally unable to remain silent, Jiang Zhenkong spoke up. Yanping, Zixuan is heading down the wrong path. You should not only refrain from stopping her but also support her.
What do you mean by selling? Li Yanping retorta angrily.
Standing up, would you be alive today without a daughter? Do you think the food you ate in Yulong Garden was truly given out of kindness? Jiang Zhenkong was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Yanping quickly swallowed the truth, wanting to change the subject, but Jiang Zixuan looked at them with annoyance. Can you all please stop arguing? The food we used to have was exchanged with my body, because no one wanted my mother when she went to sell. Li Yanping was instantly flustered. How could you say that? With a sharp slap, Jiang Zhenkong struck her across the face. Are you even human? Zixuan is just a child. If you had any ability, would we, mother and daughter, be forced to do this? Do you still dare to hit me? I'll fight you to the end. Li Yanping cried out, charging at Jiang Zhenkong. He remained silent, allowing her to vent her frustration, his gaze vacant. Li Yanping was correct. It was his lack of capability that led to this situation, and he could not blame anyone else. In the dead of night, Jiang Fei donned her protective suit and, taking a rubber dinghy, set out alone without calling Lu Yu and the others. It was inconvenient to bring others when searching for gold, and she suspected the man who had conveyed the information was not being truthful. If the items in the commercial street were so easily obtainable, how could he return empty-handed and starving, desperate enough to trade food with her? After dispatching a water snake attempting to climb into her dinghy, Jiang Fei ventured into the commercial street. The droning of mosquitoes resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Ripples occasionally disturbed the water surface, leaving her uncertain whether the shadows beneath belonged to snakes or centipedes. Not spotting any corpses or living beings heightened her vigilance. She drew a gun and cautiously approached the 3-story Yuan brand building. Docking the dinghy, she entered through a shattered second-floor window, only to be besieged by a swarm of black mosquitoes. With a roar, Jiang Fei unleashed a flamethrower, incinerating the insects along with the centipedes and cockroaches scuttling about inside. She switched on her flashlight, illuminating the chaos. Tables and chairs were overturned, and the floor was covered in a thin layer of water. Items that had once been neatly arranged on shelves and counters had been swept out by floodwaters, now scattered everywhere. Diving suits, lights, respirators, oxygen tanks, compasses, masks, spear guns, fins, and other diving equipment. Collecting whatever she could find, Jiang Fei made her way upstairs. After clearing away the mosquitoes, she shone her flashlight around. The 3rd floor contained fewer items, but she discovered metal detectors, underwater cameras, recovery nets, buoyancy compensators, and thermal suits. Her eyes lit up. The thermal suits were indeed valuable. Not only did they prevent heat loss, but their special material also protected against underwater creatures' bites. 2 large boxes, one dry and one wet, were promptly stored in the supermarket's warehouse. With her desired items secured, Jiang Fei descended the stairs, only to freeze in her tracks. A massive crocodile lay at the foot of the staircase, its eerie eyes fixated on her. Outside the second-floor window, several more crocodiles poked their heads out, some even crawling in through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Fei felt a chill run down her spine. Crocodile skin was tough and thick, making them difficult to kill quickly. She couldn't afford to waste bullets. Tentatively, Jiang Fei took a step back. Suddenly, the crocodile at the staircase lunged at her, jaws wide open. She swiftly retreated into the supermarket. Terrified, unable to escape, Jiang Fei remained in the supermarket, retrieving tools from the warehouse to harvest crops from the planting area. She gathered 3 large boxes of pumpkins, 3 of potatoes, 3 of carrots, and 1 box each of peppers and spinach. Selecting a carrot, she washed it clean and took a bite. It was crisp, sweet, and juicy, with a hint of unique fragrance, far tastier than the carrots sold outside. As her fatigue began to dissipate, Jiang Fei stared in astonishment at the carrot in her hand. Could the vegetables grown in the supermarket truly alleviate fatigue? Would regular consumption strengthen her body? A sense of elation washed over her, as if she had struck gold, and she longed to transform into a diligent ox, cultivating the supermarket's land to its fullest. Thankfully, her rationality prevailed. She did not forget her purpose for the night. After finishing the carrot, she armed herself with a spear gun and exited the supermarket. The crocodile at the staircase lay in a pool of blood, its head shattered. The other crocodiles had retreated to the second-floor windows. Had a survivor done this? As Jiang Fei prepared to stealthily ascend the stairs and exit from the third floor, a barrage of bullets ricocheted into the supermarket, compelling her to duck back inside. That was close. She nearly became a target. On the rooftop across from the UN store, a young boy stood behind a sniper rifle, rubbing his eyes. Had he truly seen someone appear just moments ago? Surely, it must have been a trick of the light. No one could just materialize and vanish. It was not as if they were a ghost. He pondered, re-aiming at the crocodile within the UN store. After a moment of waiting inside the supermarket, Jiang Fei once again ventured out to assess the situation. A gunshot rang out, obliterating a crocodile's head. She quickly ducked back into the supermarket. The boy on the rooftop lifted his head, fear flashing in his clear eyes. It was not an illusion. There was indeed a specter, a rather beautiful water ghost. At that, the boy swallowed hard, tossing the machine gun to the middle-aged man behind him. Uncle Liu, we must leave now. This place is not safe. Uncle Liu, bewildered, was dragged away by the boy. What's not safe? Didn't we just clear this area? Chapter 42. Unlocking the second area of the second floor, uncertain whether the people outside had departed. Jiang Fei grew bored waiting in the supermarket and decided to plant new seeds. To conserve her energy, she chose to plant sweet potatoes. When the weather turned cold, she could roast them and enjoy their warmth and flavor. After planting the sweet potatoes, Jiang Fei felt it was time to proceed, washed her hands, and exited the supermarket. The crocodiles on the second floor had vacated, leaving behind several mangled corpses. Jiang Fei cautiously descended the stairs with her gun, confirming that the shooter had left. She proceeded to collect the crocodile bodies into the supermarket's warehouse. Crocodile meat was edible, and their tough hides were perfect for crafting bags, gloves, and shoes. The internal organs were highly nutritious, while the blood and bones could be used for medicinal purposes. Every part was valuable, not one to overlook a treasure. She noticed that the dinghy parked outside had been damaged by crocodiles. Retrieving another inflatable boat, she quickly distanced herself from the UN store, harboring no intention of visiting any other shops. She did not wish to encounter the crocodiles again. It was far too terrifying. As Jiang Fei was about to exit the commercial street through another passage, she inadvertently spotted a sign floating on the water. Lingdong Aquaculture. She recalled this place somewhat. A few years ago, when Li Yanping inherited her mother's fortune, the first thing she did was take Jiang Ziming and Jiang Zixuan out to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. Upon returning, Jiang Zixuan had boasted about Lingdong Aquaculture, which specialized in breeding crocodiles for sale to high-end restaurants. As for why the crocodiles had appeared in the commercial street, it was likely due to the flooding. No wonder that man had not dared to come here for supplies. There were no survivors in the commercial street. Who would dare to remain with so many crocodiles about? Jiang Fei hastened her pace to leave this perilous area. As dawn broke, she arrived at Wanfilu, finding no trace of survivors. She donned the thermal suit and diving gear, armed with a metal detector, and plunged into the water. With a spotlight above her, she could barely see the serpentine shadows swimming beneath her. Sensing food, the water snakes excitedly coiled around her arm. Prepared, Jiang Fei swiftly dispatched them with her spear gun. Tossing them aside, taking advantage of the blood that lured away most of the snakes, she activated the detector. Each time it emitted a beep. She collected the items into the supermarket. Occasionally, she would catch a centipede, which she effortlessly crushed in her grip, impervious to any bites thanks to her specialized thermal suit.
Beep.
Detected gold, 498 grams.
Beep.
Detected gold, 1,089 grams.
Beep.
Detected gold, 2,345 grams. The system's alerts continued to sound. After half an hour, a final beep announced, "Congratulations. The host has successfully unlocked the second area of the supermarket's second floor, fresh frozen seafood area. The third area requires 64,000 grams of gold to unlock. Current gold, 200 grams. Bonus reward, 1 spin of the lucky wheel. Would the host like to use it?" Jiang Fei chose not to examine or utilize the oxygen tank, completely depleting it instead, and upon discovering 2 kilograms of gold, she returned to the rubber boat. After disposing of the water snakes and insects on her body, she entered the supermarket. The white mist on the second floor had dissipated somewhat. Beside the meat section, there were now 10 extraordinarily long freezers. Within these frosty compartments lay an array of frozen seafood, fish, shrimp, shellfish, crabs, squid, and seaweed. each type further categorized into various species. For instance, among the shrimp, there were frozen lobsters, white shrimp, bay shrimp, black tiger shrimp, peony shrimp, and Arctic shrimp. The fish were also divided into saltwater and freshwater varieties. Additionally, there were frozen sea cucumbers, abalones, and an entire freezer dedicated to pre-prepared seafood dishes, including delicacies such as Buddha jumps over the wall, spicy crayfish, garlic scallops, grilled squid tentacles, seaweed shrimp cakes, grilled eel, lemon salmon, and braised sea cucumber. Jiang Fei swallowed hard as she gazed at the selections. In her previous life, during the nuclear leak in the UK, she had not consumed seafood since then, especially after the onset of the apocalypse, when resources became scarce. And she hadn't even seen shrimp shells. Today, she resolved to indulge in seafood. With a surge of happiness, she suddenly recognized a dilemma. Typically, supermarket seafood is categorized as frozen, chilled, or live. Having unlocked the frozen seafood section, did this imply that the supermarket also had a live seafood area? And would there be live chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep? The thought was overwhelming. If she unlocked the live section, the resources available to her would be boundless. However, the required amount of gold weighed heavily on her mind. She decided it was best to focus on acquiring more gold first. Jiang Fei opted to use the big roulette system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Good fortune has befallen you. You have received a thank you for your patronage. As expected. Sooner or later, she would smash this wretched roulette. Exiting the supermarket, Jiang Fei ventured to the adjacent mall. The floors that had previously been submerged were now revealed. The last time she visited, she hadn't found much gold. She wondered what her luck would be like today. After using the sprayer to clear away mosquitoes, Jiang Fei continued her quest with a metal detector. After thoroughly searching the second and third floors, she managed to unearth 3,468 grams of gold. At least it was not a total loss. Jiang Fei comforted herself. Just as she was about to locate her rubber boat, a few beams of strong light approached. Who could it be? Catching a glimpse of military green rubber boats, Jiang Fei quickly stored her sprayer and metal detector in the supermarket's warehouse. Individuals clad in life jackets gradually entered the mall. Are you a survivor here? No. Jiang Fei fabricated a response. I came here to find food. The orange rubber boat outside is mine. Noticing her youthful appearance, resembling that of a student, the leader produced 2 bags of compressed biscuits. Do not be afraid. We are from the official rescue team. This place is not safe. You should return home quickly. Thank you, comrade. Jiang Fei accepted the biscuits and obediently made her way toward the rubber boat. Noticing a vessel outside piled high with supplies, packaged, soggy food, and plastic-bagged winter clothing, Jiang Fei surmised their purpose. They likely came to scavenge for usable resources to distribute among the residents as the flood receded. After all, the weather had yet to warm, and the impending cold was uncertain. Preparations were crucial. The authorities were expected to emerge to search for supplies during this time, and she could not afford to deplete her resources entirely. There would be plenty of opportunities ahead. Jiang Fei boarded the rubber boat, and before departing, discreetly placed several boxes of previously purchased winter clothing onto the vessel. She recalled a line from a movie she had watched. Without human civilization, there is no meaning. She did not consider herself virtuous, nor did she harbor grand aspirations of salvation. Yet, she did not wish to witness a day when she alone remained on Blue Star. Yulon Garden, apartment 2202. To prevent the scent of food from escaping, Jiang Fei selected salmon and peony shrimp that could be defrosted and eaten raw, while also taking a quick glance into the supermarket's warehouse. Apart from diving equipment, there were various items she had detected underwater, including knives, keys, steel pipes, brass ornaments, and an abundance of silver jewelry. Jiang Fei packed the useless items into a box with the intention of discarding them later, then returned to her room for some much-needed rest. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei prepared the items she would need for her visit to the Beishan farm the next day, when a series of knocks accompanied by Lu Yu's voice interrupted her thoughts. I have good news. Chapter 43. The extreme cold should be approaching soon. Jiang Fei opened the door to find Lu Yu holding an empty water bucket. There's water at Yulon Garden. I just went downstairs and saw the notice posted on the community wall. Residents can go to room 0301 on the 3rd floor to collect water, with no time restrictions, but each person may only fill once a day. Shall we go together? Sure. Jiang Fei returned to her room to fetch an empty bucket, waking her neighbor, Xiao Chuxia, and informing Ling Xiaorui on the 21st floor. The four of them descended with their empty buckets. At room 0301 on the third floor, a long table stood at the entrance. Inside the living room were several large water tanks provided by the official rescue team. One of the tanks had a faucet extending a hose to the table. Lin Bo and Feng Chenlu sat at the table, where several large boxes of water purification tablets and a registration log were placed.
Most people were downstairs,
waiting to board the rubber boats to Central Square for supplies, with only 7 or 8 individuals queuing up to collect water, each equipped with buckets, basins, or empty mineral water bottles. Jiang Fei glanced at the water others were collecting. It appeared slightly murky, yet it was far superior to the stagnant water outside. Allowing Lu Yu and the others to take their place in line, Jiang Fei stood at the back. Before long, it was her turn to collect water.
Lin Bo,
adhering to regulations, handed her 5 purification tablets when he suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. While we were registering household information, we discovered that many original residents are missing, including the property owners. Other survivors mentioned that during the flood, you frequently harmed people with a knife and even severed someone's tongue. Are those missing individuals your victims? Moreover, someone saw you with a gun. Where did you acquire a firearm? In an effort to create trouble for Jiang Fei, Lin Bo had inquired of several survivors regarding the events on the 22nd floor, unexpectedly unearthing a trove of scandal. Whether it was possessing a gun or intentionally harming others, both were enough to implicate Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, bewildered, retorted, "Have I done such things? I have a mental illness and a poor memory. If you claim I did, then provide evidence." Feng Chenlu nodded in agreement. Lin Bo, you cannot speak without evidence. That is slander, and you must be accountable. I am not slandering. Lin Bo pointed at the two who had just finished collecting water. Repeat what you told me earlier. The two completely ignored Lin Bo and hurriedly fled downstairs. The community would not remain here 24/7, but Jiang Fei would. It was one thing to speak behind her back, but to confront Jiang Fei in person? Did they still wish to live? Seeing them run off, Lin Bo's expression shifted uncomfortably, yet he stubbornly remarked to Jiang Fei, "If you wish to prove your innocence, let me take a look at your home." He doubted that Jiang Fei had even a single firearm at her residence. "Why should I prove anything to you? If you suspect me, you may invite the authorities to handle it." With that, Jiang Fei fearlessly walked away with Lu Yu and the others, leaving Lin Bo fuming in place. As Xiao Chuxia ascended the stairs, she voiced her concerns. "Sister, flamethrowers and firearms are considered dangerous goods. What if Lin Bo truly calls the authorities?" Jiang Fei reassured her, "It's fine. All firearms and weapons are in my supermarket warehouse. I have no fear of a search." As Lu Yu hung his head, lost in thought, the following day at 10 a.m., Jiang Fei and her companions set off punctually. It was once again Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia in one rubber boat, while Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui occupied another. The water level had receded to approximately 4 meters. Official personnel had cleared the water surface, leaving behind few corpses or obstacles, and the swarms of mosquitoes and water snakes had diminished significantly. Xiao Chuxia tightened her coat and remarked, "Sister, do you not feel that the temperature has dropped today? Since the onset of the torrential rain, Lin City had been shrouded in overcast skies, and despite it being the summer solstice, the chill felt akin to late autumn." Ling Xiaorui added, "I used to manage with just 1 blanket to sleep, but now I require 2 to stave off the cold. The vegetables I planted are also struggling to thrive." Lu Yu observed, "The temperature has become abnormal. While we search for supplies, let us remember to gather ample warm clothing to withstand the cold." Jiang Fei remained silent, feeling the biting wind. The extreme cold must be approaching. By 1 p.m., Jiang Fei and her group arrived at the Mengxing Grand Hotel. Wang Kezi and his subordinates donned protective suits, seated in rubber boats and speedboats. The Wu brothers had not accompanied them, as Wang Kezi had retained them at the hotel to care for Wu's father. Upon seeing that Jiang Fei had only brought 3 individuals, Wang Kezi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No need for excessive expenditure. "Boss, do your friends know how to handle firearms?" Jiang Fei replied, "Some do not." Both Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia had never touched a gun. Wang Kezi procured 2 firearms from his subordinates, stating, "These 2 are for you. Procuring weapons is quite challenging, and I am reliant on taking from others, so we must conserve." Jiang Fei accepted the gun, distributing one to Lu Yu while whispering, "We lack ammunition. Ask me if you need more." Lu Yu nodded, fiddling with the firearm, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his eyes. Compared to the weapons he had previously handled, This one was far inferior. After nearly 3 hours, the group reached the foot of Beishan Mountain. The elevation here was such that there was no visible standing water. Yet cockroaches and centipedes crawled abundantly on the ground. Wang Kezi instructed his subordinates to spray pesticides and set up a makeshift tent for Jiang Fei and her companions to avoid the insects.
Boss.
Here is the map of Beishan Farm, divided into orchards, planting areas, breeding zones, and living quarters. The Jinhu gang comprises over 20 individuals. We need to split into 4 teams and act independently. I will head to the orchard, Scarface will go to the breeding area, Ameng will occupy the living quarters, and you will venture into the planting area. How does that sound? Jiang Fei agreed. That works. No need to assign me personnel. Xiao Chuxia and I can manage alone. She intended to collect agricultural machinery and preferred not to have too many people in tow. Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui were capable of self-defense. But she was concerned about the talkative Xiao Chuxia. Trusting Jiang Fei's abilities, Wang Kezi did not oppose and assigned Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui to his team. After all, they were the boss's people and must be kept under close protection. Wang Kezi instructed, after dealing with the Jinhu gang members. We will regroup at the living quarters at the mountain summit. Memorizing the map, Jiang Fei departed with Xiao Chuxia. The planting area was situated in the northeast of the farm. The crops had been submerged by the flood, and the Jinhu gang only guarded the exteriors of 2 warehouses. Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia concealed themselves in the woods, observing the situation. There were 5 individuals in total. As they had just taken over their duties, they were still familiarizing themselves with the area and were unarmed. Perfect. This would provide a good opportunity for the talkative Xiao Chuxia to practice. Jiang Fei lowered her voice and instructed Xiao Chuxia, you take care of the 2 outside the small warehouse. I will handle the 3 in the large warehouse. Xiao Chuxia nodded obediently, gripping her kitchen knife and stealthily advancing. Jiang Fei circled to the back of the large warehouse, her gaze landing on a man who was alone, moving boxes. Seizing the moment when he had his back turned, Jiang Fei dashed forward, covering his mouth and swiftly plunging a knife into his neck. Once the man had drawn his last breath, Jiang Fei crept along the wall to the side of the large warehouse. What was that noise? Before the 2 could react, Jiang Fei had already severed the throat of one of them. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out nearby. Jiang Fei rushed to the small warehouse. Xiao Chuxia lay sprawled on the ground, her knife knocked away. One man brandished a gun, while another clutched his injured arm. Damn it! Leave that little bitch's life to me. The injured man attempted to seize his comrade's gun when suddenly, hot blood splattered across his face. His companions had exploded, and he collapsed to the ground. The man immediately attempted to grab the gun but was outpaced. Jiang Fei aimed her firearm at him, turning to Xiao Chuxia. Get up and kill him. Xiao Chuxia, gritting her teeth against the pain, picked up the kitchen knife and charged at the man. Fearing Jiang Fei's gun, the man dared not retaliate and could only dodge. After all, he was accustomed to living on the edge of a blade, his speed and reflexes surpassing Xiao Chuxia's. Had he been prepared, he would not have been caught off guard by Xiao Chuxia's sudden attack. As Xiao Chuxia's strikes grew slower, Jiang Fei spoke up. To the left. Xiao Chuxia instinctively complied. Just as the man was about to evade to the left, he was unexpectedly struck by the kitchen knife.
Ah!
Jiang Fei directed, forward.
To the right.
Left. With each command, Jiang Fei accurately anticipated the man's movements. In a matter of minutes, the man was left battered and bruised, rising in fury. A warrior may be slain but cannot be humiliated. I will fight you to the end.
Bang!
Jiang Fei shot him squarely between the eyes. Xiao Chuxia, panting, sank to the ground. Thank you, sister. Upon returning, she should cease her medicinal preparations and begin physical training. The talkative Xiao Chuxia was physically weak and easily fatigued. It was time to prioritize her training. Xiao Chuxia readily agreed, blissfully unaware that she was about to face a grueling existence. Jiang Fei examined Xiao Chuxia's injuries. She had taken a few punches to her face and ribs, resulting in some bruising, but nothing severe. Jiang Fei instructed her to remain in the small warehouse to search for supplies, while she returned to the large warehouse. Pulling open the iron door, a cloud of dust enveloped her. Jiang Fei instinctively stepped back, waiting for the dust to settle before entering the large warehouse, which had already been cleared of mosquitoes, revealing only a few agricultural machines and a heap of junk. The Jinhu gang had deemed the agricultural machinery worthless, piling the found debris here to gather dust. Little did they know they were inadvertently benefiting Jiang Fei. Excitedly, she collected the items for the supermarket warehouse. Cultivators, tractors, plows, seeders, carts, choppers, sickles, hoes, rakes, pesticide sprayers, and many bamboo baskets and wooden barrels. It would have been perfect if a sprinkler had been included. Hearing footsteps outside, Zhang Fei halted her scavenging. Xiao Chuxia entered, cradling a wooden box, her face alight with excitement. Sister, I found something amazing. Chapter 44. Clothing and coats flying everywhere. Xiao Chuxia set down the wooden box, revealing it to be filled with apples. Though they have been stored for a long time and their skins are wrinkled, they are neither rotten nor spoiled. They are still edible. She handed Zhang Fei the largest apple. Upon observing the heap of scrap metal on the ground, disappointment was hard to conceal. This place was over twice the size of the small warehouse, yet it contained nothing but worthless junk. It was even inferior to the small warehouse, where at least there were several boxes of fruit. The Jinhu gang truly wasted space. Zhang Fei calmly shifted the topic. Let us go. We will have Wang Keizi's people come to transport the supplies. Xiao Chuxia packed a few more apples into her backpack before following Zhang Fei to the mountain summit. Yet, halfway there, an ear-splitting roar echoed from afar. Zhang Fei and Xiao Chuxia turned to see a dozen wild boars charging their way, accompanied by sporadic gunfire and Wang Keizi shouts. Boss, get out of the way. With no time to flee, Zhang Fei seized Xiao Chuxia and climbed a tall tree, snapping off a sturdy branch. Using the cover of her backpack, she produced a lighter and a piece of clothing, quickly crafting a torch. There were too many trees on the mountain, making it difficult to control a sprayer or a flamethrower. A torch was the most suitable option. It could drive off the wild boars without risking a fire. Indeed, upon sighting the flames, the herd of wild boars veered away from the large tree. Wang Keizi and his companions, unbeknownst to their origins, procured several off-road vehicles and relentlessly pursued the wild boar herd, attempting to shoot them down. Yet their aim proved woefully inadequate. The wild boars, with their tough hides and thick flesh, offered no discernible weak points for a guaranteed kill, merely resulting in a waste of ammunition. Zhang Fei shouted, "Find something to blind the wild boars." Once blinded, the boars would lose their sense of direction, facilitating their capture and rendering them less ferocious. Wang Keizi immediately instructed his subordinates to comply, yet the vehicles lacked any suitable blindfolds, compelling the group to resort to shedding their clothes. Consequently, sweat-soaked garments flew through the air. A cadre of bare-chested men charged frantically toward the wild boars. As they fled, their pursuers gave chase. Suddenly, a rumble heralded Lu Yu's arrival on a motorcycle. Zhang Fei handed a torch to Xiao Chuxia, exclaiming, "Lu Yu, catch me." With a swift leap from a tall tree, Zhang Fei landed securely on Lu Yu's bike as he executed a flawless drift, maneuvering alongside the wild boar herd. Realizing Zhang Fei's intent, Lu Yu revved the throttle and surged toward the side of the boar pack. Zhang Fei raised her weapon and aimed.
Bang!
The bullet struck deep into one boar's neck, causing it to collapse in a pained howl. Wang Keizi, assist. Use a knife to sever the boar's neck and let it bleed out. Avoid firearms. Wang Keizi swiftly joined, wielding a knife to dispatch the fallen creature. Confirming their actions were correct, Zhang Fei redirected her focus and fired again, hitting another boar in the rear. Both the neck and rear were vulnerabilities for the wild boars. The injured boar, already blinded and disoriented, collided with a tree, succumbing to unconsciousness. Zhang Fei aimed at the next target and squeezed the trigger. Without needing instruction, Lu Yu expertly maintained the appropriate distance, ensuring Zhang Fei's shots were never wasted. Their synergy was impeccable, and within half an hour, the wild boar herd was decimated. Lu Yu halted the motorcycle, and Zhang Fei dismounted to retrieve Xiao Chuxia from the tree. By the time they caught up with Wang Keizi, the carcasses of the boars were already piled together. Wang Keizi grinned broadly. "Boss, we've taken down a total of 15 wild boars, 2 of which weigh over 200 pounds. Today, we've struck gold. How about we roast some meat right here?" With the Jinhu gang wiped out, we hold dominion over the northern farm. Zhang Fei cast a glance at Wang Keizi's gaunt torso. "Put your clothes back on. It's quite the eyesore." Wang Keizi hurriedly retrieved his clothing, prompting others to dress as well, and began to prepare the wild boars, scattering insect repellent nearby to deter centipedes and cockroaches. Noticing his subordinates preparing to butcher the meat, Zhang Fei could not help but interject, "Shouldn't you boil some water first?" The group looked on in bewilderment. "Why do we need to boil water?" Jiang Fei sighed. A bunch of culinary novices. Go boil water, and find some shovels and scrapers to remove the boar's hair. Otherwise, ingesting the bristles could lead to indigestion or, worse, intestinal perforation. Upon hearing this, the subordinates scurried off to gather pots and grooming tools. The residential area of Beishan Farm possessed a kitchen, and soon, they returned with Jiang Fei's requested items: 3 large pots, 5 iron shovels, 5 scrapers, and 2 large tables. You lot, gather branches and fetch water. You others find bricks. Wang Kezi, though confused, refrained from questioning and instructed his subordinates to comply. However, Scar couldn't contain his curiosity. What exactly are you planning? Jiang Fei replied, building a stove to boil water. You know how to do that? Scar asked incredulously, having assumed she was merely a figure of violence. Any objections? Seeing Jiang Fei reach for her knife, Scar wisely busied himself. Before long, they had prepared all the necessary items and, under Jiang Fei's guidance, constructed 5 makeshift stoves. As the water in the pots came to a rolling boil, scalding hot and difficult to handle, Jiang Fei filled a bucket and poured it over the wild boars. Remember, do not douse too large an area at once. After pouring, lightly scrape the hair. If it feels easy to pull off, stop pouring and immediately use the scraper. Clean off the dirt and hair. Then rinse with cold water and scrape once more before gutting and cleaning. After demonstrating once, Jiang Fei entrusted the task of preparing the boars to Wang Kezi. Help me find a roasting rack and seasoning, the more the better. Wild boar meat lacks the flavor of domestic pork and possesses a strong gamey taste that necessitates copious seasoning to mask. Wang Kezi moved quickly, and soon he had his subordinates bring 3 large boxes of cooking utensils and 2 boxes of seasonings. Boss, these were found in the farm's kitchen. See which items meet your standards. Jiang Fei selected her preferred tools and began to assemble the roasting station. Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia joined the ranks of those preparing the boars, leaving Jiang Fei alone. Suddenly, a brick caught her eye. Jiang Fei inquired, "What are you doing?" Lu Yu placed the brick down and squatted beside her. "Tell me how to build the roasting station, and I'll help." He seemed to recall something, retrieving a black plastic bag from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Fei. "This is what I promised you." Inside were numerous gold rings and necklaces, some still stained with blood, evidently taken from the corpses of the Zhenhu gang. Jiang Fei accepted them without hesitation, stowing them in her jacket pocket, effectively storing them in the supermarket. System notification ding. Detected gold, 688 grams. Better than nothing. With the gold in hand, Jiang Fei felt buoyed and began instructing Lu Yu on constructing the roasting station. Not far off, Ling Xiaorui, while scraping the boar, glanced up to witness Jiang Fei and Lu Yu side by side, engrossed in conversation. The man listened intently, a gentle smile gracing his lips while Jiang Fei occasionally glanced at him, her expression cool and serene, reminiscent of the purest moonlight gracing the earth. Ling Xiaorui couldn't help but whisper to Xiao Chuxia, "Do you feel that Lu Ge and Jiang Jia are quite the pair?" Xiao Chuxia followed his gaze and shook her head decisively. "No one is worthy of my big sister. Even if Lu Ge is handsome and formidable." Seeing Xiao Chuxia so staunchly defend Jiang Fei, Ling Xiaorui wisely chose to remain silent, secretly shipping the couple. Once the roasting station was complete, the subordinates delivered the first batch of cleaned wild boar meat. Jiang Fei selected shoulder and leg cuts, concocted a simple marinade, and placed the meat on the iron rack to roast, calling Wang Kezi and the others to learn. Attempting to roast enough meat for the entire group single-handedly would take an eternity. She needed more helping hands. The key to roasting meat lies in the heat. Insufficient or excessive heat affects the texture of the meat. If you struggle with this, roast in the middle of the iron grill, ensuring even cooking by flipping it regularly. Once she confirmed that Wang Kezi and the others had grasped the technique, Jiang Fei delegated the roasting task to them and turned to prepare the marinade, summoning Scar. "Take 2 people and remember how to prepare the marinade, then season all this wild boar meat. It should marinate for about 2 hours before cooking." Marinated wild boar meat is far more delectable. In addition to roasting, it can also be stir-fried. After teaching Scar, Jiang Fei sought out the tattooed man in charge of butchering. "A Meng, gather all the salt from the boxes and check if there are any supplies left in the farm's residential area. The more salt, the better." To preserve wild boar meat for an extended period, natural air drying or salting methods may be employed. The only cook, Jiang Fei, flitted about like a busy little top, attending to one task after another, with Lu Yu quietly assisting her. By the time night fell, They had finished preparing all the wild boars and were ready to enjoy warm meals. On the menu were stir-fried wild boar, braised wild boar, and roasted wild boar in 3 flavors: original, spicy, and peppery salt. Jiang Fei opted for the spicy variant. The wild boar meat proved somewhat tough and lacked the tenderness of regular pork. Yet in these trying times, the mere ability to feast upon meat was a profound blessing. Everyone feasted heartily, leaving not a trace of the stir-fried peppers in the pot. I vow, this was the finest meal I have had since the onset of the flood. Truly, the leader commands respect. Not only does he wield a firearm with skill, but he also handles a kitchen knife with finesse. Enough of your flattery. It would be wiser to consume a few more morsels of meat, Wang Qiezi jested, handing Jiang Fei several sheets of paper.
Boss.
My men have compiled a list of supplies from the Beishan farm. Please review what you require. Jiang Fei allowed Lu Yu and the others to select first. To avoid duplicating requests, they could exchange items. Lu Yu focused on warm clothing, Xiao Chuxia on food and water, while Ling Xiaorui sought weapons and medicine. When it was Jiang Fei's turn to examine the list, Wang Qiezi sidled up to Lu Yu. Brother, would you care to join me? Earlier in the orchard, your sharpshooting was simply magnificent. I assure you, as long as I have a morsel of meat, your share shall not be forgotten. The Jinhu gang boasted nearly 30 members, dominating the orchard with their weapons. Thanks to Lu Yu's tactical planning, they emerged unscathed, having dispatched all foes with ease. Impressed by Lu Yu's valor and strategy, Wang Qiezi's admiration grew. Lu Yu smiled and politely declined. I'm quite content on the 22nd floor. Just as Wang Qiezi was about to press further, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Jiang Fei, who glared at him intently. Dare to poach from me in my presence, little goat. You've grown quite bold. Coughing, Wang Qiezi awkwardly retreated from Lu Yu and shifted the topic. Boss, have you made your selections? Each item here is 3 boxes, with 1 box of vegetables. Jiang Fei's fingertips traced the paper. We require ammunition, diesel, and gasoline. Wang Qiezi felt a pang in his heart. The boss always chose the most valuable items. There are 13 wild boars remaining, and given your contributions, you should take the lion's share. 3 for me. 10 for you? Jiang Fei pondered. We need only 2. The remaining 8 will be exchanged for supplies. 3 boxes of coal, 3 boxes of food, and 2 boxes of medicine. The wild boars were all eliminated by Jiang Fei, and Lu Yu and the others had no objections. Wang Qiezi now felt fortunate that the Jinhu gang had concealed their supplies at Beishan Farm, otherwise, he could never have afforded such a deal. I'll send my men to pack the goods and escort you back to Yulon Garden.
No.
We will stay here for a while to finish curing the wild boar meat before we leave. The Jinhu gang rotated personnel weekly, and it was unlikely anyone would arrive soon. Perfectly, she could remain at Beishan Farm for a few days. Learning that Jiang Fei intended to cure the wild boar meat, Wang Qiezi shamelessly asked, Boss, could you teach us? Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. You wish to poach from me and yet seek my guidance in curing meat? I'll add a box of eggs.
Deal.
Jiang Fei's expression shifted, instructing everyone to transport the wild boar meat to the living quarters. The living area atop the mountain consisted of independent brick houses. The larger ones could accommodate over 10 people, while the smaller ones were suitable for 2. There were 4 brick houses in total. With many men, Wang Qiezi chose the larger house, while Jiang Fei's group occupied the 2 smaller ones, one for her and Xiao Chuxia, and another for Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui. After clearing away the insects from the houses, Wang Qiezi and his men found a generator and connected electricity to all 4 brick houses. As the lights illuminated the area, everyone couldn't help but gaze in awe, feeling an inexplicable sense of surrealism. Uncertain of when this calamity would conclude, I longed to return home. But with fewer insects and mosquitoes now, perhaps the end was near. However, recent chilly weather filled me with trepidation. What if the pests vanished only for another catastrophe to arise? A profound silence enveloped everyone. Wang Qiezi clapped his hands. It's getting late. Let us heed the boss's arrangements and hasten to complete our tasks before rest. Jiang Fei instructed the younger men in the methods of air drying and salting, discarding the wild boar's entrails, as they were neither palatable nor easy to clean, preferring to focus on the meat itself. Lu Yu and the others joined the meat-curing endeavor. Miss, you've labored all day. You should return to your room and rest. Ling Xiaorui, Lu. And I can handle this. Wang Qiezi suggested. Why don't you all head back to rest? We have enough people to assist with the curing. Besides, at this hour, we usually engage in Work. Jiang Fei agreed. One should not overlook free labor. Lu Yu and the others washed their hands and returned to their rooms. But Jiang Fei did not. Donning protective gear, she claimed she would take a stroll and ventured to the orchard behind. Due to the typhoon and flooding, some fruit trees had been uprooted or stripped of all their fruit and foliage, leaving only bare trunks. She aimed to salvage a few trees for the supermarket,
hoping to cultivate them.
Jiang Fei selected a relatively intact apple tree, hawthorn, pear, peach, lychee, and pomegranate, gathering one of each to plant in the land outside the supermarket, lest too many trees vanish and arouse suspicion. Just as she intended to delve deeper for other varieties, a gunshot rang out. Chapter 46. A bountiful harvest and a sudden drop in temperature atop the mountain, in the open space outside the brick houses. Wang Qiezi and his men formed a circle with their guns. In the center lay several corpses and a man, bound and kneeling. He appeared to be around 40. His mouth gagged with cloth, glaring menacingly at those surrounding him. Upon seeing Jiang Fei return, Wang Qiezhi's eyes crinkled into a delighted smile. Boss, look whom I've captured. The third in command of the Zhenhu gang. Last time at the Dongshan factory, I let this fellow slip away. But I never expected him to come to the farm tonight. My brothers and I swiftly tied him up. As he spoke, Wang Qiezi spat at the third in command. This scoundrel has made a mockery of me for a whole year. Finally, he is in my grasp. Scarface, sharpen a kitchen knife for me. I'm going to castrate this old bastard. Jiang Fei had no interest in staying to watch. Just as she turned to head back to the brick house, she caught sight of Ling Xiaorui standing at the door, fixated on the third in command, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Do you know him? Ling Xiaorui gritted his teeth. He is the one who killed my parents and seized our house. There's another person with him, older, wearing a gold snake earring on his right ear. Wang Qiezi, within earshot, pondered for a moment. The person you're referring to is the second in command of the Zhenhu gang. He is known for wearing a gold snake. However, I advise you to abandon this pursuit. The Zhenhu gang is numerous and powerful, frequently changing their hideouts. Even I would hesitate to confront them directly, let alone you. Even with the boss's assistance, the odds of failure are high. Acknowledging Wang Qiezhi's sincerity, Ling Xiaorui clenched his teeth in silence. Jiang Fei turned to Wang Qiezi. After you're done with him, let him take a few cuts. I'll forfeit the 3 boxes of food in exchange for that as a token of gratitude. She would not recklessly endanger Xiao Chuxia and Lu Yu for the sake of avenging Ling Xiaorui by confronting the Zhenhu gang. At most, if she encountered the second in command in the future, she would devise a means to deliver his demise to Ling Xiaorui. Food is your rightful compensation. Boss, you should not treat me as a stranger. Wang Qiezi declined Jiang Fei's offer, unsheathing a knife and deftly castrating the third in command before handing the blade to Ling Xiaorui. The rest is up to you. Trembling, Ling Xiaorui accepted the knife, stepping toward the fallen third in command, suddenly lunging at him like a wild beast, stabbing repeatedly into his chest. Accompanying this was a heart-wrenching wail. The onlookers could not discern what Ling Xiaorui screamed, but his cries resonated with despair and rage. Since being rescued by Jiang Fei, Ling Xiaorui had been suppressing his emotions. Today, he finally found release. Realizing Ling Xiaorui was venting his pent-up feelings, Xiao Chuxia and Lu Yu, drawn by the noise, refrained from intervening, as did the others. Everyone voluntarily returned to their rooms, allowing space for Ling Xiaorui. 2 days later, the temperature plummeted, and the winds atop the mountain became biting cold. Wang Qiezi and his men had cured half of the wild boar meat and had also procured large sealable bags and plastic bags to neatly pack Jiang Fei's share. A bag can hold 10 kilograms, and a total of 32 bags were packed, which perfectly allotted 8 bags for each of the 4 members of Jiang Fei's group. To avoid drawing attention, Wang Qiezi concealed the wild boar meat within a box. His subordinates had also finished organizing 22 boxes of supplies, bringing the total to 30 large boxes when combined with the boar meat. Compared to the thin jackets worn just a couple of days prior, everyone today donned thick clothing and hats. Wang Qiezi, particularly sensitive to the cold, had even put on a padded coat. Boss, your inflatable boat cannot accommodate all these items. I'll have a Meng and his crew take you back, he said. I'll stay behind with Scar, as we still have the pork to process. Wang Qiezi couldn't help but curse. What a wretched weather. Just yesterday it was fine, and today it has turned so cold. I checked the outdoor thermometer, and it was -3 degrees Celsius. I thought winter had already arrived. Let's try to stay indoors more, Jiang Fei advised, preparing to move the items down the mountain. However, She paused when passing the small brick house to inquire about Lu Yu. How is Ling Xiaowei doing? After he killed the third in command, he locked himself in the brick house. Lu Yu had returned to rest and attempted to communicate with him, but Ling Xiaowei chose silence. He hasn't spoken to me today either. The creaking door of the brick house swung open. Ling Xiaowei, dressed in warm clothing, appeared haggard yet wore a smile. Sister Jiang, I'll help move the boxes. With all these supplies, we won't have to worry for a while. Eagerly, Ling Xiaowei began moving boxes, expressing gratitude to the younger members. Jiang Fei nudged Xiao Chusha beside her and whispered, "Do you think this is normal for him?" Xiao Chusha replied, "It's not normal. He seems to have been stimulated." Lu Yu added, "At least he is willing to speak now." Suddenly, Ling Xiaowei turned his head, causing the three to fall silent. "Sister Jiang, Brother Lu, Chusha, you don't have to worry about me. I've killed an enemy, and now I feel so relieved. I'm not foolish. Before I have absolute strength, I won't recklessly seek revenge on the Jinhu gang, nor will I harm my own body." Ling Xiaowei clenched his fists. That second in command is in his 40s or 50s. Unlike me, who is young and strong, I can outlast him. That's the spirit, Wang Kezi said, placing a hand on Ling Xiaowei's shoulder. "I'll keep an eye on the second in command. If he ever finds himself alone, I'll let you know. And you can take him out." "Thank you, Brother Wang." Seeing the two bond as if they were about to become sworn brothers, Jiang Fei discreetly pulled Ling Xiaowei away. She had no intention of becoming a gift to Wang Kezi, being recognized as his sister. The 30 large boxes nearly filled all of Wang Kezi's inflatable boats and speedboats. Had he not brought so many watercraft, Jiang Fei and her companions would not have been able to transport all the supplies in one trip. The temperature at the base was slightly higher than at the summit, yet the chilly winds made one shiver. The only relief was that the water surface had not frozen over. Water snakes were mostly absent, with only a few insects and mosquitoes remaining. By the time Jiang Fei and her group reached Building A of Yulon Garden, it was already evening. The community members were absent, and those who had previously occupied the corridors had been arranged into vacant rooms. Additionally, everyone moved with deliberate quietness, carefully transporting supplies upstairs without waking anyone. Once the younger members finished moving the boxes, they departed. Jiang Fei closed the electrical door on the 22nd floor and began distributing the supplies with Lu Yu and the others. "The vegetables won't last long. Take some while you can and eat them soon." While moving the boxes on the mountain, Jiang Fei had secretly swapped the contents with vegetables from the supermarket, hoping her teammates would benefit from them. Lu Yu and each person selected some vegetables and exchanged them for their supplies. Almost an hour later, the four had finally completed their exchanges. Jiang Fei did not take any warming items. She only retrieved some medicine and returned to apartment 2202, letting Lu Yu and the others continue organizing in the corridor. Entering the supermarket warehouse, Jiang Fei assessed the gains from this expedition. Excluding what she had given to her teammates, she discovered 150 boxes of ammunition, 30 handguns, 5 submachine guns, 30 barrels of gasoline, 30 barrels of diesel, 8 large bags of salted wild boar meat, and 10 boxes of 20 eggs. There was also 1 box of coal and 2 boxes of medicine, primarily anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing drugs. It was worth it. Every encounter with the little golden lamb yielded abundant rewards. Eager to try out the agricultural machinery, Jiang Fei did not rest. She selected a large tiller, filled it with diesel, and drove it out of the warehouse to the designated planting area outside the supermarket. Drawing upon the knowledge she learned from Ling Xiaowei about planting, she inquired about the use of agricultural machinery. Though she was inexperienced on her first attempt, she quickly grasped the technique. In just over 2 hours, she had tilled an area as large as the planting zone, a task that had previously taken her several days. Jiang Fei lovingly caressed the tiller, then switched to another piece of agricultural equipment and began planting. As for the fruit trees, she left them undisturbed. Not only could she not move them, but she also feared damaging the roots. Instead, she installed a fence around them, designating that area as the fruit zone. With the supermarket carrots to replenish her stamina, Jiang Fei worked late into the night, planting ginger, garlic, eggplant, radishes, snow peas, and oilseed lettuce. By the time Jiang Fei finished and exited the supermarket, it was already the following afternoon, having consumed 2 barrels of diesel. Agricultural machinery was excellent in many ways, but it was extremely fuel-consuming. Jiang Fei sighed and went to her bedroom to catch up on sleep. She was awakened by the cold after an unknown period. Chapter 47. How can a man admit his inadequacies? The room temperature had dropped significantly. As soon as she uncovered the blanket, Jiang Fei shivered and hastily retreated into her covers, pulling out a long cotton coat from the supermarket warehouse to wear before getting out of bed to draw the curtains. A thin layer of ice coated the glass. Daylight had arrived, but the sky remained overcast. Jiang Fei glanced at the thermometer on the wall. The bitter cold was approaching. In her previous life, the weather had also turned cold unexpectedly, with temperatures gradually declining until the city was encased in ice overnight, resulting in many people freezing to death in their sleep. This time, she had warm clothing and would not suffer the same fate. After reconnecting the long-unused generator, Jiang Fei activated the floor heater. Within minutes, the living room became pleasantly warm. The electrical wiring in her bedroom had previously been damaged by mice, and unable to repair it, Jiang Fei simply moved to the guest room, replacing the bedding with thick comforters. She also placed a heater and generator in the bathroom and kitchen, ensuring she would remain warm wherever she went. Her stockpiling of supplies was meant to prevent experiencing the hardships of her past life. If she was reluctant to use anything, why bother hoarding it? Taking out a steaming bowl of wontons for breakfast, Jiang Fei brought over a cardboard box from Wang Keizi. She filled it with a barrel of diesel, 2 boxes of heating products, and 2 generators, placing it in the corridor outside her door before heading next door to 2201. Xiao Chuxia, bundled in a cotton coat and wearing cotton gloves, remarked, "Sister, why are you dressed in sleep pants? You'll catch a cold like that."
Let me find you some warm pants.
No need. I have a heater at home, and these 2 units are for you. Jiang Fei pushed the 2 heaters inside, retrieved the generator she had previously placed in 2201, and connected the wires. In addition, there was an electric blanket. Xiao Chuxia joyfully felt the warm air blowing from the heater. This is wonderful. Tonight, I won't have to worry about waking up frozen. Noticing the items in the corridor, she curiously asked, "Did you buy so many heaters before?" "They weren't bought by me. Wang Keizi provided extra. I only discovered them when I unpacked yesterday." Jiang Fei fabricated a story, taking advantage of Wang Keizi's absence. Remember to check the wires for any damage from mice or bugs before using electricity, and close the curtains tightly when you turn on the lights. I'll come back to find you and take you for training. The heaters and diesel were too heavy for Jiang Fei to carry alone, so she considered going to 2203 to ask Lu Yu for help delivering the supplies meant for Ling Xiaorui. Unexpectedly, she found Ling Xiaorui in 2203, doing push-ups on the floor. Sweat beaded on his forehead, clearly indicating he had been at it for quite some time. The villa, nestled against the wall, was draped in a cozy, fluffy blanket to keep the large dog warm inside. With a heater and diesel ready, Ling Xiaorui was present to assist in moving everything back home after his training. The wiring on the 21st floor had not been modified, and if one was unsure about connecting it, they could seek Lu Yu's help. As Jiang Fei spoke, she placed a small electric blanket and a heater specifically for the large dog into the villa, with Lu Yu responsible for the wiring. Before long, room 2203 became warm and inviting. The large dog, previously curled up in a corner, now sprawled comfortably on the electric blanket, exposing its belly in sheer contentment. Jiang Fei quickly reached out to pat it and calmly closed the glass door. Turning to see Ling Xiaorui beginning to practice frog jumps, a bold idea sparked in Jiang Fei's mind as she asked Lu Yu, "Would you mind having one more student?" Lu Yu instantly comprehended Jiang Fei's intention. Not at all. Thus, Xiao Chuxia was brought in by Jiang Fei to train alongside Ling Xiaorui. Due to Xiao Chuxia's inferior physical condition compared to Ling Xiaorui, Lu Yu tailored a new training plan for her. In the first week, she was to climb the stairs between the 21st and 22nd floors 100 times daily, perform 100 push-ups, 100 frog jumps, and 100 mountain climbers. She could rest during her menstrual period and engage in other gentle exercises. Jiang Fei remarked, "That's quite humane." Xiao Chuxia was taken aback. "Does Lu Go want my life?" Understanding that Jiang Fei and Lu Yu's intentions were for her benefit, Xiao Chuxia resignedly changed into her workout clothes and began her stair climbing. Jiang Fei acted as her supervisor, counting her repetitions, and during this time, she visited room 2102. Su Qianyao had prepared a generator and warm supplies for the elderly matriarch, so Jiang Fei refrained from bringing anything further. The elderly lady, feeling bored, brought over hazelnuts to share with Jiang Fei. The two stood at the doorway of 2102, munching on hazelnuts while observing Xiao Chuxia's stair climbing. "How many times has she gone up?" Jiang Fei mused. "I lost count." Xiao Chuxia turned around abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you serious? Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled with amusement. 52 times, just 48 more to go. Teasing the chatty girl was rather entertaining. By the time Xiao Chuxia completed her 100 ascents, her legs trembled as if she were an elderly woman. She clung to the stair railing to avoid tumbling. Jiang Fei did not offer assistance, but ascended the stairs. Every journey requires a process, one that Xiao Chuxia must endure. A momentary aid would not suffice for a lifetime. Upon returning to room 2203, Ling Xiaorui had already begun sparring with Lu Yu. Lu Yu was clearly using the sparring session to instruct Ling Xiaorui, executing his movements smoothly and decisively. Indicative of systematic training. Jiang Fei felt an itch to engage Lu Yu in combat to test her current skills. Noticing her eagerness, Lu Yu swiftly knocked Ling Xiaorui down and suggested, "Shall we have a match?" Jiang Fei hesitated. "I'm afraid I might lose control." Lu Yu reassured her. "No worries. We will not use weapons." Ling Xiaorui rose from the ground and stepped aside to allow the two to spar. Xiao Chuxia seized the opportunity to rest. Jiang Fei removed her cumbersome winter coat and launched a punch at Lu Yu, but as she neared, she suddenly switched hands. Lu Yu swiftly dodged and grasped her arm in an attempt to take her down. Jiang Fei leaped, maneuvering behind Lu Yu, and despite her right arm being restrained, she clutched his throat with her left hand. Lu Yu had no choice but to release her arm, and in that moment, he delivered a heavy blow to her shoulder. Jiang Fei seemed impervious to pain, immediately retaliating. The two exchanged blows, each delivering nearly 100 strikes. Although Jiang Fei had honed her strength and speed in the post-apocalyptic world, she lacked formal training, and as Lu Yu grew serious, she gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Just as defeat loomed, Jiang Fei instinctively lifted her leg for a kick, her fingers poised like claws, heading straight for Lu Yu's eyes. He let out a muffled grunt. Jiang Fei quickly regained her composure, barely stopping her strike in time. Unprepared for such a maneuver, Lu Yu was caught off guard, bending slightly to evade. Had he not reacted quickly, the kick would have landed solidly. Jiang Fei stammered for the first time. Are you alright? She was accustomed to using cunning tactics, as they often provided opportunities to eliminate the opponent. Lu Yu managed a weak smile. "I'm fine. Your skills are impressive, but you lack technique. You could be more efficient. If you don't mind, I could be your sparring partner." "That would be most appreciated, Coach Lu," Jiang Fei replied, reaching out to assist Lu Yu, only to be declined. Lu Yu cleared his throat. "I'll just take a moment to recover." Jiang Fei wisely withdrew her hand. How could a man admit to being incapable? She understood. Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia were still eager for more, wanting to ask for another round, but just then, the doorbell rang on the 22nd floor. Among the three injured inside, Jiang Fei headed to the stairway to answer the door. It was Feng Chenlu from the community. "Jiang Fei, do you know Zhou Lily, who lives in room 2101? Her parents have returned and claim you broke in, killed their child." Chapter 48. Jiang Fei. What gun? Don't spread unfounded rumors. Feng Chenlu, the Zhou couple has involved the authorities to investigate. You need to come downstairs with me.
All right.
Jiang Fei did not allow Lu Yu and the others to accompany her and followed Feng Chenlu down to the 21st floor. The door to room 2101 stood wide open. A man and a woman in their early 30s stood at the entrance, facing soldiers in life vests who had been summoned by the Zhou couple to mediate during their patrol. The elderly matriarch, Su, stood beside the Zhou couple, raising her voice in distress. "I've told you countless times, Lily hasn't left the house in over half a month. I'm worried for her safety. That's why I asked Jiang Fei to help me break the lock on room 2101. Lily starved to death. You can check the garbage in the house. We haven't touched anything, and the body is still on the bed in the bedroom." Zhou's mother dismissed Su's explanation, clutching the soldier's arm in tears. "Comrade, you must stand up for us. Before we left plenty of food and money for our daughter, but now it's all gone." This old woman and Jiang Fei from the 22nd floor took it. "They broke in, killed my poor daughter, and let the bugs and rats feast on her corpse. They're simply inhumane." Zhou's father comforted his wife, pulling her into his embrace. "Don't worry, dear. The comrades will support us and make Su and Jiang Fei return our food and money." The couple's eyes gleamed with cunning. They had barely returned from afar, planning to sell the house amidst the chaos and escape with the money. Little did they know their daughter had starved to death at home, her corpse already decomposing. Knowing that Su and Jiang Fei had entered, they seized the opportunity to shift the blame for their daughter's death onto the two, hoping to extort money and food. After all, their daughter was a liability, Her death relieved them of that burden. Upon seeing Feng Chenlu bring Jiang Fei over, Zhou's mother once again seized the soldier's arm. "Comrade, she is the murderer." The soldier replied, "Please be mindful of your words until the matter is fully investigated." "Comrade Jiang, did you break the lock on room 2101? "Yes, because Grandma Su sought my assistance to check on Zhou Lily's situation. When we entered, she was already dead." Jiang Fei responded calmly, turning to the Zhou couple. "You claim I broke in. Then tell me, what did I steal?" Zhou's mother immediately retorted, 20,000 in cash, a box of jewelry and rings, and a bag of rice, along with plenty of instant noodles and sausages. Zhou's father added, "With that much time passed, you've likely eaten all the food and spent most of the money, but the jewelry is surely hidden away." The Zhou couple deliberately omitted the material of the jewelry, intending to seize whatever they could find in Jiang Fei's home. As anticipated, Jiang Fei proposed a search. "Comrades, you may search my home to see if there are any of the items the Zhou couple mentioned, and please conduct an autopsy to ascertain the cause of Zhou Lily's death. If I killed her, then there should be injuries on her body beyond just vermin and rats. Even in decay, useful clues should be discoverable." Upon hearing this, the couple, Xiao Zhou, felt a surge of panic, still uncertain about how to refuse the autopsy when Su Qianyao returned. Su Laodai, appearing to have found her anchor, pulled Su Qianyao closer. "Qianyao, they are slandering me and Jiang girl." Su Qianyao inquired of the soldiers, "What is happening?" The soldiers recounted the entire sequence of events to him, observing the anxious demeanor of the Xiao Zhou couple, who seemed as if they had committed a grave wrongdoing. Su Qianyao understood the situation. "We shall not let any villain escape justice, nor shall we wrong an innocent. Since you insist they are the culprits and they deny such accusations, let us proceed with the autopsy. However, I must caution you, at this moment, Lincheng is in a state of emergency, and everyone is united in disaster relief. Anyone who dares to stir trouble during this time will not be spared by the authorities." As he spoke, Su Qianyao revealed his credentials. The Xiao Zhou couple was thoroughly frightened. They had merely intended to extort, not to escalate matters to the point of arrest. Zhou's mother forced a smile. "I believe we must have misunderstood. My daughter suffered so much in life. Let her depart in peace. Let this matter end here. And I thank you both for your assistance. We shall proceed to bury our daughter." "Not so fast," Jiang Fei interjected, stopping the fleeing Xiao Zhou couple. "Can a mere misunderstanding erase the trauma you have inflicted upon me and Grandma Su? This incident has tarnished our reputations and left us with a significant shadow. Grandma Su was nearly driven to illness by your actions." Su Laotai immediately clutched her chest, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my heart." Zhou's mother gritted her teeth. "Then what do you wish for?" "An apology and compensation. The compensation need not be extravagant, just according to the items you mentioned earlier." Zhou's father protested. "You are extorting us." Jiang Fei quickly positioned herself behind Su Qianyao, feigning vulnerability. "He is going to hit me." "I am not." Zhou's father hastily lowered his finger pointing at Jiang Fei. Ultimately, the Xiao Zhou couple bowed and apologized to Jiang Fei and Su Laotai, offering compensation based on the available resources. With officials present, Jiang Fei could not demand much and settled for 10 packets of instant noodles and 6 bags of bread, splitting the provisions with Su Laotai. The couple's hard-earned supplies thus diminished by a third. Having failed in their scheme, they retreated to apartment 2101, locking the door tightly, fearing that Jiang Fei, the bandit, would not relent. "Captain Su, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Feng Chenlu suddenly halted the soldier. "I suspect there are firearms and flamethrowers hidden in apartment 2202. Please assist me in addressing this." She had heard this from other survivors. Regardless of its veracity, she was concerned for the safety of the building. With firearms involved, the soldiers became serious. "Comrade Jiang, may I accompany you to apartment 2202? Su Qianyao furrowed his brow, intending to take over the search mission. Jiang Fei nodded generously. Of course. Su Qianyao was taken aback. Did Miss Jiang wish for danger? Concerned for Jiang Fei's safety, he followed them to the 22nd floor. Lu Yu and others also emerged from apartment 2203, standing in the corridor. Jiang Fei opened the door to apartment 2202, allowing the soldiers to search. All her supplies and hazardous materials were stored in the supermarket warehouse. The bedroom contained only a short knife, so she had no fear of the search. Should the soldiers investigate her teammates' homes, she also had strategies to conceal her weapons in advance. However, Lu Yu was unaware of Jiang Fei's intentions and clenched his fists nervously. His home was filled with dangerous items, with no place to hide them. Fortunately, the soldiers only searched apartment 2202. While surprised by the warmth within, they found no hazardous materials and bid farewell to Su Qianyao. Feng Qinlu looked apologetically at Jiang Fei. I am sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought the people downstairs were truthful about you having a gun. It's quite all right. Jiang Fei accepted Feng Qinlu's apology with an impassive expression, stating solemnly, we often venture out for supplies, which inevitably attracts envious eyes. This is merely their envy and jealousy, leading to slander. Feng Qinlu felt even more embarrassed. The authorities sent us winter coats today for distribution in the community. And more blankets will follow in a few days. Please refrain from going downstairs. I will bring them up for you. Jiang Fei declined Feng Qinlu's kindness. We already have winter coats. Let those in need have them. When the blankets arrive, we will come down to collect. Upon hearing this, Feng Qinlu had no choice but to relent and went downstairs. With no one around, Su Qianyao curiously asked, where have you hidden the guns? Jiang Fei feigned ignorance. What guns? Captain Su, do not speak carelessly. Who knows if he is fishing for evidence? Su Qianyao remained skeptical of Jiang Fei, but chose not to probe further. Changing the subject, is Lin Bo's incident related to you? Jiang Fei responded with confusion. What incident regarding Lin Bo? Standing at the back. Lu Yu silently turned his head away. Chapter 49. Jiang Fei sets up shop again. Jiang Fei truly did not understand. What about Lin Bo?
Su Qianyao lie.
A few days ago, someone threw a bunch of snakes and insects into Lin Bo's home, scaring him so badly that he fell ill and was bitten several times. Lin Bo approached the authorities, suspecting you were retaliating against him, and since I am in charge of this area, I came to inquire. Jiang Fei replied candidly. I did not do it. I also believe this matter is unrelated to you, but we must follow protocol and ask. Strangely enough, our people inspected Lin Bo's home and found no signs of forced entry. The pipes were sealed with foam. Unless the perpetrator can walk through walls, how could they have thrown the snakes and insects inside? Jiang Fei identified the key point. It was the pipe outlet. The foam can be softened with alcohol and then gently pried open with a stick. That person likely went to the floor above Lin Bo's apartment and threw the snakes and insects down the pipe, afterwards resealing it with new foam. Standing at the back, Lu Yu felt a cold sweat break out. Unaware of Lu Yu's unease, Su Qianyao suddenly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder we found no clues. However, the resident above Lin Bo has already died from the infestation, and without any surveillance, this matter may remain unresolved. The recent drop in temperature has been abnormal. Please avoid going outside, and ensure you stay warm. After giving his instructions, Su Qianyao left the 22nd floor. Xiao Chuxia, unable to contain her curiosity, asked Jiang Fei, sister. They just searched apartment 2202 thoroughly and found no firearms or flamethrowers. Where did you hide the dangerous items? In the air conditioning unit, Jiang Fei casually replied, and then added, shouldn't you be doing push-ups? Xiao Chuxia immediately lost interest in chatting, sighing as she entered apartment 2203, guided by Ling Zhaorwei on her exercises. Jiang Fei continued to supervise the count from the side when suddenly something brushed against her ankle. Looking down, she saw Lu Yu had let Da Huang out of the villa. Da Huang was affectionately nudging Jiang Fei with its head, clearly bored from being inside and wanting her to play with it for a while. Lu Yu retrieved a teasing stick and handed it to Jiang Fei, keeping his eyes lowered, avoiding her gaze. Lin Bo knew there were guns on the 22nd floor and was likely to report them to the authorities. He had initially intended to use the snakes and insects to resolve this danger, but had not anticipated that the other party would survive and nearly implicate the neighbors. Apart from Da Huang and Jin Huang, he could think of no other way to compensate the neighbors. Unaware this was Lu Yu's form of compensation. Jiang Fei expressionlessly waved the teasing stick, her heart secretly delighted. Mimi is so adorable. I just want to bury my face in its belly and inhale deeply. When Da Huang grew tired of playing, Jiang Fei, still unsatisfied, carried it back to the villa for a nap. Xiao Chuxia's training had yet to conclude. She was diligently performing frog jumps while Lu Yu engaged in a spar with Ling Zhaorwei. Jiang Fei did not interrupt the three and quietly left, intending to return for a quick nap. However, upon reaching her door, she heard footsteps outside the electric door, as if someone was lingering at the staircase. Habitually, Jiang Fei drew her short knife and concealed it behind her back, approaching to open the electric door. It was Su Laotai, carrying 2 large bags.
Gờ đang ma su.
What brings you here? Jiang girl, I am so sorry for today. I almost caused you harm. You must accept these items. Without giving Jiang Fei a chance to respond, old lady Su forcefully shoved a bag into her hands and hurried downstairs, saying, if you chase after me and I get scared, I might tumble down the stairs. Jiang Fei, helpless, halted her steps and suddenly caught a glimpse of a flash of red within the bag. The 2 bags contained convenience foods, and atop one of them lay a hand-knit scarf, 2 in total, both of festive crimson. The edges of the scarves were embroidered in yellow thread with the words peace scarf. Tucked within was a note, one for you and one for Xiao Yadu, don't disdain your grandmother's craftsmanship. Jiang Fei gently caressed the soft scarf in her hands, a smile gracing her lips. It felt wonderfully warm. Noticing the temperature had remained unchanged at around -1 degree Celsius for 2 consecutive days, Jiang Fei resolved to venture outside. She wished to gather gold from the central square before the extreme cold fully set in. Without calling her teammates, she decided to let Xiao Chuxia train diligently with Lu Yu and donned her thermal gear, taking her inflatable boat downstairs. The 22nd floor was warm with heaters, but the lower levels were different. After enduring both a rodent and insect plague, Building A had nothing left to ignite for warmth, relying solely on the cotton clothing provided by the authorities. Some corridor windows were even shattered, allowing cold drafts to seep in, forcing people to huddle together in one room for warmth. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, fully equipped, some individuals were tempted to approach her. After all, Jiang Fei had even a thermal mask, ensuring she possessed ample supplies. However, when they recalled the tragic fate of those who had perished before, they hesitated, realizing it was best not to provoke trouble. The authorities were distributing food and cotton clothing, and the community was retrieving blankets today. Perhaps in a few days, Yulong Garden would have heating restored. One by one, they averted their gazes. Jiang Fei inflated her boat and exited through the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor. The water collected about 4 meters deep, not entirely frozen, creating a slushy mixture that required a paddle to clear obstacles. Finding the speed of the inflatable boat too slow, she sought a secluded spot to switch to a speedboat. The surroundings revealed no signs of water snakes or venomous mosquitoes, though a few centipedes and cockroaches were still visible, posing no significant threat. The fountain area in the central square was livelier than Jiang Fei remembered from her last visit. Most individuals sat in large plastic basins, having come here to exchange supplies they received from the auspicious hotel for warm items or other necessities. Jiang Fei selected a prominent spot in the center, took out a square piece of curtain fabric from her backpack, and fashioned it into a sign using her paddle. On the cream-colored fabric, she wrote in bold red ink, "Gold exchange for goods." After setting out her supplies, 5 pairs of cotton gloves, 5 cotton hats, 10 pairs of cotton socks, 10 packages of 5 warming pads, and 10 multifunctional disaster prevention thermal blankets. She didn't wait long before someone paddled over. "Little girl, how do you exchange these?" Jiang Fei replied, 10 grams of gold for 1 item, take your pick. She had many warm items that she and her teammates could not exhaust, so she opted to lower the price. She aimed for an appealing bargain, believing that small amounts could accumulate into something significant. "This necklace of mine weighs 80 grams. I'll trade you 8 items. The man tossed his golden necklace to Jiang Fei. With officials nearby, he was unafraid of being cheated. Jiang Fei pocketed the gold, discreetly using a supermarket tester. The system chimed, detected gold, 80 grams. You may select now. The man chose 1 thermal blanket, a pair of gloves, a hat, 2 pairs of socks, and 3 packages of warming pads. Finally, I won't freeze anymore. While some found the exchange worthwhile, others believed Jiang Fei was asking too much. Gold is so expensive and you want this little bit for it? Are you robbing us? What a greedy woman. Don't you fear retribution? They scoffed at her asking for 10 grams of gold for items that usually cost less than 100. Jiang Fei feigned ignorance, removed her thermal mask, and pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds to crack. "I can't hear you. Just ignore the noise." As the surrounding crowd noticed her indifference, they lost interest and dispersed. Few carried gold on them, and many believed that the calamity would eventually pass, so they preferred to hold onto valuable items. Consequently, after several hours of her stall, excluding the first customer, Jiang Fei had only garnered 150 grams. She still had a long way to go to reach 64,000 grams of gold. Sighing, she packed her fabric and remaining supplies back into her backpack, preparing to return home. Suddenly, a speedboat adorned with a fierce tiger design approached. "Oh, it's been a few days. Cousin, what brings you here to set up shop?" Jiang Zishuan sat in the center of the speedboat, flanked by a burly man at the helm, with another speedboat following closely behind carrying two men. A large box was placed on their boat, clearly indicating they were there to exchange supplies. Unlike her previous disheveled appearance, Jiang Zishuan now wore a light gray cashmere coat, sporting exquisite makeup, with the pustules from mosquito bites vanished from her face. Unaware that Jiang Fei was cracking sunflower seeds and had removed her thermal mask, Jiang Zishuan feigned concern. "Cousin, your face is all red from the cold. You must have suffered greatly during this time. As family, how can I bear to see you freeze here? Why not come sit with me? If you need anything, just let me know." Deliberately tossing her hair back, she flaunted her golden ring, earrings, and necklace. The hand that Jiang Fei had severed remained tucked in her pocket. These jewels were all gifts from Boss Sunday. In anticipation of a day when she could boast her good fortune to Jiang Fei, she had specifically requested gold. "Isn't the little brat fond of gold? I want her to see it, but never to possess it." For the first time, Jiang Fei smiled at Jiang Zishuan. "I happen to be hungry. May I join you for a meal?" Of course, Jiang Zishuan's eyes glinted with malice. While there were officials at the central square, they could not cause a scene. However, once they left, no one would intervene. With Boss Sun's men around, she could torment Jiang Fei to her heart's content. "Just follow behind us. Don't get lost." Jiang Fei responded meaningfully, "I won tea. This is gold after all." Meanwhile, on the top floor of the auspicious hotel, a young man stood by the window, rubbing his eyes vigorously before looking outside again. A girl in a gray cotton coat was steering a speedboat away. It was the female water ghost from that night. He could not mistake that face. He quickly pulled Uncle Lu over. "Go find out who that girl is. The one in gray. The speedboat has a tiger design." If the girl could accompany them, it meant they knew each other. Finding the speedboat would lead him to her. He needed to understand how she could appear and vanish at will. On the second floor of a derelict shop, as Jiang Fei entered behind Jiang Zishuan, 4 men encircled her, brandishing pistols. To muffle any gunfire, each weapon was equipped with a silencer. Jiang Fei maintained an impassive expression. "Your cousin lives in a place like this? How is that possible? It's you who is unworthy to visit me." Jiang Zishuan raised her left hand, missing a finger. Her expression twisted with rage. "Jiang Fei, do you remember what you did to me? Because of you, my left hand is utterly useless. And I bear scars on my face, married to Boss Sunday. You, vile wretch, have ruined me." Confident that Jiang Fei would not dare retaliate, Jiang Zishuan raised her hand to slap her face. In a flash, Jiang Fei seized Jiang Zishuan's wrist, twisting it behind her back and holding her in front of her. With her other hand, she drew a gun and pressed it against Jiang Zishuan's temple. The speed of her actions left everyone stunned. "Do you want me to pull the trigger and kill her, alerting the authorities, or would you prefer to place your weapons on the ground and kick them over here?" The 4 men exchanged glances. The authorities had been keeping a close watch on them, and they needed to act discreetly during this period. Moreover, Boss Sun had taken a liking to Jiang Zishuan, even calling her his wife. If anything were to happen to her, they would not survive either, regardless of the outcome. The 4 individuals were unwilling to witness the events unfold and could only heed Jiang Fei's words. Observing Jiang Fei retrieving the firearm, they could not help but inwardly curse Jiang Zishuan. If one wished to teach a lesson, why resort to personal action? Could they not handle it instead?
Now,
they had become hostages. Foolish woman. Jiang Zishuan had not anticipated Jiang Fei's agility, believing that the other party's arrogance stemmed solely from wielding a weapon in Yulan Garden. Fearing for her life, she altered her previous demeanor, softening her tone. "Cousin, let us converse amicably." A series of muted gunshots echoed. The 4 men collapsed to the ground. 3 struck in the forehead, while 1 writhed in agony. A bullet lodged in his knee. Jiang Zishuan, terrified and on the verge of screaming, felt her jaw forcibly dislocated by Jiang Fei. The silenced gun in Jiang Fei's hand was swiftly replaced by a dagger. "Cousin, it is time to settle our debts." With the final word, the dagger plunged into Jiang Zishuan's gaping mouth. The sharp blade mutilated her tongue, blood mingling with shattered flesh gushing forth. Jiang Fei calmly released Jiang Zishuan, allowing her to collapse in convulsions, and stepped upon her intact right hand, severing 4 fingers with 1 swift strike. Jiang Zishuan emitted a pained whimper, nearly losing consciousness, but the searing pain in her thigh jolted her awake. The dagger, embedded deep in her flesh, traced down her thigh to her ankle. Jiang Zixuan could feel the blade scraping against bone, her body trembling uncontrollably. Just kill her, end her suffering, she thought, but could utter no words, only gazing despairingly at Jiang Fei, who once again sliced open her arm. Unable to withstand the agony, Jiang Zixuan closed her eyes and fainted. Jiang Fei ceased her assault. The pent-up frustration within her seemed to dissipate, mingling with the thick scent of blood in the air. Retrieving the golden ring that had fallen to the ground, Jiang Fei also removed the earrings and necklace from Jiang Zixuan, storing them away in the supermarket warehouse. System ding. Detected gold. 210 grams. Not bad. More than she earned at her stall. Using the icy water outside, Jiang Fei washed the blood from her hands and boarded the speedboat filled with boxes. The boxes contained a plethora of useless high heels and handbags, items favored by Jiang Zixuan, which Jiang Fei disdainfully left behind. Returning to the store, she approached the man whose legs had been rendered useless. Witnessing Jiang Fei's brutality, the man recoiled in terror, exclaiming, "Please, don't kill me. I can do anything for you. Just return Jiang Zixuan. Don't let her die. She must live to repay the debts of her past life." Jiang Fei compassionately tossed him a wooden stick to use as a crutch before departing in the speedboat, taking along one of Jiang Zixuan's boats as well. The man, realizing Jiang Fei had truly left, scrambled to Jiang Zixuan's side, using all his strength to drag her onto the speedboat filled with boxes. In a residential building, a battered Jiang Zixuan lay on a bed, tended to by a woman bandaging her wounds. The man who had brought her back was seated nearby, having already informed everyone of the events that transpired. Li Yanping knelt beside the bed, her voice hoarse from crying. "My daughter was fine before she left. How could she return like this? Son-in-law, you must avenge Zixuan." Sitting in a chair, Sun Dejiang's expression darkened. "Rest assured, I will make Jiang Fei pay for her arrogance. Jiang Zixuan is my woman, and what Jiang Fei has done to her is a slap in my face." Unable to swallow his anger, Sun Dejiang summoned others to devise a plan. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhenkong, who had been standing in a corner, hesitated before quietly slipping out. He could no longer allow Yanping and the others to be misled. From the very beginning, Jiang Fei was innocent. They were the ones who had wronged her. He intended to warn Fei Fei. Unbeknownst to him, his departure was observed by Sun Dejiang. Sun Dejiang turned to his subordinate and whispered, "Follow Zhang Zhenkong and see what he intends to do." Chapter 51. Not a ghost. He feared nothing. Jiang Fei did not return to Yulong Garden but instead stored the confiscated speedboat in the supermarket warehouse and headed to Xingshi City. It was the largest and most upscale shopping and entertainment mall in Lincheng, boasting a total of 15 floors. Before the typhoon, she had seen advertisements for Xingshi City, announcing a unique high-altitude car exhibition to be held on June 6th at the previously unopened top floor, featuring hundreds of popular brand-new cars. The 4S dealership had suffered water damage, leaving only a glimmer of hope at Xingshi City. However, it was quite distant from the city center, typically requiring 4 to 5 hours of driving, which had deterred her from visiting. Now, with the temperature low and official patrols hindering underwater searches for gold, it was more prudent to seek a vehicle during this time. Soon, the water would freeze completely, rendering rubber boats and speedboats useless, necessitating the use of cars. Regrettably, Wang Keizi had denied her access to that black Hummer. Jiang Fei still longed for the Hummer and hurried to reach Xingshi City before nightfall. The authorities had not taken control of the area. Once a vibrant hub, Xingshi City now lay desolate, shrouded in oppressive darkness. Dressed in protective gear, Jiang Fei climbed through a second-floor window and switched on her flashlight. To her surprise, there were no mosquitoes or survivors. The shops were littered with scattered goods. Jiang Fei sifted through the debris, collecting diamond jewelry and accessories, which she knew her chatty friend would appreciate. Men's clothing, water-damaged but salvageable, would be cleaned by Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui for her use. She also gathered cosmetics and skincare products, as their sealed packaging ensured their usability, preventing her skin from cracking in the cold. Health supplements were also included, particularly calcium tablets, glucosamine, melatonin, and immune-boosting nutrients. Prolonged absence from sunlight could lead to calcium deficiency, resulting in osteoporosis and other ailments, thus necessitating the replenishment of nutrients. Jiang Fei stored everything in the supermarket warehouse, intentionally leaving out food and warm clothing. as she had no need for those items, preferring to spare them for other survivors. In her previous life, she had experienced the despair of entering a store filled with hope only to find no food available, as if a blow had shattered all her will to survive. Jiang Fei ascended to the top floor, collecting several pieces of fine solid wood furniture made from superior sandalwood. They could be displayed for enjoyment or, in times of need, dried and chopped for firewood, truly perfect. The top floor of Xingshi City spanned over 10,000 square meters, with the car exhibition divided into 5 major zones: travel, sports cars, off-road vehicles, SUVs, and accessories. Sadly, many vehicles had been destroyed due to shattered skylights from the typhoon. After exploring 3 exhibition zones, Jiang Fei finally found 2 intact SUVs. Sleek black models from certain brands, each worth at least $1 million. She was finally a car owner. Ecstatic. Jiang Fei stored the SUVs in the supermarket and then located a heavy off-road RV, the Unimog, renowned as the king of off-road vehicles. It could traverse any terrain, whether rocky roads or snowy landscapes, making it the ideal choice for the apocalypse. Today was a profitable day. Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled with delight as she finished securing the off-road RV and proceeded to the nearby accessories area. She gathered winter tires, antifreeze, windshield washer fluid, brake oil, an air pump, decorative items, brake pads, seat cushions, mats, and various automotive tools, storing them all in the supermarket warehouse. The dawn was approaching. To avoid encountering official patrols and other survivors, Jiang Fei reluctantly descended the stairs to leave. Unbeknownst to her, a figure lay concealed beneath a discarded sports car. The young boy held his breath, too frightened to make a sound, as his worldview crumbled and reconstructed. With a mere wave of her hand, the car vanished. Was she practicing sorcery? After a moment, confirming Jiang Fei had departed, the boy crawled out from beneath the vehicle and hurried down the stairs, finding refuge on the airboat parked outside Xingshi City. Uncle Lu looked at the boy who had rushed onto the boat with a puzzled expression. "Young master, why have you returned so early?" The young master replied, "Tonight, I intend to explore Xingshi City, and I must not be disturbed." They had been waiting here since the afternoon after clearing away the mosquitoes. "I want to go home. I do not wish to stay in Lin City any longer." Confounded by the boy's sudden change of heart, Uncle Lu tactfully refrained from questioning him further. He instructed the bodyguard to prepare the boat and soon returned to report. "The investigation you tasked me with has yielded results. Those few speedboats belong to a local gang known as the Xinhu Gang. The girl is the new wife of the gang leader, Jiang Zixuan, aged 22, who has just returned from abroad. This is all I have uncovered." The boy was taken aback, but gradually regained his composure. She appeared to be only around 20 years old, yet she was already married. If she was not a ghost, he had nothing to fear. If he could bring such a remarkable individual home, his father would surely commend him. "Find a way to invite Jiang Zixuan to meet me. Remember to be gentle and courteous. Do not force her." The boy envisioned the praise he would receive from his father, entirely unaware that the gray-clad figure he had spoken of with Uncle Lu was not the same person. Jiang Fei, having distributed the supplies found in Xingshi City to Lu Yu and the others, comfortably settled at home, indulging in a routine of eating and sleeping, occasionally tending to the garden. This continued until the doorbell rang. After several days of this leisurely existence, Jiang Fei finally stepped outside. As the cold wind of the corridor enveloped her, she tightened her coat and glanced at the outdoor thermometer she had placed in the hallway. The temperature was dropping more slowly than in her previous life. Whether this was a good or bad sign remained uncertain. Jiang Fei thought as she switched on the light at the stairwell. Feng Chenlu, clad in a military coat and holding a notepad, approached. The authorities planned to send personnel to repair the damaged houses and required the community to register the conditions of each household and the materials needed. "Are there any repairs needed on the 22nd floor?" Jiang Fei shook her head. "None of the 3 households have any issues." Feng Chenlu made a note. "It has been nearly a week, and your blankets are still on the 3rd floor. The authorities have also sent coal for heating. I can help you retrieve them once I finish my tasks today." Since the last misunderstanding with Jiang Fei, Feng Chenlu had sought to make amends, even being the first to inquire about the 22nd floor's information. "No need, I will go down and get them myself." Jiang Fei wished to assess the situation downstairs and politely declined Feng Chenlu's offer. "Be careful, some areas of the corridor are icy and slippery." Feng Chenlu cautioned before proceeding to register each household downstairs. Jiang Fei returned to her room to change into a pair of non-slip shoes before heading down. Most of the windows in the corridor, where glass had shattered, were covered in thick ice that crept down to the walls. The stairs were in a slightly better condition, though a few steps were coated in a thin layer of ice. With the coal and stoves provided by the authorities, everyone was huddled in their rooms for warmth, completely uninterested in those venturing outside. On the third floor, room 0301, Lin Bo sat at a table, wrapped in a blanket, with a charcoal stove at his feet. His face bore numerous small circular scars, creating a rather unsettling sight. I am here to collect the blankets and coal for rooms 2103 and 22. Jiang Fei noted that Ling Xiaorui and the others had not been downstairs recently, so it was prudent to take their supplies as well. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, Lin Bo's expression darkened instantly. There is none. Jiang Fei's gaze fell upon a bag on the floor behind Lin Bo, which bore her name. The supplies were distributed based on community registration, akin to a real name system, to prevent anyone from claiming more than their share. The bag behind you has my name on it. Lin Bo, unperturbed by the exposure of his lie, provocatively retorted, even if I have it, I want to give it to you. What can you do about it? That wretched girl nearly caused my death with her pests and snakes. There will be no supplies for anyone from the 22nd floor. Chapter 52. Is Da Huang sick? If you kneel and beg, I might consider giving you some coal. Lin Bo boasted arrogantly, only to be abruptly seized by Jiang Fei, who pulled him to the table. In an instant, a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. What do you think you are doing? There are official patrols outside. Do you believe they are faster than my knife? Jiang Fei pressed slightly, the dagger slicing through Lin Bo's skin and drawing a line of blood. Her calm, yet contemptuous gaze suggested that ending Lin Bo's life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Lin Bo quickly relented. I will get you the supplies, right away. He had no desire to meet his demise. Do not trouble me again. Jiang Fei withdrew the dagger and accepted the 4 large bags Lin Bo handed over before ascending the stairs. Lin Bo slumped back into his chair, anxiously touching his wounded neck. I must apply to change residences today. I no longer wish to see this lunatic. Jiang Fei delivered the supplies to Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia, and when it came time for Lu Yu, who usually exuded a calm demeanor, he now wore a frown, fatigue evident in his expression. Through the open door, Jiang Fei saw Da Huang languishing on the sofa, with a puddle of uncleaned yellow fluid on the floor. What is wrong with Da Huang? He is ill. He has been vomiting since yesterday morning, and I have administered probiotics and anti-vomiting medicine, but there has been no improvement. Lu Yu sighed. Da Huang has not eaten anything, nor has he drunk water. Jiang Fei, lacking experience with pets, called Xiao Chuxia from room 2201, hoping the chatterbox might possess some knowledge. Upon learning of Da Huang's condition, Xiao Chuxia, like Jiang Fei and Lu Yu, appeared bewildered. I studied traditional Chinese medicine, so I am not well versed in veterinary medicine, but Da Huang's constant vomiting and refusal to eat or drink is alarming. Do you have any anti-nausea medication or nutrient solution? Lu Yu replied, none. This is my first time raising a pet, and I just moved into a new home before the apocalypse. Aside from weapons and essentials, I lack many supplies. Jiang Fei had nothing of the sort either, so she took a bag of food downstairs, intending to inquire if anyone had anti-nausea medication or knew a veterinarian. However, her search yielded no results. No one in building A owned pets, and thus no one stocked pet medicines. Yet, Feng Chenlu relayed some information to Jiang Fei. The Yan Comprehensive Market sells flowers, birds, fish, and dogs. It's south the pet street of Lin City. You might find medicine or survivors knowledgeable about pet care there. However, the Yan Comprehensive Market is a bit far from Yulon Garden, over by Maple Forest Road, and the icy standing water outside makes it difficult to travel. Thank you. Jiang Fei handed all the food to Feng Chenlu, not waiting for her to decline, and immediately returned to the 22nd floor. We need to go out to find medication now. Lu Yu replied, the frozen water surface is unsafe. I should go alone. Going together would expedite our search. Jiang Fei insisted. Staying in the warmth of the room would make it unbearable to adjust to the sudden drop in temperature. Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia also needed to venture out to acclimate. Jiang Fei rummaged through room 2202 for several pairs of non-slip shoes and cold-weather clothing for them to choose from. Lu Yu no longer resisted and quietly acknowledged the kindness of his neighbors. While the 3 went to change clothes, Jiang Fei retrieved her fully charged phone, which had never been used, and documented Da Huang's condition and vomit with photos and videos. It was too cold outside to take Da Huang with her, so she opted to record his status for future inquiries. Dressed in warm clothes and non-slip shoes, The four of them each grabbed a trekking pole as they exited the building. Some areas of the water surface had not fully frozen and could collapse underfoot, so they had to use the poles to test the ground ahead, walking cautiously. The biting cold wind kept most survivors holed up in their homes for warmth. Even with the ice, no one dared to venture out for risk. After nearly an hour, Zhang Fei and Lu Yu came to a halt. Lu Yu whispered, "Someone is following us." "I have a silencer," Zhang Fei replied, discreetly producing 2 handguns with silencers concealed beneath her down jacket, quietly handing one to Lu Yu. "They wouldn't dare to draw attention in the open. Lead them to that alley, and we can handle it there." Lu Yu nodded and moved in the direction Zhang Fei indicated. Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia, unaware of the route to the Yan Comprehensive Market, assumed Lu Yu was heading the right way and hurried to follow. Upon entering the alley, a sudden, muffled sound reached their ears. Zhang Fei and Lu Yu fired simultaneously, swiftly dispatching the 5 individuals who had followed them to the alley's entrance. One man, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee but was shot in the leg by Zhang Fei. He collapsed onto the ice, gritting his teeth to stifle a cry of pain. This unusual behavior aroused Zhang Fei's suspicions, particularly as the 5 individuals were clad in warm clothing and appeared healthy, unlike ordinary people suffering from a lack of resources. Zhang Fei gestured for Lu Yu to refrain from firing, stepping on the man's wounded leg and applying a slow, deliberate pressure. "Why were you following us?" The man, trembling from the pain, could not contain himself. "It was the boss who sent us. You've tormented Jiang Zixuan so severely that he cannot let it go. We've been ordered to return the favor twofold." Jiang Zixuan was currently with Sun Deqiang. The man referred to as the boss was indeed Sun Deqiang. Suddenly, Zhang Fei recalled the fierce tiger emblem she had seen on the speedboat, her gaze darkening. "You are from the Zhen Hu gang. Indeed, I've revealed everything to you. Surely you can let me go now?" The last word was caught in the man's throat as he lay on the ice, his eyes wide open. A bullet wound staining his forehead with blood. Zhang Fei's expression grew grave. She hadn't anticipated that Sun Deqiang was the leader of the Zhen Hu gang, leading to significant potential trouble for her. Xiao Chuxia's face reflected concern. "Miss, the Zhen Hu gang is ruthless in their actions. What should we do now?" Zhang Fei, lacking a clear direction herself, replied, "First, we need to find medicine and discuss our next steps later." The comprehensive market was composed of 2- or 3-story buildings, the height of the ice similar to that of Yulon Garden. The 2nd and 3rd floor windows and doors had been destroyed by typhoons and heavy rains, leaving each shop in disarray, with a few frozen animal corpses scattered about. Survivors were scarce, primarily elderly individuals curled up weakly in corners. Perhaps having lost hope, they showed no reaction upon seeing Zhang Fei and her companions, only coughing occasionally. Even when Zhang Fei inquired, no one responded. Reluctantly, Zhang Fei abandoned the search for someone knowledgeable about pet care and decided to split up with Xiao Chuxia to find pet medicine. The flood had ruined the outer packaging of the medicines, which were now frozen and uninspectable, so Zhang Fei simply stuffed any medicine she found into her backpack, intending to thaw it at home. When encountering an unoccupied store, she swept supplies and toys into the supermarket's warehouse, planning to sift through them later for what might be useful for De Huang. After searching several shops, Zhang Fei went to reunite with her teammates. Lu Yu and the others' backpacks were full, yet their spirits remained low. Xiao Chuxia looked with a complex expression at a nearby shop. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fei asked. Chapter 53. Building A was collectively robbed. Xiao Chuxia glanced at Zhang Fei. Her eyes slightly reddened. "I just went to that shop to find medicine and encountered an elderly woman. She said the survivors in the comprehensive market are merely strays waiting to die here. Their families have abandoned them, deeming them too old to contribute, fearing they would consume more food, and thus cast them out." Xiao Chuxia tightened her grip on her backpack straps. The medicines inside were those the elderly woman had found in the shop. She had hoped to alleviate her hunger with the pills but had nearly lost her life. Knowing Xiao Chuxia was seeking medicine, the woman selflessly gifted it to her. Zhang Fei remained silent, pretending to rummage through her backpack while discreetly retrieving 2 packs of chocolate from the supermarket and handed them to Xiao Chuxia. The chatterbox was soft-hearted. Not allowing her to do something for the old woman would likely leave her feeling despondent. As for the plight of the elderly, Zhang Fei felt little emotion. Such occurrences had transpired far too often in her past life. Parents had sold their own children for a morsel of food. Once loving couples turned against each other, driven only by the need to fill their stomachs. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was not the end of the world itself, but the ugliest facets of human nature. As Jiang Fei had anticipated. After Xiao Chuxia returned, having given the chocolate to the elderly woman, her eyes sparkled with joy. "Sister, let us go."
All right.
The four of them exited through another exit of the comprehensive market. The shops outside this exit were more plentiful, indicating a greater number of survivors. The sound of coughing echoed almost incessantly. Survivors spotted Jiang Fei's team walking on the ice, enviously eyeing their down jackets, yet their own ailments rendered them powerless to act, leaving them to watch with longing and jealousy. Jiang Fei tightened her warm mask and quickened her pace, reminding Xiao Chuxia and the others, "No matter what happens, do not remove your masks. I have alcohol. Once we reach Yulong Garden, we will disinfect before entering the building. These people may have contracted a contagious disease. If it's merely the flu, that would be manageable. However, I dread that a virus from my past life may have resurfaced." Jiang Fei vividly recalled how many lives the virus had claimed. In a single night, the death toll had soared to 240,000. Humanity had prepared far too little. She hoped the virus would not emerge prematurely. Upon returning to Yulong Garden, after disinfecting their clothes, Jiang Fei and her companions entered Building A, only to find chaos within. Several coal stoves had been overturned, ashes scattered across the floor, and chaotic black footprints marred the once cozy blankets. The Community's resource point, established in 0301, had been completely looted, leaving only Lin Bo's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Jiang Fei drew her dagger and ascended the stairs when suddenly a bucket of coal dust was thrown down. Although Jiang Fei and her companions dodged quickly, some of it still clung to their hair and clothes. "Get out of Building A, or I'll kill you." Feng Chenlu's voice trembled as she gripped a rusty kitchen knife she had scavenged. Upon seeing Jiang Fei's face, she panicked and discarded the knife.
I am sorry.
"I thought that gang of bandits had returned." Jiang Fei wiped the coal dust from her face. "What bandits?" Mentioning this sent a wave of fear through Feng Chenlu. Just now, a group armed with weapons barged in, demanding protection money, completely disregarding our resistance, stealing everything in sight. In the chaos, someone shot Lin Bo, and that's when they left. Those hiding in their rooms began to emerge upon hearing the conversation, each voicing their grievances. "They are inhuman. They stole my coal, and even took my cookies that I had saved for half a month. They stripped me of my padded jacket. They didn't leave me even a pair of socks. They even tried to abduct women. Had it not been for the chaos, my sister would have been taken. Why did you have to go out, Jiang Fei?" The speaker's voice was laced with sobs. Though Jiang Fei was intimidating, she had never stolen from them. If Jiang Fei had been present, those people would not have dared to act so brazenly. The residents of Building A failed to realize that while they feared and envied Jiang Fei, they also regarded her as a leader. After all, the strength of the 22nd floor was well known. Reverence for the powerful is an instinct shared by all living beings. Feng Chenlu composed herself and said to Jiang Fei, "That group also went to the 22nd floor. You should hurry and check if the door has been damaged. We've been hiding on the 5th floor. Too frightened to move. I'm going to the patrol team. Maybe we can catch the Zhenhu gang." Jiang Fei grasped Feng Chenlu's hand. "Are these people from the Zhenhu gang?" Feng Chenlu nodded. "They even said they're not afraid of retaliation. They boasted about how audacious they are." Letting go of Feng Chenlu, Jiang Fei and Lu Yu ascended to the 21st floor. To their surprise, the electrical panel on the 21st floor was wide open, showing no signs of damage. The door of 2101 was tightly shut, while the doors of 2102 and 2103 had been smashed in. Granny Sue was curled up beside the shoe cabinet, her home ransacked, with a bloody gash on her forehead. Jiang Fei immediately retrieved a first aid kit from her backpack and instructed Xiao Chuxia to bandage Granny Sue while she headed to 2103. The furniture had been brutally hacked apart, and all supplies were missing. The electrical panel on the 22nd floor remained intact. It seemed the Zhenhu gang members had been unable to break in and had resorted to relieving themselves outside. A foul stench filled the air with heaps of waste accumulating on the steps. Ling Xiaorui, incensed, let out an expletive for the first time. "Damn. Is this group of people truly devoid of humanity?" Lu Yu seldom wore a grim expression, yet he remarked, "They must have split into two factions. One followed us to take action, while the other came to Yuan Yuan to seize supplies." At that moment, a commotion erupted from the 21st floor. "If you have the guts, let us in." If you have the guts, open the door. Xiao Chuxia frantically pounded on the door of 2101, her anger palpable. Upon seeing Jiang Fei and her companions descend, Xiao Chuxia immediately reported, "Miss, Grandma Su told me that the 21st floor was supposed to be safe. It was the Zhou couple who opened the door and let the Zhern who gang in." Jiang Fei's gaze turned icy as she headed towards 2103. Taking advantage of the concealment beneath the bed, she retrieved a chainsaw and instructed Xiao Chuxia to stand aside before she began cutting through the door of 2101. The wooden door was swiftly severed, revealing a wardrobe barricading the entrance. Jiang Fei kicked it open with force. The Zhou couple, terrified, attempted to flee into the bedroom, only to be blocked by the whirring chainsaw. Their legs buckled beneath them as they collapsed to the floor. "Please don't kill me. We were starving and only wanted to trade for some food with the Zhanhu gang, but they gave us nothing." "Nonsense." Grandma Su trembled as she approached, glaring at the Zhou couple. "You were the ones seeking revenge against Miss Jiang and me. You opened the door willingly. Later, when you sought favors from the Zhanhu gang, they completely ignored you. Afraid that Miss Jiang would return to settle scores, you hid in your home and feigned ignorance." The Zhou couple attempted to argue, but were suddenly confronted by the rapidly rotating chainsaw. "You have half an hour to clean the trash outside the 22nd floor." Believing Jiang Fei might spare them, the Zhou couple hurried to comply. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia began tidying up the disarray in Grandma Su's home. With the door now damaged and no replacement available, Lu Yu procured 2 iron plates to reinforce Grandma Su's entrance, sealing the breach. Grandma Su felt embarrassed and said, "Miss Jiang, Miss Xiao, I apologize for the trouble. I don't have much left here, just some candy. If you don't mind, please take some for yourselves." Grandma Su produced the remaining toffees that hadn't been stolen. Jiang Fei silently accepted them. Once the Zhou couple had cleaned the electrical door and steps on the 22nd floor, Jiang Fei promptly returned to 2202, bringing down box after box of supplies to deliver to Grandma Su's home. It included warm clothing, fruits, instant food, bottled water, and milk, far exceeding the losses Grandma Su had suffered, and even of superior quality. "Grandma Su, please accept these. In truth, they were after me." Jiang Fei lowered her head, resembling a child who had misbehaved, her fingers gently gripping the hem of her clothing. Grandma Su was momentarily taken aback. After a moment, she grasped Jiang Fei's hand and, without further inquiries, simply said, "Grandma doesn't blame you. You are a good child. They were the ones who were inherently wicked. If those individuals merely sought vengeance against Miss Jiang, why harm the innocent?" Grandma Su discerned right from wrong. "Grandma Su, please rest at home. Do not come out, regardless of what noise you hear." Sensing Jiang Fei's intent, Grandma Su hesitated, yet remained silent and shut the door behind her. One must be accountable for their actions. Jiang Fei took the chainsaw to 2101. The Zhou couple, still reeling from disbelief, stepped back in fear as Jiang Fei barged in. "We did exactly as you instructed. What more do you want from us?" Chapter 54. Jiang Fei. "Do you want to undertake something grand with me?" The chainsaw bit into Father Zhou's shoulder, blood splattering. Mother Zhou let out a scream, instinctively attempting to flee, only to be struck down by the chainsaw's arc. Within minutes, 2 terribly mangled corpses lay upon the floor. Jiang Fei switched off the chainsaw. The Zhou couple had betrayed once. There was no telling when they might do so again. The 21st and 22nd floors could harbor no risks. Noticing Lu Yu still standing at the door, Jiang Fei said nothing and returned upstairs. Lu Yu briefly handled the aftermath in 2101, disguising it as a robbery and murder by the Zhanhu gang to prevent the authorities from tracing it back to Jiang Fei. Catching sight of the remnants of flesh on the floor, Lu Yu's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Jiang Fei's calm, detached demeanor during the act of murder, as if she had done it countless times before. It piqued his curiosity about her past experiences. However, Lu Yu had no inclination to pry into others' privacy. He simply couldn't comprehend why the neighbors had concealed a chainsaw beneath Ling Xiaorui's bed. Was it a precautionary measure? The damage to 2103 was severe, rendering it uninhabitable. Given that both 2201 and 2202 were unsuitable for girls, Lu Yu offered half of his bedroom to Ling Xiaorui. A single bed was set up, with a curtain dividing the space, transforming it into a makeshift 2-person room. The secondary bedroom door was equipped with a specialized security lock, so Lu Yu was unconcerned about Ling Xiaorui getting inside. They set about organizing the bedroom in 2203. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei enlisted Xiao Chuxia as assistants in transporting 4 large boxes of supplies downstairs. Feng Chenlu had returned and informed Jiang Fei of the latest developments. The patrol team has gone to confront that group of bandits. They told me that the supplies lost at Yuan can be claimed from above. The authorities will replenish them. The losses from the 21st and 22nd floors need not be accounted for. Jiang Fei placed the boxes on the ground, saying, "This contains coal and food. Please distribute it among everyone. The Zhenhu gang is my responsibility, and I must compensate the victims." Unaware of the full circumstances, Feng Chenlu looked at Jiang Fei in astonishment. "Thank you, Jiang Fei, for stepping up to help everyone in a critical moment." Jiang Fei refrained from explaining. It was neither the time nor the place, and the authorities were currently focused on the Zhenhu gang. If they were to discover her connection to Sun Deqiang, it could lead to further complications. Feng Chenlu enlisted a few individuals to assist in distributing the supplies on the 3rd floor. Xiao Chuxia followed Jiang Fei upstairs. Visibly worried, "Sister, I fear that the Zhenhu gang won't easily relent. The people they sent to kill us are dead. They might send another group in a few days. Shouldn't we consider moving elsewhere?" "No need," Jiang Fei reassured Xiao Chuxia, her gaze frosty. Hiding was not a solution. Since they had made enemies, it would be better to seize the opportunity to retaliate. She excelled in the art of clandestine operations. Jiang Fei formulated a plan when hurried footsteps approached from behind. It was the returning Su Qianyao. "Where's Grandma?" "Grandma Su is resting at home. She hit her head." Jiang Fei relayed Grandma Su's condition to Su Qianyao. Once assured that his grandmother was unharmed, Su Qianyao relaxed, yet his expression darkened. "I heard from the patrol team about the Zhenhu gang's actions today. Those bastards have been robbing and killing since the typhoon began, and they've become increasingly brazen. The authorities have long wanted to eradicate this cancer, but the Zhenhu gang is adept at hiding. We can't locate their lair. Please don't act rashly. The Zhenhu gang possesses many firearms that ordinary people cannot contend with." Through their time together, Su Qianyao had come to understand Jiang Fei's character. She repaid grievances with vengeance and kindness with gratitude. He genuinely feared she might act recklessly out of anger. Jiang Fei changed the subject. "While searching for supplies today, we noticed many people coughing at the comprehensive market. I'm not sure why. It could lead to an outbreak of influenza." Hearing this, Su Qianyao's focus shifted. "This is serious. I must inform Director Ning immediately." Without a moment to glance at Grandma Su, Su Qianyao hurriedly departed. Jiang Fei and Xiao Chuxia arrived at 2203. Lu Yu and Ling Zhaorui had completed the setup of their bedroom and had even administered anti-nausea medication to Da Huang. Da Huang lay sleeping on the sofa, covered with a fluffy little blanket, looking both obedient and adorable. Jiang Fei refrained from reaching out to touch him, fearing she might wake him, and said to Lu Yu, "We need to step out." To guard against a potential ambush from the Zhenhu gang, Jiang Fei left 2 guns with Xiao Chuxia and Ling Zhaorui for their protection. The night was deep and profound. At the top-floor office of the Full-Star Hotel, Wang the cripple, cocooned in a thick blanket, was enjoying a peaceful slumber when he was abruptly roused by a faint creaking sound, reminiscent of shoes scuffing against an aged floorboard, a noise that was quite irksome. Annoyed, he opened his eyes to behold a shadowy figure, emanating a hazy red glow, standing at the edge of his bed, resembling a vengeful specter. Its head bowed as if scrutinizing him. Silently, Wang closed his eyes again, feigning a casual turn and cautiously opened a slit to assess the situation, only to confront an eerie white light illuminating the side of his bed. Was it the yin and yang of the afterlife? He distinctly recalled being alive. Swallowing hard, his voice trembled as he implored, "Might you refrain from claiming my soul? I can offer you both gold ingots and splendid houses." A sudden beam of intense light burst forth, casting shadows upon the ceiling and illuminating the room. Jiang Fei stood before a radiant heater, holding a flashlight in one hand, while Lu Yu, clad in a reflective down jacket, observed him with a puzzled expression, as if questioning, "What on earth are you talking about?" Wang, contemplating his past misdeeds, lamented the misfortune of associating with such duplicitous individuals. Why don the guise of a ghost? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, instead offering a sycophantic smile. "Oh, esteemed ones, why did you not announce your arrival? Your companion is in such a deep slumber." Jiang Fei, seated on a nearby chair, directly inquired, "What do you know about the Zhenhu gang?" Wang, suddenly animated by the mention of adversaries, found his weariness dissipating as he launched into a fervent discourse. Jiang Fei listened intently. The Jinhu gang had been entrenched in lynching for several years, engaging in arson, murder, and theft, with 3 leaders at the helm. The first leader was enigmatic and rarely seen, cautious to a fault. The second was a lecher, and the third, a miser. Due to their frequent relocations, only the leaders knew the true lair of the Jinhu gang. With the death of the third leader and the first leader's son Deqiang missing, they could only target the second leader. Do you have any leads on the second leader? Jiang Fei pressed. Indeed, I do, Wang replied. I previously promised Brotherling to keep an eye on him. He has been spotted lingering near a university, likely with intentions toward the students. The second leader has a penchant for young and beautiful girls, despite being nearly 50. How shameless. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Fei, who revealed his intentions. Would you care to join me in a grand undertaking? We shall raid the Jinhu gang and seize their riches. Wang, his heart racing at the prospect of dismantling the gang that had tormented him, nearly acquiesced, but retained his rationality. Esteemed one, I comprehend your design. You wish to utilize the second leader to discover the gang's lair. However, while it sounds simple in theory, the execution is fraught with difficulty. The Jinhu gang boasts at least 200 members, each armed with firearms, while my own crew barely numbers 50. How are we to emerge unscathed? The Jinhu gang has long encroached upon my territory and oppressed my people. Had I the capability to confront them, I would have done so already. You need not worry. Jiang Fei assured him. I have allies ready to ensure a swift resolution to the Jinhu gang. Wang clenched his teeth. I'm in. Your assistance has preserved my life on multiple occasions. However, to approach the second leader, they required young and attractive girls, employing the allure of beauty. Wang's gaze fell upon Jiang Fei. You are indeed handsome, albeit with a rather fierce temperament. Are you up to the task? Jiang Fei pursed his lips. Even if I am not, I must be. Chapter 55. The two actors in a grand performance near a university in Linqing. A man adorned with a gold snake earring squatted at a street corner, igniting a cigarette while cursing, "Damn it, this horrid weather has dropped another 5 degrees Celsius today." The lighter refuses to work. The second leader is using mine. One of his observant subordinates quickly produced a windproof lighter to ignite the cigarette for him. After inhaling deeply, the second leader tightened his fur coat around him. Have we clarified the situation at the school? There are approximately 20 individuals, of which a third are female students. They did not join the main group in their evacuation and are now stranded due to the flood. They plan to set out for official rescue tomorrow, once the water freeze is over. The higher-ups have been cracking down on the Jinhu gang lately, and the first leader has prohibited any significant actions to avoid drawing attention. We can operate tomorrow, masquerading as officials to lure the students. The second leader chuckled, clapping his subordinate on the shoulder. You're quite clever. Tell the brothers to make preparations. Tomorrow we'll pose as a patrol team. The female students are the most succulent prey. Once I've had my fill, I'll share them with you. Suddenly, a woman's distant scream pierced the air. Let us go check it out. The second leader discarded his cigarette and stealthily led his subordinates to the street's end, concealing themselves behind a building to observe the unfolding scene. Across the street, 2 girls clad in ordinary cotton jackets were cornered by 4 men. The leader, adorned with tattoos, leered with a nervous glimmer in his eyes. What are you looking for, little sisters? Why not come and entertain my big brother? I promise you'll be well fed and cared for. The others chimed in with lewd remarks. Recognizing the tattooed man, a subordinate whispered to the second leader. That's Wang the cripple's little brother, a Meng. These 2 girls are truly beautiful. They must have escaped from the school. Should we seize them? In the distance, the short-haired girl, with a sweet visage and large, frightened eyes, stood beside her long-haired companion, a cool beauty seemingly struggling to suppress her emotions, her body trembling slightly. The second leader, feeling an itch of desire, mused, Wang the cripple can barely walk. Does he even understand women? With 8 men at his disposal, he felt confident they could handle the situation.
Go.
His subordinates charged forward, surrounding a Meng. Don't move. Drop your weapons. With guns aimed at them, a Meng and his companions had no choice but to comply. A Meng feigned ignorance. Who are you? My boss is Wang the cripple of Linqing. I advise you not to make any rash moves. Seeing a Meng was unaware of his identity, the second leader refrained from revealing himself, growling, "Get lost. These 2 are mine. Speak another word, and I'll blow your brains out." Reluctantly, a Meng called for his brothers to retreat. Xiaokuxia, eyes wide with terror, queried the second leader, "Who are you? Why do you have guns?" The second leader, putting away his firearm, feigned a benevolent smile. Fear not. We are the official patrol team, fortuitously nearby, having heard your cries for help. Are you survivors stranded here? We are students, Zyakuksia gently explained. We've run out of food and lack warm supplies. My sister and I left to find a way home, only to encounter these ruffians. Comprehending their plight, the second leader pretended to deliberate. We must continue our patrol elsewhere and cannot take you with us. How about I escort you to the official rest area? There you'll find warmth and nourishment. You can rest for a while, and I'll return to take you home after my shift. Zyakuksia innocent smile beamed. That sounds wonderful, sister. We can go home. Jiang Fei, filled with excitement, expressed gratitude to the second leader. Thank you. You are truly good people. The two actors reveled in their performance. It is our duty, the second leader declared, leading the way with disdain in his heart. Clearly, they had never faced the world. They were naive and easily deceived. After more than 10 minutes, the second leader halted at a 2-story convenience store. The shattered windows had been boarded up, and the door was adorned with a cotton curtain for insulation, to ensure he could capture the female students. The second leader and his men had been residing in the store, having made preparations. Wait outside for me. He instructed his subordinates to remain outside while he led Jiang Fei and Zyakuksia inside, locking the door behind them. The two, still basking in the warmth of the room, failed to notice the second leader's furtive actions. Zyakuksia, finally realizing something amiss, asked the second leader, "Aren't you supposed to be working?" "Work is no match for the joy of your company," he replied, confidence brimming as he rubbed his hands together. "How about I show you something different?" The second leader lunged toward Jiang Fei. The bullet struck the knee of the second-in-command with unerring precision, without allowing him a moment to brace himself. Jiang Fei pivoted her handgun and delivered a series of brutal blows to his head, exhibiting none of the earlier weakness or helplessness. Xiao Chuxia seized the opportunity to land several kicks on the second-in-command, shedding her previous innocence and sweetness. "Bah! You old lecher! Still daring to covet this lady? I shall ensure your lineage is severed." The most vulnerable part of him, mercilessly assaulted, caused the second-in-command to howl, as if he were being slaughtered. Jiang Fei quietly abandoned her initial thought of resorting to torture for interrogation. It was evident that he had already endured enough torment, his psychological defenses shattered. As Jiang Fei anticipated, the second-in-command, racked with pain, lacked even the will to resist, weakly pleading for mercy. "Please take me to the hospital. I can provide you with supplies. Everything you desire. Where is the lair of the Jinhu gang?" Jiang Fei scanned the second-in-command's form, coaxing him. "We are doctors. If you respond promptly, you may yet preserve your manhood." Upon hearing this, the second-in-command no longer hesitated. "Yongtai community. The entire complex belongs to us. The boss and all members of the Jinhu gang are there. The situation in Lincheng is too severe. We want to leave before the end of the month. I've told you everything. Please save me." Jiang Fei roughly snatched the gold snake earring from his ear, coldly retorting, "I forgot to mention, I was deceiving you. Wretched scoundrel. You can go to hell." The second-in-command erupted in a fit of rage, only to be knocked unconscious by a chair swung by Xiao Chuxia. "Shut your mouth." Jiang Fei secretly stashed the gold snake away in the supermarket as storage. The system chimed, detected gold. 20 grams, rather meager. Jiang Fei muttered to herself as she opened the door. Wang Kezi had already dispatched his men to deal with the underlings outside, instructing his subordinates to drag away the bodies. Ling Xiaorui and Lu Yu were also among them, lending a hand. Jiang Fei requested a knife from Wang Kezi and handed it to Ling Xiaorui. "The person still breathes. Go inside." Ling Xiaorui hesitated for a moment, then gripped the knife tightly and entered the convenience store, closing the door behind him. Today, he would finally avenge his parents. Outside the convenience store, Jiang Fei relayed the information obtained from the second-in-command to Wang Kezi and others. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Kezi remarked, "I have a vague recollection of Yongtai. It's an old community with only 5 residential buildings located near the train station. I've heard rumors of impending demolition, but the authorities have yet to take action. No wonder I couldn't find the lair of the Jinhu gang. They must be hiding within the city." Sun Deqiang was cautious, expressing concern that if the second-in-command remained absent, suspicions might arise, prompting a shift in their plans. "We act tonight." Jiang Fei produced a letter she had prepared in advance from her pocket and handed it to Lu Yu. "You must deliver this letter to the rescue team. Su Qianyao is the leader of the rescue team and is the quickest to locate Director Ning. The matter regarding the Jinhu gang was of utmost importance. Whether true or false, Director Ning would dispatch personnel to investigate. Given Wang Keizi's crew's lack of finesse, should the letter fail to reach its destination and the authorities track them, it would spell trouble. Only Lu Yu was suitable for this task. Not only was he skilled, but he also executed his duties with precision. Lu Yu accepted the letter and departed. Wang Keizi appeared perplexed. Big shot. The helper you mentioned to me isn't from the authorities, is it? Jiang Fei retorted. No matter how powerful the Jinhu gang is, can they surpass the authorities? The reason the officials Haven T eradicated the Jinhu gang is that they can't locate their lair, but that has changed. I've written the time as 9:30 on the letter. We will gather at the Linqing train station tonight, launching our operation at 8 o'clock sharp. We will seize as much supply as we can, leaving the remainder for the authorities. Wang Keizi had no objections. As long as they could eliminate the Jinhu gang, he was content to relinquish all supplies to the authorities. But what if the authorities arrive early? They won tea, Jiang Fei stated with conviction. She had faith that Director Ning would not take unnecessary risks. Chapter 56. Jiang Fei unlocks a new skin. Alas, at 7:30 p.m., Jiang Fei chose not to involve Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxiao in this operation, instead joining Lu Yu at the Linqing train station. Wang Keizi had already arrived with his men, warming themselves in the waiting hall, where several wooden crates lay scattered. Big shot. Here is the map of Yongtai community. Wang Keizi unfurled the map on one of the crates, continuing, My men have gathered intel. There are 4 entrances to the community, all patrolled by armed members of the Jinhu gang, changing shifts every hour, with a 10-minute window. They have constructed a high wall and installed sturdy iron gates, making it impossible for us to sneak in. Jiang Fei pondered. How long would it take to dig a hole under the ice at the base of the wall? We have tools. It would take about 7 or 8 minutes, leaving us only 2 or 3 minutes, which isn't enough for everyone to slip through. I'll go alone. Jiang Fei pointed to a spot on the map. Leave the small door to me. Divide your men into 3 teams and lie in wait at the other exits. Once I enter, I'll find a way to open the nearest side door. When I signal, everyone rush in, and remember to equip silencers to avoid drawing too much attention. Otherwise, we'll be outnumbered. Wang Keizi immediately objected. That's impossible. There are at least 100 individuals patrolling inside the community, in groups of 3, nearly covering every area. How can you evade their watchful eyes alone? Lu Yu interjected. I'll go. He had infiltrated many heavily guarded locations and had the experience. Jiang Fei replied, No, trust me, I am the most suited for this task. If danger arises, I can hide in the supermarket. Who could possibly find me?
Sensing Jeanne Fei's résolute attitude.
Wang Keizi steeled himself and handed her the watch from his wrist. Half an hour. If you're not at the side door in half an hour, I'll lead my men in. I fear death, but I fear even more stepping on the lives of friends to survive. Jiang Fei regarded the watch in her hand, somewhat surprised by Wang Keizi's loyalty. Perhaps she should refrain from taking advantage of him in the future. I will return the watch to you. I trust that you won't deceive me. Wang Keizi smiled and began to open all the crates, retrieving numerous firearms from the straw within and distributing them among the group. Lu Yu selected a submachine gun and strapped a knife-equipped sheath to his arm. Jiang Fei chose a lightweight handgun and fitted it with a silencer. With everyone prepared, they exited the waiting hall. Aiming also arrived with vehicles, bringing 3 large trucks and 5 pickups. The ice was solid enough for driving. All vehicles were fitted with anti-slip tires, ensuring safety. Miss Jiang, where shall we park the vehicles? Jiang Fei instructed at the small door and the back door. Once I'm inside, station yourselves at those 2 points and be ready to assist. Aiming complied. Wang Keizi sent 2 men to the small door to await the signal. At 8 o'clock sharp, 2 underlings began to break the ice, exerting all their strength to carve out a small hole in 7 minutes. Jiang Fei removed her down jacket, wearing only her thermal clothing as she crawled through, pressing against a shadowy wall and swiftly making her way to the side door. Just then, several beams of light swept in her direction as 3 men, their heads adorned with portable spotlights, approached with their weapons drawn. Tonight's meal is quite decent. Too bad there's too little pork to satisfy me. Any meat is better than none, right? Jiang Fei swiftly slipped into the supermarket, disappearing from sight. The 3 men, having arrived, detected no anomalies. Strange, I clearly saw a shadow just now. Where has it gone? You must have misseen. There are no shadows here. As they conversed, they moved further away. Hiding inside the supermarket, Jiang Fei calculated the time and felt it was about right, stepping back outside. However, she soon encountered patrolling personnel again and had to retreat into the supermarket once more. This was untenable, it was wasting too much time. Ideally, she should eliminate the Jinhu gang members as she exited. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Fei rummaged through the supermarket storage for the cosmetics she had collected from Shengshiqing, the lightest foundation, vibrantly colored eyeshadow palettes, and bright red lipstick. A mischievous smile crept across her face. Meanwhile, a group of patrolling men slowed their pace, each lighting a cigarette. Have you noticed that the recent weather has become increasingly abnormal? Is this a sign of the apocalypse? But who cares? As long as there is food to eat and a place to sleep, it's all that matters. When the sky falls, you two tall ones can hold it up. The voice of the shorter one abruptly ceased, as he stared in shock at the white figure that appeared not far away. In the blink of an eye, the white figure vanished. The short one, dumbfounded, dropped the cigarette he was holding. Did you see that? There was a white figure. Nothing was there. Don't try to scare us, one of the tall ones retorted, thinking the short one was merely trying to frighten them. As one tall figure stepped closer to investigate, he suddenly encountered a ghastly white face. Blood-red eyes and lips slowly curved into a malevolent smile. Oh no! The tall one turned to flee but was abruptly stabbed in the back with a dagger. Jiang Fei dragged the corpse into the supermarket. Witnessing the female ghost's appearance and the murder of his companion, the other two were terrified, scrambling away. There's a ghost. A ghost. A couple of muffled gunshots echoed. Both were shot in the heart and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Fei collected the two bodies into the supermarket, donned a pair of ice skates, and with her hair flowing loosely, she glided leisurely towards the side door. Whenever she encountered a patrolling person, she would swiftly enter the supermarket and then re-emerge with a bloodied face, smiling while whispering, "Oh dear. There's a ghost. Help. I want to go home." Taking advantage of the ensuing panic and screams, Jiang Fei efficiently shot and killed, stowing the bodies into the supermarket and continuing her glide. The patrolling personnel in another area, alerted by the sharp gunfire, approached cautiously, only to see a fleeting white shadow. Before they could comprehend whether it was a figment of their imagination, one was shot in the head. Jiang Fei reached the side door without hindrance, retrieved an axe, and smashed through the iron chain before opening the door and waving her hand. No one appeared. Has Wang the Lame not come? Jiang Fei stepped outside to investigate, only to have a glimmer of cold light descend upon her. She quickly retreated as a shovel struck the door. Wang the Lame, unable to recognize faces, was about to swing a second time when he froze. Oh no! A ghost! It's me, Jiang Fei. Wang the Lame turned to flee, halted, and returned to the small door, filled with both fear and sorrow. Big boss, your death was so tragic that you've turned into a ghost. Don't worry. I will avenge you. With no patience left, Jiang Fei slapped Wang the Lame on the head. I'm not dead. Hurry and get to work. Let others in while I go find Sun Deqiang. Dazed from the slap, Wang the Lame quickly regained his composure and signaled to the nearby lackeys to enter. Watching the white figure drift away, Wang the Lame couldn't help but shudder.
So terrifying.
Jiang Fei found a group of patrolling individuals, killed two, and left one alive.
Where is Sun Deqiang?
It was essential to capture the king to dismantle the Jinhu gang. Initially expecting it to take some effort, she was surprised when the man knelt and confessed, Sun Deqiang is on the top floor of Building 2. I was ordered by him to kill. If you seek vengeance,
don't come after me.
Please spare me. Jiang Fei shot him without hesitation, disposing of the body in the supermarket. The ghostly skin was quite useful. Chapter 57. The Big Boss Jumped. The residential building in Yongtai community stood 10 stories tall, with 2 households on each floor. Jiang Fei concealed herself outside Building 2 to observe. There were no members of the Jinhu gang at the entrance, but through the corridor windows, she could see people moving about inside. There were 4 patrolling individuals, 2 on each floor. The 9th floor was vacant, presumably to avoid disturbing Sun Deqiang on the 10th floor. Before she arrived, she had already discerned that only Sun Deqiang and the patrolling individuals resided in Building 2. Jiang Fei stealthily moved to the side of the building, shed her white robe, changed back into her own shoes, and retrieved the flying tiger claws used for rock climbing from the supermarket warehouse, skillfully tossing them onto the abandoned air conditioning unit on the 4th floor. To prevent the air conditioning unit from falling and injuring someone, the installers had secured it with iron railings. After ensuring the claws were firmly gripped, Jiang Fei donned anti-slip gloves and began her ascent. Just before reaching the 4th floor, she produced another set of claws and secured them to the air conditioning unit on the 9th floor. No one noticed her as she stealthily climbed against the wall, cloaked in the heavy night. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Jiang Fei gripped her silenced pistol tightly, swiftly sliding open the old-fashioned sliding window and entering the room, which was empty. The side she was on was the residential bedroom. With no lights, the room was dark and the temperature similar to the outside, indicating it was uninhabited. Jiang Fei remained vigilant, cautiously opening the door to step outside. Suddenly, something stirred on the sofa in the living room.
Who?
Jiang Fei barely halted her finger from pulling the trigger, instead shining her flashlight. The already bloodied face appeared even more terrifying under the light. "Uncle, it's me," Jiang Fei whispered. Jiang Zhenkong, frightened to the brink of a heart attack, weakly urged, "Turn off the light." Remembering the makeup on her face had not been washed off, Jiang Fei felt an unusual sense of guilt and extinguished the flashlight. She had forgotten. Her skin was that of a ghost. Not seeing Li Yanping and Jiang Zixuan, Jiang Fei assumed Jiang Zhenkong was living alone there and lowered her weapon. "Which unit does Sun Deqiang reside in on the top floor? How many people are upstairs?" "Only Sun Deqiang lives in Unit 1019, upstairs in 1020. There are no residents." Jiang Zhenkong hesitated before speaking. "You can't get out. They locked the door from the outside, and we can't open it." When Zixuan was brought back that day, Boss Sun was furious and wanted to send someone to kill you and seize your supplies. "I wanted to warn you but was captured and locked up." Boss Sun also expelled Li Yanping and Zixuan from Building 2, sending them to the collective dormitory in Building 3. Jiang Zhenkong's lips trembled as he contemplated asking Jiang Fei if she had come to rescue him, but swallowed the words. There was no need to ask such an unrealistic question. Jiang Fei hadn't anticipated the truth of the situation being this way. Observing Jiang Zhenkong, who was wrapped in a tattered quilt for warmth, she handed him the gun and explained how to use it. "I will come back to break down the door. Wait until it's safe outside before you escape, and find the officials to settle you." In her previous life, Jiang Zhenkong had spared her once. In this life, she would assist him in escaping, thus settling the score. With that, Jiang Fei returned to the bedroom, retrieved the flying tiger claws, and ascended to 1020 using the same method. As Jiang Zhenkong had mentioned, 1020 was empty, containing only supplies used by Sun Deqiang. There were about 20 to 30 boxes of various sizes. Jiang Fei directly collected them into the supermarket warehouse. System ding. Detected gold, 70,000 grams.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the fresh seafood section in the 3rd area on the 2nd floor of the supermarket. The 4th area requires 128,000 grams of gold to unlock. Bonus reward, 1 lucky spin. Would the host like to use it? What a delightful surprise. Jiang Fei did not rush to check and utilize it. Instead, pressing herself against the door of 1020, listening for sounds. Hearing no footsteps, she opened the door, only to discover a heavy iron door at the staircase entrance to the 10th floor. No wonder Sun Deqiang hadn't dispatched anyone to patrol the 9th floor. He had prepared another layer of defense. Perfect, this would help her block those downstairs. Both 1020 and 1019 had wooden doors. After confirming the iron door was locked, Jiang Fei retrieved her axe and smashed through the lock of 1020's door, kicking it open. Inside, Sun Deqiang heard the noise and immediately grabbed his gun to rise. But he was no match for Jiang Fei's speed.
Bang!
Jiang Fei shot Sun Deqiang in the wrist, and then in the knee. Following that, she unleashed a torrent of blows upon him. "Robbing, huh? Sending people to kill me, huh? Being arrogant and threatening, huh? I'll kill you." Jiang Fei vented her rage, ruthlessly beating Sun Deqiang to death. Rubbing her sore wrist, she picked up the stainless steel ashtray by the bed and smashed it against Sun Deqiang's gold tooth. Even a fly's leg is still meat. The sound of detection resonated. 25 grams of gold. A formidable iron gate barred the way of the Jinhu gang, while Jiang Fei leisurely explored the room, collecting anything that caught his eye. He noticed a small door in the living room and, gun in hand, opened it. It led to a narrow staircase ascending to the rooftop terrace. Jiang Fei climbed the stairs. Sun Deqiang not only expanded the 1020, but also integrated the small staircase into the living room, erecting a storeroom on the terrace. The storeroom was painted in the same white as the residential building. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Fei swung the door open, his pupils constricting in surprise. Inside stood a small helicopter, anchored to the ground by steel cables. The helicopter contained parachutes and 2 large emergency supply backpacks. Clearly, Sun Deqiang had prepared an escape route for him. How extravagant! Without hesitation, Jiang Fei stored it in the supermarket's warehouse. Finding nothing else of value, he descended and retrieved a machine gun. Outside the iron gate at the stairwell, chaotic sounds erupted. It had been nearly 10 minutes since the gunfire began. The gang leader must have encountered danger. Retrieve the chainsaw. We'll break down the door. Not good. It's all officials outside. What do we do now? Stay calm. We need to find the leader first. Suddenly, the iron gate creaked open.
Bang, bang, bang.
Jiang Fei indiscriminately unleashed a hail of bullets with a machine gun. The unprepared individuals had no time to react before they fell lifeless on the steps. Collecting their weapons, Jiang Fei proceeded to the 9th floor, smashed open Jiang Zhenkong's tightly locked door, and dashed downstairs. Chaos reigned outside, sirens mingling with gunfire. A fierce gun battle ensued between the officials and the Jinhu gang, with corpses strewn everywhere. Jiang Fei stealthily scavenged, gathering weapons while discarding the bodies piled up in the supermarket. At the foot of Building 5, he found Wang Qiaozi and others.
Boss.
We nearly moved all the supplies and even found a box of gold bars. Unfortunately, those gold-plated Harley motorcycles were too heavy. We didn't have time to take them down. Jiang Fei paused. You all get in the vehicle first. I have a few matters to attend to. I'll meet you in 10 minutes. We can't leave the gold-plated behind. After Wang Qiaozi and his crew departed, Jiang Fei quickly ascended the building again, spotting 3 Harleys parked in a corner, their golden exteriors gleaming. He stored the motorcycles in the supermarket. System ding. Detected gold. 100 grams. Is this it? Are the gold-plated ones overstated? Jiang Fei felt frustrated. Just as he was about to descend, he suddenly glimpsed police cars stationed outside through the staircase window. Distant voices called out, "There are bombs. Everyone, do not fire. First, move the hazardous materials." Was the Jinhu gang truly so feeble? They couldn't hold out for even 5 minutes. It would be troublesome to explain to the officials why he was at the Jinhu gang's hideout. Jiang Fei immediately checked the parachute bags in the supermarket warehouse. Finding no issues, he turned and sprinted up to the rooftop terrace. Stepping back a few paces, Jiang Fei launched himself forward. Outside the wall, Wang Qiaozi, waiting in the vehicle, widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? The boss jumped. The co-driver, Liu Yu, immediately turned to look outside. The gray parachute floated gently toward the distance. Liu Yu quickly reclined the seat and yanked Wang Qiaozi into the back seat, taking the wheel and starting the pickup. Wang Qiaozi, dazed, barely steadied himself when Liu Yu sharply turned the steering wheel and pressed the gas pedal.
Bang!
Wang Qiaozi collided heavily with the car door.
Ouch!
I think I see my great-grandmother smiling at me. Liu Yu accelerated toward the spot where Jiang Fei would land. As the vehicle came to a halt, a dull thud echoed from the rear of the truck. Jiang Fei landed on the supply crate, adjusted the parachute, and grasped the truck bed to steady himself. Let us go. Liu Yu slammed the gas pedal, speeding off. The unfortunate Wang Qiaozi in the back seat was jostled, his eyes unfocused. Is my great-grandmother coming to take me away? Chapter 58. Jiang Fei's warehouse got messy. At the main gate of Yongtai community, Su Qianyao finished instructing his colleagues to clear the bodies and reported to Director Ning. The Jinhu gang has been completely eradicated, with 247 members neutralized and 13 trapped individuals rescued. Sun Deqiang was found dead on the 2nd floor, room 1019, while the whereabouts of the other 2 leaders remain unknown. This is the inventory of supplies we found in Building 1 and Building 5. Su Qianyao handed the record book to Director Ning and continued, in addition to 20 boxes of firearms and ammunition, there are over 100 boxes of food and other supplies. I estimate this could be distributed to 10,000 residents. However, we found no bombs on the 5th floor, and it's unclear if the Jinhu gang lied or if others took them first. Director Ning opened the letter he had reviewed countless times. It contained only 2 brief lines, intentionally scrawled in a shaky hand, as if the author feared being recognized. At 9 o'clock tonight, Yongtai community. If the Jinhu gang and supplies arrive a minute early, the people will flee and the materials will not be held. This time, I came with a mindset of trial. But unexpectedly, I received such a grand surprise. The writer was astute, understanding that Ning dared not gamble or dismiss the message. Director Ning tucked the letter away. Have you found the messenger? Su Qianyao shook his head. The sender left no clues and disguised themselves well. We couldn't even determine their gender. Director Ning said, few can write nowadays. Ask the communities to keep an eye out. The Jinhu Gang's weapons and numbers don't match. They were likely taken by someone else. He hoped the sender wouldn't become a second Jinhu Gang. Meanwhile, on a certain street, a discreet black RV was parked. Inside, however, the decor revealed opulence. Wool carpets, leather sofas, sparkling crystal chandeliers, and warm air conditioning. A redwood table even held fine wine and fresh fruit. A young man lounged on the sofa, distractedly poking at grapes on a plate with a silver fruit fork. Suddenly, the RV door swung open, revealing Uncle Lu's smiling face. Young master, I've brought the person back. The young man immediately jumped out of the RV, while a nearby bodyguard quickly draped a warm coat over him. Upon seeing the unconscious woman lying in the SUV, the young man furrowed his brow. Who is she? Uncle Lu looked bewildered. This is Jiang Zixuan, the girl in gray you were looking for. For some time, he had not seen Jiang Zixuan, and today, during the official crackdown on the Jinhu Gang, he seized the chaos to bring her in, only to discover she had been severely injured and abandoned in a room. With no one attending to her, her wounds had become inflamed and infected. The young man impatiently interrupted Uncle Lu. I want another girl in gray, not Jiang Zixuan. Uncle Lu was taken aback. Who would have thought he had been working so hard only to mistake the identity? 3 days. I want to see that girl. Uncle Lu's expression turned troubled. That may be difficult. The master messaged me today, saying the weather might drop to -50 degrees Celsius soon and instructed me to return you to Kyoto as quickly as possible. I will leave 2 people in the temporary city to search for that girl. If they find her, they will do everything possible to bring her to you.
Fine.
The young man reluctantly returned to the RV, carelessly shedding his coat, which the bodyguard promptly caught and retreated to stand at the door. Uncle Lu asked, Young master, what about Jiang Zixuan?
Kill her.
She's not the goddess I'm after. The young man had completely regarded Jiang Fei as a goddess. At the back door of the Max Star restaurant, Wang Qiaozi instructed his underlings to turn on the spotlight and, alongside Jiang Fei, catalogued the spoils of the night. 1 truck filled with food, another with water, and a third with weapons, while 3 pickups were loaded with warm clothing, medicine, and other supplies.
Boss.
You did the most tonight. You take the larger share, and I'll take the smaller. Let the brothers have a good meal. Having cooperated many times, Jiang Fei trusted Wang Qiaozi. No need. There are more of you than me. Just load some of each supply for me. Fill 1 truck and 1 pickup. Your watch. Wang Qiaozi accepted the watch with a complicated expression. Recently, the boss hadn't been unfair to him, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. After directing the younger brothers to load the supplies, Wang Qiaozi brought over 2 briefcases. One was filled with gold bars, and the other contained 6 grenades. Since you didn't take much, I want to split the grenades. They're all yours. This time, Jiang Fei did not refuse. Finding grenades is quite a challenge. Next time, if we encounter foolish individuals like the Jinhu Gang, she could simply hurl a grenade at them, eliminating the need for personal involvement. Due to the overwhelming amount of supplies, the disassembly process took a considerable amount of time. Jiang Fei, exhausted from a night of labor, resolved to borrow 2 rooms from Wang Keizi for a brief rest. Liu, are you planning to rest? She inquired. I'll help them move for a bit longer before I take a break. Liu set down the box he was carrying and was about to lift another when he suddenly noticed the machine gun slung over Jiang Fei's back. Under the illumination of the light, faint lines emerged on the gun's body. Wang Keizi had spotted her with the gun while she was parachuting into the Yongtai community, leading her to keep it on her person instead of stowing it in the supermarket. Did you pick up that gun from the Jinhu Gang? He asked.
Indeed.
Jiang Fei replied, fabricating a story. In truth, she had forgotten the origin of the weapon. The supermarket's armory was overflowing with firearms. The Jinhu Gang had a substantial stockpile, including several machine guns. Liu smiled as he glanced at the boxes he had just moved, seemingly engaging in casual banter with Jiang Fei. It was hardly surprising that they could procure grenades if they had access to machine guns. Jiang Fei responded and walked into the restaurant. While Liu pondered the lines he had just seen, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation? In the luxurious Tianshang Renjian Hall of the full-star restaurant, Wang Keizi instructed his younger brothers to tidy up the place and even brought in a heater for Jiang Fei's comfort. After securing the door, Jiang Fei entered the supermarket. On the second floor of the supermarket, the third area had been fully revealed. 10 extra-long seafood display cases brimmed with fresh products, akin to those in the frozen section. However, the seafood in the fresh area appeared exceptionally fresh, as if just harvested: salmon, tuna, geoduck, Arctic clams, shrimp, sweet shrimp, lobster, oysters, sea urchins, all suitable for raw consumption. There was even a case filled with caviar. Jiang Fei eagerly prepared a plate of salmon belly and another of salmon midsection. The belly, being the fatty part of the salmon, was tender and rich in flavor, while the midsection, located between the belly and the back, had a firmer texture yet remained equally delicious. She wanted both. Even without dipping sauce, the fresh salmon was delightful. As she savored her meal, she surveyed the supplies in the warehouse. Excluding what Wang Keizi had given her and the weapons and ammunition collected from the deceased, she had gathered 2 boxes of mink coats, 2 boxes of ammunition, a box of sugar, a box of the renowned A-47 rifle, a box of revolvers, a box of insect repellent, a box of bulletproof vests, and a box of cured meat from Building 2 of the Yongtai community. Sun Deqiang appeared quite fearful for his life, as the weapons in the adjacent room outnumbered the food supplies. Regarding the 3 Harley motorcycles, their once golden sheen had faded to a mottled iron color, clearly indicating that the paint had been gold. Jiang Fei discovered a shelf in the warehouse labeled with contraceptive supplies. Her curiosity piqued as she approached. Counting from the bottom up, the first shelf contained dozens of boxes of children's flavored condoms, featuring varieties such as strawberry, vanilla, cheese, blueberry, and chocolate. The second shelf held various medications for internal and external use. The third shelf was filled with an assortment of adult items: whips, candles, handcuffs, ropes, and uniforms, all of which appeared unused, unlike the first 2 shelves. She felt as if Sun Deqiang had sullied her warehouse. It was imperative that she found time to dispose of these items. Jiang Fei disdainfully sanitized the area with alcohol, exited the supermarket warehouse, and opted to use the lucky draw system. System ding. In the face of failure, do not lose hope. The host has received a heartfelt pill. Reminder: those who consume the heartfelt pill will only speak the truth for 1 hour. Please avoid accidental consumption to prevent social embarrassment. Jiang Fei found herself in possession of a small box the size of a palm, containing 2 red pills the size of soybeans. As long as it wasn't "thank you for your patronage," it must be something good. After putting away the heartfelt pill, she went to bed, satisfied. The next day, upon waking and stepping out of the Tianshang Renjian Hall, she was unexpectedly met with 2 radiant smiles. Jiang Miss Wu Xiaowei and Wu Deong stood at the entrance, beaming brighter than ever. Wu Deong held a tray, saying, "Miss Jiang, we didn't want to disturb your rest yesterday, so we've come to see you today. This is breakfast we made together, fried eggs and beef. You didn't accept our previous token of gratitude, so you must accept our heartfelt gesture this time. Otherwise, my brother's injury would be in vain." Wu Xiaowei immediately raised her left hand, revealing 2 small blisters. Jiang Fei understood the situation. Since she had not accepted their supplies, the brothers had resorted to cooking for her, employing a bit of emotional manipulation to ensure she felt obligated to reciprocate. Just this once, she conceded. The Wu brothers chimed in unison, "All right." Receiving the tray, Jiang Fei seated herself on a chair in the corridor and began to eat. The beef and eggs were fried simply with salt, resulting in a somewhat fishy taste. However, given the current circumstances, being able to eat meat and eggs was a significant source of satisfaction for Jiang Fei. After finishing breakfast, before she could descend the stairs, she was intercepted once again by the Wu brothers, this time accompanied by an elderly gentleman in his 60s. "Miss Jiang, thank you for the supplies you left at Lincheng First Hospital and for the assistance you provided my sons. I truly have nothing to express my gratitude, so may I bow to you?" Wu Leiazizi said, visibly moved, as he prepared to kneel. Jiang Fei hurriedly supported him. "There's no need for such formality. I haven't done much. Please take care of your health, and I'll visit you again when I have time." Fearing that Wu Leiazizi might genuinely bow, Jiang Fei made a hasty exit. Outside the full-star restaurant, a truck and a pickup were parked. Wang Keizi had prepared all the supplies destined for Jiang Fei. "Boss, you and Brother Lu should take the pickup back first. When night falls, Daoba will deliver the truck supplies to you. The truck is too conspicuous during the day and could easily attract thieves." Jiang Fei replied, "Delay the delivery of the truck's supplies for a few days. And remember to distribute them in batches." After the Jinhu gang was just resolved, if we return with this many supplies, Su Qianyao will undoubtedly grow suspicious.
Alright.
I'll keep the truck as supplies stored here for now. I'll place the grenades and gold in the back seat of the pickup. Jiang Fei nodded in understanding and climbed into the passenger seat of the pickup. Lu Yu was already seated in the driver's seat, while Wang Keizi had stuffed several boxes of supplies into the back seat. Jiang Fei casually placed the machine gun she had been carrying on top of the boxes, planning to stow it away in the supermarket once they returned. Lu Yu pretended to adjust his seatbelt, glancing over. The lines on the gun became even more pronounced in the daylight, forming a pattern along with a string of numbers. AY 1396. Neighbor, why do you have mouse-related items? Let us go. Lu Yu temporarily suppressed his suspicions and started the pickup. Approaching noon, they returned to Yulan Garden. Jiang Fei and Lu Yu began moving boxes upstairs, calling for Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia to join them. The survivors in Building A remained indifferent and apathetic to the scene. It was merely a matter of over a dozen boxes of supplies. Jiang Fei wasn't new to this. There was nothing particularly interesting about it. Perhaps if she were to move 100 boxes someday, they might consider joining in. The crowd thought sourly. On the 22nd floor, the boxes were piled in the corridor, with Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui tasked with organizing them. Jiang Fei placed the 2 suitcases containing the grenades and gold in room 2202 and went next door to check on De Huang. Before departing, Lu Yu had entrusted De Huang to Xiao Chuxia's care. He perceived Ling Xiaorui as a rough man, lacking in medical knowledge and finesse compared to Xiao Chuxia. De Huang was in much better condition than a few days prior. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, he immediately dashed from the sofa and climbed up her legs. What a delightful little creature. Jiang Fei embraced De Huang, playfully pinching its cheeks, then inquired of Xiao Chuxia. Is he still vomiting? No more vomiting. He started eating this morning, and his stool and energy levels are both normal. Xiao Chuxia's tone turned hesitant, logically. He is an animal that tolerates heat but not cold. Yet after taking his medicine, De Huang has not once lain on the heating pad. Yesterday, when I opened the door for ventilation, he even ran out to play in the corridor, which is nearly minus 15 degrees Celsius. Isn't he afraid of the cold? Could De Huang be evolving? Suddenly, Jiang Fei recalled her past life. An extreme cold and a heat wave had led many animals to evolve. Some adapted to extreme weather, becoming exceptionally intelligent, even capable of setting traps to hunt humans. However, the harsh winter had only just begun. It was unlikely De Huang could evolve so rapidly. Could it be due to the food from the supermarket? Occasionally, the ham she fed him was sourced from the first floor of the supermarket. Jiang Fei resolved to conduct an experiment in due course, reassuring, animals adapt to their environment far more swiftly than humans, as long as De Huang is healthy. That is what matters. They had procured a substantial amount of supplies from the Jinhu gang, and were set to enjoy hot pot and grilled meat at 2202 at noon. Arrive promptly at 12. No need to bring supplies.
Yay.
Xiao Chuxia's face lit up with joy, confirming that Jiang Fei needed no assistance. She took De Huang to 2203 and returned to catch up on sleep. After Jiang Fei left, Xiao Chuxia was restless. Having not slept a wink for an entire day and night, she understood that her sister had kept her in Yulan Garden for her safety. One day, she would grow stronger to protect her sister. Informing Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui of the noon meal, Jiang Fei moved 2 unopened boxes to perplex them before returning to 2202 and closing the door. She first stored a box of gold in the supermarket. System. Ding. Detected gold. 35,000 grams. Current gold. 47,941 grams. 80,000 grams needed to unlock the 4th area. With another haul from the Jinhu gang, she could unlock Area 1 again. Jiang Fei indulged in pleasant dreams as she retrieved the induction cooker, dual pot, and grilling tray. The 2202 unit had electricity, eliminating the need for a gas stove. Setting the pot, Jiang Fei took out cabbage, bok choy, bean sprouts, sweet potatoes, chrysanthemum greens, and white radish from the supermarket, washing and arranging them on a plate. She also had 3 large boxes of frozen Wagyu beef, 3 boxes of Antarctic shrimp, and a large bag of assorted seafood. The greens were microwaved to appear wilted. As for the Wagyu and seafood, Jiang Fei grabbed some soil from the supermarket and smeared it on the exterior of the bags. Subsequently, she emptied 2 boxes of instant food, pretending that the items on the table were sourced from within. Not forgetting to chip off some ice from the freezer to create makeshift ice packs, she tossed them into the empty boxes. It was no easy task to ensure her teammates enjoyed a hearty meal. Jiang Fei pondered whether to share the secret of the gold supermarket with Lu Yu and the others. However, given their brief acquaintance, she hesitated to place her full trust in them. Furthermore, people could change due to environmental and psychological influences. She was unwilling to relive the lessons learned from her previous life. With the dual pot ready, Jiang Fei took 2 bags of base ingredients, 1 mushroom broth and 1 beef tallow. The dipping sauces were separated into spicy and non-spicy. Once the doors and windows were sealed, the aroma would drift only to the 21st floor, where only Grandma Su and Su Qianyao resided. This would not be their first hot pot experience on the 22nd floor, and Su Qianyao would not think much of it. As preparations were completed, the clock struck noon. Lu Yu and the others arrived punctually, still bringing items. Lu Yu carried a case of 24 bottles of beer, a gift from Wang Keizi. Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia brought snacks saved from before. "Sister, are we not eating?" Xiao Chuxia exclaimed, astonished by the lavish spread on the table. Ling Xiaorui's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. There's even seafood. "Am I dreaming? It's all from Wang Keizi." Jiang Fei casually deflected, nudging the empty box at her feet. "I didn't expect it to contain so many good things. Who will block the gaps in the doors and windows? Once that's done, we can start the meal." "I will." Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia eagerly volunteered. Seizing the moment before the door was sealed, Jiang Fei selected 3 uncut sweet potatoes and a white radish, instructing Lu Yu to deliver them to Grandma Su on the 21st floor. The meat and seafood were too challenging to explain, so she opted to send something else. Lu Yu returned swiftly, holding a bag of crispy candy and a jar of sesame paste. Grandma Su insisted I bring these back. She said if I didn't accept them, she wouldn't talk to me anymore. Jiang Fei had no choice but to accept the offerings. With all the gaps sealed, Jiang Fei placed the hot pot base, while Lu Yu took charge of grilling the meat. The wagyu sizzled, releasing its fragrant oils, while the beef tallow pot exuded a spicy aroma, and the mushroom broth was rich and savory. Whether cooking vegetables or meat, everything was delectable. The group savored their meal, scarcely pausing to converse. Once they had dined heartily, Jiang Fei retrieved a box from the supermarket warehouse and returned to the living room, placing it on the floor. Inside were mink coats and bulletproof vests, from which they could select their sizes shortly. Jiang Fei took the suitcase from the coffee table, giving Lu Yu 2 grenades.
Chuxia.
You and Ling Xiaorui want to know how to use grenades, so I want to give you any for now. When the opportunity arises, I'll teach you how to use them, and provide 1 each. The chatty Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui were not like Lu Yu, who was well-versed in various weapons. If they accidentally triggered a grenade, they would all perish. The 2 had no objections, fearing for their safety. At that moment, Lu Yu raised a bottle of beer, his smile gentle. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be enjoying hot pot and grilled meat today. I raise my glass to you." The more they drank, the easier it would be to ask questions. Chapter 60. Jiang Fei's wish across 2 lives. Seeing Lu Yu toast Jiang Fei, Xiao Chuxia also raised her glass. "Sister, I toast to you. Without you, I would not be alive today." Ling Xiaorui added, "And me, benefactor, thank you for giving me the chance for revenge. I drink to you." Jiang Fei welcomed each toast, drinking cup after cup. With no pressing matters the following day and feeling secure at home, she indulged in the revelry. Dinner on the 22nd floor stretched late into the evening. With beer and meat, they consumed copious amounts. Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui alternated between lamenting the harsh weather and celebrating the joy of friendship. By the end, each held an empty beer bottle, singing to each other. Jiang Fei, her cheeks flushed from drinking, sat quietly in her chair, listening to their raucous singing. Lu Yu filled Jiang Fei's glass again, casually remarking, "This disaster may last longer than we anticipate. We should stockpile more supplies to be prepared. I recall there's a small mall near the media company where I met Ling Xiaorui. It's in a secluded area, likely with few survivors having visited. We can check it out tomorrow or the day after." AY-1396 is their designated weapon number. He had just returned to 2203 to investigate the submachine gun taken from the small mall last time. Its number also began with 139. Clearly, their neighbor had been at the small mall that day and had obtained a Rad-S gun. Did the neighbor realize his identity? As temperatures were set to drop further, and with adequate supplies, they should avoid unnecessary risks. Jiang Fei's voice faltered as she suddenly sensed something amiss. Why would Lu Yu bring up the small mall? Connecting it with his reaction upon seeing the submachine gun yesterday, Jiang Fei's mind raced. The submachine gun she had used couldn't he possibly have been picked up from the small mall? Could it? This evening's toasting seemed intended to intoxicate her. Probing to see if she remembered the events of that night. Unable to decipher Lu Yu's intentions, Zhang Fei decided to approach the topic more delicately. Supplies can be replenished, but once a life is lost, it cannot be reclaimed. Safety must always take precedence. I harbor a profound fear of danger and trouble. Implicitly, this conveys her indifference towards Lu Yu's identity while simultaneously serving as a veiled reminder for him not to bring complications upon their team. Lu Yu comprehended Zhang Fei's sentiment. Life is seldom devoid of tribulations, and unexpected challenges are bound to arise, much like the unpredictable reappearance of those rodents. Zhang Fei expressed, I merely wish to live a tranquil life. This aspiration encapsulated her greatest desire across 2 lifetimes, to be free from violence and humiliation, to avoid hunger and the biting cold, and to escape the daily clutch of a blade in a desperate struggle for survival. She raised the wineglass before her and drained it in one swift motion, her bright eyes shrouded in a veil of mist, reflecting a mixture of sorrow and wistfulness. Lu Yu, unaware of the memories haunting Zhang Fei, chose to remain silent. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, the past is of no significance now. Much like his own history, as long as the neighbors do not evict him, he deemed it acceptable to be forthright. After all, he found comfort within this small team. Zhang Fei refrained from responding, lowering her gaze to conceal the shadows lurking within her eyes. No, it is indeed significant. The events that have transpired can never be erased by the passage of time. She demanded retribution for those wronged. The temperature had plummeted, but fortunately, the authorities had promptly dispatched personnel to repair the damaged doors and windows across every community. Given that Ling City is situated in the north, the buildings had been equipped with insulation, and the distributed coal ensured that the survivors huddled indoors would not succumb to the cold. Due to concerns regarding travel and insufficient manpower, the official supply point at the Lucky Hotel was entirely dismantled and replaced with community centers in each residential area. Each individual could present their identification daily to collect provisions from the community. Within a week, Wang Qiaozi had efficiently distributed all supplies in batches, even gifting a pickup truck to Zhang Fei. Unlike the previous food supplies, this time the provisions were abundant, including firearms and ammunition, drinking water, winter hats, snow boots, thermal pants, diesel, kerosene, gasoline, salt, sugar, cold-resistant sleeping bags, instant foods, and hygiene products, with each category totaling 4 large boxes, culminating in 68 boxes. Perfectly. This meant that the 4 members of Zhang Fei's group could allocate 17 boxes each. Xiao Jinyang proved to be quite considerate. Zhang Fei instructed Lu Yu and the others to transport their share of supplies, locking the door to 2,202 under the pretense of winter preparations before entering the supermarket. She aimed to seize the opportunity to reorganize the supermarket's cultivation area. Although each crop type had its designated sign, the layout appeared chaotic. There were patches of cabbage here and sweet potatoes there, lacking both aesthetics and order. Root vegetables such as radishes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes should be planted in a designated section, while leafy greens like cabbage, rapeseed, and cilantro belong together. Nightshade crops like eggplants, chilies, and tomatoes should also be grouped accordingly. Coincidentally, the crops she had recently sown were now ready for harvest. With agricultural machinery at her disposal, Zhang Fei worked tirelessly in the supermarket. Whenever hunger struck, she would indulge in the meals she had previously prepared, and when fatigue overcame her, she would rest in the tent set up outside, utilizing the free petrol and diesel. Finally, on the 8th day, she transformed the cultivation area into an organized garden. Each plot of land was separated by low wooden fences, arranged in squares. Small wooden signs with the names of each vegetable hung from the fences, creating a tidy appearance. Due to a shortage of tiles for the surrounding walls, she only constructed one side. The adjacent fruit section was converted into an orchard. Besides the fruit trees she had salvaged from the North Mountain Farm, Zhang Fei allocated another plot of land to cultivate watermelons, cantaloupes, and honeydews, and even erected a small trellis for grapes. Unfortunately, there were not enough bricks, and the orchard lacked even a wall. She mused disconsolately, filling a barrel with water and placing a heating rod inside. Once the water warmed, she would remove the rod and indulge in a soothing bath. As she had been working tirelessly for days, rendering her appearance unkempt, she discovered a remarkable trait of the supermarket. Time within the warehouse stood still, preserving the food, while the soil experienced accelerated time, hastening the growth of crops. Even though the day-night cycle within the supermarket synchronized with the real world, the crops thrived rapidly. For instance, tomatoes typically require no less than 100 days to mature in the real world, but in the supermarket's soil, they could be ready in a maximum of 10 days. Moreover, there was no need to worry about sunlight or meticulous care. The soil's nutrients were ample for the crop's growth, although careful watering was essential. However, once the supermarket's soil was taken outside, it lost its efficacy. Recently, she had tried to take a pot of soil outside to plant cabbages, but to her dismay, not a single sprout emerged. She pondered how to utilize the supermarket's soil externally. With a sigh, Jiang Fei finished her bath, changed into a fresh outfit, and exited the supermarket. The room was equipped with a heater, rendering the cold unnoticeable. Having not ventured outside for nearly half a month, she donned a thermal suit, masked her face, and decided to collect supplies, lest others assume the 22nd floor was a treasure trove of unending food. She also invited her 3 neighbors to accompany her for some fresh air. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the 21st floor, she encountered Su Qianyao emerging from 2102. Behind him stood a man in his 40s, impeccably groomed, adorned with a faint smile that suggested approachability, yet his demeanor exuded an air of authority. As they approached the entrance, old lady Su spotted Jiang Fei and enthusiastically waved. "Jiang girl, come here. I want to introduce you to someone." She gestured towards the man. "This is Director Ning from the Ling City Police Department. If you encounter any issues, seek his assistance." Turning to Director Ning, old lady Su added, "She is my godgranddaughter, so you must ensure no one bullies her." Director Ning chuckled and replied, "Understood, Sister Su." "Hello, Director Ning," Jiang Fei greeted politely, extending her hand with a composed demeanor. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Director Ning grasped Jiang Fei's hand briefly, his expression layered with meaning. "I have heard Qianyao speak of a remarkably capable young lady residing on the 22nd floor. It is a delight to finally meet you." The glint in her eyes hinted at a fierceness that set her apart. Chapter 61. Does Director Ning harbor suspicions about Jiang Fei? I am intrigued by that book you mentioned. Could you share the details with me? Director Ning fixed his gaze upon Jiang Fei, scrutinizing her reaction. Jiang Fei maintained her composure. "It has been too long. I cannot recall." No chance of prying her words. "What a shame. Are you all heading downstairs?" Jiang Fei replied. "We intend to collect supplies from the community." "What a coincidence. I am also bound for the community. Shall we go together?" Director Ning donned his mask, bid farewell to old lady Su, and descended the stairs alongside Su Qianyao. Jiang Fei and her companions followed suit. The ice in the corridors had been cleared. The shattered windows boarded up with wooden planks and thick insulation panels affixed around the remaining intact windows. Only one window per floor was left open for ventilation, preventing residents from suffering coal gas poisoning. The doors that had been removed for firewood were now fitted with cotton curtains. While the security was not foolproof, it provided warmth and shelter from the wind. Residents huddled indoors for warmth, occasionally interrupted by coughs emanating from behind the cotton drapes. Director Ning suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. "Recently, numerous individuals have exhibited symptoms of coughing, vomiting, and fever. We have dispatched personnel to investigate, uncertain whether it is influenza or an unknown affliction. Within a span of 4 months, Ling City has endured floods, rodent infestations, plagues of insects, snakes, and mosquitoes, and now faces extreme cold and disease. What trials do you believe fate will impose upon humanity next?" Director Ning conversed casually, yet he slowed his pace. Casting a glance back at Jiang Fei, she remained unflustered, replying, "I do not know." Lu Yu and the others echoed her sentiment. Director Ning smiled without further inquiry as they headed towards the community center at Yulon Garden. The original community center, situated at the eastern gate of Yulon Garden, was a single-story building, now largely encased in ice. The authorities had placed a rectangular mobile container on the vacant lot, serving as the new community location. The container occupied approximately 100 square meters, with 2 windows open for residents to queue and receive supplies. To prevent disturbances, 4 armed soldiers stood guard nearby. The line was not long, and Jiang Fei swiftly received a small bag of supplies using her identification card. Inside were a 250 milliliters bottle of water, a 100g bag of bread, and 2 loose candies. If one were to ration these provisions, they could barely sustain themselves for a day. Yet it was better than enduring hunger. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. A man returned to the community window with his supplies. demanding an explanation. Just a few days ago, I was able to receive cookies and instant noodles. Why are the rations diminishing? With this meager amount, who can be satisfied? You must come out and clarify this today. He pounded on the container, shouting for accountability. Only when soldiers approached with weapons did he quiet down, retreating in shame. Lu Yu and the others finished collecting their supplies and returned to Zhang Fei, who stood at the end of the line. Director Ning glanced at their provisions and sighed. Do you also believe that the supplies we distribute are insufficient? Unfortunately, due to the scarcity of resources, we must limit what we can provide. If it weren't for the supplies sent from above and those acquired from the Jinhu gang, many would likely face starvation. Zhang Fei feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What is the Jinhu gang?" Director Ning replied vaguely, "Just a small gang. The weather outside is cold. You should return home with your supplies quickly to avoid getting sick." After Zhang Fei and the others departed, Su Qianyao, who had followed Director Ning the entire time, curiously asked, "Director, why were you probing Zhang Fei?" Director Ning countered, "Do you really believe the book Zhang Fei mentioned exists? The disasters that have struck Lincheng align closely with her descriptions. Moreover, the Jinhu gang had just caused her trouble before being ambushed by a group of mysterious individuals." Su Qianyao scratched his head, pondering, perhaps it's just a coincidence? Director Ning replied, "Such coincidences raise concerns. You reside on the 21st floor. Keep an eye on Zhang Fei. Report any of her actions back to me. If the Medical Research Institute has any updates, inform me immediately." Director Ning silently prayed, hoping those afflicted were merely suffering from a common flu. Another disaster. And Lincheng would not endure. In Building A, Xiao Chuxia expressed her concern in a hushed voice. "Sister, do you think Director Ning's sudden mention of the Jinhu gang means he discovered something?" Ling Xiaorui replied, "I believe he has been testing Zhang Jie throughout this encounter." What did Director Ning bring up? Zhang Fei diverted the topic. Everyone should stay on the 22nd floor for now, and avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. Without evidence. Even if Director Ning suspected her, there was little he could do. Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui nodded obediently. Lu Yu advised everyone, make sure to hide any dangerous items at home in case of surprise inspections. Zhang Fei concurred with Lu Yu's advice when she suddenly caught a faint whiff of smoke. The door to room 1701 swung open, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Cough, cough. You can't pull the curtain shut completely, or the air won't circulate. And we'll suffocate in here. Jiang Zhenkong, clad in a tattered cotton coat, hung the curtain and noticed Zhang Fei and the others at the stairwell. His face lit up momentarily before he awkwardly rubbed his hands together. "I'm sorry, Fei Fei. The gun you left for me was taken by the authorities. They thought I had found it and wanted it turned in." A beautiful voice sang from within the room, interrupting Jiang Zhenkong, recognizing it as Li Yanping's voice. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow. Her aunt was still alive, impressive indeed. Mistaking Zhang Fei's gaze towards room 1701 as an intent to drive Li Yanping away, Jiang Zhenkong hurriedly explained. "Yanping has lost her mind. She won't disturb you anymore." Zhang Fei was taken aback. Lost her mind? Perhaps the gunfire frightened her, coupled with the disappearance of Zixuan. She's been quite unstable. I had wanted to take her back to the villa for recovery, but it was occupied. So, we could only find a vacant room in Yulon Garden. She still wishes to see the current state of Jiang Zixuan. Disappointed, Zhang Fei ascended the stairs. Devoid of any intention to assist Li Yanping or Jiang Zhenkong. She had settled her debts from her past life. Jiang Zhenkong's circumstances were of no concern to her. As for Li Yanping, even in madness, she still had her debts to repay. Recently, Zhang Fei had been sorting through supplies and toys she found at the Yan Comprehensive Market. Among the items were a scratching board, a tunnel, a teasing stick, a high-foot ceramic bowl, a pet comb, and hanging plush mice, alongside various silent balls in different colors. After disinfecting the items, she packed them into a box and took them to room 2203. Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui were training with Lu Yu. Da Huang lounged comfortably on the sofa, exposing his belly, resembling an old man enjoying the spectacle, quite different from his previous lethargic demeanor. "These are items I collected earlier. They can be used for Da Huang." As soon as Zhang Fei set the box down, Da Huang eagerly scampered out, diving inside. He grabbed the plush mouse toy and leaped out of the box, running off to play. Zhang Fei's eyes glimmered with disappointment. Da Huang used to come to her first for affection. Lu Yu inquired, "Shall we practice together?" Just as Zhang Fei was about to agree, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. "I'll go answer it." Concealing a dagger behind her, Zhang Fei approached the door. "Feng Chenlu." wearing a transparent face shield, panted heavily. You all need to come downstairs for a check. Chapter 62. Schistosomiasis. Feng Chenlu's expression was grave. Schistosomiasis has emerged in Linqing. The authorities have dispatched medical personnel to each community for routine blood tests to assess the number of infections and facilitate centralized treatment. Please wear masks when you go downstairs. Many are currently suffering from the flu. If you become infected, a high fever could be fatal. After relaying the information, Feng Chenlu went to inform the other residents. Jiang Fei closed the door, her brow furrowed. In her previous life, Linqing had never experienced schistosomiasis. Could her rebirth have altered the sequence of disasters? In the corridor, the three individuals who had just exited overheard Jiang Fei's conversation with Feng Chenlu. Ling Xiaorui asked, Chuxia, you study medicine, do you know about schistosomiasis? Xiao, Chuxia explained. Schistosomiasis is a parasitic disease that can be transmitted through feces entering water, through snails, and contaminated water. Both humans and animals can be infected, with early symptoms including fever, diarrhea, vomiting, and coughing. Linqing doesn't have areas that cultivate snails. It must be from the recent flooding that washed them here. Some people have been deprived of water and food, scavenging for what they can find in the water, drinking dirty water out of thirst, thus becoming infected with schistosomiasis. If they neglect to properly dispose of feces containing schistosoma eggs, it contaminates the water source, infecting anyone who comes into contact with it. Ling Xiaorui shivered. What should we do? I've also drunk dirty water. Jiang Fei reassured. Purification tablets can kill bacteria and disinfect, eliminating the parasites. Don't frighten yourself. Let's go downstairs for the check. The four of them returned to their respective homes, donned warm clothing and protective gear, and made their way to the East Gate community. The supply distribution windows had transformed into blood draw stations. An additional window had been opened for survivors to receive flu prevention soup and deworming medicine after their blood tests. Almost all residents were queuing today, some wearing masks, while others covered their mouths and noses with clothing or plastic bags, fearful of infection. There were also more soldiers present than during Jiang Fei's last visit. Jiang Fei and Lu Yu took their places in the line, where occasional sounds of coughing and retching could be heard. I've been feeling nauseous lately. Could it be schistosomiasis? Maybe I'm pregnant? You're making me even more afraid. Suddenly, a harsh voice erupted from behind Jiang Fei. You little wretch. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've changed your clothes? You've ruined my family. May you meet a terrible fate. Li Yanping, her head covered with plastic, shouted angrily from 3 people away. Once a plump figure, she had now shrunk to at least a third of her size, her complexion sallow and her skin sagging from rapid weight loss, resembling a wrinkled Shar-Pei dog. Jiang Zhenkong hurriedly covered Li Yanping's mouth, apologizing. I'm sorry, Fei Fei. I will take good care of her. Just a moment ago, Li Yanping had been cursing. Yet now she was giggling and clapping her hands, resembling a madwoman. Jiang Fei was skeptical. Could Li Yanping, in her madness, still recognize her? With officials nearby, Jiang Fei felt it imprudent to act and decided to find another opportunity to test Li Yanping. After more than half an hour, it was Jiang Fei's turn to have her blood drawn. The doctor, clad in a military coat, swiftly completed the procedure with disposable medical instruments. The results would be communicated by community staff, and she could collect her medication over there. Thank you, Jiang Fei said as she approached the adjacent window. The deworming medication was contained in a small transparent bag holding 6 pills in total. A label on the bag read, take 2 pills a day for 3 consecutive days. The herbal decoction, still warm, was served in a paper cup sealed with a plastic lid, which she could consume there or take home. Receiving the deworming medication and the paper cup, Jiang Fei intended to retreat to a corner to finish it. However, from the corner of her eye, she spotted a dark figure rushing toward her. Jiang Fei quickly dodged. Li Yanping missed her target, falling to the ground and howling. Why don't you share the delicious food with me?
I'm hungry.
The doctor interjected. Whose family member is this? Please take her away. Don't cause a disturbance at the window. I'm sorry. Jiang Zhenkong said as he rushed over to help Li Yanping up, adjusting her clothes beside her. Please stop running around. Otherwise, I won't take care of you anymore. Li Yanping seemed not to hear Jiang Zhenkong's words, repeating, I'm hungry. Taking advantage of the cover of her down jacket pocket, Jiang Fei discreetly retrieved a piece of bread from the official supply in the supermarket's warehouse. In front of Li Yanping, she opened the outer packaging, tore half the bread, and secretly concealed a heart pill within. You are mad now, forgetting everything from the past. As your niece, I can't just ignore you. I don't have much food left. so I can only share half of this bread with you. Jiang Fei feigned concern as she handed over the enhanced bread to Li Yanping. Before Jiang Zhenkong could object, Li Yanping snatched the bread and stuffed it into her mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious. If only I could eat this ungrateful wretch into oblivion." "Yanping, how dare you take Fei Fei's food? It's fine." Jiang Fei observed Li Yanping licking her fingers and decided it was time to inquire. "Aunt, have you truly lost your mind?" "Not at all." Li Yanping's eyes were wide with fright, but her mouth seemed uncontrollable as she blurted, "I'm just pretending to be mad and foolish, because I'm afraid the officials will catch me, and Jiang Zhenkong will abandon me."
Feigning surprise, Jeanne Fei replied.
"So you are deceiving uncle? Who says he has any capability? I didn't run off with someone else. My mercy is all for him. Money can't be earned. Supplies can't be found. The house can't be protected, and I can't even safeguard my children. He has only one redeeming quality. He's foolish and easily deceived."
Li Yanping incessantly criticisa Jiang Zhangkan.
Clenching his fists, Jiang Zhenkong interrupted. "Enough. Stop talking. Why shouldn't I speak? If you had any ability, you would go and kill Jiang Fei right now." By this point, onlookers could no longer bear to watch, with someone advising, "Sister, family shame should not be aired in public. He is your husband. How can you speak of him like this?" Li Yanping retorted, "What business is it of yours? You look like a monkey with a sharp mouth. I wouldn't even use you to wipe my backside. Hey, can't you speak more decently?" Li Yanping shot back. "I didn't eat your excrement. What do you care whether I'm clean or not?" Li Yanping's verbal tirade escalated, inciting public outrage. Unable to tolerate it any longer, someone stepped forward and kicked her. As one person began to act, others followed suit, launching punches and kicks. Jiang Zhenkong silently withdrew, unwilling to deal with the deranged Li Yanping. Jiang Fei watched with great interest. The heart pills worked wonders. Li Yanping had opened up to everyone. "What are you doing?" As officials approached, Jiang Fei led her teammates away, finishing the herbal decoction in her cup. Upon returning to the 22nd floor, Jiang Fei disinfected herself before changing clothes. Xiao Chuxia was still reminiscing about the earlier commotion. Li Yanping is so amusing, pretending to be mad and then cursing everyone. Beating her would be too lenient. Ling Xiaorui chuckled. "I secretly kicked her twice. It felt so satisfying." Only Lu Yu reflected on the moment Jiang Fei had given Li Yanping the bread. After finishing the bread, Li Yanping ceased her act of madness. He had heard Su Luyuan mention a drug that could induce extreme excitement, prompting one to speak their mind. Yet, the neighbor had only taken the bread, with nothing else in hand, and the bag had been opened on sight. How had she managed to administer the drug without detection? Unable to comprehend, Lu Yu chose not to inquire further. Everyone has their secrets, and they naturally reveal themselves when ready. With the flu rampant and blood flukes present, Jiang Fei retrieved a large bottle of alcohol, disinfecting the corridor alone, including the 21st floor. Elderly Mrs. Su had already returned from her blood draw and was at home. After reminding her to drink bottled water, Jiang Fei was about to head upstairs when there was a knock at the electric door of the 21st floor staircase. Chapter 63. The bitter cold officially begins. Elderly Mrs. Su looked curiously towards the staircase. Who would come at this hour? Could it be that girl Chenlu? In recent visits, it had been elderly Su who opened the door for Feng Chenlu, and they had become familiar. "Grandma Su, you should rest. I will check it out." After closing the door to room 2102, Jiang Fei took out a knife for self-defense. As she approached the staircase, she heard a voice from outside the electric door. "Ahem. Could you please open the door? I'm looking for Jiang Fei on the 22nd floor. I am her relative." Li Yanping had the audacity to seek her out. Hadn't the blows she received during the day been enough? Cautiously, Jiang Fei donned a transparent protective mask and opened the electric door.
Li Yanping, clad in ill-fitting woolen attire,
Was missing her cotton jacket. Her face bore bruises, and blood oozed from a wound on her forehead, giving her a pitiful appearance. To her surprise, Jiang Fei was on the 21st floor, and Li Yanping was momentarily taken aback. She then suddenly knelt on the steps, pleading, "Fei Fei, it was wrong of me in the past. I beg for your forgiveness. I don't want anything but a cotton jacket. Those people are wicked. When the officials left, they robbed me of my coat. Please have pity on me, like a dog."
Li Yanping kugabiulanli, spraying saliva.
She had caught a cold from being outside in the cold. Forgetting to seek Jiang Zhenkong in 1701, she had rushed to the 21st floor first. This flu was severe. It could infect anyone. It would be best if that little wretch and her friends all fell ill. Li Yanping's eyes glinted with malice. Fearing that Jiang Fei, wearing the protective mask, wouldn't catch her illness, she moved forward, attempting to spit on Jiang Fei's shoes. Seeing through Li Yanping's intentions, Jiang Fei disdainfully stepped back but said, "Aunt, you are kneeling and begging me. How could I refuse? Wait for me here." After closing the electric door, Li Yanping grew suspicious. First the bread. Now she wanted to give her a jacket. Was Jiang Fei plotting against her? During her time at the community center, Li Yanping had acted unusually. It had to be this wretched girl's doing. However, she couldn't bear to leave without her coat. Hesitating, Li Yanping wiped her saliva on the door and the doorknob. Suddenly, the electric door opened. A bucket of dirty water splashed all over her, leaving Li Yanping soaked and screaming as she wiped off the water. "Jiang Fei, what are you doing?" "I don't have a coat, but I can return that bucket of water from years ago." "A whole bucket? Far more generous than you." Furious, Li Yanping was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Jiang Fei kicked her down the stairs. "If you come back up, next time it won't be water." Jiang Fei twirled the firearm in her hand, as if ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Li Yanping, having scrambled to her feet, dared not ascend again and fled with her drenched body. After disinfecting the stairs and the door with alcohol, Jiang Fei locked the door behind her, ready to return home and sleep. Little did she know, Li Yanping might have developed a taste for her foot bath water. 17th floor. Li Yanping found herself without a place to go, drenched and suffering from a cold, compelling her to seek refuge in apartment 1701. In this space, it was only she and Jiang Zhenkong who resided. Even though she had uttered harsh words during the day, she instinctively commanded, "Give me your winter coat. I'm freezing to death." Jiang Zhenkong lay on the sofa, cocooned in a quilt, feigning ignorance while turning his back to her. "Are you deaf? Have you forgotten who ventured through the gates of the underworld to bear you a son and a daughter? I nearly bled to death on that hospital bed, and you don't remember any of this." Jiang Zhenkong clenched his teeth, longing to question her, yearning for that piercing voice to vanish forever. Ultimately, out of consideration for the 2 children Li Yanping had borne him, he reluctantly rose from the sofa and handed her the quilt. The temperature plummeted, heralding the onset of an extreme chill. The results of the blood tests for everyone were released. In Building A alone, half of the residents had been taken away by the authorities for centralized treatment. Fortunately, the blood tests for the 21st and 22nd floors showed no issues. Lacking for nothing, Jiang Fei indulged in a leisurely life at home, grilling barbecue in the supermarket today and preparing spicy skewers tomorrow. After satisfying her appetite, she headed to apartment 2203, where she watched Lu Yu train Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui. The 2 were subjected to rigorous training daily, often gritting their teeth in agony. Had it not been for the ample water they had stockpiled, they would have been unbearable due to their stench. However, within 3 days, Jiang Fei's joy dissipated. Su Qianyao arrived on the 22nd floor, sporting stubble on his chin and dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not rested well recently. "Miss Jiang, you have no idea how exhausted I've been lately. The authorities are strictly screening for schistosomiasis, conducting disinfection in every community, increasing the distribution of drinking water, and monitoring residents to prevent them from secretly breaking ice to drink melted water. Supplies and medications are depleting rapidly." Jiang Fei raised her hand, signaling Su Qianyao to cease. "Do you have something of importance to discuss?" "I need to return to my pet, De Huang." Su Qianyao's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Yes. I wish to invite you and your friends to join our rescue team to search for medications and supplies in the towns that were previously submerged by floods. The survivors in those areas are few, yet there should still be plenty of resources left." Lowering his voice, Su Qianyao continued, "To be frank, experts predict that temperatures will continue to drop. Lincheng has become uninhabitable. Director Ning plans to relocate the survivors to the provincial capital of Su Province, Qingyang City, once the temperatures stabilize. The safety zone in Qingyang City was completed last week, but it cannot accommodate millions of survivors, so the authorities will have to abandon some individuals. Those wishing to reach the safety zone must have a quota. Survival of the fittest. It's unavoidable." Jiang Fei felt a stir of interest. With her foresight, the early establishment of the safety zone would undoubtedly withstand the forthcoming disasters. Yulong Garden was certainly not a long-term solution. She could also search for gold to expedite the upgrade of the supermarket. "I need 4 spots. You are aware of my and Liyu's capabilities in security." Xiao Chuxia is a medical student who has created many remedies from parasites, and Ling Xiaorui is an agricultural student who understands cultivation. Jiang Fei enumerated everyone's strengths to Su Qianyao. The weak and infirm might be left behind, but talent would not. Su Qianyao understood this and readily agreed. Then we shall confirm it. We will gather at the main entrance of Yulon Garden at 8 a.m. in 2 days. The authorities have assembled numerous temporary rescue teams, all departing at this time for various locations. My team is heading to Zayan County. Jiang Fei replied, I need to consult their opinions. Regardless of whether they go or not, I will certainly participate. Very well. After seeing Su Qianyao off, Jiang Fei went to apartment 2203 and relayed his words verbatim to Lu Yu and the others. Lu Yu declared, I will go. Su Lu is in Zayan County. We haven't been in touch for a long time. Perhaps we will meet. Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia whispered among themselves for a moment. Xiao Chuxia then spoke up, sister. Ling Xiaorui and I have decided not to go. We fear we would be a burden to the team. Their foundation was too weak. And after training with Lu Yu for these days, they had only just begun to improve their physical fitness. This mission would involve a long journey, and if danger arose, they would only hinder Jiang Fei and Lu Yu. Rather than be a liability, they preferred to safeguard their home. They still had some confidence in dealing with the residents of Building A. Jiang Fei agreed. Then you two should stay behind and take care of the house and Huang. As the extreme cold set in, chaos erupted outside. She feared that genuine danger might arise, leaving her unable to attend to the chatterbox and Ling Xiaorui. One was a medic and the other an agriculturalist. Neither could afford to falter. As for Lu Yu, Jiang Fei trusted in his ability to protect himself. 2 days later, at 7:40 a.m., Jiang Fei and Lu Yu donned their insulated protective suits and slung their packed backpacks as they descended the stairs. The temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees, making even breathing painful. Jiang Fei pulled up the thermal mask around her neck and handed Lu Yu a pair of goggles, ensuring that no skin was exposed. In such frigid conditions, the eyes were at risk of frostbite. At the main entrance of Yulon Garden, 2 black pickup trucks and 2 large cargo trucks were parked. The pickups were empty, while the cargo trucks were filled to capacity. A woman seated in one of the cargo trucks, upon seeing Jiang Fei's attire through the window, cast a skeptical glance. Captain Su, is this the capable young woman you mentioned? The woman scrutinized Jiang Fei from head to toe, scoffing. Dressed so flamboyantly, one might mistake her for a tourist. Jiang Fei wore a bright red polar expedition suit, designed to ensure visibility in emergencies, as bright colors were typical for winter gear and jackets. The others in the team also underestimated Jiang Fei and Lu Yu, perceiving her youth as a lack of experience with firearms. That guy is also dressed in red. Could they be a couple? What are they doing tagging along with the rescue team if they just want to cozy up at home? Enough. Su Qianyao admonished the group. Jiang Fei and Lu Yu were personally invited by me. If you have any objections, address them to me. The group fell silent, closing the windows. Su Qianyao handed Jiang Fei the vehicle keys and 2 walkie-talkies. You will drive that pickup shortly. If anything arises, communicate through the walkie-talkies. The guns and ammunition are in the vehicle. If you encounter danger, you may use them. Our primary mission is to locate medications and supplies. Pay no heed to Yin Jing and the others' remarks. They have been busy with rescue work and are somewhat fatigued, but their hearts are in the right place. Yin Jing was the woman who had initially criticized Jiang Fei. I am not obliged to bear their emotions. Do not provoke me. Everything can be discussed.
Not that aquadili.
Then let us set off now. I will lead the way, and you follow. Jiang Fei and Lu Yu climbed into the pickup. The vehicle contained 2 handguns, a box of 50 bullets, and a barrel of 100 liters of spare gasoline. Vacant spaces were reserved for future supplies. Due to her past experiences with Jiang Fei's driving, Lu Yu took the wheel, keeping pace with the convoy. Despite the vehicle being equipped with anti-skid tires, the icy surface had become even slicker, forcing everyone to drive at a snail's pace. The journey from Linqing to Zayan County, which had once taken 3 hours, now stretched over 2 hours, and they had only just exited Linqing. The sky was overcast, casting a somber tone over the expansive, icy road. The bare branches and buildings exposed to the ice were coated in white frost, as if everything in this world had been enveloped by frost. The sound of the tires crunching over the ice did little to uplift the mood. Jiang Fei felt little discomfort, basking in the warmth of the car and growing drowsy. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a halt. The walkie-talkie placed between the seats crackled, and Su Qianyao's voice came through. A few survivors are flagging us down. Stay put while I assess the situation. Jiang Fei rolled down the window and leaned out to see a middle-aged woman speaking with Su Qianyao, cradling a 7 or 8-year-old boy in her arms. 3 men wearing leather hats trailed behind her. Not far away, 2 vans stood still, their doors firmly shut and windows obscured by dark film, rendering the interiors invisible. On such a frigid day, would a mother truly leave her child in the car while exposing him to the biting cold? Something was amiss. Jiang Fei discreetly concealed her gun within her sleeve as she exited the vehicle, closely followed by Lu Yu. Ahead in the line, a woman cradling a child pleaded, "Young man, please help us change a tire. We are still quite a distance from Lincheng, and all our belongings are in the car. Pushing it to safety could lead to frostbite or exhaustion. The child is still so young. He cannot endure this hardship." Su Qianyao responded helplessly, "Sister, I have already made it clear that it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but we do not have a spare tire. If you attempt to stop another vehicle, I will not halt." The woman seemed to disregard Su Qianyao's words and reached out to grab him. Jiang Fei swiftly pulled Su Qianyao closer, applying a gentle pressure to his hand. "I have a spare tire in my vehicle, but no tools to change it. I recall you have some. Go retrieve them," she suggested subtly. Understanding Jiang Fei's implication, Su Qianyao complied, stating, "I forgot where I placed them. I need to search." He returned to the vehicle, feigning a search. "Sister, please wait here for a moment. I will fetch the tire."
With that,
Jiang Fei signaled Lu Yu to accompany her back to the car. Once the door was shut, she immediately used the walkie-talkie to issue a command. "Turn around. These individuals are suspicious." Lu Yu quickly reversed the car, and the truck in front followed suit. The walkie-talkie crackled to life with Yin Jing's voice. "Are you all being overly dramatic? These people are merely ordinary survivors."
bang, bang, bang.
Bullets struck Su Qianyao's vehicle. "Quick, pursue. The fat sheep is escaping," the woman shouted, discarding the child she had been holding and joining her 3 companions in one of the vans. Those concealed within the van started the engine, rolling down the window and firing at Su Qianyao's group. "Damn it! They aim to blow our tires."
Su Qianya Ekalim.
Jiang Fei scrutinized the surrounding terrain. They were positioned on the former highway, where the ice was smooth. However, the sides of the road were littered with abandoned vehicles and frozen trees, creating a bumpy landscape. "I aim to approach them from the side. Can we navigate that way?" "Yes, hold on tight," Lu Yu replied, sharply turning the steering wheel and accelerating forward. Using the cover of a large backpack, Jiang Fei retrieved a submachine gun from the supermarket's warehouse and, through the open window, unleashed a barrage aimed at the tires of the 2 vans. Simultaneously, she contacted Su Qianyao via the walkie-talkie. "You go around to intercept." In less than 10 minutes, both vans had their tires shot out, halting on the icy road. The windows shattered, revealing the bodies of women and several men inside. Jiang Fei and Su Qianyao disembarked, checking the scene. Out of a total of 12 individuals, only one overweight man remained alive, nursing a bullet wound to his arm, sitting in the middle, having narrowly escaped death. "Please don't kill me," he pleaded. Jiang Fei assessed his physique and refrained from allowing Su Qianyao to shoot. "Where are your supplies stored? After expending so many bullets, we must recover what is ours." In the Ahong guest house in Taiping town, the man stammered, fearful of Jiang Fei's intentions. "After the flood, officials sent rescue teams, and I met the guest house owner in the relocation area, forming friendships. Once the waters receded, the owner led us to steal official weapons and return to the guest house, but supplies were scarce, and we had no choice but to resort to robbery. That woman is the owner's wife, Hong Jia. She was responsible for taking us out to loot, while the remaining 7 stayed at the guest house to guard the territory." Su Qianyao interjected, "What about the child?" The man faltered. It was only when Su Qianyao pressed the gun to his head that he stammered. "The kid and the woman could lower the vigilance of passers-by. We just grabbed a child. It was Hong Jia's idea. I had nothing to do with it." "You are despicable," Su Qianyao exclaimed, striking the man in the face. "Don't kill him. He is still useful." Jiang Fei proposed her plan. After hearing her, Su Qianyao wrestled between reason and emotion for a moment. "Let us do as you suggest. They rob survivors of their supplies. We will rob them in return." At that moment, Yin Jing and 2 other teammates returned. "Captain, the child is missing. We don't know where he went." Upon seeing Jiang Fei, Yin Jing and her companions felt a bit embarrassed. Just a few hours earlier, they had been disparaging the very people they now faced, who proved both vigilant and efficient in their actions. The overweight man muttered. He probably returned to the guest house. He knows the way. Every time we left him behind, yet he always managed to find his way back. Shut up. Su Qianyao snapped, striking him on the head. The man felt aggrieved, pouting his lips. You're explaining why you were hit. Jiang Fei instructed. You will inform them of our plan. We are heading to Taiping Town immediately. After addressing Su Qianyao, Jiang Fei returned to the pickup truck. Lu Yu was intently observing the backpack on the back seat. What's the matter? Jiang Fei inquired.
Nothing.
The neighbor's backpack is quite spacious. Even a submachine gun fits inside. I find myself wanting it, Lu Yu replied. Taiping Town was one of the areas severely affected by the flood, now devoid of survivors, either dead or relocated to official resettlement zones. The Ahong guest house had 6 floors, nearly 2 of which were encased in ice. On the 3rd floor, a hole had been smashed in the wall, converted into a doorway, with steps constructed from bricks. The overweight man led the 2 girls up, knocking on the iron door and uttering the passphrase, "Turtle, turtle, peek out your head." The iron door creaked open. A scruffy man with a beard greeted them. Why is there blood on your clothes? Are you injured? The overweight man feigned indifference, just a small wound. We encountered a particularly plump sheep today. Hong Jie and the others are moving supplies, and I brought these 2 survivors back to let Brother Zhang enjoy them first. Otherwise, with Hong Jie around, you wouldn't even get a word in with them. The man addressed as Brother Zhang turned his gaze toward the 2 girls behind the overweight man. They wore thermal masks that concealed all but their beautiful eyes. Both were young, their hands bound with rope. Brother Zhang chuckled, revealing his filthy yellow teeth. As expected of my brother. You always think of me when there are good things to share. Come, everyone, see what treasures Fatty has brought back. Jiang Fei and In Jing followed the overweight man inside. The ropes on their wrists were loose enough to be slipped off with a bit of effort. Jiang Fei discreetly loosened her rope, using the cover of her sleeve to retrieve the handgun from the supermarket warehouse. In Jing also discreetly gripped the gun hidden in her sleeve, prepared to draw at any moment. The 3rd floor of the guest house was quite spacious. The occupants had demolished the original small rooms to create a large hall. In the corner lay piles of bricks and bed frames. In the center of the hall sat a cracked red sofa and a few chairs. Nearby, 3 large iron barrels were used for warmth. 6 men were gathered around the barrels, warming themselves, when Brother Zhang's voice rang out, prompting them to rise. Fatty, you did well, bringing back 2 women at once. I no longer have to envy Brother Zhang for having someone to warm his bed. You must save one for me tonight. That is, if Brother Zhang has had his fill first, came the reply. Hong Jie should be back soon. Brother Zhang, hurry up. I can hardly wait. What's the rush? I want to see what these 2 look like first.
Bang!
As Brother Zhang attempted to remove Jiang Fei's mask, a bullet struck him squarely in the forehead, and he collapsed to the floor.
Damn.
They have guns. Weapons upstairs. Quick, go get them. Chaos erupted as everyone scattered. Taking advantage of the confusion, the overweight man hid at the back and drew a small knife, intending to ambush the nearest In Jing. Ever vigilant, Jiang Fei swiftly raised her hand and squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet into the man's temple. In Jing instinctually turned at the sound, and upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground, she understood everything. Jiang Fei had saved her. I'll fight you all, she shouted. Brothers, open fire. Today, it's either their demise or ours. The door was violently kicked open. Lu Yu and Su Qianyao, responsible for the rescue, stormed in with their team, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The individuals who had been shouting moments ago were now reduced to lifeless forms, lying in pools of blood. Su Qianyao instructed his comrades to tally the bodies and removed his cap, remarking that this room was significantly warmer than outside. We should split up to search for supplies, forming pairs to scour the 1st floor while the remaining members conduct disinfection. Jiang Fei opted to team up with Lu Yu and was about to ascend to the top floor when In Jing intercepted her. Thank you for saving me earlier, she stammered, shifting her weight awkwardly. I apologize for what happened at the entrance of Yulong Garden. With that, In Jing turned and hurried away, seemingly embarrassed. Jiang Fei paid her little mind and proceeded upstairs. The accommodations on the upper floor were intact, with 11 rooms on the top level alone. She was to search the left side, while Lu Yu took the right. In an apparent bid to save costs, the single beds were merely stacks of bricks topped with thick cardboard as makeshift mattresses. The cement floor remained unpolished, riddled with imperfections. How miserly! Not even a proper bed could they afford. Jiang Fei mused, contemplating using the bricks for constructing the walls of a garden back at the supermarket. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon a box of jewelry in one room. System notification. Detected gold. 1,659 grams. She retracted her earlier statement. Hongjie and Zhang Go were not stingy at all. With the newfound gold, Jiang Fei's search intensified. However, after exploring all the rooms, she only managed to gather a few scattered food items, winter clothing, and blankets. Disheartened, she organized her finds into a large plastic basin and headed toward the staircase. Lu Yu had finished searching the right side as well. Having found more supplies than Jiang Fei, 5 boxes of mineral water, 3 boxes of iced tea, 2 boxes of baby formula, and 2 boxes of instant noodles. Having already been to the right side rooms, Lu Yu could not collect any bricks, so he and Jiang Fei carried their supplies downstairs. On the 3rd floor, the others had returned, their bounty forming 2 small mountains of resources, half of which consisted of blankets, foam boards, and charcoal. Su Qianyao was soothing a few young individuals clad in thin clothing, along with a boy who had returned from fleeing. Recognizing them as fellow alumni, Jiang Fei had no inclination to greet them, but upon catching sight of one girl's face, a surge of hatred welled up within her. It was Yu Suanio, her once-beloved junior. In her previous life, she had escaped from a filthy little base and encountered Yu Suanio along with a scoundrel on the way. Being alumni and having shared positive interactions before, they had traveled together. Who could have foreseen that one would manipulate her while the other feigned vulnerability to elicit her sympathy? She had felt like a fool, tirelessly scavenging for supplies only to come up empty-handed, while being morally coerced by the two. Ah Fei, you have the ability. You should contribute more. If you don't find supplies, we will starve, and you will be a murderer. Sister Jiang Fei, I'm not feeling well today. You wouldn't want me to suffer, would you? Until they sold her off to the village for a pack of expired biscuits. She became food for those devils, ultimately enduring torment at the hands of Jiang Zimian and Jiang Zishuan, perishing in flames. Yu Suanio had not ended up with the scoundrel. Perhaps they had yet to cross paths? Jiang Fei settled into a corner chair, striving to calm her turbulent emotions to avoid the urge to shoot Yu Suanio on sight. Death would be too merciful. She deserved to suffer like Jiang Zimian and Jiang Zishuan. Noticing Jiang Fei's absence, Lu Yu looked around for her, inadvertently catching sight of the lingering chill on her face. He approached her quietly, inquiring what's wrong. Nothing, just a bit tired. Seeing that Jiang Fei was disinclined to speak the truth, Lu Yu refrained from pressing her, instead retrieving his backpack from the vehicle and bringing hers back as well. He then produced a thermos from his bag and offered it to Jiang Fei. I boiled some hot water at home. Drink a bit to warm yourself. Thank you. Jiang Fei poured half of the hot water from the thermos lid and sipped it slowly. At that moment, Su Qianyao clapped his hands. We will rest here tonight and set out in the morning. Yin Jing, please fetch the food and distribute it to everyone. We will eat before organizing the supplies. I just found a kettle that can be heated over the iron barrel. Anyone who wants to drink can help themselves. There are cups over there. Su Qianyao began cleaning the aluminum kettle. Yin Jing went to collect the food, being the first to deliver 2 buckets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of beverages to the corner where Jiang Fei and Lu Yu sat. No need. We brought our own food. Jiang Fei declined Yin Jing's offerings and took out a self-heating spicy beef hot pot and a bag containing 4 steamed buns. Lu Yu had brought canned luncheon meat and self-heating tomato rice noodles. The buns had been steamed by Jiang Fei previously, retrieved from the supermarket's warehouse at departure, and cooled in her backpack. Jiang Fei handed Lu Yu 2 buns, saying, You can't go hungry without staple food. I have plenty at home. Su Qianyao's team also had self-heating rice, courtesy of the official personnel, so there was no concern about competition for food. Lu Yu accepted the buns and added half a portion of luncheon meat to Jiang Fei's self-heating hot pot. After pouring in water and sealing the lid, the heating pack began to work. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the room. The nearby teammates unconsciously swallowed hard. Each carried self-heating rice in their bags, meant to supplement the rescue team's nutrition, but they hesitated to partake. Now, with the enticing scent in the air, eat. What are you saving it for? It won't lay eggs. The teammates immediately rushed to retrieve the self-heating rice, including Su Qianyao and Yin Jing. It was simply too tempting. The spicy beef hot pot smelled divine. Before long, the fragrances of braised beef, curry chicken, and yellow braised chicken wafted from the self-heating rice as well. For the survivors on the other side, eating undercooked instant noodles, this was nothing short of a punishment. Indeed, instant noodles were better than bread or biscuits, but compared to self-heating hot pots and rice, they seemed meager. After being hungry for so long, who wouldn't he crave meat? While the survivors felt envious, they did not dare to ask for any. After all, it was food the others had brought. If it had been scavenged from the guest house, they might have questioned, why weren't we given any? However, some felt a sense of injustice. Yusuanio set down her warm instant noodles, gently tugging on the sleeve of the person sitting beside her, whispering, Senior Han, my stomach isn't well. The noodles aren't softening, and I'll have stomach pain if I finish them. Could you help me ask for some warm food? Hanyang displayed a troubled expression. That might not be appropriate. There isn't too much in a box of self-heating rice, not enough for everyone to be full. How about I use the iron barrel to help you heat some bread? Yusuanio bit her lip, feigning a pitiful demeanor. I've been eating bread every day lately. I'm already feeling nauseous. There are a few girls in the rescue team. They should be reasonable. Could you please ask them for me? As she spoke, Yusuanio scanned the room for someone to approach. In her pursuit of food, Jiang Fei removed her thermal mask. Upon seeing that familiar face, Yusuanio pondered for a moment before recognizing her, exclaiming in surprise, Jiang Fei, Senior.
Forgetting all about Hanyang.
Yusuanio rushed over to ingratiate herself. Do you remember me? I'm Yusuanio from the architecture department, a year below you, and I live just below your dorm. We used to run into each other often, and you even greeted me once. Jiang Fei's demeanor remained aloof. And then? Yusuanio's smile faltered. I was just really happy to see you, Senior. I didn't expect you to join the rescue team. You were my idol back in school. Suddenly, Yusuanio grimaced, clutching her stomach, waiting for Jiang Fei to inquire about her condition. Yet, Jiang Fei, unfazed, continued to eat the spicy beef, taking a bite of the soft bun. So delicious. Yusuanio, steeling herself, spoke up. Senior, my stomach is acting up. Could you spare me a bit of your meal? I can't eat cold food anymore, and I promise to repay you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei picked up a steaming slice of luncheon meat. Do you want some? Yusuanio swallowed hard and nodded. Jiang Fei stuffed a piece of luncheon meat into her mouth, saying, well, think about it. Yu Xuanjiao held her breath, attempting to feign a look of grievance. Senior, why are you messing with me? Have I offended you in the past? Jiang Fei, don't go too far. Hanyang approached with a bowl of noodles, reprimanding her. The junior already has a stomachache and is unwell. You could choose not to give her food, but why toy with her? As a student from the architecture department, Hanyang certainly recognized Jiang Fei. Others gathered around, voicing their disapproval of Jiang Fei's actions. Despite not being close to her, they defended Yu Xuanjiao, their good friend, who was kind-hearted and beautiful, and they would not allow her to be bullied. Xuanjiu means no harm. If she weren't feeling unwell, she wouldn't seek you out. A box of self-heating hot pot doesn't even cost 20 yuan. If you don't want to give it, just don't pretend. How could Linqing University have someone like you? With a loud thud, Lu Yu casually placed his gun on the table, causing an immediate silence among the group. Yan Jing and others paused their eating, fully aware of their teammates' intentions. Su Qianyao whispered, you all needn't worry. Jiang Fei will handle it. The rescue team members resumed their meal. Sensing the situation escalating, Yu Xuanjiao quickly interjected. Please don't criticize Senior Jiang. It's my fault for having a stomach issue at this time. Senior Jiang, I apologize on their behalf. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes, as if forced into the situation. Jiang Fei remained calm and straightforward. With a bad stomach, you shouldn't eat spicy food. I'm doing this for your own good. Why does it seem like I'm bullying you? Or, are you pretending not to know that those with stomach problems can't eat spicy food? Yu Xuanjiao felt a bit flustered and hadn't figured out how to respond. Jiang Fei broke off a piece of the hard bread roll, discreetly hiding a heart-shaped pill inside, and handed it to Yu Xuanjiao. The bread is easy to digest and suitable for those with stomach issues. Thank you, Senior. Yu Xuanjiao accepted it, slightly disdainful. If only it were beef, she mused, but acknowledged that bread was better than instant noodles. Hanyang and the others exchanged glances, astonished that Jiang Fei had rejected Yu Xuanjiao not out of malice, but for her own good. I'm sorry, Jiang Fei, I misunderstood you. Perhaps we were too sensitive. Thinking your earlier actions were a joke at Xuanjiao's expense. I feel terrible for misinterpreting your good intentions. They felt a wave of shame. Hanyang took Yu Xuanjiao's hand, saying, let us head back. We shouldn't disturb Jiang while she eats. Return to what? I haven't had my meat yet. Yu Xuanjiao yanked her hand away from Hanyang. I want meat. Do you understand? Hanyang was taken aback. But the meat is spicy, and you can't eat it with your stomach issues. Who has a stomach issue? I was just pretending. I did that to avoid going out in the cold, and to trick you all into giving me food. Yu Xuanjiao covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with fear. How had she let the truth slip? Jiang Fei feigned surprise. You were faking illness? Han Yang and the others were incredulous. Xuanjiao, how could you deceive us when we treated you so well? Yu Xuanjiao retorted, because you all are so gullible. You believe whatever I say. Don't think I don't know your intentions. You just want my body.
You want to sleep with me.
Nonsense.
Who has such thoughts about you?
We care for you like a sister. Another girl stepped in to mediate. Xuanjiao, are you feeling unwell, saying such nonsense?
Yu Xuanjiao's nept. Me perfectly fine.
Stop cursing me, you sycophant. The girl was taken aback. Aren't we good friends? Do you even qualify? Huang Xiaoyuan, you're too naive. I became friends with you because you're easy to manipulate and can help me with my schemes. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Huang Xiaoyuan ran back to her seat in tears. Yu Xuanjiao, you disgust me. With that, Han Yang led the group to console Huang Xiaoyuan. Yu Xuanjiao, left behind, grew anxious, chasing after them to explain, but as she opened her mouth, she blurted, why comfort her? Maybe she is pretending to cry. You should all revolve around me. Han Yang, unable to tolerate it any longer, shouted, shut up. Who do you think you are to command me? Yu Xuanjiao was on the verge of a breakdown. Before Han Yang could explode, she hurried to a corner, struggling to control her rebellious tongue. Yet, whenever someone spoke nearby, she couldn't resist interjecting, acting haughty, like a spoiled heiress. After a full hour of her outburst, Yu Xuanjiao finally ceased her raving, feeling as though time had stretched on endlessly. Confirming she wouldn't speak any more truths, she couldn't return to her group and sat sulking in the corner, puzzled over the reasons for her outburst. Across the room, Jiang Fei leisurely observed the scene, finishing her meal. Suddenly, her view was obstructed by a small boy, who had previously gone unnoticed, standing at the table's edge. His little face was dirty, and his eyes lacked the innocence typical of his age, instead bearing a sense of maturity. Sister, you shoot so well. I want to follow you. I can do anything: laundry, cooking, cleaning, and I can even lie. Jiang Fei decisively refused. No, you cannot. Captain Su will arrange your placement. She had no desire to take on the responsibility of a child, nor to become a reluctant caregiver. The boy turned to the second option. Then, can my brother take me in?
Luju replied, no.
Surprisingly, the boy did not persist and walked away, dejected, towards a pile of rags where a thin blanket was provided by the guest house for him to sleep on. Yu Xuanjiao's eyes darted, sensing an opportunity to salvage her image. She approached the boy with feigned sympathy. Little one, where are your parents? Don't touch me. You're disgusting. The boy recoiled from her attempt to pat his head, pulling the thin blanket aside to avoid contact. Yu Xuanjiao's expression darkened as she cursed under her breath, storming upstairs in frustration to find a room to sleep in. The boy skillfully wrapped himself in the blanket, leaning against a wooden board to rest. Suddenly, a black plastic bag landed at his feet. The opening of the bag was not sealed, revealing sausages and a carton of milk inside. The boy quickly picked up the bag and hid it under the blanket, wanting to express his gratitude. However, Jiang Fei had already averted her gaze, acting as if she had done nothing at all. The boy, perceptive, kept silent, burying his head in the blanket while secretly enjoying the sausage. Jiang Fei was somewhat surprised by the boy's shrewdness. He was quite clever, albeit too young. In this harsh world, raising children seemed a daunting prospect. On the third floor of the guest house, which was uninhabitable, Su Qianyao instructed everyone to move their bedding upstairs to select an empty room. As for the boy, he was assigned to a male team member. Jiang Fei chose a room on the fourth floor, with Lu Yu residing next door. Before bedtime, Su Qianyao found Jiang Fei. Han Yang and the others were brought to the guest house the day before yesterday. Brother Zhang didn't resort to violence but locked them in an empty room at the back to starve, likely to force them into labor. I want to allow them to stay with the team. Just do what you need to do. A few punches will suffice. The rescue team consists of official personnel. I can turn a blind eye, but the other members won't. If anyone claims Jiang Fei committed murder, it will cause you trouble. Jiang Fei responded with a simple Just then, footsteps echoed down the stairs. It was the male team member bringing the boy. Su Qianyao turned, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you all coming down?" The male team member replied, "The top floor has no beds, and other rooms are occupied. Several doors on the fifth floor are broken." making them uninhabitable, so we had to come down to look for alternatives. The guest house owner was truly stingy. Using bricks to make beds was one thing, but the top floor had no beds at all in 5 or 6 rooms. Jiang Fei silently closed the door, choosing not to listen. The following morning, everyone gathered on the 3rd floor, where Yin Jing distributed breakfast, 1 bag of bread, and a bottle of water. Yu Xuanjiao, having reconciled with Huang Xiaoyuan through some means, walked arm in arm with her. However, Han Yang and the others' attitude towards Yu Xuanjiao was noticeably distant. At least a few normal people remain, Jiang Fei thought to herself, as she and Lu Yu assisted the rescue team in transferring supplies to the truck. This journey has yielded considerable rewards, nearly 200 quilts, over 100 sheets of insulating foam, 30 wooden boards suitable for kindling, 14 boxes of mineral water, 12 boxes of instant noodles, 11 boxes of cup noodles, 6 boxes of charcoal, 5 boxes of red tea drinks, 5 boxes of cured meat, 3 boxes of milk powder, 3 boxes of soy milk powder, and 2 boxes of dried vegetables. Additionally, there are 6 firearms and 7 boxes of 50 bullets each, filling more than half of the truck's compartment, leaving just enough space for the survivors to sit. Su Qianyao instructed Yin Jing to escort the supplies and survivors back to Lin City with 2 team members while the rest prepared to depart for Zixian County. Yin Jing selected 2 teammates to arrange seating. The driver's cabin, along with the driver, could accommodate a maximum of 6 individuals, including Yin Jing and her team members. There are a total of 9 people, necessitating 3 to sit in the cargo area. Yu Xuanjiao was the first to speak up, expressing her motion sickness and insisting that she would vomit if seated in the front. Upon hearing this, Yin Jing conceded and allowed Yu Xuanjiao to occupy the driver's cabin. If she were to contaminate the supplies, how would the other survivors manage? Han Yang volunteered to sit in the cargo area, followed by a few other boys who also opted to avoid sitting with Yu Xuanjiao. Her smile faltered as she shot a glare at Jiang Fei. If it weren't for Jiang Fei tantalizing her with a self-heating hot pot, she would have been unable to resist asking for it and subsequently gone mad. Noticing someone looking at her, Jiang Fei raised her head. Yu Xuanjiao had already joined Huang Xiaoyuan in the driver's cabin. Seeing Yin Jing go to retrieve the chairs from the cargo area, Jiang Fei approached her and requested a favor, to disclose her address to Yu Xuanjiao. Upon completion, she promised to provide supplies as compensation. Jiang Fei was certain that Yu Xuanjiao would not let go of such a lucrative opportunity, as she was both a source of food and a member of the rescue team. Keeping her within sight would be far more entertaining. Yin Jing did not readily agree, commenting that the girl seemed mentally unstable and it might not be safe for her to go there. Jiang Fei replied earnestly that as classmates, she couldn't bear to see her junior suffer. Yin Jing retorted, "Do you truly pity only 1 out of 6 classmates?" Understanding the underlying intent, she concluded, "I will assist you with this matter. No need for supplies. You saved me yesterday. Consider it a repayment." Jiang Fei accepted this arrangement. Once everyone was prepared, Yin Jing started the truck and set off towards Lin City. 2 pickup trucks and an empty cargo truck headed in the opposite direction. Zixian County was more severely frozen than Taiping Town and Lin City, with ice rising to the 4th floor of residential buildings, and structures were almost entirely encased in frost. Corpses trapped beneath the ice were visible everywhere. Suddenly, Jiang Fei's radio crackled to life. Su Qianyao announced that there were 3 hospitals in Zixian County, and since each of them had a vehicle, they would split up to search for supplies. Just as they were about to choose a hospital, the abrupt sound of machine gun fire erupted. 2 off-road vehicles approached the rescue team, their sunroofs open and heavy machine guns mounted. Jiang Fei swiftly drew her submachine gun and retaliated through the window. One team member shouted, "Captain, the truck's cargo area has been hit." Su Qianyao ordered a retreat, stating that their firepower was too intense and to avoid direct confrontation. Lu Yu grabbed the radio and instructed them to take the southern path. As he spoke, he pressed down on the accelerator, telling Jiang Fei to switch to Su's vehicle once he caught up with him. These individuals were like rats, presumably pursuing him. They could not endanger innocent neighbors. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow, puzzled by Lu Yu's unusual behavior. A deafening explosion followed, and the pickup truck was violently lifted by a massive wave. The ice shattered instantly. Lu Yu quickly shielded Jiang Fei in his arms as the airbags deployed. Amid the intense shaking, the vehicle crashed down heavily. Fragments of ice pelted the roof, causing the windows to shatter. Jiang Fei felt the impact of the ice shards on her back. Her ears were ringing, and her body was jolted painfully, as if it might fall apart. Feeling the hand above her release, Jiang Fei managed to sit up. The air was thick with a pungent smell of smoke. They were in a crater created by the explosion, approximately 4 meters from the ice surface. The roof of the pickup was caved in, the tires flat, and the doors flung open, rendering the vehicle completely inoperable. Lu Yu appeared to be in a similar predicament, with his goggles shattered, causing superficial cuts around his eyes that bled slightly. Quite a frightening sight. Fortunately, dressed warmly and secured by seatbelts, neither sustained serious injuries. Can you move? Jiang Fei checked her limbs, confirming no fractures. I can, and you?
Fine.
The roof was severely damaged and unsafe for standing. I'll search the cargo area for some rope. As the airbags deflated, Lu Yu unbuckled his seatbelt and was suddenly knocked unconscious by Jiang Fei's swift strike. Slumping back into the seat, she then exited the vehicle, supporting Lu Yu, carrying both their backpacks, and retreated to the edge of the crater. Assessing the area, she retrieved a large tractor from the supermarket warehouse and flattened the pickup truck. The tractor stood 45 meters tall, slightly higher than the ice surface. The ice was too slick, making climbing gear cumbersome. She preferred to scale the tractor. This choice proved wise, as the tractor was not only easier to climb, but also provided traction. Dragging the unconscious Lu Yu onto the ice, Jiang Fei stored the tractor. The ice surface was riddled with craters of various sizes, and the two off-road vehicles had vanished. Su Qianyao and the cargo truck had sped past them. It was uncertain whether they had evaded danger by taking a side road or had also fallen into a crater. Jiang Fei retrieved 2 submachine guns, one in each hand, and began searching each crater for survivors when she suddenly heard an angry shout. Are you insane? This is ice. Do you think throwing bombs will spare anyone? I've thrown them out of habit, forgetting the current circumstances. It's all this wretched weather. After the flood, it freezes. Let us hurry and check on the others. The two men bickered. Jiang Fei cautiously approached the source of the commotion. In the expansive crater, one off-road vehicle lay overturned while another was similarly damaged as the pickup. 4 men clad in coats were attempting to rescue those trapped inside the overturned vehicle. Jiang Fei abruptly raised her submachine gun and opened fire.
Moments later,
The 4 men collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Noticing others trapped within the vehicle, unable to escape due to the slant of the crater, Jiang Fei donned ice skates and glided down. Among the 5 individuals in the vehicle, 3 were unconscious and 2 were injured, pinned by their seats. Without wasting a moment, Jiang Fei swiftly resolved the situation with her gun and commenced looting. This group had nearly caused her demise. Seeking some compensation was hardly unreasonable, was it? It was difficult to locate items in the overturned vehicle, so Jiang Fei knelt beside it, reaching through the shattered window. She found a sniper rifle. Digging further, she discovered several silver aluminum foil vacuum-sealed bags. Opening one, she found a milky, viscous substance that had no discernible scent. She decided to keep it for later experimentation with a small white mouse. After thoroughly searching the off-road vehicle, Jiang Fei moved on to the other one. In total, she discovered a box containing 20 portions of aluminum foil vacuum-sealed bags, over 100 bullets, 8 handguns, and 2 folding outdoor shovels. Other supplies were either shattered or damaged beyond use. It was a pity about the 2 heavy machine guns. Jiang Fei then stripped the coats, hats, and scarves from the corpses, planning to use them for warmth without leaving anything for this group. However, while removing a scarf, she noticed a tattoo on one corpse's neck, a black and white lily with a skull at its center, the features morphing into elongated petals. She recognized this tattoo from a small shopping mall. Recalling Lu Yu's earlier reaction, Jiang Fei was certain they were acquainted. The specifics of their relationship and the reason for their pursuit of Lu Yu remained unclear. Suppressing the conjectures within her heart, Jiang Fei was about to retrieve the tractor and ascend when Su Qianyao's voice echoed, Jiang Fei? Jiang Fei? Jiang Fei could only switch to using her tiger claws to scale the ice. Upon reaching the icy surface, Su Qianyao and the others also arrived. Su Qianyao hurriedly examined Jiang Fei's body, astonished to see her lively and unharmed. I just discovered Lu Yu lying on the ice over there, unconscious, his face smeared with blood. How is it that you were blasted away so far and yet remain unscathed? I came here on my own and dealt with those few individuals, Jiang Fei replied. Hearing this, Su Qianyao felt relieved. He had thought Jiang Fei had transformed, possessing an indestructible body. Su Qianyao instructed his teammates to carry the unconscious Lu Yu and inquired of Jiang Fei, we parked the vehicle 2 streets away. It will take us nearly half an hour to walk there. Can you manage? Do you need me to carry you? No need. Were you not affected by the explosion? Su Qianyao, still shaken, replied, thanks to Lu Yu, who advised us to take the southern path. We merely felt the ice tremble a few times. You and Lu Yu are truly fortunate. I saw the pickup truck in the ice pit was completely flattened. But why did it crumple like a pancake with no heavy objects in the pit? Jiang Fei promptly coughed, intending to feign discomfort and divert the topic. Just then, a series of violent coughs erupted from a nearby ice pit. Help me, kind soul. With a gun drawn, Jiang Fei and Su Qianyao approached. In a small ice pit lay a motorcycle, and a man clad in a white mink coat was leaning against it, blood streaming from his right hand. Jiang Fei recognized him, the arms dealer from the black market, acquainted with Lu Yu. Su Luyuan noticed Jiang Fei above and, with a charming smile, asked, would you mind taking me along? I am Lu Yu's brother. My name is Su Luyuan, and he will repay your kindness. If it weren't for the mention of Lu Yu, Su Luyuan would never have sought help. Su Qianyao borrowed climbing gear from Jiang Fei and descended to bring Su Luyuan up. Please endure for a moment. I will bandage your wound once we reach a safe location. To avoid potential complications from the off-road vehicle's associates, Su Qianyao assisted Su Luyuan in walking, disregarding the reason for the pickup truck's crumpling. In an abandoned residential building, Jiang Fei and the others found a vacant room to rest. Su Qianyao collected coal and a medical kit from the vehicle, while the team tended to the fire. Su Qianyao helped Su Luyuan remove his mink coat, revealing a right arm where the blood had already congealed, adhering to the sleeve. There's no anesthetic. Bite this stick. Su Qianyao instructed as he used a knife to cut the sleeve from the shoulder, offering the small wooden stick to Su Luyuan while discreetly signaling Jiang Fei with his eyes. He intended to tear it quickly, while Su Luyuan instinctively struggled. Jiang Fei understood Su Qianyao's intent, moving silently closer. At the moment Su Luyuan bit down on the stick, Jiang Fei swiftly tore the sleeve away.
Su Luyuan screamed,
adamantly refusing to allow Su Qianyao to touch his arm. Jiang Fei pointed her gun at his neck, commanding, stay still.
Su Luyuan complied.
Su Qianyao immediately disinfected the wound and applied medication. The injury was deep enough to require sutures. Fortunately, the medical kit contained the necessary materials. Rest assured, I have experience with suturing. Just remain still. Su Qianyao began to stitch Su Luyuan's wound. With the gun present, Su Luyuan dared not move or cry out, lamenting the harshness of his fate, injured and threatened simultaneously. Once the wound was stitched and bandaged, Lu Yu, lying under the blanket, awakened. Su Luyuan staggered over, his clothes soaked with sweat and his face pale, resembling a ghost.
Your friend is pointing a gun at me.
Lu Yu feigned ignorance, retorting, what are you doing here? With an outsider present, Su Luyuan sat beside Lu Yu, explaining in hushed tones only they could hear, I recently withdrew from there. It has only been half a month. And those rats are after me. They referred to the organization Lu Yu and Su Luyuan had both belonged to, while rats denoted their pursuers. Understanding Su Luyuan's veiled words, Lu Yu's gaze darkened, wishing he could punch him in the face. He had thought the rats were after him, only to realize he was entangled in Su Luyuan's troubles. But how had he lost consciousness? Perhaps it was due to the neighbors? Lu Yu glanced at Jiang Fei, seated in a chair. Catching Lu Yu's gaze unexpectedly, Jiang Fei calmly averted her eyes. I retrieved the backpack from the vehicle. Everything inside is intact. Have something to eat. Lu Yu accepted the backpack, sharing compressed biscuits with Su Luyuan while tending to the injuries around his eyes. The neighbor seemed a bit uneasy. Su Qianyao handed some disinfectants and bandages to Su Luyuan, stating, we are an official rescue team looking for medicine. We cannot escort you to a safe place, but you can accompany us.
Su Luyuan responded,
you are here to find medicine? An outbreak of influenza and schistosomiasis has occurred in the temporary city. There is a shortage of medication, and we can only split up to search various locations. Lu Yu cast a sidelong glance at Su Luyuan. We saved your life and nearly faced death because of you. Shouldn't you offer some compensation? Z County was Su Luyuan's stronghold. As a dealer, he had many enemies and had established a safe house here to store a plethora of treasures. Understanding Lu Yu's insinuation, Su Luyuan felt as if his heart were bleeding. I have many medicines at home. You can take what you need. Su Qianyao could hardly conceal his excitement. That would be marvelous. We shall head to your place shortly. After finishing their meal, the group set off for Su Luyuan's residence. Jiang Fei's vehicle was inoperable, so she joined Lu Yu and Su Luyuan in Su Qianyao's pickup. Over an hour later, atop a desolate mountain, a two-story self-built villa was concealed within a grove of dead trees. Behind the villa stood a low warehouse. The mountaintop, elevated and untouched by flooding, was littered with frozen corpses of snakes, insects, and rodents, all transformed into ice sculptures. Su Luyuan opened the villa's front door, and warmth enveloped them. As he pressed the switch, the indoor lights flickered on, leaving Su Qianyao in awe. "How many generators did you use to power the entire villa?" "Not many, just a dozen or so," Su Luyuan replied nonchalantly. "The medicines are in the warehouse. You all warm up in the living room while I change into clean clothes, and we'll take you to retrieve them. There are drinks and food in the fridge. Help yourselves, no need to be courteous." He needed to hide the hazardous materials in the warehouse beforehand. Su Luyuan departed from the living room. To avoid soiling the sofa, Su Qianyao and his teammates sat on chairs, refraining from wandering, marveling at their surroundings. The crystal chandelier was exquisite, grandly cascading from the second floor, surely of considerable value. "I never expected to see light again. It feels like a dream. I hope one day, every household in the temporary city can illuminate once more." While Su Qianyao and the others engaged in conversation, Lu Yu approached Jiang Fei, lowering his voice to say, "Follow me. I will take you to retrieve some valuable items." Chapter 69. Bandits. 2 bandits. Jiang Fei followed Lu Yu to the second floor of the villa. The master bedroom was a suite, with a luxurious sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows and an entire wall adorned with antique porcelain. Lu Yu moved to the large bed inside, lifting the mattress to reveal a storage box beneath. As the lid of the box was opened, a row of pure black suitcases came into view. Lu Yu selected the nearest suitcase, flipping it open to reveal 20 egg-sized diamonds. "Wrong one," he muttered, shutting it and opting for another. This time, inside were neatly arranged gold bars, with 50 pieces on the first layer alone. Jiang Fei's eyes gleamed. It turned out Su Luyuan was a little golden lamb. Within minutes, Lu Yu unearthed 3 suitcases brimming with gold. "Are there any jewels or diamonds in the other boxes that you fancy?" "No, just the gold," Jiang Fei replied. Her gaze fixated on the suitcase, shedding her usual aloofness as a flicker of desire shone in her eyes, making her appear oddly endearing. As Lu Yu effortlessly maneuvered the suitcase, a subtle smile flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by him. He casually remarked, "I remember remaining conscious when we fell into the ice pit. How could I have lost consciousness?" "I don't know," Jiang Fei replied earnestly, her gaze steady. "You suddenly collapsed onto the car seat. Perhaps you accidentally hit your head and suffered a concussion." Lu Yu smiled silently, distinctly aware of the difference between a concussion and neck pain. There was no need to press for the truth from the neighbor, as they were safely out now. After placing the suitcase on the table, Lu Yu rummaged through the wardrobe and retrieved a box containing over a dozen deep blue vials and 2 boxes of medicine. The blue vials held a powder for treating external injuries, capable of stopping bleeding, alleviating pain, reducing inflammation, and promoting healing. The white box contained potent medications effective against a myriad of ailments and viruses, which they would split evenly. Jiang Fei curiously examined the box in her hand, noticing it contained just 6 white pills. The box bore no name or instructions, merely stating the dosage, 1 pill at a time, once a day, resembling a product lacking proper certification. Had she not previously witnessed the miraculous effects of the blue powder, she might have thought Lu Yu was jesting. As Lu Yu went to retrieve another suitcase and began packing clothes from the wardrobe, Jiang Fei hesitantly asked, "Is this permissible? Should we take his belongings while Su Luyuan is away?" He would surely agree. After finishing with the clothes, Lu Yu descended the stairs with a suitcase in one hand and a gold bar in the other. Jiang Fei followed closely, each hand carrying a box of gold bars. Coincidentally, Su Luyuan returned through the back door and was taken aback by the sight of their haul. "Are you robbing my house?" Lu Yu corrected him. "This is your protection fee. Living here alone is unsafe. You can come back with us to Yulong Garden. Resources are scarce. You can't just move to someone else's home empty-handed, can you?" Jiang Fei silently gave Lu Yu a thumbs up. Her teammate was quite the persuader. Look at how boldly he justified their actions. Su Luyuan grabbed the suitcase Lu Yu was carrying. "Who charges 3 boxes of gold for protection? Can I not pay with 1 box? Is your life not worth anything?" Lu Yu quietly reiterated, "Those rats already know you're in Zixian County. They will undoubtedly send more people. Once your whereabouts are uncovered and they discover the villa, not only will they kill you, but they will also ransack the place." He explained that Lincheng was now under official management, safer than Zixian County, where the organization would not dare to cause trouble under official scrutiny. If Su Luyuan refused to relocate, the villa would not be safeguarded. Understanding that Lu Yu had his best interests at heart, Su Luyuan reluctantly bargained. Can it not be a bit cheaper? You should ask my team leader, Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei slung the suitcase behind her, signaling with her actions that there would be no negotiation on the gold bars. Su Luyuan gritted his teeth. Fine, 3 boxes it is. But you can't take the jewelry and diamonds upstairs. Also, the clothes and a box of medicine. Lu Yu leisurely added. And don't forget about the box of medicines, as he went outside to place the boxes in the car. Enraged, Su Luyuan retreated upstairs to lock the door. Thieves. 2 thieves. After a moment of lamenting the lost gold, Su Luyuan led Jiang Fei and the others to the large warehouse behind the villa and opened the sturdy security door. Inside, there were over 25-meter-high iron racks, a flamboyant pink sports car, and a silver-gray MPV. Some of the racks were covered with dust cloths, concealing their contents, while others displayed various supplies, including medicines, gasoline, diesel, kerosene, tongue oil, snake venom liquor, anesthetics, eavesdropping devices, thermal imaging cameras, and complete deer hides. Su Qianyao smacked his lips. Your warehouse is quite impressive. Most of it is fake, just for show. Su Luyuan nervously shifted the topic. You can take all the medicines from these 2 racks. Consider it a hush fee. Su Qianyao inspected the medicines on the racks, noting that more than half were urgently needed in Lincheng. We can complete the mission directly. He cheerfully instructed his team to move the medicines. Meanwhile, Su Luyuan began packing his belongings. The sports car was too conspicuous to drive, but the MPV was suitable, spacious, comfortable, and capable of holding a substantial amount of cargo. Ensuring no one was watching, Su Luyuan and Lu Yu stealthily stuffed some concealed weapons from beneath the dust cloth into the vehicle. Before long, the rescue team finished transporting all the medicines, and Su Luyuan securely locked the iron door once more. A team member raised a concern. Aren't you worried that after you leave, someone will break in and steal everything? Su Luyuan confidently replied, the warehouse and villa are built with special materials that are shock and explosion resistant, comparable to the quality of a spacecraft. Not even a hurricane or earthquake could breach it, let alone a bomb. Su Qianyao narrowed his eyes. The state strictly controls such materials. Where did you acquire them? You, my friend, are becoming increasingly suspicious. Su Luyuan chuckled nervously. Actually, I was just exaggerating. Who would come out to this desolate place? Let us hurry before it gets dark. He awkwardly laughed and fled, simultaneously dismantling all the generators at the villa, including the gasoline and diesel, which he generously gifted to Su Qianyao. The MPV was nearly full, so Lu Yu chose not to squeeze in, and instead joined Jiang Fei in Su Qianyao's pickup truck. The team set off and reached Lincheng only around midnight. Due to the need to deliver the medicines, Su Qianyao dropped Jiang Fei and Lu Yu back at Yulon Garden before preparing to leave. Before departing, he handed over 4 walkie-talkies to the 2 of them. Consider this a token of gratitude for Su Luyuan's generator. As long as he doesn't engage in wrongdoing, I'll keep the villa in the mountains a secret. After all, Su Luyuan had contributed a significant amount of medicine, and Su Qianyao could feign ignorance. After the rescue team departed, Jiang Fei and Lu Yu assisted Su Luyuan in moving the supplies. They handled a total of 5 large boxes, along with 3 deer hides. As the trio ascended the stairs, the MPV was hidden at Wang Kz's pickup truck. At this hour, everyone was resting, and the apartment building was eerily quiet. Approaching the 17th floor, they heard muffled sobs. Jiang Fei, leading the way, switched on her flashlight. A person sitting on the steps stood up in a panic, but froze upon seeing Jiang Fei. Fei. Jiang Zhenkong's eyes were red-rimmed, and his clothes and hands were stained with dried blood. Room 1701 was eerily silent. A troubling thought crossed Jiang Fei's mind. Is Li Yanping dead? This thought seemed to shatter Jiang Zhenkong's emotional defenses. He crouched down, covering his face in despair. I never wanted it to end this way. Li Yanping forced me. She had a cold and fever, constantly demanding to eat meat to recuperate, and even tried to cut my flesh while I was asleep. I lost control and struck her with a stone, killing her. I never intended to take Li Yanping's life. Jiang Zhenkong repeatedly lamented this. The death of Li Yanping by Jiang Zhenkong's hand was somewhat dramatic. She had thought he would never resist. Jiang Fei pondered this as she attempted to bypass Jiang Zhenkong to ascend, but he called out to her. Fei, can I stay on the 21st floor? Chapter 70. What exactly are you and Lu Yu? Jiang Zhenkong wiped his tears and assured her, I won't be a bother. I can even sleep in the hallway. Recently, there have been unfamiliar faces in Building A, and I just want a safe place.
Hian Fei replied firmly, no.
She had already repaid the kindness from her previous life and felt no obligation to shelter Jiang Zhenkong. Moreover, he was easily swayed and lacked discernment. What if he let in the wrong people? Seeing Jiang Fei's resolute refusal, Jiang Zhenkong did not press further and returned dejectedly to room 1701. Su Luyuan, trailing behind, quietly asked Lu Yu, what is her relationship with that man? Are they relatives? Lu Yu replied, those who know too much often meet a quick demise. Su Luyuan immediately sealed his lips. On the 22nd floor, Jiang Fei and Lu Yu temporarily placed the items brought by Su Luyuan in room 2203. Ling Xiaorui emerged from the bedroom upon hearing the commotion, but before he could express joy at Jiang Fei and Lu Yu's return, he noticed a strange man casually seated on the sofa, petting the large yellow dog. Sister Jiang, brother Lu, who is he? Jiang Fei was about to explain when, to her surprise, Xiao Chuxia from room 2201, unable to contain her excitement, rushed over and embraced her. You finally returned. Is it cold? Have you eaten? Xiao Chuxia pressed a freshly unwrapped warming pad into Jiang Fei's hand and noticed Su Luyuan lounging on the sofa. Who is this person? Su Luyuan will be residing on the 22nd floor for a while, Jiang Fei replied, her voice momentarily faltering. Since everyone is awake now, let's have a meeting in room 2202 after half an hour over a late-night snack. Previously, with the rescue team around, she had refrained from inquiring about the matter of the Lily Skull. Now that she was back in her own home, she needed to clarify things. Those individuals were dangerous, and she did not wish to bring any trouble to the 22nd floor. One group of troublemakers was enough. Upon returning to room 2202, Jiang Fei changed into a warmer outfit and stored 3 boxes of gold in the supermarket. System alert. Ding. Detected gold. 90,000 grams. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the 4th area of fresh produce on the 2nd floor of the supermarket. The required gold to unlock the last area on the 2nd floor is 256,000 grams. Current gold, 10,400 grams. Bonus reward, 1 lucky spin of the wheel. Would the host like to use it? Can the supermarket really have live animals? Jiang Fei immediately headed to the 2nd floor. The mist near the fresh seafood area had dissipated, revealing tiered glass tanks filled with seafood. Each group consisted of 5 layers, with 20 open-top small glass tanks per layer. The bottom layer rested on the ground, while the tanks above were placed on specially designed racks. Each glass tank was equipped with an oxygen pump and a filter. There were a total of 10 groups. Inside the tanks swam lively fish, shrimp, crabs, clams, abalones, sea cucumbers, and turtles, including king crabs and blue lobsters. Unlike before, the quantity of seafood in each tank was limited, with only 4 or 5 of each type. In the king crab tank, there were merely 2. System. Are you withholding my seafood? A single glass tank cannot support more than 100 creatures. When the number of seafood in a glass tank falls below 2, the system will automatically replenish it until the default quantity of 100 is exhausted. Will the supermarket have live chickens and ducks in the future? The system remained silent. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Fei decided to abandon her probing thoughts and opted to use the lucky spin of the wheel. After the familiar eerie music concluded, the system announced, Congratulations, host. You have received a kissing duck. Hint, the kissing duck is the mother-in-law of the fuel duck and the mother of the effort duck. They are a harmonious and joyful family. Jiang Fei scoffed, I see you are a useless duck. She expressionlessly discarded the duck badge, stepping on it with her foot. Unexpectedly, the badge was quite sturdy, appearing to be a plastic product. Jiang Fei fetched a kitchen knife and struck the badge. The badge remained unscathed, while the knife developed a small chip on its blade. Jiang Fei was stunned. Is this ridiculous duck badge really that hard? She decided to test it with a power saw. The badge remained intact, the little duck on it pouting and squinting as if mocking Jiang Fei's folly. Remembering the diamond jewelry in the warehouse, Jiang Fei took a large diamond ring and smashed it against the badge. One of the hardest minerals, diamond, shattered. This is a treasure. Jiang Fei examined the duck badge with newfound seriousness. It was the size of a bottle cap, round and seemingly only useful for bashing people. Could it possibly be accumulated to a certain number and assembled into a protective vest? The thought of being adorned with a multitude of ducks sent a chill down her spine. Finding no suitable use for it, Jiang Fei stored the precious yet worthless badge and exited the supermarket. She retrieved the cooking equipment from the last hot pot meal, along with some coconuts and 2 fresh wonchong chickens from the supermarket. This chicken is tender and perfect for making coconut chicken hot pot, which boasts a refreshing and rich flavor. As for the vegetables, Jiang Fei picked up the same types she had used previously. Since they had chicken and coconut today, she decided against getting beef or seafood, as consuming the same dish repeatedly could become monotonous. Moreover, the 2 boxes from Wang Kezi could only accommodate this amount of food. If she wished to improve her meals in the future, she would either have to ask Wang Kezi for more boxes, thereby continuing to offload the inconvenience onto him, or she could prepare her own meals. With that thought, Jiang Fei took out another wonchong chicken. Let us indulge this time. As Jiang Fei finished her preparations, Lu Yu and the others arrived. Ling Xiaorui and Xiao Chuxia skillfully went about sealing the gaps in the doors and windows. Upon seeing the abundant side dishes and fresh coconut chicken on the table, Su Luyuan was taken aback. Do you eat this lavishly?
Can I join you?
I can modify weapons. Not for any other reason, but for a taste of that meat. Jiang Fei regarded the carefree Su Luyuan with skepticism. Do you even know how to modify weapons? Lu Yu can vouch for me. The guns and things he uses were all modified by me. Lu Yu nodded in affirmation. Su Luyuan not only modifies but also manufactures weapons, though his skills are somewhat lacking. Jiang Fei felt intrigued. She had many weapons, and if they could be enhanced, her safety would be significantly bolstered. However, Jiang Fei poured a glass of water for Su Luyuan. You can join the team.
But you must be honest with me.
Who are you and Lu Yu really? Why were the people in Zayan County pursuing you? Jiang Fei directly described the appearance of the tattoo. Su Luyuan was startled, contemplating how to fabricate an excuse. Lu Yu spoke up. Actually, Su Luyuan and I are mercenaries. The mercenary group we belong to is called the Night Mercenary Corps. Those who wish to leave the group must endure a month of being hunted. If they survive the hunt, they can completely sever ties with the night and never cross paths again. The individuals responsible for the hunting are codenamed Mouse, which is why Su Luyuan and I often refer to them as mice. The AY on the machine gun stands for the initials of night. Su Luyuan nudged Lu Yu's arm. Why did you reveal everything? Lu Yu gave him a look that said he didn't understand. If they didn't come clean today, given their neighbor's personality, she would undoubtedly bundle them off the 22nd floor. Moreover, they had all faced life and death together and had no need for further concealment. Lu Yu turned to Jiang Fei. This pursuit in Zayan County has nothing to do with me. Those people are here to kill him. There are many officials in Linqing now. Even if Mouse found Su Luyuan's location, they wouldn't dare approach. Those in their line of work most detest dealing with officials. One misstep, and their hideout would be exposed. Jiang Fei, Xiao Chuxia, and Ling Xiaorui shared expressions of complexity. Who would have thought that the seemingly gentle Lu Yu was a mercenary known as a professional killer? One should not judge a book by its cover. Jiang Fei rummaged through her coat pocket, actually retrieving an aluminum foil bag from the supermarket warehouse. I found this in those 2 SUVs. Do you know what it is? Lu Yu replied, it's a nutrient pack developed by night. One bag can provide all the nutrition a person needs for a day. Su Luyuan remarked, this thing has a salty, fishy taste. If it weren't for the fact that it sustains you for a day, I wouldn't have brought a whole box. So it is a good product. Jiang Fei stored the nutrient pack, her gaze landing on little golden goat number 2. As long as you don't bring trouble and danger, you can stay in our team. However, during the incident in Zayan County, I and Lu Yu almost got blown up because of you. Are you going to show us some tangible action?
Su Luyuan hesetati.
Then I can help you modify weapons for free? That's exactly what I want to hear. Jiang Fei maintained her composure. Okay, once your right hand heals a bit, I will bring you the weapons. Now let us eat. Su Luyuan skeptically picked up chopsticks, feeling that something was off but unable to put her finger on it. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui curiously inquired about the mercenary group, and Su Luyuan, being a chatterbox, shared everything he knew. The 3 quickly bonded over their discussion. After dinner,
Su Luyuan fasta de leme regarding e kamedashen.
Room 2203 was fully booked, while 2201 and 2202 were occupied by girls, making it inconvenient for him to stay there. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment, suggesting, room 2101 on the 21st floor is vacant. If you don't mind that someone died there, you could stay. Room 2103 had been wrecked by the Jinhu gang last time, leaving it uninhabitable. Su Luyuan shrugged indifferently, saying, I've slept among corpses before. What's a death or two? Lu Yu interjected, you were knocked out at that time. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Xiao Chuxia stayed behind with Jiang Fei to tidy up the dining table, while Lu Yu and Ling Xiaorui headed to the 21st floor to help Su Luyuan settle into room 2101. Ling Xiaorui also moved downstairs, not because room 2203 was inadequate, but due to his slight fear of Lu Yu. Every morning, before he had fully awakened, he was summoned for training. Who wouldn't he be intimidated by such a demon? Out of goodwill, Jiang Fei delivered a box of supplies to Su Luyuan containing toothbrushes, toothpaste, toilet paper, masks, disinfectant, and other essentials sufficient for one person, along with a bucket of water previously distributed by the community. In return, Su Luyuan gifted Jiang Fei a piece of deer hide. The hide was meticulously processed, odorless, and could serve as a blanket, soft and warm. Jiang Fei graciously accepted it and noticed the 5 boxes Su Luyuan brought: one of drinking water, one of nutritional packs, one of assorted tools, one of weapons, and one of vividly colored clothing. Didn't he prepare anything for heating? Jiang Fei inquired. Su Luyuan chuckled. I'll just borrow from Lu Yu. Lu Yu replied, I'm not too keen on lending. Yet, the bond of years of brotherhood led Lu Yu to provide Su Luyuan with 2 heaters, 2 barrels of diesel, and 4 quilts, and he even repaired the door of room 2101 with iron sheets. Before departing, Jiang Fei handed a walkie-talkie to Ling Xiaorui, saying, You and Su Luyuan can share one walkie-talkie. It suffices for communication. The remaining 3 can be distributed among the 3 households on the 22nd floor, saving everyone the trouble of running around. After distributing the walkie-talkies, Jiang Fei returned to room 2202 to rest. Drowsily, she was stirred by the crackling sound from the walkie-talkie beside her pillow. It was Ling Xiaorui. Jiang Jia, are you awake? Someone has come up to the 21st floor, blocking the electric door, claiming they want to ask you something about a girl with the surname Yu. Yu Xuanjiao? Unsure if it was the same person, Jiang Fei grabbed the walkie-talkie and responded, Give me a few minutes, I'll come down. After putting on her cotton coat, she casually pulled aside the sunshade. It was already bright outside, with a layer of frost coating the window. Had the temperature dropped again? Jiang Fei stepped out of her room. Yet the thermometer in the corridor showed no change. Ling Xiaorui had only tuned into her channel for communication. Lu Yu and Xiao Chuxia were unaware of the situation downstairs and did not come out. Jiang Fei did not summon them either and proceeded downstairs. At the stairway on the 21st floor, Ling Xiaorui, armed, opened the electric door. With a gun present, the individuals outside hesitated to enter, clustering at the stairs. At the forefront were Yu Xuanjiao and Huang Xiaoyuan, flanked by 2 men, Zhuzi and the one with a trash can lid for a hat. A few residents from Building A trailed behind. Yu Xuanjiao and Huang Xiaoyuan appeared anxious, wanting to retreat, but were obstructed by those beside them. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, Zhuzi greeted her warmly. Jiang Jia, long time no see. He had been hiding at home due to a cold, worried about spreading it to others. What brings you here so early? Jiang Fei brandished the knife in her hand. Zhuzi hastily explained, We're not here to cause trouble. These 2 came to Yulan Garden a couple of days ago, staying on the 12th floor. They borrowed a lot of supplies from us, claiming to be friends of yours. And we wanted to clarify your relationship with them since I saw you return last night. Jiang Fei's reputation in Building A was notorious. With her name backing them, who would dare refuse Yu Xuanjiao and Huang Xiaoyuan? Listening to Zhuzi, Yu Xuanjiao fidgeted with her fingers. She had learned Jiang Fei's address from Yin Jing, intending to find an opportune moment to connect with her. Jiang Fei was part of the rescue team, certainly not lacking in food or resources. However, Han Yang and the others had not come, opting for the official designated area. Thus, she could only bring Huang Xiaoyuan along, not anticipating that Jiang Fei was thriving here while everyone else was intimidated. Lacking supplies, she resorted to leveraging Jiang Fei's name, even threatening several individuals. Fearing her deceit would be exposed, Yu Xuanjiao feigned familiarity, addressing Jiang Fei, Senior, you just returned from Zayan County with medicine. You must be exhausted. We won't disturb your rest any longer. Jiang Fei replied coldly, Am I familiar with you? You are survivors brought back by the rescue team. Where you choose to reside is your own decision. However, do not use my name to borrow supplies from other survivors. Jiang Fei deliberately raised her voice. Ensuring everyone on the stairs could hear, she added to Yu Xuanjiao and Huang Xiaoyuan, We are merely ordinary alumni with no special ties. Huang Xiaoyuan flushed in embarrassment, blurting out, We have no supplies, We aren't borrowing. Would we resort to theft? Yu Xuanjiao tugged at Huang Xiaoyuan, signaling her to be quiet. Senior, we're new here, unfamiliar with our surroundings, and without food. You are the only person we know, so we resorted to this foolish method. I've heard there are plenty of supplies on the 22nd floor. Why not lend me some? I'll return them later, doubling the amount. I know you have a kind heart and wouldn't want to see your companions in distress, nor would you hoard such a wealth of supplies. Yu Xuanjiao spoke softly, attempting to morally coerce Jiang Fei, while also inciting others to pressure the 22nd floor to share their resources. Little did she know, the residents of the building had already been thoroughly subdued by Jiang Fei. There was no need for Jiang Fei to act. The crowd swiftly pulled Yu Xuanjiao and Huang Xiaoyuan down the stairs. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Hurry and return the quilts you borrowed from me. I even felt pity and lent you a bag of bread. Turns out you are two frauds.
Bah.
Yesterday you threatened me, saying if I didn't give you coal, Jiang Fei would deal with me. How is that for a slap in the face? Return my things. Cornered, Yu Xuanjiao and Huang Xiaoyuan anxiously contemplated their next move when a loud bang resonated. The electric door slammed against the wall. A hush fell over the crowd. Assuming Jiang Fei was reluctant to watch them being cornered, Yu Xuanjiao breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Fei's voice was icy. If you want to make a scene, take it downstairs. Don't disturb my rest. Zhuzi, quick to discern the situation, stepped forward. Everyone, follow me. Let us go to the 12th floor and reclaim our things.
Yes.
They're not returning them. We'll go get them ourselves. If they consume our food, let them work it off. The crowd forcibly dragged Yu Xuanjiao and Huang Xiaoyuan downstairs. Jiang Fei shut the electric door, a flicker of malice gleaming in her eyes. She firmly believed the survivors in the building would adequately instruct Yu Xuanjiao on how to conduct herself. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaorui, seeing Jiang Fei did not need assistance, returned to room 2101 to catch up on sleep. Jiang Fei, however, did not indulge in a nap. She returned to room 2202 to retrieve some soup dumplings and milk tea for breakfast. The dumpling wrappers were thin and elastic, and with one bite, the delightful essence of crab roe and tender pork burst forth, mingling with the broth on her palate. The warm milk tea had a smooth texture, each sip revealing the rich, caramelized flavor of brown sugar pearls. Jiang Fei comfortably sank into the sofa, basking in the warm breeze. Regrettably, the apocalypse had arrived prematurely, leaving her no time to download movies or dramas. Otherwise, she would have been enjoying some electronic entertainment now. Next time she ventured out, she could look for books. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Jiang Fei nestled into her warm bedding, entirely devoid of any inclination to engage in farming. Having just returned from Zayan County, she felt the need to laze around for a few days. Lu Yu and the others had grown accustomed to Jiang Fei's reclusive behavior, refraining from disturbing her. The walkie-talkie, however, buzzed incessantly as Su Luyuan, bored and recuperating, occasionally switched channels seeking someone to chat with. Hello, is anyone there? Lu Yu? Chixia? Jiang Fei? Dismayed by Su Luyuan's incessant chatter, Jiang Fei switched off the intercom. That night, an alarming beep pierced the stillness, indicating a rapid loss of the host's body temperature. The forced awakening function activated, delivering an electric shock. Jiang Fei, who had been peacefully slumbering, was abruptly jolted awake, gasping for breath, only to find her throat and nasal passages ablaze with pain, her vision obscured. The frigid air in the room made breathing laborious. Swiftly, she donned a thermal mask, brushed the frost off her eyelashes, and slipped into a winter outfit, enduring the discomfort of her stiffening body as she leapt from her bed to regain warmth. It then struck her that everything in the room was glazed with a thin layer of ice. The heater and generator had frozen and ceased to function. Feeling her legs regain mobility, Jiang Fei dashed next door to wrap the still sleeping Xiao Chuxia in a military coat. Chuxia, wake up. Xiao Chuxia trembled as she opened her eyes, inhaling sharply only to feel as though her throat had been sliced. Jiang Fei hurriedly placed a thermal mask on her. I'll go fetch the others. You get up and move around, then stoke the coal fire. With that, she rushed out. Just then Lu Yu, clad in a thick cotton coat, emerged from room 2203. There was no time for inquiries about each other's conditions as they both raced downstairs. Lu Yu possessed the key to room 2101 and swiftly entered, delivering 2 resounding slaps to rouse Ling Xiaorui and Su Luyuan. The startled dog, Da Huang, nearly erupted in alarm. When had the master developed a feud with these 2 bipeds? Jiang Fei, meanwhile, distributed the cotton coats to ensure they bundled up quickly. with Lu Yu tending to them. Jiang Fei knocked on the door of room 2102. Before long, the door swung open to reveal Su Qianyao, shivering and clutching his military coat tightly. Without uttering a word, Jiang Fei placed a thermal mask on him. Su Qianyao fumbled to secure it properly. In the living room, Jiang Fei also found the elderly Su matriarch, swathed in cotton and blankets, and equipped her with a thermal mask. The mask, made of fur and leather, shielded her head and face, leaving only her eyes visible. Moments later, as Su Qianyao regained his composure, he hoarsely remarked, "Fortunately, I woke up late and noticed the temperature drop. Or, my grandmother might have frozen to death in her sleep. Now, let us speak less. Do you have coal here?" Su Qianyao confirmed they did. "Burn coal for warmth. Until your body has warmed up, you must keep moving. Jumping in place or walking will suffice." After giving his instructions, Jiang Fei returned to room 2202 to investigate the cause of the low temperature. At last, she discovered the source of the anomaly near the window. Though the Yulon courtyard buildings were sturdy, they had succumbed to a typhoon and pestilence, resulting in minute gaps between the windows and walls, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. As the outside temperature plummeted, cold air seeped in through the drafty windows. Jiang Fei retrieved foam boards from the supermarket warehouse, cut them to fit, and applied glue to seal all the window gaps, then covered them with transparent plastic sheets to block the wind. After securing room 2202, Jiang Fei set out to distribute foam boards and glue to the others. Lu Yu had already ascended from downstairs, using the foam strips he had located to fill the gaps in the windows of room 2203. Da Huang, confined to the villa, curled up in a warm deerskin. "I don't need any here. You can give them to Xiao Chuxia and the others." He had always slept late, and unexpectedly, that habit had saved his life today. Seeing that Lu Yu had enough supplies, Jiang Fei delivered foam boards and glue to rooms 2201 and 2101, advising them to recover before returning home. She also handed over some extra ceiling materials to Su Qianyao. Running up and down the stairs, Jiang Fei felt a light sweat forming. However, she dared not remove her winter garb, opting instead to set up new heaters and generators. She also took out a few more units to set aside for Lu Yu and the others. As the indoor temperature gradually rose, Jiang Fei prepared 2 portions of a gas stove and pot, one for cooking tomato and egg noodles and the other for ginger soup, both effective in warming the body and dispelling the chill. After more than 10 minutes, the 4 individuals who had filled the window gaps arrived, each resembling a bundled bear. Lu Yu also brought Da Huang along. Upon entering, Da Huang abandoned Lu Yu and dashed straight for the heater. Jiang Fei poured the freshly made ginger soup into disposable cups, distributing them among Lu Yu and the others. "Drink the ginger soup before eating. I have extra generators and heaters. Feel free to take them when you leave." Xiao Chuxia, still trembling from the cold, grasped Jiang Fei's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. "I just saw the thermometer at the staircase. It's minus 70 degrees Celsius." Chapter 73. The city encased in ice. Tears shimmered in Xiao Chuxia's eyes. How could the world have turned into this? This is no ordinary disaster. Can we truly survive? Jiang Fei firmly clasped Xiao Chuxia's hand in return.
"We can.
This too shall pass. Humanity is far more resilient than they realize." Xiao Chuxia silently consumed her noodles, the sweet and sour flavor of the tomatoes mingling with the aroma of the eggs, providing a fleeting solace to her heavy heart. Lu Yu and the others were not inclined to chat, focusing intently on their meals as their frozen bodies gradually warmed. After the meal, the group began to gather their belongings, preparing to return to their respective homes to address their heating issues. Jiang Fei poured 2 cups of ginger soup for Ling Xiaorui and Su Luyuan on the 21st floor to take to room 2102. Upon turning around, she spotted Da Huang clutching a pillow from the sofa, reluctant to part ways with Lu Yu. The master's home was not as warm as the fragrant abode of the 2-legged beasts. Lu Yu, exasperated, released Da Huang and inquired of Jiang Fei, "Can he stay in room 2202 for now? If the temperature remains this low, I'll come back to fetch him." Jiang Fei calmly acquiesced, her heart soaring with joy. She now had a companion, if only temporarily. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yu returned with Da Huang's belongings before heading back to room 2203. Jiang Fei retrieved fresh salmon and shrimp from the supermarket to feed Da Huang, along with several generators and heaters, placing them in the hallway. Let the diesel be consumed. It was a far better fate than freezing to death. With 5 heaters working, The temperature in the hallway began to rise, and the frost on the windows gradually melted. Wiping the condensation from the window with her sleeve, Jiang Fei gazed outside. All the buildings were encased in a crystalline layer of ice, presenting a pristine milky white facade. Reminiscent of the fantastical realms described in fairy tales, yet thousands of lives perished in the frigid night. Rapid loss of body heat. Heart failure. Forever they would slumber in their dreams. At -70 degrees Celsius, even with proper insulation, venturing outdoors risked freezing solid, potentially fatal. Thus, Jiang Fei remained comfortably ensconced at home. As Da Huang frolicked in the living room, Jiang Fei busied herself in the supermarket. The crops planted some time ago were now ready for harvest. The few withered fruit trees brought back from Beishan Farm had borne fruit twice. After the extreme cold, warmth was sure to follow. She envisioned planting heat-dispelling fruits such as watermelons, cantaloupes, and pears. The supermarket's land was remarkably fertile, capable of yielding tropical, subtropical, and warm climate fruits. After several days of labor, Jiang Fei also constructed a wall for the garden, though she had only a few bricks remaining. The supply was insufficient for a complete wall, but she could certainly build something else. Jiang Fei's thoughts turned to the live seafood on the second floor. System. Does the default quantity of 100 for items in the supermarket include the breeding stock for live seafood? She pondered, contemplating the potential for shrimp and fish to reproduce. The system's mechanical voice responded with its usual vagueness. The default quantity for each type of goods in the supermarket is 100. Then if I take the live seafood out of the supermarket, does it not count as part of the inventory, allowing me to cultivate them? No matter how Jiang Fei framed her questions, the system repeated its monotonous response. What a frustrating contraption. Determined, Jiang Fei opted to experiment herself, constructing a small pond beside the garden with bricks. She then filled a basin with water from the supermarket's second-floor live seafood section, selecting several freshwater shrimp. She transferred both the water and shrimp into the pond. Shrimp are easier to raise than fish. If they cannot reproduce, she can still enjoy observing them or even fishing for fun. If they do breed, she could become a prosperous aquaculturist. In the future, she could find a safe location to open a supermarket without concern for gold. Jiang Fei, with a sense of satisfaction, contemplated as she tidied up the cooking station outside the supermarket, preparing to cook a meal and bringing out portions for her teammates. The dishes included spicy shredded potatoes, braised pork with quail eggs, stir-fried bok choy, and a 3-flavor tofu soup. 2 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat dish, and 1 soup, each a homely delight. The meal was neatly packed into containers, divided into 3 substantial portions, with rice that had been steamed earlier. Lu Yu and the others were aware that 2202 was equipped with a generator, a gas stove, and ample supplies, so they need not worry about arousing suspicion. After dining, Jiang Fei first visited 2201, only to find Xiao Chuxia absent. There was no response from 2203 either. It was only on the 21st floor that she discovered Lu Yu, Xiao Chuxia, Ling Xiaorui, and Su Luyuan all gathered in 2103. The items previously smashed by the Zhenu gang had been piled into the room, while the living area had been cleared to create an open space. 2 targets for shooting were set against the wall. Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui were practicing their aim with a nail gun, while Lu Yu stood nearby, offering guidance. And Su Luyuan lounged on a lazy sofa in the corner, observing. Spotting Jiang Fei at the door, Su Luyuan exclaimed, "What a rare visitor. You haven't stepped outside in nearly half a month. How is your health?" To concentrate on her work without disturbances, Jiang Fei had stayed at home under the pretense of recuperating. "Much better, I brought lunch for you all." Hearing this, Lu Yu moved a low cabinet from the bedroom for Jiang Fei to place the meal. "How has this place transformed into a shooting range?" Lu Yu replied. "Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui have improved significantly. It's time to train their shooting skills. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic. No matter how strong one's fists may be, they cannot rival a bullet. Since you've been resting at home, I didn't want to disturb you. There's ample space here. Shall we practice together when time permits?" "Certainly." Jiang Fei opened the container, and the aroma of the meal wafted through the air. Su Luyuan rushed over, eyes gleaming. "Is there a portion for me?" "There is for everyone." Jiang Fei distributed the containers among the 4. Su Luyuan and Ling Xiaorui shared a large combined portion. Xiao Chuxia remarked, "Sister, your culinary skills are impressive. The shredded potatoes are delightfully spicy." Ling Xiaorui added, "The tofu soup is simply exquisite. It's a pity you're not opening a restaurant, Sister Jiang." Lu Yu remained silent. letting the empty plates speak for Jiang Fei's skills. Su Luyuan devoured his food eagerly, barely pausing to speak. Noticing Su Luyuan was able to eat with his right hand, Jiang Fei inquired, "Is your arm injury healed?" Su Luyuan swallowed a mouthful before replying. "Luyu helped me remove the stitches a few days ago. It's nearly healed. After we finish eating, I'll take the weapons to 2101 for modification." "No problem. I brought the toolbox," Su Luyuan said cheerfully. Even if Jiang Fei, Xiao Chuxia, and Ling Xiaorui combined their resources, how many weapons could they possibly have? Half an hour later, Su Luyuan realized how naive he had been. Just the weapons Jiang Fei had brought amounted to 30 boxes, large ones, at that. Xiao Chuxia exclaimed, "I still have over 20 boxes at home. I'll go fetch them right away." Ling Xiaorui added, "I have over 20 boxes in my kitchen and living room. You can collect them yourself." Su Luyuan lamented, "Can I throw up my meal now?" Jiang Fei shook her head, "I trust you. You can manage." Su Luyuan felt like crying. He had left the darkness to avoid working overtime, yet here he was, escaping from the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair. "Why aren't you making Luyu work on weapon modifications?" Jiang Fei asked, bewildered. "Luyu can modify weapons?" Luyu innocently smiled. "No one ever asked me." The others, fearing being roped into working with Su Luyuan, directly instructed Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui to train. Start with 100 frog jumps, 100 push-ups, and 100 torso twists to warm up. Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui protested. Who did we offend? A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the temperature had risen by 10 degrees Celsius. The shrimp in the pool showed no signs of activity. Jiang Fei spent her days tending to the supermarket garden and stockpiling food, while also practicing with Luyu, growing increasingly stronger.
As for the Huang,
he had grown weary of lingering at 2202 and recently returned to 2203. Jiang Fei had no choice but to return his pet supplies, feeling quite melancholic. When would she have a little pet of her own? Su Luyuan had also completed the first batch of weapon modifications and contacted Jiang Fei via walkie-talkie to come down for inspection. In 2103, Su Luyuan casually pulled a gun from a box, attached a silencer, and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the center of the target with pinpoint accuracy, producing no sound of gunfire. "Your original silencers were terribly inadequate. I've modified them to ensure silence when firing." The modified firearms not only had greater range, but also enhanced stability, allowing even novices like Xiao Chuxia and Ling Xiaorui to easily hit the bullseye. Jiang Fei's delight was palpable. "I have more weapons at my place. I'll go upstairs to retrieve them and bring them to 2101. Su Luyuan shot a resentful glance at Luyu. "Can't you manage her?" Luyu replied, "I have no authority over her." "Then I might as well hang myself in front of you." Just then, a long mist knock echoed through the door, interrupting Su Luyuan's words. Jiang Fei, who happened to be at the stairwell, heard someone knock on the electric door and pulled out a short knife to open it. A young man, perhaps just over 20, stood outside in a military coat and a lei foam hat, his nose red from the cold, with a red armband labeled community tied around his arm. "Hello. I'm Xiao Jia from the community, here to inform you that supplies have been issued on the 3rd floor. Chapter 74. Official testing in the past. It was Feng Chenlu who had come upstairs to notify them. Now, without her presence, Jiang Fei felt a twinge of concern for the diligent young woman. Where is Feng Chenlu? There are many people downstairs scrambling for supplies. It's chaotic. Sister Chenlu is managing the situation with the officials. Please help me inform the others to collect their supplies. I need to assist Sister Chenlu." Without waiting for Jiang Fei to respond, Xiao Jia hurried downstairs, showing no curiosity about the 21st floor. Clearly, Feng Chenlu had warned him. Lu Yu and the others arrived from 2101. Xiao Chuxia questioned, "Why has there been no word from the officials for a month, and suddenly they're distributing supplies?" "Not sure. Let us grab our weapons and go downstairs to get some fresh air." As the teammates returned home to fetch their weapons, Jiang Fei went to inform 2102. The door was opened by Grandma Su. Jiang Fei relayed the information about the supplies. "It's colder downstairs than upstairs, Grandma Su. You stay at home. Let Captain Su go down to fetch them." Qianyao went out to the police station last night. At this moment, Su Qianyao was risking venturing outside. Was it possible that there was movement from Director Ning's side? Perhaps it was related to today's supply distribution. Jiang Fei suppressed her conjectures. "Then I'll help you collect them." "Thank you, Jiang girl." Grandma Su retrieved her ID and casually handed Jiang Fei a bag containing 10 peach crisps. Qianyao brought back a lot of peach crisps. I can't finish them alone, so share them with your friends.
Knowing Grand Machu est disposition.
Jiang Fei did not decline and distributed some to Lu Yu and the others as they headed downstairs. After finishing the treats, Jiang Fei returned home to change into her warm outfit before joining them downstairs. The 21st and 22nd floors had heaters that ran all day, so it hadn't felt too cold. However, the ground floor had no heating at all. As soon as they reached the 20th floor, Jiang Fei and her companions were met with a chilling gust of cold air. The coal previously distributed by the officials had run out long ago, leaving survivors to burn cotton curtains and whatever wood they could find to keep warm. Yet after a month's time, all these resources had been depleted. Frozen corpses were visible everywhere. Some sat in the corridor, maintaining the posture of attempting to drill wood before succumbing to death. Others stood by the only window that hadn't been boarded up, raising tattered cotton clothing as if trying to shield others from the biting wind with their last breaths. Many more had perished in their homes, lost in slumber. Jiang Fei arrived late, and only a few people remained on the 3rd floor. To her surprise, she spotted a familiar face, Zhang Zhenkong, wrapped in cotton clothing and blankets, clutching a box of supplies. The hands that peeked out were covered in purple frostbite, and he appeared emaciated, little more than skin and bones. Fei Fei, the authorities have distributed a plethora of supplies. If you find yourself in need, feel free to come to 2001. I have relocated there. Jiang Zhenkong's tone was lighthearted, a stark contrast to his previous gloom. He now realized that life could be remarkably beautiful after losing Li Yanping. Although the cotton clothing and food were insufficient, he could manage modestly on his own and scavenge for supplies from the deceased, thus managing to get by. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Zhenkong furrowed his brow and quietly informed Jiang Fei, I just saw Zhuzi descending with 2 girls to collect supplies, namely Yu Xuanjiao and Huang Xiaoyuan. Yu Xuanjiao seemed quite close to Zhuzi, holding hands as they walked together. Jiang Fei was somewhat taken aback. Was Yu Xuanjiao really clinging to Zhuzi's thigh? As for Zhuzi, whom she regarded as a mere tool, Jiang Fei felt indifferent. Their relationship was strictly transactional. If trouble arose upstairs, it could be dealt with. Declining any supplies, Jiang Zhenkong ascended the stairs with a box. Presenting her identification, Jiang Fei joined her teammates to claim their provisions. Feng Chenlu sat on a chair, breathless and fatigued. Upon seeing Jiang Fei approach, she stood up. You don't need your ID anymore. They're distributing by head count now. Those boxes are from the 21st and 22nd floors. I hid them for you in advance to prevent a chaotic scramble.
Thank you.
Jiang Fei walked over and lifted one of the boxes. The box was not sealed, revealing a large bag of official brand meat pies, a sizable bag of charcoal, 5 bottles of frozen water, along with an assortment of small food packets like biscuits, bread, and hawthorn slices. How many days' worth of supplies had the authorities distributed this time? Feng Chenlu admitted she didn't know. The officials hadn't specified, only instructing them to distribute 1 box per person and return home. However, the control of schistosomiasis and influenza was a positive development, she remarked. After finishing her statement, Feng Chenlu and Xiao Jia began to gather their belongings, preparing to head home. The 5 of them transported the boxes upstairs, occasionally overhearing others complaining.
Ugh.
What kind of meat is this pie made from? It's horrid. There's no seasoning whatsoever. How can one eat this? Stop being picky. It's better than nothing. Su Luyuan, who had never tasted meat pie before, curiously pulled out a piece from the box and took a bite, his expression turning complex. Why does this meat pie feel off? Xiao Chuxia, with a light and breezy demeanor, quipped, it's made from rats and insect corpses.
Su Luyuan felt nauseated.
Lu Yu, expressing disdain, avoided the retching Su Luyuan and remarked to Jiang Fei, the distribution of supplies today is peculiar. There's no control over the quantity, and they let the community members take what they want and leave, as if they are planning something major. Once Su Qianyao returns, it should become clearer. After delivering the supplies designated for Elder Su, Jiang Fei returned home to store the boxes. With such an abundance of food, there was no need for her to consume the official brand meat pies. That evening, Su Qianyao arrived on the 22nd floor to find Jiang Fei, frost clinging to his eyelashes. Remnants of hurriedly wiped white frost. This is the identity card for accessing the safe zone. I promised you a total of 4. Distribute them among your friends. The cardholders may bring 1 family member. Remind them to keep the ID card safe, as the authorities will only recognize the card during the survivor relocation, not the individuals. At this point, Su Qianyao turned serious. If you hear any unusual sounds, do not venture out to investigate. The authorities are selecting individuals for the safe zone. Jiang Fei instantly recalled today's events, using supplies as a means of testing. Indeed, those who cannot safeguard food signify incompetence. Such individuals cannot keep up with the group and must remain in the temporary city. Survival of the fittest, despite its cruelty, is the swiftest method to filter out survivors. Those with quotas or special talents had already received directives from the authorities, prohibited from venturing outdoors, with even personnel dispatched for protection. Jiang Fei understood. Do you need me to help take care of Elder Su? No, I will stay home for a while. Director Ning has stated that chaos must reign outside. I'll take my leave. After Su Qianyao departed, Jiang Fei gazed at the identity card in her hand. The card, the size of an identification document, was pure black, equipped with a magnetic strip for scanning. A small piece, yet it determined a person's fate. She felt grateful that she and her friends qualified for access to the safe zone. Jiang Fei distributed the identity cards to Lu Yu and the others. There were only 4 cards, leaving Su Luyuan without one. However, Ling Xiaorui offered his family member quota to him. Su Luyuan was touched. You treat me better than Lu Yu does. You are my true brother. Ling Xiaorui replied candidly, my relatives are all gone. No one is left to claim it. If I don't give it to you, it would be a waste. Hurry and modify your weapon. Sister Jiang is waiting for an inspection. Su Luyuan felt that Ling Xiaorui's gesture was wasted on him. Since the authorities had distributed supplies once, a week had passed without any further appearances. And no patrolling soldiers could be found outside. Some survivors speculated that the authorities had abandoned the temporary city and fled. As this news spread, anxiety gripped everyone. If the authorities were gone, who would oversee them? No one wished to meet their demise. Thus, the survivors in the city disregarded the frigid weather and began to rampantly kill and seize supplies. Cold? Then they would rob others of their cotton clothing for warmth. Insufficient food? Others surely had some. In just a week, the temporary city descended into chaos. Rumors of the apocalypse proliferated, emboldening those who plundered supplies, believing it was a divine opportunity for them to rise. Among the more extreme factions, some captured other survivors for sacrifices, hoping to beseech an end to the calamity. Others, overwhelmed by despair, resorted to self-destruction. Jiang Fei could hear the cries echoing from outside almost daily. The frozen city no longer remained silent, yet it paid the price in blood and lives. Suddenly, Jiang Fei's walkie-talkie crackled to life. It was Su Luyuan. Jiang Fei, that crying uncle is looking for you, claiming to have something important to discuss. Jiang Fei was puzzled. Chapter 75 Lu Yu. I'm not looking for a wife.
I'm heading down now.
Jiang Fei responded to Su Luyuan via the walkie-talkie and proceeded to the 21st floor. Su Luyuan leaned against the wall, fiddling with a submachine gun, while Ling Xiaorui held a pistol. Jiang Zhenkong stood outside the electric door, tightly wrapped in a cotton quilt, fearful that he might be found and shot at by the two. What's the matter? Why are you looking for me? Recently, a neighborhood committee has emerged in Yulon Garden, comprising over a dozen individuals. They are a group of thugs who have gathered here. They go door to door collecting supplies, under the guise of fair distribution, but in reality, they aim to devour the resources. Those who refuse to cooperate are met with violent retribution. Jiang Zhenkong paused, glancing at Ling Xiaorui and Su Luyuan's firearms, feeling unnecessarily concerned. No matter how many committee members there were, could they withstand bullets? Jiang Fei turned to Ling Xiaorui. Do we still have the supplies from the last distribution? Ling Xiaorui immediately understood her intention and returned from 2101 with a bag. Inside were the official meat pies and small biscuits, items that he and Su Luyuan rarely consumed. The payment for the information. Jiang Fei handed the bag to Jiang Zhenkong and then closed the electric door, ensuring clarity in their dealings to avoid future claims of favors. Jiang Zhenkong clutched the food with a sigh. He hadn't come for benefits. Rather, Fei Fei was his last remaining kin. He regretted understanding too late. Everything had come to pass. Inside, Ling Xiaorui was eager to act. If that neighborhood committee dares to come, I'll take them down one by one. It would be a perfect opportunity for Sister Jiang to evaluate my shooting skills. Su Luyuan disagreed. If they die, another neighborhood committee will rise. It would be endless harassment. Why not eliminate them and establish our own committee? With the weapons we have, no one would be a match for us. Jiang Fei's gaze darkened. This chaos will eventually cease. Have you forgotten that Director Ning's people reside in 2102? If the committee comes to cause trouble, deal with them directly. If they are unafraid, let us instill some fear.
Su Liu Yuan fell silent.
The captain's strategy resembled that of a leader of a criminal organization, which was rather unsettling. The neighborhood committee arrived the very next day. On the 21st floor, Su Luyuan and Ling Zhaorui called Jiang Fei and her companions down to witness the commotion. Today marked the day Su Qianyao had turned on the electricity. Fortunately, they were armed, and the crowd outside dared not intrude. The leader of the group, a burly man clad in a fur coat with a fierce countenance resembling that of a black bear, was He Dahong, the head of the residence committee.
Su Qianyao spoke firmly,
Stating, "I do not care what your intentions are. We will not and cannot hand over any supplies. Do not return here. Hold on, brothers. We mean no harm." He Dahong replied, attempting to placate them. "We simply wish to manage resources collectively to save more people. Look, we haven't even brought weapons." He smiled amiably, waving at Jiang Fei, who had just arrived. Prior to his visit, he had gathered information about the residents upstairs and realized they were not to be trifled with. Strategy was necessary rather than brute force. He Dahong exchanged a knowing glance with his associate, Zhuzi, who quickly interjected, "Sister Jiang, we are not here to cause trouble or demand supplies from you. If each household contributes a little, safety can be assured. It's akin to depositing money in a bank. When supplies become scarce, we will distribute them collectively. Isn't that beneficial?" "How dare you?" Xiao Chuxiao retorted angrily. "The bank is backed by the authorities. What are you? A bunch of shameless thugs banding together to seize resources. If it weren't for the lady, you and the monkey would have starved long ago. I regret ever agreeing to trade with you for testing medicine. It was a waste of my goods." Zhuzi, feeling guilty from the scolding, stepped back. "I just wanted to survive. We haven't resorted to robbery. Please don't be so agitated. Joining the residence committee is the most sensible choice right now." He rambled on about the committee's supposed advantages, attempting to brainwash Jiang Fei and the others. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Zhuzi screamed in agony as he fell to his knees, struck in the shoulder. "Sister Jiang," he cried. Jiang Fei had adjusted her aim, and this time the bullet struck Zhuzi's other shoulder. She coldly remarked, "Consider this a gift of a bullet." Zhuzi fell silent. He Dahong sought to defuse the situation, saying, "Miss Jiang, my associate speaks without thinking. Please do not take it to heart. I will escort them away." He gestured for his men to help Zhuzi up, and they descended the stairs as the door shut behind them. Su Qianyao feigned ignorance of Jiang Fei's firearm. "I need to go out tomorrow. I'm unsure how long I'll be gone. I would like to ask you to look after my grandmother. I can provide you with supplies." "No need. If there's an issue, Grandma Su can go to 2101 or 2202. Everyone will help." "Thank you. I appreciate it." Su Qianyao noted this favor and prepared to gather his belongings. Xiao Chuxiao remained agitated about the earlier encounter. How could Zhuzi dare to say such things? Joining the residence committee and colluding with those people, and they expect to brainwash us. How absurd. Jiang Fei shifted the topic. "How has your shooting practice been?" "I hit the bullseye 6 times out of 10. If you can improve your accuracy by 2 more hits, I'll make you sweet rice dumplings in a brown sugar broth." The chatterbox adored the sticky rice and sweet flavor. Sure enough. Xiao Chuxiao's attention shifted. "I'll practice right now." Su Luyuan nudged Luyu beside him, whispering, "Look at our captain's way of soothing her. Xiao Chuxia is no longer angry. You should learn this, or you won't know how to comfort your wife in the future." Luyu dismissed it. "Learn what? I'm not looking for a wife." On the second floor of Building A, upon seeing Zhuzi being carried down, Yu Xuanjiao realized the residence committee had failed. A group of useless people, despite their numbers, they couldn't secure even a bit of supplies. She squeezed out a few tears and rushed to Zhuzi's side. "Brother Zhuzi, how did you get hurt?" "I'm fine," Zhuzi winced, trying to reassure Yu Xuanjiao. He Dahong's expression darkened. "I didn't expect the people upstairs to be more difficult than you described." "Don't worry, Zhuzi. The committee will certainly help you seek justice." Maintaining his image as a capable leader was paramount, yet he pondered how to address Zhuzi's gunshot wound. Yu Xuanjiao pressed down on Zhuzi's hand. "The chairman won't just stand by and watch you die. You must trust him." She then looked up at He Dahong, batting her eyelashes. "Chairman, am I right?" Zhuzi was unlikely to survive. She needed a new protector. "Yes, I'll find a way," He Dahong feigned sincerity, assessing Yu Xuanjiao. Though she was slender, she was youthful and cute, unlike her friend Huang Xiaoyuan, who had an average appearance and could only be entertained in bed. Everyone who played around would eventually perish. It was indeed a pity for her to be Zhuzi's girlfriend. Recently, Yu Xuanjiao and Zhuzi had knocked Huang Xiaoyuan unconscious to offer her to the committee in hopes of joining. Receiving Yu Xuanjiao's flirtation, He Dahong exchanged glances with her. Zhuzi remained oblivious to his betrayal, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Chairman." As the temperature rose to -50 degrees Celsius, survivors began to see a glimmer of hope. With more people venturing out, various crimes proliferated in the frigid weather: murder, humiliation, robbery, and coercion. Without official constraints, chaos reigned outside. However, the 21st floor of Yulon Garden, Building A, remained warm and harmonious. After several days of practice, Xiao Chuxia hit the bullseye 8 times out of 10. Jiang Fei fulfilled her promise and prepared a large pot of sweet rice dumplings with brown sugar. Everyone gathered in 2102 to enjoy the feast.
Xiao
Chuxia is quite the foodie. I'm well pampered by my sister, Xiao Chuxia smiled, leaning against Jiang Fei, acting coy. Jiang Fei remained expressionless, subtly steadying the bowl in her hands to prevent the syrup from spilling. Suddenly, loud knocking sounded from outside. "I'll go answer it." Jiang Fei, closest to the door, stood and walked towards the staircase, with Lu Yu following closely, gun drawn. Xiao Chuxia and the others set down their bowls and followed. The voice outside called, "Is Miss Jiang here? I am He Dahong, the head of the residence committee. We met a few days ago. I have come to apologize for the earlier incident and brought your favorite gold as a peace offering." Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow and opened the door. Outside stood only He Dahong, carrying a bag filled with coal in one hand and a small box in the other. "Actually, my intention in coming upstairs was not to collect supplies but to make friends. Who knew it would lead to a misunderstanding? All thanks to Zhuzi. I hope you won't take it to heart." He Dahong smiled, offering the coal and opening the box to reveal a small golden pig. He had learned from the survivors in the building that Jiang Fei adored gold, and he had conveniently acquired some to present as a gift. Once Jiang Fei accepted his friendship, the opportunity to act would arise. The 21st and 22nd floors were ripe for the taking. Sensing the calculation in He Dahong's eyes, Jiang Fei weighed the small gold pig in her hand and pocketed it. The system chimed, detected 260 grams of gold. One mustn't let the flies escape. One must play with the humans too. How could I allow Yu Xuanjiao to live comfortably? Feigning difficulty, Jiang Fei remarked, "I have no objections to your committee. But there are individuals among you whom I do not favor." He Dahong quickly replied, "Zhuzi passed away a couple of days ago from excessive blood loss. I'm not referring to Zhuzi, I mean the person who used my name to rob the residents of their supplies. However, killing him is not necessary. Yet not dealing with him leaves me unsettled. You must resolve this matter before we can consider being friends." With that, Jiang Fei took the coal and closed the door. Su Luyuan gave a thumbs up, whispering praises. "Clever, using a knife to kill someone. You played He Dahong while also dealing with Yu Xuanjiao." Jiang Fei shot him a glance. "Aren't you going to eat your dumplings?" "Of course." They returned inside to continue chatting with Grandma Su. In the adjacent building B, He Dahong had driven away the original survivors, transforming the space into the headquarters of the residence committee. Yu Xuanjiao sat on the sofa, roasting sweet potatoes over a coal stove. The soiled clothes have been replaced with fresh cotton garments. Life with He Dahong is considerably better than that with Zhuzi. Upon He Dahong's return, Yu Xuanjiao thoughtfully poured him a cup of warm water, but was suddenly met with a sharp slap as she stood. The blows continued until her skin bore bruises, and she was sent to Building A for Jiang Fei to examine. Those waiting outside swiftly entered and unleashed a flurry of punches upon Yu Xuanjiao.
"Ah!
President, what are you doing?" He Dahong relayed Jiang Fei's words to Yu Xuanjiao verbatim. "If you don't wish to be toyed with by these individuals, it would be best for you to endure the beating quietly. After all, now that it has come to this, there is no point in keeping you." Enraged, Yu Xuanjiao wished she could strike He Dahong dead. "You scoundrel! You deny all responsibility after getting your fill." The strength of the man was overwhelming, leaving her bones nearly shattered. In a moment of desperation, she cried out, "I know a secret. It concerns Building A. On the 21st floor, there are officials. Their surname is Su. A few nights ago, he stealthily left and got into a vehicle. I overheard their conversation. They mentioned relocating survivors. One must have a quota to enter the safe zone." "Stop." He Dahong commanded everyone to leave and approached Yu Xuanjiao. "Tell me everything you know." For an entire week, the temperature remained unchanged and the outside world remained in chaos. Bored, Jiang Fei decided to enter the supermarket to prepare food suitable for high temperatures. In the scorching heat, even remaining still caused one to sweat profusely, let alone cook. Preparing meals in advance would allow for immediate consumption later. Dishes like cold noodles, dressed in red oil, sour spicy sauce, and sesame paste, accompanied by refreshing cucumber and carrot shreds, are perfect for hot days. Additionally, shaved ice topped with strawberry, blueberry, and mango syrups offers a delightful and cooling treat. The versatile sauce for the cold noodles inspired Jiang Fei to create various flavors of cold mixed noodles, along with tangy side dishes. After preparing 50 portions of each, Jiang Fei contentedly exited the supermarket, taking a portion of roasted duck for dinner. The duck, with its crispy skin and tender meat, paired with thick sweet bean sauce, cucumber shreds, and scallions, rolled in a paper-thin pancake, was pure bliss. Not long after finishing her meal, the doorbell rang. After disposing of the trash, she discovered that the person at the stairwell had already left. Lu Yu stood in the corridor. Moments ago, Su Qianyao had come by to inform her that the officials would manage the outside next Monday, conducting survivor registration and distributing identity cards. They advised us to remain indoors and prepare our belongings for a potential departure. I will inform everyone, Jiang Fei said, returning to her room to contact the others via intercom. Each person expressed reluctance, especially Su Luyuan, who emitted a sharp outcry over the intercom. What will happen to my home? My limited edition sports car? My luxurious 2-story villa? My diamond jewelry? My custom-built warehouse? Will I have to leave it all behind? Ling Xiaorui replied, look on the bright side. At least you are alive. Xiao Chuxia suggested, if you truly cannot bear to part with it, perhaps you should return? Lu Yu offered, I can drive you there now. In an instant, Su Luyuan fell silent, crying alone in her bedroom while clutching the intercom. A group of heartless individuals. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Fei also felt sorrow for those treasures. Unfortunately, the outside world was fraught with danger, and there was a risk of being discovered by the authorities, preventing any trips to retrieve items from the supermarket. She lamented that she should have secretly collected them without Su Liyuan's knowledge. As Su Qianyao had predicted, before dawn on Sunday, Jiang Fei heard gunfire erupting outside as the authorities swiftly dealt with the rebellious and provocative forces. The gunfire persisted for 3 entire days. During this time, He Dahong did not return. It was uncertain whether he had been killed or was merely hiding. Another week passed, and a long-absent helicopter began to circle above, its loudspeaker blaring. Important announcement. We will depart for Qingyang City at 7 o'clock the day after tomorrow. We kindly ask all residents to cooperate with the rescue team members, travel light, and ensure you carry your identity cards.